Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 121, Conditions and Follow-up. Ho, so these are Waka's students. Oh, those two there, I have seen you in portraits. You must be the daughters of Rembrandt-Jana, Tomo. Why yes. Nice to meet you. My name is Sif Rembrandt. Sif. I'm the little sister Rembrandt. Nice to meet you. Nice answer, Ja. As expected of the Rembrandt household, Ja. No. This is our first time meeting face to face, but we are Tomo. Kuzunoha Company's Tomo-sama and Mio-sama, right? I have heard about you from father. I am honored to meet you, Sif. We entered the venue and asked Shiki the place where Jean and the others are and headed there. Root originally planned on coming with us, but he used the excuse that he forgot work he had to do and that he would be yielding me to Tomo and Mio. Even I can tell that he was lying. He clearly found someone, and to meet with that person, he separated. That guy, he has some objective. No doubt that's one of the reasons why he is talking to me. But there's clearly other reasons he hasn't told me about. If I am able to ask the core of the matter, he might tell me. On the contrary, if I were to ask him what he is planning, what is his objective, or vague things like that, he would definitely not tell me. Anyways, after separating from Root, I brought Mio, who is at my left, and Tomo, who is at my right, to where Shiki and the students are. And so, Tomo is looking at the students I give classes to in an amused way. The 7, no, excluding the Rembrandt sisters, the 5 probably felt uncomfortable by the gaze of Tomo. This is their first time meeting Tomo and Mio after all. I hope he didn't call me greedy though. But I am happy that you know my name. Leaving aside Mio, I am not in Sage that much, Tomo. Father said the two of you are the pillars that support Reida-sensei and the Kuzunoha Company. That man, he does get it, huh? Leaving aside that I am being put in the same standing as Tomo-san, he understood that we are the two pillars, so I will let it slide, Mio. Mio, what a visible antagonism there. Or this is some new kind of bullying to Shiki. She seems to be looking at Shiki for some reason after all. Compared to the two, I am still inexperienced. It's because Mio Dano is managing the administration in Sage and Tomo Dano is doing the foreign businesses that I am able to study under the tutelage of Reida-sama. I am grateful, Shiki. Shiki talks as if answering to Mio's gaze, and lowers his head with a smile. Mio has made Sage her base and every day she has been going back and forth from there to Asura while learning cooking. And she is just supporting the adventurers at whim. I haven't really heard about her actually being involved in the company work. Tomo has been going here and there looking for the 4 seasons. Well, she does gather information of the various areas with the forest onis but, foreign business. In my opinion, regarding the company's administration and decision-making, there's actually more times that Shiki ends up teaching me. And to say that Mio is doing the administration in Sage, Tomo is in charge of foreign business, and I am the one teaching. Shiki, you don't have to go so far to mind us. If you don't release all that pent-up stress, you will end up exploding like the time with Lime. Let's be careful. Now that I mention information gathering. The Wingkin said that they wanted to do what the Forest Onis are doing as well. The Forest Onis are doing well, but the numbers are lacking. Also, the Wingkin, just as the name implies, can fly, so they have the plus that they can go to places the Forest Onis can't. If there were only pluses, there would be no wavering in having them help, but the problematic point is that they have lower specs compared to the Forest Onis. Also, the fighting power is currently higher on the Forest Onis. The general purpose of the previously mentioned can be liquidated by dividing the works. The Wingkin, in exchange of being able to fly in the sky, are not that suited for places like seas, watersides, and wetlands. It's not to the point that they are unable to enter them, but their abilities are clearly restricted. Also, in the depths of the forest and the insides of mazes, the Forest Onis can move a lot better. On the contrary, in wide spaces like plains and mountainous areas, the Wingkin are better. About the Wingkin, I am talking about their average capability, but it should be okay if I just appoint the elites. Just that, it is difficult to differentiate their merits. Dividing them just for the color of their wings actually brings inconveniences. Probably in the environment they have been living in, there will clearly appear merits. However, only looking at their abilities in that area will most likely bring the differences in unsuitableness. Yeah. Next time, let's have a detailed talk with them. In addition to having those guys do that boot camp as well. Jean, Amelia, Dina, Misura, Izumo. This is the first time you meet them. The ones I am counting on as both of my hands are Tomo and Mio. Tomoja. Nice to meet you. I am Mio. So short. Mio-san, that's not even an introduction. Even so, the students answered the two of them with respect. Maybe they are just doing the same as Sif and Yuno, who introduced themselves first. They probably can't tell just how much power Tomo and Mio have after all. There isn't that majesty when looking at them, and they are good at hiding their powers too. Sensei. You said both hands, but what about Shiki-san? Amelia. Maybe because she idolizes Shiki, her tone is a bit low. Just like they said, Shiki is still in the middle of learning. Just that, in the business side, he is one of the persons I trust the most. But in terms of dangerous dealings, in other words, transportation and supply, where the fighting power and self-defense abilities are taken into account, it is certainly true that he is lacking compared to this too. Fighting power. Shiki-san is lacking. This is a nightmare. Dina-san and the other three of them seem to be imagining something scary. Just that, it looks like they don't hold much doubts in what I just told them. Maybe that's the result of my unusual training. Well, it might be hard to understand quickly with your common sense. Even so, if you are receiving the teachings of Waka, you must know that the numerical value of levels is not what determines the victor, right? Tomo. The five nod. The Rembrandt sisters nodded a breath faster than everyone else. Ahaha, looking at this, Rembrandt probably told them about Tomo and Mio's levels. In that case, maybe about my level as well. This is something that almost everyone in Sage knows. The two of them are a lot more famous than me. Even at that numerical value, Mio and I overwhelm Shiki though. Well, what I am trying to say is, don't use that as your basis for strength. This isn't something that can always be relied upon, you know. For example, in the things I have experienced, I have known a level 1 human that has easily defeated 2 people that surpass level 1000 Tomo. That's not a lie, you know. Fufufu. I feel like I understand why Waka and Shiki mind you guys. How charming and amusing. I will be looking forward to your matches, Tomo. Ha. I don't understand it at all. No matter how I look at it, they are only chicks that have barely peeked their heads out of their eggs. The matches of these people, I think it will only turn into looking at their bodies though, Mio. Yar, it would be good for you to learn the happiness of teaching. Tomorrow just go around the carts eating obediently. Don't go displeasing Waka, Tomo. I feel like the happiness of bullying the forest onis is slightly mixed in what Tomo said. But, I am happy that she understands the fun of teaching. Because there's less people that just look down on people that are inexperienced. There's no way I would do something like that. Mio. Mio might also understand a bit, if there comes a time when she teaches someone. Right now, she is still being taught and is concentrating in bettering her skills after all. From what I have heard of Emma, even if you leave the preliminary arrangements to someone else, the cooking is basically done by the person, or so it seems. When she helps and teaches, I feel like Mio might change once again. Don't fight in this kind of place, you two. Learn a bit from Shiki. Shiki, did you tell them about that matter? Feeling like they were about to begin something, I stopped both Tomo and Mio by calling out their names. Most of the reason why I came today was to warn my students. Since I told Rembrandt that there wasn't a million of a chance, I should warn them properly. Yes. From what I have investigated, that student was Limia's Hopelace household's second son. Hopelace has blood relatives of the royal family. In Limia, they are big nobles that can enter the top 3. Because he is the second son, he doesn't inherit the family head, but since we are in times of war, he is being treated as the one who comes after the eldest son, Shiki. Well, isn't that quite the big shot? His actions didn't match that position though. A household who has strong aristocratic power in Limia Kingdom, and big nobles Moreover, the second son. If the head and the eldest son participate in the war, there's the chance they will lose their lives. In that case, he wouldn't just be a tool in political marriages. Normally, it would suffice by just having the second son, third son, and so on do the job, but because of pride, duty, and ties of obligation, it seems they can't do that. The hero that went from the democratic principled Japan to the Limia kingdom might actually be having hardships. The usual things don't work like that there after all. I see. So he is quite the big shot, huh? Limia's Hopelace household. If they are prominent nobles, they should just have them educated in their own country. I was thinking about having Jean and the others deal with whatever came, but it seems the situation has changed a bit. If he uses something that has way too much difficulty, I will deal with it. Things like using money to employ a brutal assassin or using poison of some kind of rare plant. Reida-sensei really gets involved with troublesome people a lot, huh? That Jean. Can you please stop those eyes of, I have gotten used to this as well. Jean. That unfaltering attitude is truly good. I think you have already heard, but the harassment that you receive, you will have to cope with it. Also, it seems everyone passed the preliminary contest, but I hope you didn't go all out. Of course no. We all passed with only half of our strength. Oh. Everyone is pushing their chest out. I expected it, but it seems that they didn't have to fight with their all in the preliminary contest. The people that participated in it have quite the high level, but well, that's obvious. Splendid. Well done, everyone. What is it? Aren't you happy? Normally, when sensei praises us, there's something else. They are being pretty cautious of me, huh? I probably went with the same pattern too much since the blue lizard Kuan. Well, even so, I can't suddenly change. I also want to watch how they fight in the festival and decide if I can add more students, so I should be a bit strict. It is a bit sad to take this kind of attitude after praising them though. You have good intuition. Well, I have not been watching the other students in detail, so for the preliminary contest, I mostly heard about you guys from hearsay. Even so, I could clearly tell that you guys were being way too overconfident. And so, I have decided to establish a restriction on you guys. Shiki will tell you what point each of you have to follow by thought transmission later. Follow those and enter the finals. In this school festival where there are a lot of visitors, they won't begin the tournament by doing the preliminaries of the people that want to participate. In the time of the preparation period, the preliminaries were already done. They first have to show their abilities to the academy in order to even be shown to the visitors. In that point, Jean and the others were able to show enough ability and were able to advance. As expected, they wouldn't mess up in the first step, so I didn't go watch. I had Shiki tell the students, in order, the prohibited points. In their stiffening faces, there were some who also ended up yelping. But to show you're all in a place that gathers this much attention isn't advisable, so this time, I will have them show me their way of fighting when bound. Are you serious? Of course. There isn't a single speck of joke. The matches from tomorrow on, I will be watching them. Looking forward to it. I have done what I came here for. Tomo's suggestive smile and Mio's glance. I leave Shiki to look after them, just like he has been doing. I want to confirm what kind of cards that big noble will be playing. After Laurel and Ion, now comes Limia. At this rate, I feel like Gridonia will be coming next. I hope not. I expected things would happen, but I didn't think things would happen every day. If the four major powers line up, my stomach won't be able to take it. Shiki-san, wait. Reida-sensei was serious, right? He was serious. Those weren't the eyes of someone joking. Scary. As I thought, that person is scary. Sensei could have said a few words about yesterday's party. Just like what Okasama said. If we don't move ourselves, we might not be able to hear his impressions. I agree with almost everything said. But, you two from the Rembrandt household. Aren't you lacking tension? When I thought why the idiot Hopelace made such a sudden declaration of war the other day, Sensei easily told us that he had troubles with him. Moreover, he told us to deal with the pressure and obstruction of a noble by ourselves. On top of that, he told us not to go all out in the final selection. No, that's not it. He is telling us to do our best and not to go all out. He really is an unconventional person to the core. Normally, people would connect the evaluation of the students in the tournament with the evaluation of the teacher. That's why, there will be people saying, win no matter what happens, but there's none that would go and put restrictions. It's a tournament, you know. There are cases when people even continue talking about it in the coming year. It's a tournament that has at stake the grades and credits as well as the employment. Could it be, he is already being pressured by the Hopelace household and the Kuzunoha company is already experiencing inconveniences, so as a part of that guy's harassment, he had sensei put limits to our abilities? Nope, don't think so. This time's pressure and everything else seemed as if he was looking forward to how we would deal with it. This might be quite the critical moment. The critical moment which will decide the course I currently wish. Jean, what did he tell you not to do? Don't dual wield. And Amelia. Jean. Don't add on your bow. Everyone else. Amelia. Hearing mine and Amelia's answer, everyone replied in a low voice. They told me not to use the one I used in Svaisan last time, Misura. Misura. It is practically his special attack. What a tragedy. The spotlight for the impenetrable wall will be lost, Misura. For me, it was that, the second phase, is out. Makes me want to cry, Dina. Dina, I can only call it pitiful. In essence, from the 7 of us, at 1 versus 1, I think he and I are the strongest. And his ability that serves as a cornerstone has been. I had my maneuver aria sealed. Even though I finally managed to rise it to a combat-ready level and was planning on debuting it here, Izumo. Doing arias while mobilizing was hammered by Sensei and Shiki-san and was somehow shaped into proper form. What a severe restriction. He named the new aria forming method he learned, maneuver aria, and was valuing it dearly. Well, it might be considered a blessing that he wasn't told to seal the aria language that Shiki-san taught him as well, but it looks like Misura also had the maneuvering aria sealed. Must be harsh for their spirit. They told me I am limited to using only one weapon. It unexpectedly has loopholes to that. Not like I will be using those said loopholes though, you know. They are telling her to seal a part of that handiness of her. It is certainly true that there's a loophole that can be easily found, but who knows if it's okay to do it. Reita-sensei normally puts out the conditions straightforwardly, so he won't blame us for everything that has not been said or prohibited. But if we are talking about his evaluation, that would be complicated. Because I think we should honestly follow the conditions laid out to accomplish the objective after all. My compound magic was banned. The combination of the earth spirit and fire magic has been. Even though I finally had the chance to show the usefulness of the earth element, Sif. The highest firepower has been sealed. Sif, how pitiful. Even with that, Sif still has enough firepower, and that's one of the amazing parts of her. And so, the new battle styles that everyone worked on in the summer vacation, with the guidance of the senseis though, have been sealed. Could it be, Sensei is actually being pressured by the Hopelace household? Izumo says the same thing I thought for a moment. Maybe a number of others also thought the same thing as Izumo and I, some of them had their expressions clouded. That's not possible. Shiki-san. With words filled of confidence, Shiki replies. Mine is just a thought and a denial without conviction. The denial of Shiki-san held clear conviction. Reita-sama told you that you guys have been pretty overconfident lately. After all, you have enough leeway that you can do pointless talking with our employees, Shiki. I have no rebuttal for that. As long as they have seen us doing it, there's no other choice but to earnestly apologize. Just think of it as a small test and cheer up, Shiki. Test. What a peculiar way of phrasing it. Shiki-san. What do you mean by test? It intrigues me a bit, Jean. Oh, what have I done? I made a small verbal slip there, Shiki. Verbal slip, huh? Probably not the case. They thought of teaching us something from the very beginning. If it weren't for Shiki-san, we probably wouldn't have even noticed anything. Sorry. Please continue spoiling us with that kindness. Does it have anything to do with what Sensei said about restrictions and tournament? Jean. There's no guarantee that he will answer, but I can't help it when it is in my mind. I can already feel how my enthusiasm for this tournament is increasing more than before. Can't be helped, huh? Keep this a secret from Reita-sama, okay? If you guys are able to show a good fight with the conditions stated, Reida-sama is thinking about increasing the number of students after the festival ends. Do you understand what that means? Shiki. New students. If I remember correctly, I heard that the class of Reida-sensei, even if you try to petition for admittance, you are unable to. In other words, the acceptance of new people will resume. What that means is, could it be the end of our lectures? That's not good. Ah, that you will give up on us. Dina-kun read the damn mood before talking. What will we do if he nods? No way. In that case, there would be no need for a test, right? Shiki. Then, something like, there's nothing more to teach you now. That's even more impossible. Fumo, it seems you don't understand. Reida-sama is thinking that it might be a good time to enter the next phase of your lectures, Shiki. While showing amazement at our bad ability to understand things, Shiki-san told us. For the sake of that, what you have to do isn't to fight with your all and show all the cards you have in hand, but to impose limitations on yourself and be in a stance where you think about how to polish your power and skills even more, is what he told me. For example, something like hiding your trump card, Shiki. If the 7 of you properly finish this task, we will receive new students, and as a part of your education, we will have you review all the contents you have learned. On top of that, I want to go to the next phase of the lecture, is what Reida-sama discussed for the future, Shiki. To be evaluated and accepted by the people who we can't even see their shadows no matter how much we try. There's nothing as pleasant as that. I slowly digested the words of Shiki-san. Power begins to overflow in my body. The jaw of my shut mouth silently increases in strength. I can tell that the trembling originates from my chest and spreads to my whole body. I can't stop my face from unconsciously bending into a smile. Of course, I am also expecting much of you guys. About the acceptance of the attendance petitions, I will be arranging them in the staff office. Well then, from now on, you will have preparations to do, so I will go outside. Right, let's see, for the ones that have time after this, please let me invite you to lunch, Shiki. Saying so, Shiki-san leaves while maintaining his gentle smile. I already don't care if there's restrictions. That lecture has a next phase. We have obtained enough qualification to be tested. Do a good fight. Do what I am able to, everything I can. I shouldn't have asked. Now my tension is at its max and it's already turning into very bad levels. I feel like vomiting, Misura. Opposed to the people getting hyped, there's Misura, who voiced out words lacking tension. No, well, he is tense, but the content is just. Misura, I understand how you feel. Honestly speaking, I think there will be harassment and we will most likely be pressured as well, so I really understand your feeling of having your stomach hurt. After hearing that talk, the option of half-heartedly washing it away or giving up has cleanly disappeared. How rough, Amelia. On the contrary of Amelia's negative words, there's a battle-ready smile showing in her face. We can't show an unsightly fight. After going with Shiki-san for lunch, how about we all gather? Dina. Just like Dina said. I am in the mood of doing whatever I can. In the school festival, the students that are merry are many, and we probably enter the category of quite serious. Just by desperately trying to reach them, our abilities increase. There aren't many things that can compare to this narcotic-like fun. I think that it can't be helped that we are serious about it. Wani-chan, not only Sensei will be watching, but Tomo-san and Mio-san as well. Oto-sama and the others are coming too. Isn't this amazing? I'm already so overwhelmed, you know. Even so, the only choice we have is to do what we can. In a different sense, we are already in the path where we just have to give up, Sif. Looks like the Rembrandt sisters are getting crazy tense because of the onlookers. Before Reida-sensei came, they were able to relax to some extent though. It seems the big noble of Limia doesn't have much influence in Sage, so the two who don't have plans on going to Limia after graduating, don't feel much pressure. Thinking that way, these members, who are all scholarship students and don't have any connections with the Limia nobility, might be quite advantageous. Ah, right. Hey, Sif, you know. There's something I want to ask, Amelia. What, Amelia-senpai, you know. The Tomo-san and Mio-san that Sensei presented us, are they really stronger than Shiki-san? Honestly, This may be off the point since I don't even know how strong Shiki-san is, but I don't think there are many who have that degree of power, you know. Amelia. Exactly what I wanted to know. The two of them silently nod at the question Amelia and most likely everyone had in their minds. If Reida-sensei said so, then there's no mistake. Shiki-san is not registered in the Adventurer Guild, so I don't know his level, but those two, Sif's eyes were gazing far away and were wavering. We were only told by Oto-sama to not be rude to those two, but those two are famous people in Sage that everyone knows and, Yuno talks with an expression that one can feel passion similar to that of admiration. What is it? Is it at the level of Ace from the remote town? For the close aides of Reida-sensei, I feel like that degree is a bit too weak though. While saying this should be kept as a total secret, the sisters look at each other's face and do a big nod as if being resolute. Level is over 1,500. The words of the sisters cleanly overlap. Silence took over. The words that were said in a low voice so that only the ones here could hear were in the common language we are used to hearing, and yet, it didn't register in our brains properly. What did she say? Chapter 122, The Interlude's Footsteps. I want to take a small moment to thank all donators again. Arigato. I feel like doing another fast release week or weeks. I will be announcing the moment I plan on doing it, as it is extremely time-consuming, so preparations for that moment are needed. You are making a scary face there, Princess Lily. It looks like the face of someone having business with me. Did I hit the mark? Falls Dano, why is the head of the Adventurer Guild involving himself with a merchant like that? Can you please tell me? Lily. After separating with Radu, the person Root met was Gritonia's princess. Not as the head of the superior dragons, but as the head of the Adventurer Guild. He made contact with Gritonia, princess, not as the myriad color dragon, Root, but as Falls. After the two exchanged something resembling a greeting, Lily takes out Root as if urging him, and brings him to a place with no one around. On top of that, by making probing eyes, finally, the real conversation began. Hey, you know that he is a merchant? Radu-kun, the head of a company that opened a store in this town. It has been one of my favorites recently, Root. I won't ask you to correct that rude way of speaking this late, but that doesn't mean I will also permit lies. Falls Dano, what is your real relationship with that man? Lily. To the broke-down words of Root that one wouldn't be able to imagine were directed to a princess, Lily shows her displeasure in her face while inquiring his true motives. Her way of speaking is also one that can be scolded upon when using it on someone that has the power to affect the whole world. Maybe it's because they can act this way and no one else would know cause of their current location, or it might be because the relationship between Root and Lily was originally like this, who knows. It is true that it's my favorite though, Root. Is Kuzunoha Company using the guild as backing? Lily. No way. The Adventurer Guild doesn't belong to any country, power, or noble. It's an organization that provides support to everyone that is accepted as an adventurer, Root. Root speaks out one of the basics of the Adventurer Guild. Of course, there were no lies in those words. The woman in that company whose name is Tomo, the hero of our country, is interested in her. She also possesses strength I can't ignore, and personally, when it comes to his wishes, I have a hard time refusing. In this occasion, I don't mind if you just tell me information you are able to disclose. That place, is there a need to crush it? Lily. To think that your mark was Tomo. The Empire's hero is also an interesting lad, huh? The answer for your question is, nope. For now, those guys don't have interest in the general situation of the world. And while I'm at it, let me tell you something. Fighting with the Kuzunoha Company will be like waging war with demon races on both sides. Even if it's the major power Gritonia, I don't recommend it, Root. They have connections with the demon race. Lily. Just a way of putting it. It is certain that they are able to be at least that much of a threat after all. Regarding your objective, you have already gathered plenty enough cards. I can't admire sidetracking that much, you know, Root. Root gives little information of Kuzunoha Company to Lily. He probably felt something in those words of her, that, tell me information you are able to disclose. I thank you for your warning. Even so, to ignore what's in front of my eyes is just not fit for me. I see, so Kuzunoha's fighting power is, as I thought, not only Tomo, Lily. While actually knowing that they have connections to the demon race, the contents of what Root said didn't answer the query of Lily directly. Lily also doesn't think that the head of the Adventurer Guild is honestly cooperating with her. She wants to deepen her information even if a little bit. More importantly, is it okay to be here in this kind of times? It is coming soon, right? For the curtains of the War Festival to open, Root. You know that, and yet, you haven't used that information as a base to move or haven't left traces of it. Falls Dano, you might actually be pretty similar to me, Lily. Ahaha, me and the princess. I am not a slave of revenge like you. Just that, I also have something I am aiming for. And in the path to reach there, at some point, the paths you and I walk will cross, that's all, Root. Objective. I don't think that's just a simple ambition. In my opinion, I don't want to turn into an enemy the person that gave me the information of Sophia's rebellion and the demon race's ring beforehand. And, it may be irritating to say so, but I don't even know how much information of the Empire you have in your hands. If possible, can you please tell me that objective? There might be something I can help out with, Lily. Lily's words were her true feelings. This guild master with a bold attitude, even when he spoke out the basis of the Adventurer Guild, he has been cooperating with the Empire's princess. At times, giving important information or warnings. There have been several times where she has been saved by that. Just that, he is not a subordinate nor a close friend. In this current state where she doesn't know his objective, it just gives Lily an inexplicable amount of anxiety. But he answered by shaking his head. When there's the need to, I will. It is fine for you to just continue aiming for that ideal world with the hero. As long as you are accepted as an adventurer, I intend to continue the relationship we have had till now, Root. As long as I am accepted as an adventurer, huh? That's right. No matter who and from where, as long as that person is accepted as an adventurer and receives the guild, I will be that person's collaborator. Well then, we probably will meet again soon, but, see you later, Root. Without destroying the barrier that would repel several intruders at once, Root walks normally through it. Lily, who he interacted with as the guild master, only looked at his back with surprise. The words of Root as well as the meaningful smile he left, changed the expression of the princess. No matter who and from where, he says. Not just the Empire, you aren't even the ally of the humans only, huh? No matter if it's demi-human or demon, as long as they are accepted as adventurers, you are their collaborator. Is that what you are trying to say? Lily. Lily bites her lips. She thinks that her interpretation of the words just now weren't wrong. That's why he holds information of several powers, is what he probably meant, but there's no way of knowing. No matter which, it is trouble, is what she thinks. From the very beginning, he grasped almost every objective I had. On top of that, he told me about the ring that suppresses the power of the goddess and the betrayal of the dragon killer, Lily. Thanks to that, the Empire has been able to steer the war better than other countries, is how Lily thinks. From his position of assisting the adventurers, the act of leaking the movements of Sophia would go against what he said, but the words of him, the guild master, were that the actions of Sophia are a big betrayal to the guild. She is a target of punishment, so she is not under his protection, is what he explained. And in reality, the Empire, or more like, a country which has influences with the Empire, investigated and discovered that Sophia has not used the guild a single time since Falls explained to her. That would at least mean that one of her backings disappeared. It is true that in the past she was opaque and, of course, wasn't someone trustworthy though. It's certain that bringing down Stella is our #1 priority right now. If there are no outstanding talents by the time I am here, I will return to the Empire early. Currently, I should look at the contact of Radu and Falls as a plus. If our interests still match, that means it would be bad to put a hand on the Kuzunoha company. That's why he gave me information. And also, right now I have no leeway to fight anyone other than the demon race, Lily. This time for sure, we will attack and succeed. In the princess' eyes, there was a clear strong spirit. Yo, have you woken up? I pour water on the man that is bound at the seat to wake him up. I have the all-purpose skill called magic, so there's actually no need to tie him to a chair or urge him to wake up by pouring water, but Shiki and Lime say that this should be the pattern. I originally didn't have plans on making contact with him in this kind of way, and yet, here I am doing it. Maybe I am getting influenced, and also, probably have pent-up stress too. I think you have already heard from Rona-san, but I am Reidu. Nice to meet you, Makoto. This is Kuzunoha Company's basement room, huh? The blue-skinned man splendidly guessed right his current location. He knows that I am Reidu, and moreover, he knew of the existence of this room beforehand. Meaning, it was a perfect guess to the right answer, but intelligence. As a group member, that reaction was a major fail. I'm glad. If all the intelligence members of the demon race were like Rona-san, I feel like it would scrape away my nerves after all. And you are a demon, right? Makoto. Why are you getting in our way? We have received orders from Rona-sama stating that we should not put a hand on you guys, and if there's a need to cooperate. At least there shouldn't be any reason to receive this kind of treatment. No need to be scared. In the times I am here, the things you think don't happen that much, Makoto. If I am not here, the danger increases in an instant though, the basement room. Maybe it is because he knows dangerous types of information. The young man with a fit body despite his small build, had his eyes blurred with fear. Even if he is a subordinate of Rona-san, he is a newcomer, huh? He doesn't give me that uncomfortable feeling that Rona-san gives out. So he was told that by Rona-san, huh? True. Since the time she left the academy, no matter if in public or in the shadows, there was no instance where the demons did something to us. That's why, even when I noticed several presences of demons, I tolerated them since they had no evil intent. That thinking didn't change even when I saw the infiltrated demon escorts of the big shot of Laurel, Saritz. What do you plan on doing to me? I want you to hear my request. It would have been fine to call Rona-san for that, but I was in a bit of a hurry. I apologize for my rough method. One of our employees got the meaning of politely wrong, you see. Sorry, Makoto. Request. A request for cooperation. In the time of the tournament and until it ends, I want all the demons in this town to leave. Just that, Makoto. I can't decide that on my own discretion. Also, you said all, but in this town there are several demons that have different views from us. It is impossible to bring them as well. Maybe it is the truth or a lie. If it is a lie, this is probably a means to make it look as if some of the others are outsiders with different affiliations, in order to leave several comrades here. For now, I should have all the ones posted on us depart, and the ones who are remaining, it is fine to just be cautious. For the meantime, it is okay if the demons affiliated with the Demon Lord just refrain from doing anything on their own convenience. I look at Lime. Maybe he understood what I was trying to say. He looks back at the demon. Waka thinks that it is fine to just have the ones posted around us withdraw. We infer that there's 13 comrades of yours out there. That's the amount of comrades we want you to at least withdraw, Lime. You said that this can't be decided by your own discretion, but please decided it. Right now, we don't want to have troubles with you guys. I don't know about the future, but right now that's the case. If you acknowledge it, we will soon release you, Makoto. The intelligence member retained silence for a moment after seeing my attitude. It took a bit after before he folded to our request and promised that he would get in touch with them. It is effective when you threaten them with force, Wakasama. If I knew this would happen, it would have gone smoother if I just brought the talk to Rona-san. Well, I didn't want her questioning me, so I chose this kind of method though. Why did it turn out this way? Makoto. I unintentionally said something out of my way like, who would be able to incapacitate him the fastest and restrain him, and we ended pumped up. I am sorry, Lime. Stalking boasting, no, capture boasting. A conversation of intelligence members, huh? I can't understand how that conversation made them pumped up. It seems this time Lime won. What was wagered was the payment of a meal. How peaceful. Since it turned out this way, I should at least contact Rona-san to say a few words. Shiki, I count on you for the preparations. Make sure to make it in time by the tournament. I will go talk to Rona-san for a bit, Makoto. I return to my room and finish changing. Last night I slept early and woke up early by the time it was still dark, so my consciousness is still clear. After taking a light breakfast of pan, I should talk with Rona-san, is what I thought while passing some time troubled. Not the time to be saying I'm not good at dealing with her, huh? The improvement and analysis of the Kuzunoha Company style thought transmission is now usable, but I use the thought transmission that Rona-san gave me in a memo just like it is. Until the connection is established, I have no choice but to wait soundless. By the way, the Kuzunoha company's thought transmission has a piruru standby sound. This is probably also a beauty pattern in a sense, since this has practically nothing to do with security after all. Redu, I am happy to receive a call from you. Is there anything we can help you with? Or could it be, you only wanted to talk with me? Rona. Both, is what I want to say, but this time I have a request, Makoto. He wants my cooperation in something, right? She probably already received the report from her subordinates. Even so, she still plays as if she doesn't know her. I will listen. Say it, Rona. For a brief amount of time, until the tournament finishes is fine. I want the subordinates Rona-san has hidden in Rotsguard to withdraw. Until now, I have been able to tolerate them without problems, but, Makoto. Can I ask the reason why? Rona. She would obviously ask. But, what would be a good answer? If I said something about the Limia noble, there's the chance Rona-san would take some kind of action. Well, thinking that way might be a bit conceited of me though. If possible, I want you to please not ask, Makoto. I see. But to do it by today would hard, Rona. I can't talk about it in detail, but part of it is for Jean and Amelia's sake, Makoto. It might have been a short time, but they are acquaintances that took the same class as me. If that's the case, I will push myself the most I can. The payment will be meeting the Demon Lord once, how about it? Rona. Got it. Someday, at a time that fits your convenience, Makoto. Ufufu, I will do my best to create some time, okay? Well then, I will have all my subordinates in Rotsguard. It was somewhere around 10, right? Until the school festival is over, I will have them take a holiday, Rona. 13, I'm counting on you, Makoto. To mess up the numbers, I am a failure as a superior. Please keep what happened here a secret from my subordinates, okay? Redu no, Rona. Understood. Well then, with this, Makoto. Call me again, anytime you want, okay? I will be waiting, Rona. Just as I thought, this is tiring. After the thought transmission was cut off, fatigue attacked my body in an instant. Having the conversation proceed strangely smoothly was unpleasant instead. It felt like she was appealing that, I am good-willed you know, and trying to sound out my intentions. I don't like that. But with this, I can concentrate in the follow-up of the students. I wondered what would happen if I brought out the name of Jean and Amelia, but it seems it went better than expected. Maybe the demon race didn't plan on doing anything in this period of time. If it's just meeting the Demon Lord, it isn't something I can't pay. If I meet him, her and it's a crazy good person, I even think I wouldn't want to make him, her my enemy. What's left is the Hopelace household, huh? Limia is the country where the hero is, so it is hard to do anything rash. Luckily, the king himself came here, so I want to believe that he won't do anything crazy. Please restrain yourself to a level where we can resolve it in a peaceful manner. At any rate, Hopelace, huh? I feel like I have heard that before. To stand up in the middle of a strategy meeting. You are beginning to resemble Sophia, Rona. Don't joke around. Can you please not put me in the same category as that traitor and battle junkie? More importantly, the preparations on your side are proceeding right. Rona. There's an important meeting that's being done all morning. This has been a regular scenario in Stella Fort recently. The demon general Rona left her seat, something she normally doesn't do, and just like that, without returning to the meeting, she placed an elbow on the ramparts of the fortress and looked far away as if thinking about something. In the top edge of the fortress walls, the place where the archers and magicians are located to attack, is also normally used as a place for the soldiers to rest. In this time when they are training, it is also a place that no one is in. Rona has been here for quite a long time, and it is because that man has been basically living with her in that place that he was able to know her location. The other demon general stationed in Stella Fort, Io. After the meeting finished, he came to this place and called out at Rona's back. Of course. And, it seems you were in thought transmission though. Io. How sharp-sighted. Men that mind the thought transmissions of women are hated, you know. It was from the person I reported before, Redu. I thought he would have a bit of troubles in Rotsguard, but it seems that's not the case. Rotsguard and Redu, I couldn't ignore those, Rona. My life is devoted to my lord and the nation. I don't care what women think about me. Will it affect the strategy? Io. Hearing the name Hrothgar and Radu, Io's expression clouds. He is the person that Rona said in her report to be careful of, and in the upper stratum of the demon race, he is pretty known already. It was hinted that there's the chance he could become a powerful cooperator, so a prompt decision was made that they shouldn't show antagonism towards them. None. At most, I was a bit angered by the fact that he knew the exact number of people concealed. Also, the incompetency of my subordinates. I have already finished what I had to do, so there's no problems in having them withdraw, Rona. Turning around her body, Rona leans her back in the place where her elbow was placed, and looks at Io face to face. He requested the withdrawal of the personnel in Hrothgar. Could it be he really noticed something? Also, it seems you accepted those conditions, but if things continue, it would go against his request, right? Io. That boy doesn't have means to gather information from the demon race camp. Also, he only asked me to withdraw my subordinates. Even if I am here and do something, it wouldn't go against my promise with him, right? Rona. Narrowing her eyes, Rona lifts the corners of her mouth and laughs. The expression of the woman that thinks up schemes. A portion of people would find her charming, but in the eyes of a militaryman like Io, it wasn't a likable face. What an unpleasant woman you are. I pity that young man called Radu, Io. I will take that as a compliment. I think you already understand this, but this will decide it, Rona. No need to tell me. It's only been half a year. I am not going to underestimate them. No matter how much Hibiki, the Limia hero, has grown, I will just crush it, Io. The four-armed giant has an expression as if anticipating the growth of his enemy that he hasn't met for half a year. And the ring. Io. Of course, it has been changed from the early stage prototypes to the middle stage prototypes. It's about that goddess. With this, we will be able to seal their powers again. And so, after a few steps more, Rona. The humans will steer clear from the wastelands for certain. By the plans of Demon Lord Sama. After obtaining the divine protection of the spirits and a rich land, we will finally be able to receive the spring of this world with enjoyment, Io. The ring that seals the powers of the goddess was already perfected by the hands of the demon race. Just that, after using it once, there's no guarantee the goddess camp will not counter it. Because of those fears, they first manufactured a small version to seal the power of the goddess and check if it worked. When the demon lord confirmed the results, he told this to the demon generals and acknowledged the development of a middle stage prototype that will negate the countermeasures for the early stage one. It is a tactic that was born by the information of the goddess countermeasures for the early stage rings, provided by the high spirits of fire and earth. On top of that, to make sure that they make a countermeasure for the early stage prototype, they leaked out information of the ring to a part of the humans beforehand and manipulated it in a way that it would reach the ears of the goddess as well. The trap of the meticulous demon race was about to bear its fangs. Chapter 123, Noble's Way of Fighting. The guest seats are lined up as if enclosing the round stage. To think that this is the way I would see a coliseum, which I have always thought about visiting once. You can't predict what life will bring you. It isn't the famous Roman type though. At the outskirts of the academy, there's a giant arena for the tournament. It surprises me to see this enormous construction, which could pass to history in the future, as a facility of the school. When looking at the conduct of the students and the teachers of Hrothgar Academy, there are times when one would think that this is a second-rate institution you could find anywhere. Even so, when looking at the facilities and its scale, it reminds you that this is the highest academic center of the humans. What was Rembrandt-san hesitating in saying? Shiki. His daughter's safety is most likely not. It looked like he was heading to the Merchant Guild today regarding that case. Might be a considerable problem, Makoto. The Hope-Lace pressure. Shiki. It could be, Makoto. I was completely underestimating the stratum called Noble. It may have been for only one night, but just in case I had Shiki posted. In the meal of the store that they first went to, there was poison that would make them lose their sense of balance. In the water that the waiter provided at the dormitory, there was poison that induced diarrhea and stomachache. At night, there were several assassins. It was truly a full course of actions to obstruct their participation in the tournament. Listening to the report, while it was in the range of my expectations, it still amazed me quite a lot. At the appointed day, or so to say, today, I thought it already finished and was feeling relief. And then, this time I received a sudden call from Rembrandt-san. It seems the Merchant Guild said something happened regarding me. He said he would head there and see what he can do. Since his wife also accompanied him, today Rembrandt-san isn't here to watch. I do feel that this also has to do with the obstruction of the big noble. Do nobles go that far? Is what I thought. This is a school, and no matter what his family is, he is still one student. In other words, the methods of poison and assassins that I made a guess of, were the worst methods. Because even if it is a tournament, it is just one event in the school festival. I am surprised he could go this far, Makoto. I look at the chart of pairings in my hands. There, I have a paper that has written, tournament chart, in it. A pamphlet of the tournament. The warrior category and the magician category are divided the same. After several steps, it is made so that the categories clash at one point. From my class, there's Jean, Misura, Dina, and Yuno in the warrior category, Amelia, Sif, and Izumo in the magician category. And the ones participating are the ones that passed the preliminaries. In total, there are 40. By the way, after the individual battles, there will be team battles. So there aren't many people participating in the individual battles. This most likely means that there are more students better suited for team battles. Probably because instead of having a crushing defeat in individual fights and leave good results in the team battles, it is better to just participate in the team battle and leave only good results, is what I suspect. Because it is plenty possible to leave good results by the abilities of the people around you after all. The people that didn't watch it directly will only see the final results that will be remaining. The students that are only participating in the team battles can put a front saying that they are scared of injuries that might happen in the individual battles, to pull back from participating. How well done. Tet, I unintentionally ended up thinking about it in the bad direction. By the way, Jean and the others will be participating in both. And the second son of the Hopelace household will be as well. The first matches will be Jean versus Misura, Dina versus Yuno. The winners will be clashing later. In the magician category, first match is Amelia versus Sif, and the winner will clash with the seeded, Izumo. So he can even manipulate the tournament chart, Makoto. Meaning, it will be a battle between Waka's students. I am looking forward to it, Tomo. Tomo. What an incredibly positive way of thinking. I am simply surprised. Isn't it an everything goes? He can even put his hands on the rules, Makoto. Maybe Tomo doesn't understand what this implicates, she speaks something out of point. What I am trying to say is that the rules are futile to nobles. Even when he is still a student, he is still able to push this much authority. This is too incredible. It seems the Hopelace household has more authority than I thought, and the academy is not a place of fairness, huh? That bunch over there too, Makoto. I look at the people sitting on the guest seats that are far away from the general seats of us. There are several faces I have seen before lined up. Proof that my surroundings have become even messier than before. There are several people close to the academy principal, whose only thing I know of is his face. They are probably people from the 4 major powers. In other words, Limia or Gritonia. Sitting in a place a little away, is the Adventurer Guild's head, Root. In the line of people related to the church, there's the priest I met before, and there's also the big shot of Laurel, Saritz. They most likely don't know that this matches were fixed by a mere student. But my students have suffered damage from it, so in my eyes, they are reflected as having the same offense. In those people, there is one that I had no choice but to have connections with because of my thoughtlessness, and there's also another that locked me because I am an otherworldler. Now that I think about it, since the time I came here, I have been lying a lot. That has been piling up bit by bit, and I feel like it's beginning to turn troublesome. To protect the lie, make a lie. There's no end. That is, now, after all this time of moving around, huh? This is probably the limit. Hey, Tomo, Makoto. Why yes. Tomo. Why are you stuttering, Tomo? Is it bad for me to do a serious face? Do you want the 4 seasons in Asura? Makoto. Of course. Tomo. Wakasama, I found something interesting so I bought it Disowa, just in case. I bought enough for 3, Mio. Thanks, Mio, Makoto. You are now capable of being mindful, huh, Mio, Tomo. When I take the paper bag from Mio, a scent resembling basil tickles my nose. Today's priority is scent. The heat transmits to my hands and tells me that this is a warm food. I'm looking forward to it. I hear a low, "That's unfair so," from Mio while she bites her lips. I decide to act as if I didn't see it and look at the stage. Now that they have come this far, Jean and the others just have to do what they can. There's a lot of things to think about, however, I have no choice but to watch over it. A voice announcing the beginning of the tournament resonates. Now then, the next match is between two of the highest levels participating in this tournament. Both of them are level 97. First, Jean Roan. While being a high-grade department second year, in terms of practical skill, he is a prodigy that has already entered the highest ranking of all. Especially in his sword techniques, there are many that are paying attention to it. On the other hand, we have Misura Casper, the vanguard that is the highest rated by magicians. His defensive power that can be called impregnable fortress, and the skillfulness in his ability to utilize even healing magic. He is a swordsman that possesses both of this. The high-tension voice clearly resounded. But the expression of the two that walked up the stage were as if they chewed a bitter bug. What a bad face they are making. Even I can tell the reason why. The weapon in their hands, and also this pairing. I don't know the specific quality of the wood, but Jean and Misura have a wooden sword in their hands. A wooden sword that has a general size for one hand. The other students had metal types. I could tell that each of them brought the weapons they liked the most. Some of them even got victories because of the specs of their weapons. I didn't give any instructions about fighting with wooden swords, and of course, this is most likely not their will. When you receive a different weapon from the one you originally had, it is understandable why they would have that kind of face. First of all, a word to everyone. This season's tournament has several participants that have achieved levels over 90, so for the sake of making a balanced evaluation with the other students, a number of restrictions have been established. Then just make a grade system for levels from the very beginning like the ones in judo and boxing to divide the ranks before doing the tournament. If they talk about level difference and all that gibberish, they should have considered adding restrictions to the weapons and tools utilized. Ah, my head is rotting. The equipment they possess is only that one. It is in consideration of the other participants. Well then, before beginning, we will confirm the rules. The time limit of the battle is 10 minutes. The damage will be transferred to dolls and will substitute for the injuries the person itself takes. The destruction of this doll denotes incapacitation in battle, and at that moment, the battle will end. Also, in the battles of the warrior category, the use of attack and healing magic are prohibited, and the only ones that can be used are self-support related magic. In the case that someone steps out of boundaries, it will decrease points, and if the battle is not decided in the time limit, it will affect the verdict greatly. Doll, if it is prepared beforehand, this convenient item will shoulder the damage you should be receiving. It looks like a matryoshka of around 1 meter height. In this kind of tournaments it is sometimes used and it is extremely high-priced. I thought this was a tool that might increase in effectiveness when used in real combat, but for the doll to be useful, there's the need of adjusting the place, and in terms of the effective time, it has a lot of restrictions, so it is in essence impossible to use in real combat. In this case, they prepare the high-priced doll and make a connection with it and the arena that will be serving as the stage, and while at it, they do the procedures between the students and the doll. And by doing that, it seems it is possible to shoulder the damage for around 15 to 30 minutes. In the case that there's surplus of damage and overkill, the remaining damage will return to the person itself, so just in case, there's 3 dolls prepared for each person in each match. The vivid depiction of a bourgeois academy. In other words, if only one of those are destroyed, it means you lose. At any rate, these rules are like bullying Misura. Don't use healing magic, finish the fight fast. Both of those are heavy constraints for Misura. In comparison, Jean practically doesn't have anything binding him. Also, Jean is not the type to be merciful, so it will be a fight with him on the offensive till the fight ends. The verdict will also turn to, obviously, Jean. Well then, Jean Roan versus Misura Kasuba, battle start. The spectator seats were slightly quiet, but when they received that signal, it changed into a high-volume roar. With the improved eyesight I wouldn't be able to fathom in my previous lifestyle, I can tell that the two of them are doing some kind of talk. Jean immediately closed the distance and swings downwards at Misura. The unreliable wooden sword that is several times thinner than what he normally uses, was stopped by Misura. As expected of Misura, who has the highest defensive ability, he didn't break his stance even with the sudden attack. A combo of attacks that are fit to be called a rush were coming one after the other with low amounts of intervals towards Misura. Just as expected, against Jin's swift attacks, Misura can't throw an effective attack and is being forced to just defending. The conversation probably went, "This is also a part of luck, don't think badly of me, and, even so, I won't slack." Well, what to say, this is quite the simple and one-sided match, huh, Tomo? Tomo looks at the development of the fight with bored eyes. There's no doubt that this isn't a show one can consider interesting. But, in terms of technique, the people that specialize in swordsmanship and close combat should have something to look at. The way of chaining attacks, way of blocking, those kind of things should make minute differences. In terms of body, I will take back what I said, but as I thought, if I was told this is something a lot of people gather to watch, I still wouldn't be able to understand Iso wa Mio. Sadly, it looks like it showed as a boring exhibition for Mio. Misura's fighting style is centered in defense. A plain style to the taste of professionals. That she took back what she said, must be because she got a bit of a better opinion regarding their technique. Compared to the time they began taking my lectures, it was clear that the two fighting right now have a more polished thought process, and in my eyes, it is actually a pretty worthy watch. Shifting their bodies, opening the distance, Jin and Misura are truly fighting while thinking thoroughly. They are probably better than me at instant decision-making already. They have incredibly good wit after all. In the eyes of the spectators as well, they can tell that the speed of this fight is several times faster than previous ones. Furthermore, the movement of their body is smooth and varied, so at the beginning, there were quite a lot of cheers. But the attack turn of Jin isn't ending, so it slowly turned into booing directed at Misura. This is pitiful. Misura is a boy that has the ability to even handle Jin using dual swords. Moreover, even in lectures or in his free time, he is doing mock battles. In terms of swordsmanship sense, he is without doubt higher than Jin. The experience is clearly defining his abilities and he is able to defend. For example, when there's a combo of more than 3 attacks, Misura chooses one of the attacks accurately to repel it. In that framework, in that flow, his eyes that are able to see through the core of the attacks can be considered one of his strongest weapons. He also learned how to parry strong attacks in the fights with Svai-san. A discrete stock in his growth. Misura is properly killing the momentum of Jin with the way he moves. His body and the way he takes his distance. Even with that much flow and momentum killed, the attacks still continue probably because it is Jin. That guy also has the wit and instincts of a beast, and he mixes both to push his sharp sense of the sword. Well, if I had to evaluate with only this match, I would praise Misura. Both of them can't do a winning move, so they have no choice but to clash a lot. The booing towards Misura gets higher. The match is already not about victory or defeat, and has changed into something similar to military exercises where both fighters confirm each other's movement, power, and techniques. There are several people that have already noticed this. The moment Tomo noticed that change, she narrowed her eyes and let out a "ho" as if in admiration. Looks like she sensed it. Even though it is an incredible fight, there's something out of place. The impressions of the many people around are just as it looks. Those harmonious movements that give a strange out-of-place sensation are probably noticed only by people that have seen military exercises before and people like Tomo, who have a decent amount of technique. By the way, I am of the former type. I have seen several serious military exercises with swords. Jin and Misura are giving the same kind of atmosphere. I feel like Mio is also able to tell. She is watching the match with a bored look. The fast food in her hand and the match, her interest is probably divided 80% on the food and 20% on the match. Even so, the reason why I feel like she might respond with the right answer if I asked, is because Mio's intuition has a scary rate of striking home. The match is over, huh? Like this, the winner will be Misura, Makoto. Right. In the end, there were practically no effective attacks. Jin, who has been in the offensive, will win by verdict, but in terms of the fight, Misura is the winner, Tomo. Winning the match but losing the fight, huh? And yet, the venue is treating Misura as a coward. Ahaha, that Jin, he is making a pretty easy to understand face. Misura is also showing his sense of achievement through his face, Makoto. Well, compared to the idiotic matches until now, I have enjoyed myself a lot more. As expected of Waka's students. After all, the ones until now have been mostly, prepare their stance, attack, block or evade, fix their stance, counterattack. Their actions and the execution of their next movement was so obvious that the stupidness was shooting out full throttle. Honestly speaking, with that level of skill, just by having a good weapon, the match is decided. In a sense, I was watching with opposition, Tomo. Exactly. Jean and the others said that recently it has become hard to hide their strength in the other classes. I understand the reason why now. If they were to make those kind of movements in those classes, they would definitely stand out. It seems they were taking me into consideration. It makes me happy to have good students, Makoto. That's a good thing. Fumufumu, for the time being, I will think of a reward for Misura. About. Well then, who should it be? Tomo. You are rewarding him with a slap. Just as expected, Jean won by verdict. Contrary to the results, Misura walks out from the arena with a satisfied expression. It was a match that had impact. Even if he will be involved with Tomo, no doubt it will turn into good experience for him, so when the school festival is over, let's make some time for that. The next match that my students will appear in is the magician category, first match and in the next match of the warrior category. It doesn't feel like it will be taking that much time, so maybe I should just stay watching like this. Chapter 124, Amelia vs. Sif. Honestly, the magician category matches were worse than the warrior category. Chant aria, release. That's all. Every single one of them didn't do any decent moving. They activate the barrier tool that they brought in advance, chant arias, and release it, everything else the same. If your spell's power is strong and it manages to pass through your opponent, it is practically your win. The one who received the spell will not be able to properly concentrate, and since the aria won't be able to finish properly, that person will just sluggishly escape. I felt like I was watching a speed-talking contest. Seeing this, I can tell that Sif was pretty competent the first time she participated in my lecture. This is an academy that gathers the excelling warriors and magicians, right? Please try to be more decent, like, seriously. Like, both Tomo and Mio laughed out loud. At the first match, they went silent, at the next one, they couldn't hold it in and burst it out, then, they held their stomach and laughed. As the matches continued, they even made eyes as if questioning the sanity of the participants. Waka. This is a fight where magicians compete with each other, right? Tomo. Most of the kids look like they are somewhat serious wa. They are doing it seriously, right? Mio. It looks serious. It doesn't even amount to a show, but the surrounding guests are really happy and cheering, Makoto. My head hurts. In other words, it's not that this year is especially bad, but that this is the average level each year. I don't want to believe that there's a person wanting to employ any one of them after looking at this. If it were me, I would have failed every one of them after 5 minutes of beginning. Could it be? Waka's students will also be like that. Tomo. I can't bear to look at it. It is so bad that I even forgot the taste of what I am eating for a second, Mio. Even if they are people in charge of providing firepower from the back, this is just. The sound itself is flashy, but it feels like I am watching a command-style battle. The warrior category is at least better than this. This is just spectating batteries. In terms of what's fixed and manual procedure, I thought this kind of things would be criticized. Well, there's the plus that it provides stability and quality though. Oh, they moved. Tomo. Finally, it seems we will be able to watch a decent magician fight wa Mio. The fight of the two began. Amelia and Sif. Sadly, the winner is already settled. With this stage and rules, and also thinking about the capacity as a magician from the two, even if a miracle occurs, Amelia has no chance of winning. In the first place, that girl hasn't brought her main weapon, which is the bow. Because aside from the staff that magicians use as intermediary, they can't bring any other weapon. Also, Sif's power is purely in a whole different level. If Rembrandt-san were to come and see it, he would be relieved and be able to continue spectating without worries. The grounds turned silent in an instant. Well, no surprise there. They thought those two would activate their barriers, but Sif suddenly pointed her staff at Amelia, and Amelia faced Sif and charged. Sif's staff is not the one she brought from home, but a thin wooden staff that screams, "I am a practice staff." At least it does have a jewel at the tip that serves to control magic power, not that good though. I think that Amelia's charge is a good decision. If you think about it even for a little, it is obvious that you can't beat Sif in a normal fight. The specialty of Sif is firepower. She can also do support in the battlefield by using the earth spirit, but normally she uses the fire element, which she is more compatible with. The fire element has a lot of attack methods for single targets and area of effects to begin with, but in the present where she can combine it with the earth spirit magic, that firepower is something to watch out for. I can say for sure that the one who increased its single attack firepower the most in my lecture is Sif. Things like magma, I honestly feel like that's cheating. The first time I saw a lava bullet, I even thought it was a meteor. Amelia grasped that the aria of Sif was of fire element, so she charged, and that's why it's praiseworthy. If she closes the distance, restrictions to the firepower of Sif will appear. If the firepower is too high, there's the chance that she will get dragged into it as well, so those kind of spells would be out, and this may not happen normally in magician fights, but thinking about Amelia's disposition, she is at an advantage in close combat. If this were earth element, the choice of waiting and seeing is not bad either. Sif shoots out a standard type arrow that's clad in red light. Well, instead of an arrow, it is more of a bullet. The speed in which the aria was finished was so short that it couldn't be compared to the matches until now. A big commotion occurs in the audience. Me thinking that this is still slow would most likely be strange for them. Seeing her opponent finishing her spell, the running Amelia makes a break and whispers, "What's going on?" She makes a step to the left, and once again, the staff of Amelia, who's approaching Sif, shines a pale light. She finished her aria by the time she moved to the left. That Amelia, was she this fast in arias? It may have been in the spur of the moment. Could it be, Amelia can also use the maneuver aria of Izumo? He gave it a cool name and was treasuring it, but in other words, it is a combination of aria reduction and part-by-part aria. I thought the fire arrow that was going straight would surely be avoided, but in the moment Amelia stopped her steps, Sif matched that and changed the direction of her spell. The steered attack magic that Sif showed only once. So she mastered it, Impressive. That single move threw Amelia into a disadvantage. Cheers erupt once again. Even though it's only been 1 minute since the match began, the developments are coming fast. A spell with a decent amount of power hits Amelia. No, she evaded it. Pushing out her pale shining staff to the front, she changed the trajectory of the arrow. I remember that I have shown that move a number of times when fighting with Shiki. The one I did was cladding magic power to my fists and crushing the light-shaped spear with brute strength though. What Amelia did was not that kind of rough method. She pushed out her staff to a point that just barely touched the arrow and made a small explosion with the faint light to change the arrow's trajectory. What a skilled girl. It may be because she is someone that endows various type of magic to her arrows which made her able to think up this kind of method, but it is truly fearsome. No matter how much steering potential it has, when you have to make your own magic pursue the target that's approaching you, the danger to the magician itself increases in an instant. There's still some distance between them, but this is an unfavorable development for Sif. There's some sort of conversation between the accelerating Amelia and Sif. Maybe they are complementing each other's strenuous efforts. Those two get along unexpectedly well after all. Amelia's expression distorts. And then, for some reason, she stops her feet and looks at her back. What happened? It was in an instant. The arrow that Amelia deflected exploded close to her back. So Sif thought of the ending properly, And she announced it in that conversation just now. Or maybe it was a sign to make it blow. There's quite the distance between us, so, as expected, I am unable to tell what the content of their conversation was. I can't lip read after all. The blast from her back and the arrow's fragments attack Amelia. She probably judged it impossible to evade. She deploys a barrier. Yeah, she is properly training. It was smooth. Amelia may not be that good at complex spells, but in exchange, she is really proficient at basic spells. I remember her asking me, what's the point of praising me for that? What's impressive about it? Strong points might be something that, unexpectedly, the person itself doesn't notice. Even so, Amelia was blown away, and to create distance, Sif runs away. No, she closed the distance. Amelia's doll shoulders the damage and a part of it breaks. It didn't break apart completely, but the left shoulder has been destroyed in totality. It determines that it was quite the damage. With a thrust, Sif hits the stage once. The stone paving that spread out in the stage changed its shape and it's reformed into a giant hand. Amelia, who still hasn't corrected her stance yet, was seized and all futile resistance was stopped. Being grabbed by the stone hand and lifted up to about 2 meters in height, Sif points her staff at Amelia and stops. The fighting eyes of the grabbed Amelia were being directed at Sif, but after some time, she closes those eyes and turns her head upwards. It is settled. Well, this was a good fight. A short decisive fight where both fighters knew each other's ability. Inside those confined rules, Sif was in the advantage, but in terms of real combat, who knows what would happen. What an interesting pair, Tomo. Tomo makes a satisfied face. Well, it may have been the backlash of all the fights till now, but as a fight between magicians, this was good. It was a short way to the conclusion that took less than 3 minutes, but the two of them did well. It seems Tomo was able to feel the competency of Amelia in real combat at this state where she is prohibited to use some skills. And in truth, not only can she do attack magic, she can also endow support and barrier spells to her arrows and increase the variety of tactics in a party. She is still taking time in her arias, but at least compared to the guys till now, she is a lot better. Mio. Mio is bitter. In her case, the sensation of aria separation that was used in the offensive and defensive just now, was in basis different. Well, that's the same for me who's used to it. A defeat declaration leaked out from Amelia's mouth. Along with the signal ending the fight, big cheers rained to the girls. With the match just now, there seemed to be none who were booing Amelia. From the outside, it looked like even though she is a magician, she charged and showed that she was able to deflect the magic, but in the end, she was blasted and lost. Moreover, in 2 to 3 minutes. Will she feel down when looking back at it later? Well, I feel like Shiki will be able to comfort her to some extent, so it should be fine to leave it be. I wouldn't want to be hated for intruding on her after all. The rock hand liberates her and puts her down on the stage. The hand that has accomplished his job returns to being a part of the stage. Spirit magic has short arias to begin with, so if you are able to use it, you will have an easy advantage. And in truth, almost all the people that are able to use spirit magic have won and advanced. By the way, our Amelia can easily win against the other spirit users. Regarding Sif, in the magician category, she will probably win easily. While watching over those two walking down the stage, I couldn't help but pity Izumo who's going to be fighting Sif next. The guest seats were beginning to fall silent. Just like in the first round's last match of the warrior category. Amelia Hopelace and Sif Rembrandt's match. This is the reason. Cuckoo. Those prior warrior kids as well, counting those 4, all 6 of them are Makoto-kun's students. Just how much does he intend to entertain me? As the master of the Adventurer Guild, I am watching the tournament in the guest seats. For the most important event that just takes 3 days, scouts come here from many countries. This is also a chance for the students to appeal for a place of employment. Well, even if I watch, it won't be interesting. It is also because of the fighting style of the humans, it is a truly boring tournament. In the first place, having dolls substitute the damage makes the tension dilute. Every year, it is practically torture. My work as a master is also a harsh one. No, it was. This year, thanks to Makoto-kun, it is truly fun. When talking about employment, at Makoto-kun's world, there's a fierce war called job hunting, and it is an act where they have to show their own strengths and abilities to the nation and company. A fight where humans like Makoto-kun clash in a serious battle. There's no doubt that it would be more fun to watch than this stupid show here. That's something I have earnestly wished to see even if only once. The humans that taught me this haven't participated in that fight yet, and before they participated, they ended up in this world. They sincerely talked about how glad they were, so it must be quite the harsh and serious fight. The first round of the warrior category where it is a, can you push your attack, can you defend against it? In that fight, the defending boy was truly good. There was the advantage that it was an opponent he already knew, but he was able to defend for 10 whole minutes the attacks of the boy that was clearly talented. The most he had were small cracks in several places of the doll, but in terms of a fight, it was the win of that defending kid. In the middle of it, it turned into some sort of dance performance where they confirmed each other's ability. It's been a while since I have watched a fight of swordsmen. The next fight of warriors was a match where speed and handling stood out. The dagger boy tried to bring the fight to close range, and the spear girl handled him in a way that she could open the distance. Just that, the spear-wielding girl didn't go in the defensive, which is the difference between the previous battle. The difference between the distance of a spear and a dagger, it was a fight to see which one controlled that space, but it was pretty enjoyable. The highlight was the moment the handling was overwhelmed and the spear distance became dagger distance. The girl changed the way she held her spear in an instant and rotated the spear to escape from the predicament. At that time, I unconsciously leaked out a gasp. It was an amazing way of thinking and ability. In terms of handling, the boy was better, but it seems the instantaneous strength of the legs was better on the girl, so she created distance again and the battle of distance continued. By changing the way of holding the spear, one can adjust the length. It may sound easy when just saying it, but it was impressive that she was able to put it in practice. In the middle of it, maybe he grasped the attack patterns, the boy's handling got better and began to push the girl. It was a difficult turn, but at the end, that girl used her own spear as a bait by letting it go and changing to barehanded fight. I am surprised a girl of that age can fight that well. But of course, it was a gamble where she had to enter the area of the dagger. And in truth, the boy countered the kick that came from his back and got the better of the spear girl. Well, it was a good fight that made me gasp at the end. And then, this time, it was a fight between girls, but a girl suddenly charged in and the other girl begins doing an aria for attack magic. The fight began with an unconventional development. The set pattern of using a barrier and then unleashing your best magic was broken. An unprecedented start. The one who ran had speed that could be comparable to that of the warrior category. Even so, the one who was doing the attack magic aria was able to finish it by the time half of the distance was closed. Fast. Too bad I wasn't able to hear the aria and the language clearly from the guest seats where I was, but it was obvious that the aria itself was arranged, and it was a speed where she was aware to a certain extent the power of the spell and its success rate. Splendid. Students that have not even experienced real combat properly are able to reach the way of thinking that only a few adventurers are able to reach, moreover, able to apply it in battle. I don't want to see pretty robed magicians lined up and chanting the same aria in the battlefield. It seems what was shot was a fire arrow that you can see anywhere. The speed was also normal. It's enough to give a passing score in a test. When the running girl confirmed the activation of that spell, she soon stopped her straight path and changed into a charge to the left. There wasn't much waste of movement in her steps. She may be the type that can do many things skillfully. In that case, she would have to fight against a pure magician. I thought it would be something truly difficult. The fire arrow was not the normal kind that I thought it was. Matching the change of direction, the arrow changed directions as well. I was surprised, truly surprised. To think that she would include a pursuing trait. But the surprise didn't end there. The girl that was supposed to be in a desperate situation had her staff shine a pale blue light. I didn't notice it at all. On top of that, she matched the trajectory of the arrow and pushed out her staff, then released the light to explode and was able to defend against it. And then, she tried to resume her approach. There, a conversation was exchanged between the two. The arrow once again pursued, and it suddenly exploded at the back of the running girl. In this fight, this was the first thunderous sound that resonated in the grounds. The power was decent. Yeah, truly impressive. The girl that was blown away by the blast had her doll damaged heavily. Maybe fragments hit her. The girl that activated the explosion approached the girl that had her posture broken and finished a short aria. Spirit magic, huh? Having that much ability in attack magic, and to sum it up, a spirit magician, huh? There's no doubt that she is the most complete participant of today. Being grabbed by a stone hand, she declared her defeat and the match ends. And so, it connects to the silence that's currently occurring. Counting the warrior category fights a while ago, this is truly discomforting. Really? Persisting in only the handling of the fight, a fight where it looked like there was no intention to win from the very beginning and only focusing on defending. And in the magician fight just now, there was one that can't even use magic properly and a magician that struggles by using petty tricks. To think that I would witness such a fighting manner, just what is the Academy thinking? The student that won is the ill-reputed Rembrandt daughter. Even though she is not even a noble, she lives in the noble's dormitory, a wannabe. She must have bought a tool that reduces the length of Arius with her gold. When I thought they finally opened their mouths, they began criticizing those splendid fights between the students. With those words as the fuse, more criticism came from others. Those are the nobles of Limia. How stupid. Are they throwing the excuses that they thought up among them and their own henchmen? Including the bias in this tournament and the importance they put in weapons, these pigs truly have no saving. If they yield to gold and authority intervention, he, who wished to make an independent education facility, will lose his footing. And yet, why is it that humans don't follow the true nature of things, but instead put more importance in their greed and what brings benefits for themselves? This time, it seems the one who did several secret movements was Limia's Hope Lace. That was the reason why the Limia nobles were making so much noise. Makoto-kun, just how were you able to get in trouble with another household that's so far away? Even if their second son is attending here, this is a huge academy. There aren't many chances of meeting. But the flow of these conversations are truly unpleasant. The kids that finally gave color to this spectating, let's protect their honor for a bit. Please stop, it is unsightly. Stop it, bunch of idiots. I was beaten to the punch. Princess Lily Anne. Limia's king. This is quite the unusual pair giving their opinion. When the noisy bunch were directed these words, the people related to Limia and Gridonia fall silent. Most of the people complaining were Limia nobles, so the criticism to the students soon stopped. Their fights were truly magnificent. For people that have levels over 90, they showed strength fit for that number, and trying a new way of fighting is something important. The usual way of fighting that can be seen every year like the ones the other students showed, it would only be destroyed the moment they oppose the demon race. I feel that they are promising kids that can hold the future of us humans. They should be praised, and in no way should be looked down upon. Lily. After their utterance, the princess and king look at each other and didn't say anything else, but when the king nods once, the princess begins to talk. And in response, the Limia nobles asked. But princess, that kind of fighting style is vulgar and cowardly. In no way is it a fighting style a soldier and knight should. Then, what about our country's Hiro-sama that repels the demons by capitalizing maneuverability in the sky? Is that fighting style also cowardly? Are the knights and soldiers that had their lives saved also cowardly? The foundation of your words itself are wrong. Including the match of just now, they thought properly and are increasing their own strengths, that's it. That's not vulgar nor shameful, and not to mention, cowardly by no means. Why is it that you can't understand that, no matter if it's slowly, the Empire's army is learning a certain new way of fighting, and that's the same that's happening here? Lily. Princess, what you said is related to secret intel. How stupid. The kingdom that is fighting alongside us, the Empire, have already learned how much of a threat the demon race is with our own bodies. If we are changing tactics to cope with them, it shouldn't be secret intel, but information that all humans should be sharing. You and the people that were making stupid talks as well, revise your way of thinking. Limia King, I am sorry for disturbing you when you spoke, Lily. Saying things you don't actually feel. If the arrival of the hero were a bit faster, maybe those words of the princess just now would actually be from the bottom of her heart. Ah, but he is no good, huh? If the perfect hero of Limia would have met the wild group of the wasteland. Well, Princess Lily is already in a spot she can't come back from. It's already too late. In times, the madman's words sound more upright than any other. Just like hers just now. No, I was thinking almost the same thing. Don't mind it. Listen well, formality and tradition won't reduce the number of casualties in the battlefield. We can't protect both. Don't mistake the things we really have to protect and the things we don't have to protect. The 3 matches you repudiated were all matches that stirred my heart. I unconsciously thought of the fighting style of our country's Hirodano. The utterance of you bastards can be taken as insults to our Hirodano. They were truly unpleasant words. An insult to the Hirodano that is exposing herself to danger in the vanguard. Even if you are nobles in our country, no matter how much time passes, don't go changing pride for arrogance. There were no objections to the king's words, huh? The Limia nobles have all turned stiff. Nevertheless, what an unexpected speech. The church-related people and the people from Laurel that were listening also looked surprised. From what I remember, he himself should be the old type of king that sticks to pride. He did look like he was extravagant. That perfect hero, it seems she also changed a bit the way the king thinks. Well, I don't think she would be able to make him have doubts of the monarchy system, but seriously, can't underestimate that hero's influence. Is the ideal she is aiming for a democracy government? Most of the humans that fall to these world believe that this is the best type of government after all. I don't understand why they have that way of thinking. Maybe they received that kind of education. Let's try asking Makoto-kun next time. Well then, it turned silent. I should say something as well or it will give a bad impression to Makoto-kun. In his case, I can't predict with whom or what he is connected with after all. In this time where the tournament has begun, I am busy most of the time, so there will be less chances for me to help him. It may be rude of me to say my part after the king and the princess, but I also want to say it. I can't help praise the way they fought as splendid. I am of course a devout follower of the goddess, but the power and technique they showed, and also the magic, people that use to their utmost every strength they have and improve it, for me, I even think that they would be able to easily defeat people that have only received the blessing of the goddess. If those kind of people were to receive the blessing of the goddess on top of that, they might be able to show a fight that would put the demons in the dust. But well, in my case, I would want them to be the next era of adventurers and play an active role in it though, root. I don't consider that Falls Dano is denying the goddess at all. I can tell that those words are purely from your expectations of them. Just like what you said, if they were to obtain the blessing of the goddess, they would be able to increase that power even more. I am sure of it. This is my first time seeing students fight in this kind of way, so I am unable to evaluate them right this instant though. The Archbishop of the church that is close to the Limia King provides some cover for me, while advocating for the students and basically taking a position of being in favor. When I follow the gaze of him, there's the Rotsgard Bishop. I see. He is asking the reason why they didn't know the existence of those students, huh? They have been appointing new people a lot lately, so that responsibility should go to the previous bishop that's already dead. That woman, so misfortunate. She will probably get scolded. And that said bishop was eliminated in Makoto-kun's place. Well, the previous bishop was the one who dealt with the management of that organization in Rotsgard. It seems the other related party Brait Sensei that was in the academy was eliminated as well. Even if they haven't gone to the light yet, it would still create sparks, so I think that Makoto-kun is doing pretty well in his commitment to dealing with troubles. It seems the second round will be beginning soon. I am also looking forward to lunch, but I am truly looking forward to the tournament as well, root. I say some light words to disperse the heavy atmosphere. As expected, I want to spectate comfortably. More so because I know that it will be worth the watch. If possible, I wanted to sit together with Makoto-kun in the general seats and enjoy the show, but well, that's impossible. Fufufu, at this rate, I can expect a lot from the third round as well. If the students in this academy learn, even if a bit, from the fights just now and get their mindsets reformed, the founder of the academy would definitely be happy. I remember the face of my past friend and narrow my eyes in nostalgia. Chapter 125, Champion. Love is blind, love is darkness, the ups and downs of love show no discrimination. The people that disturb the love of someone else should get kicked by a horse and die, huh? It was great that I didn't go to comfort Amelia afterwards. Looking at the girl entwining her arms around Shiki's right arm, I honestly thought this. Most likely, nothing special happened, but for her, there's no doubt that she passed a sugary time. Shiki has a troubled expression and is worrying about how to deal with Amelia. While at it, I also entrusted the follow-up of Jean and Sif as well. When I tell him to help the ones who have lost as well, Shiki does a bow and leaves the sit with Amelia. Including the meal, the afternoon time passed safely and it is already the climax of the individual matches. In the warrior category, Jean defeated Dina, and after that, he heedlessly defeated the others with ease and continued advancing. Disarming the opponent from his weapon, he attacked several times with light hits, and then smashes an attack that breaks 2 to 3 dolls. Instead of calling it docile, it was more like he was patiently holding in something while doing work. It was an unpleasant way of fighting. Dolls cost a good amount of money, so it seems he isn't thinking about the damage it is causing. That I am thinking this way makes me feel like I am becoming more merchant-like. Even though he is only holding a wooden sword, that's pretty impressive. He uses body-enhancing magic in a peculiar way, where he activates it the moment an attack connects. Maybe the effect increases by only activating it for a second. From what I have seen, the attack power has increased more than when Jean uses attacks that are already enhanced. But he hasn't used it in this kind of way until today. Did he grasp something in his fight between Misura? It is hard to think that he left it as a secret weapon for the sake of this day after all. If that were the case, he would have used it in the fight with Misura. I haven't seen it in the mock battles with the Mist Lizard either. I can only categorize it as an abnormal level of sense and just accept it, huh? Tonight, let's try and see if I can do it as well. Enhancing magic in itself is one of my specialties, so I feel like I will be able to master it to a certain extent. Seriously, I really have talented students. The things that have to be done, to learn, I am the one being taught after all. What's left is the finals of the warrior category and magician category, and then the champion battle between the winners of both categories. It seems the winner will receive the cringy title of champion. In other words, Jean or Sif. Well, it will most likely be Sif. Leaving aside the question of whether Rembrandt-san will like that kind of title for his daughter, as a teacher, having both of my students as winners in both categories makes me happy. My students are wiping the tournament in both the warrior and magician category, but Sif, who fought Amelia and Izumo in the magician category and got a practically flawless victory, is truly the very meaning of matchless. Izumo also sprinted from the beginning, and while evading the spells of Sif, he tried to attack her with short aria spells. But Sif soon created a stone wall around her surroundings with earth magic, and so, Izumo had no choice but to destroy that wall first. On the other hand, Sif is in a stage made wholly of stone, so even if she can't see her surroundings, she is able to sense them with her earth spirit magic. In a stage filled with advantages for her, Sif was able to accurately target Izumo even when she can't see him. It may be simple, but it is a literal location advantage. You put up a good fight, Izumo. Even in the face of the stone walls that were continuously regenerating, your unbreakable courage must have definitely given you points. Fumo, Sif is being completely favored by the rules. Fit for your pants is truly how this situation can be described. The chances for Jean to win are just, Tomo. Impossible disu wa ne. If he were able to shoot his attack with the sword to some extent, he might have had a chance, but even if he is able to, because of this rules, it feels like it would be seen as an attack magic and treated as breaking the rules. In terms of uses on the outside, a stone-paved stage is improper. Moreover, in this situation where the warrior side has their close combat limited considerably, the element of Sif is overwhelmingly advantageous to Disu wa Mio. Tomo and Mio also think that Sif's victory has already been settled. Just like me. Having the circumstances itself as your ally is a truly fearsome power that the winners possess. It is sad, but no one is thinking about the final round opponents of Jean and Sif. Sif's opponent is a battery that is relatively resistant and packs decent punch. In other words, there's no problem. The match will end before he even charges. Jin's opponent is him, Hopeless, I will inherit this family sama. He clearly had a weapon of a whole different level, but his techniques were also not that bad. Compared to the participants until now, his abilities were actually in a level that I would consider favorable. Just that, the sword that seems to have been brought from the warehouse of his house, is an excellent sword that can't even be compared to a wooden sword, and in his hands it is just a waste of a good sword. The fighting style of the Limia nobles that adhere to tradition and formality is also extravagant. No, it can enter into the actual combat type. So he wasn't just a simple pompous child, huh? But that just makes it more disappointing. Jean probably intends to crush him completely. What he was trying to hold in will most likely be released in the fight with Hopeless. Even though he says he doesn't care what happens to him, he cares about his comrades. A person that no matter what he says, he just can't abandon the people that rely on him. And well, that brings us to how it has turned out. In the tournament everyone was so psyched up, a noble interfered with it, and as a result, their evaluations have been severely affected. I think he is shouldering all their regrets. Waka. Is there something bothering you regarding the warrior category finals? Tomo. Don't be stupid. There's not even the need to watch it. The results are obvious. Waka-sama, more importantly, how about we go eat some snacks while we wait for the next match? Should I add something to drink as well? Mio. Mio, the food is fine. If you want it, buy it. There's nothing bothering about the match. I just thought that, it is hopeless, huh, Makoto? I respond to the words directed at me. Other people might not have expected this development. But for me, Tomo and the others, it was a pretty obvious result. Ah. That Limia boy. To think that a mere noble's second son tried to meddle with Waka. Honestly, I pity him, Tomo. Well then, how will Jean settle it? I wonder if Hopeless-kun will be able to participate in the team battles tomorrow. That's the question, hee, Makoto. I don't know why he hates me that much, but he came at me this persistently, so I hope he shows a decent fight. I wish that if the two people at my side hear it, they would smile wryly. I hear the voice of the announcer presenting the participants of the Warrior category finals and I turn to look. 3 matches left. The first day of the tournament is finally nearing its end. Winner, Sif Rembrandt. The hopeless idiot is buying time, huh? Maybe for the sake of preparing another dirty hand. The Warrior category that was scheduled to begin first was changed and the Magician category happened first. The winner was Sif, just like how it was announced just now. As expected, with this rules, her strength gets emphasized. If only the earth element wasn't spirit magic, there would still be a chance to fight back, but her opponent is someone that is 1 year higher than us, and it seems that after graduating he would become a sword serving in the imperial court as a researcher. And that said person is currently sticking out his head from the stone paving with his body buried and crying. Before the match began, it seems they exchanged words. The contents of that conversation probably got on Sif's nerves. And quite a lot at that. A bit after the match began, the swept-back-haired man that confronted Sif, self-proclaimed the highest firepower in history, fell into a hole that opened in the floor. Or so I thought, but everything above the neck stuck out and that hole soon closed. She should have been able to settle it all with that one move, but maybe Sif was controlling the pressure, she only used that spell as a restraint. Losing his staff and barrier in a second, he could only watch the woman's feet as she approached. In his field of vision, he must be looking at the smiling face of Sif. She grabs the staff in her right hand and after turning sideways, she taps the tip on her left hand, resembling the gesture of what a teacher would do when explaining to a student. An appearance filled with composure. When the distance of both was reduced to about 1 meter, Sif points that staff to her opponent. He should have just surrendered as soon as possible, but he just seemed to be shouting something and was not surrendering. That thing is actually a senpai. Makes me laugh. With the sphere at the tip of the staff, she lifts his head up by putting it below his jaw and pushing up. And then, after looking down at him, Sif turns to the referee. Still not going to turn the verdict, is what her looks told. There was no reason to judge that the winner was not decided yet. It was clearly the win of Sif, so it should be fine to just announce that. Even if they prolong this more, it would just be her doing a finishing spell and further hurting the pride of the opponent. Sif sighs and narrows her eyes. A short aria leaks out from her mouth. What a foolish fellow. Maybe he saw the reformed Sif after her return and has misunderstood her for a kind high-class lady that wouldn't do a finishing move, or maybe he still has some sort of method to win. I don't know, but whichever it is, he is a fool. The eyes of the man open wide. And then, in the moment his mouth was probably going to announce his surrender, a red light converged into a ball and was silently fired at the floor just in front of the man. I thought, it is that. And yes, it was. In front of the men, heat and fire exploded in an instant, and that red light of the fire made the already bright venue into an even brighter one. Heartless. Instantly, the 3 dolls blew up and an unbearable scream resonated from the men. Looking at the scale, she held back. But that was still enough to destroy all the dolls, huh? In terms of holding back, magic definitely works differently from swordsmanship. That magic as well. The spell that Sif created to counter the approach of Svaisan, Flare Pillar. An arranged spell based on the Fire Pillar spell. Setting the activation point somewhere slightly below the ground, charging it and by lowering its effective time, it increases its explosive power. An oblique mass of fire spouts from her opponent's feet. To get hit by that right in front of you, I can't see it as anything other than torture. As I thought, at that moment, I was sure that woman's true character hasn't changed. Maybe Sensei felt something from that as well, he seemed to be whispering something. The effective time was low, and before the screams of the men disappeared, the fire did so first. She used the man's head as the indicator, and by using the dug-up stone paving of the stage as a gathering point, she was able to control the range of her spell. In truth, the further she is, the lower the power it has, but the impact it left is plenty enough. The guest seats gave big cheers. There were scalds in the cheeks of the men, and a part of his hair was burned. His whole face was trembling, and there was not a single trace left of the confidence he had when the match began. That level of scalding can be easily healed by receiving treatment in the waiting room. It shouldn't leave any scars. Just that, the wounds he received in his heart might leave a mark. After the referee announced Sif's victory, she bent her knees towards the severed head. The weak-looking slender arms take a hold of his neck, and just like that, she stands up and lifts the men as if nothing happened. A strange scene of a female student lifting a male student with one hand. The men simply stood still with a frightened face, and after that, without meeting eyes, Sif bows to both sides of the spectating audience and leaves the stage. Well done. I call out to Sif, who was returning to the waiting room. Seeing that overwhelming victory, I couldn't think up any countermeasures. It's honest admiration. If possible, I want to get the title of champion though. Thanks, Jean. It would have been fine to finish it faster, but that man, it seems tomorrow he will be in the team of Hopelace, so I scared him a bit. Sif. That wasn't a bit. Even Sif is angered by this tournament, huh? Jean. I will let you guess. But I am jealous of you who are in the warrior category. That's as much as I will say. Jean, I think you understand what I mean, Sif. Yeah, of course I do, Jean. Great. When being shown just how much the power of money and authority can do, I also feel like I have to reflect as well. Well then, I will be thinking up a plan to get the title of champion with relief, okay? I will be watching, so I wish you luck, Sif. In the middle of the conversation, Sif makes a face as if scoffing at herself, and after finishing her conversation with me, she disappeared into the corridor that leads to the waiting room. Maybe she was feeling self-disgust towards her past self that resembled Hopelace. Well, it is true that there wasn't much difference. Not like I can speak that out of my mouth though. I do feel anger at those unreasonable actions. And also, I am feeling the weight of defeating Misura and Dina. I haven't fought her directly, but, you know, as well. This is the individual battles in the tournament. Of course, I was expecting to fight my own comrades. But I didn't imagine that I would have to clash with them so fast, and to not be able to show my own strength to the audience and, more importantly, to those people. Well, I do feel like I was able to show some of it when we fought with each other. But, the only ones who were able to properly show it off were me and Sif. Even if they speak nonchalant words, cheer for us, or don't say anything at all, when thinking about how I would feel if I were in their position, I end up understanding how they feel. Well, this trouble is related to Sensei though. When I had a connection with Sensei, I was prepared for a certain extent of trouble, but to receive interference from an outsider that nobody cares, I don't like it. I just don't like it. Ilumgant Hopelace. Jean. Jean Roan. The finals are beginning. Hurry up. An official in duty calls me out. I see. It's time, huh? I will finally be able to fight against him. I will soon go, Jean. Turning my body, I hurry to the corridor that connects to my entrance side. Walking in the corridor that continues straight, I could tell that there were several presences I recognized. Lately, there have been moments this has happened. In the times I am concentrating to my maximum, I can slightly grasp the situation in my surroundings. Nice. That means my condition is at its best. Shiki-san, Amelia, Misura, Dina, Yuno, Izumo. They are probably guarding the surroundings to prevent any dirty tricks. So that's why they didn't show themselves. Above, there's Sensei and what seems to be his two close aides. I can somehow tell that they are crazy strong. Like this, even if I put them as an objective, I wonder if it is even possible to reach their backs. Interesting. Regarding Sensei, I can't tell well. Maybe I am still not in the level where I can feel anything from him. He gives off a presence that is thinner than even normal humans. Sensei, please watch, Jean. I silently voice my enthusiasm. It wasn't directed to anyone in particular, a simple whisper. I reach the exit of the corridor. My field of vision instantly turns brighter. In front of me, there's the stage. Maybe the excitement of the magician match still remained, the audience's mood was already in its climax. Each step I do it firmly, and after advancing one by one, I finally go up the stage. Jean Roan, please comply with the arranged time of the match. As a person participating in this tournament, your attitude is not the proper one. We will subtract points for that. I'm sorry. I will be careful, Jean. I came as soon as I was told, and yet, I get this. But, it doesn't matter. Subtracting points only affects the verdict. No matter who the referee sides with, it is pointless in this fight. I match my gaze with that bastard. It's him. The intruding outsider. There's no need to worry. I won't leave wounds in your body that would hinder your participation for tomorrow. In those 2 days starting tomorrow, we will be having you serve in our favor at the team battle competition. Listen well, stop when the dolls are destroyed. I don't know what that guy would say if there's damage transferred to him after destroying the 3 dolls. I have already finished my training with all the matches I had until now. I will precisely destroy 2 and finish it there. Oh, this is a historic armor handed down in my family. In this kind of formal places and in the battlefield, the Hopelace household will always go with this equipment. Even if you complain at me with those eyes, it will only trouble me. The rules also accept it. With an arrogant face, the second son is saying something to me. Seriously, what an out-of-place misunderstanding. I don't care if your equipment has become even stronger than in the semifinals. And I don't care if the match was postponed because you were preparing the equipment. I was just thinking about how to finish you. I am not complaining here. It is obvious to do your best. Let's make this a good fight, Jean. I don't like that attitude. Don't go giving up early and bore the audience, got it? Just think of this as bad luck for taking the class of Radu and frantically struggle. Audience. I see. There were those people too. If these were my past year self, I would be concerned about the eyes of scouts I don't even know of and fight while minding them. Right now, I don't care who and from what country is looking though. Let's both do our best. Hiding his real self, he sends words he doesn't even mean and only maintains his righteous front. Maybe he felt that the exchange was over. I could tell that his right hand strengthened the grip in his sword. The referee nods at the signal of the second son and lifts his hand high up. Ha, he has been totally bribed. Well then. Ilumgand Hopelace vs Jean Roan. The school festival tournament of the Rotsguard Academy, final match of the warrior category, begins. So strange. In front of me, there's a prodigy senpai with his whole body clad in incredible equipment I would have a hard time seeing in my life. And yet, a kohai like me, who only has one wooden sword in hand, am not feeling any fear at all. Maybe the days fighting with the blue-scaled lizardman forged me this way. Or it might be because compared to the level 70 Hopelace, I am higher with my level that's over 90. I place my right hand that's wielding the sword to the front and prepare the stance in my upper half. The senpai approaches my location with light movements one wouldn't be able to imagine from someone wearing a plate armor. Those are movements that told that his whole equipment is endowed with weight reduction, body strengthening, or enchantment magic. But his moves are too obvious. I can easily tell that he intends to swing downwards the big sword he brandishes with both hands. Too slow. It felt like I was watching frames. If I wanted to, I could have cut him several times before he swung down his sword. Along with a yell filled with fighting spirit, a brilliant giant sword is swung down. I thought of evading it, but I soon changed opinions and do one step forward. His left hand is just there to support, so I swing my wooden sword from below and hit his right hand, which is wearing a much exaggerated gauntlet. Just like I thought, Ilumgan drops his giant sword that was being lifted mainly with his right hand. The grounds fall silent. I turn my back and take a bit of distance. I turn, facing him once again, and take a stance with my wooden sword. He doesn't pursue. He won't do it. I will get rid of his fair and square farce. Maybe he understood what I was trying to do. He once again lifts up his sword. His face was soon filled with anger. Oh, what are you doing by telling your opponent you are not calm? Try hiding it, just like me. Looks like he doesn't want to shame himself. Your country's king and your relatives must be watching this match. I wait for my match opponent to finish his slow body-enhancing spell. What? Is it already time for your special move? What a hurried fellow. Oh, right. That attack just now, the doll's damage doesn't look like it's much. Even if there is, it would just be a small crack somewhere. He has brought an armor with really high defensive power. After his body enhancement, he does a low posture dash. The moment his opponent enters the range of his sword, he does his special move, a horizontal swipe. Ilumgan dashes just as the information I gathered states. I didn't gather that much information about him, and yet, I have been hearing about his special attack and the patterns of that special move. He is not trying to hide it, so that's an obvious result though. Because the action of closing the distance and the action for attack are done in two different executions, there was a lot of time to interfere with it. If one uses body enhancement in the interval of the attack and does one step backward, it can be avoided. Well, in my case, I can avoid it without enhancing myself though. Even if the frame gets slightly faster, it still doesn't change anything. In truth, there isn't that much difference in speed between me and Ilumgan. But maybe because my brain processes information continuously, I feel like my opponent's movements are slow. It might be thanks to the fact that I am always thinking about how to do this or that in order to decrease the amount of delay in my movements. A horizontal swipe approaches. I hit the core of that giant sword with all my strength. Once again, the sword falls to the ground. It may be a good sword, but if the person holding it is this guy, there's no point. He turns both of his hands, which were holding the giant sword, upwards, and just like that, his hands trembled. Ha ha ha, in other words, his physical strength is on the same level as my past self the first time I fought Svaisan. Holding back quite a bit, I present his open face with a swing of my wooden sword. The doll shakes greatly and cracks. The match is not over yet. I once again take distance from him, take my stance, and wait. Referee. He calls out the referee, and while holding his face, he pointed a finger at me with his other hand while shouting, "What's going on here? If you are a swordsman, at least pick up your sword." The referee nods several times. Maybe he will say something like fight with your fists. Well, I don't care one bit even if I have to fight with my bare hands though. Jean Roan, I can see that you have been taking a stance of only waiting for your opponent to attack. Make sure to use all your power to fight in an active way. Understood. I will finish this already, Jean. Ilumgan takes the sword in his hands once more. His proud white skin has become red like someone drunk. Well then, let's go for the first and last attack. The time I will leave you all beaten up will be in the team battle. In order to have you face shame in both of those tournaments, I will spare you with just this much in the individual matches. In the first place, if I were the only one taking him out, I don't know what everyone would do to me later. Your name was Jean, right? Jean Roan. You bastard. You bastard, I won't forgive you. What dash? Rules this, rules that, what a pesky tournament. After properly confirming, the referee gave the resume sign. I, for the first time, run forward and close the distance. Maybe he didn't even expect such an obvious move. Ilumgan stops what seemed to be threats or whatever he was trying to accomplish with that, and leaks out a voice of surprise. Seeing Ilumgan prepare his sword in a hurry, I close the distance to an even closer range than my sword, and kick his armor-protected stomach. Because he was protected by his armor, there is no damage to his body, but the shock will still transmit, so he was blown backwards and fell on his ass. I swung downwards to his head, but Ilumgan's sword managed to defend in time and the attack line to his head was intercepted. At this rate, the wooden sword will break in two. I pull my upper half and shift the trajectory of the sword, preventing my sword from clashing with his. Passing the giant sword, the wooden sword reaches down and just like that, I change to an upward slash. The attack aiming at his face beautifully connected, and the head of Ilumgan bends backwards greatly. And just like that, the back of his head hits the stone paving. But without caring about that, I punch with the arm I haven't straightened completely. When I thought Ilumgan's face caved in with that hit, the stone paving makes a dull sound and cracks, and the sound resonated in the grounds. I throw away the wooden sword that's not even mine to the fumes of the stone paving that cracked and step back to where the referee is. Referee, it seems the 3 dolls have broken, Jean. I went overboard. I just glanced at it for a bit, but not only did all the dolls get destroyed, it seems I ended up breaking his face lightly as well. I can tell he is bleeding. Well, it isn't a wound that can't heal. If he doesn't take part in the team battles with only that much, we can just settle it outside. But, he will participate, right? He was made this much of a fool after all. He plans on using more dirty tricks to take revenge, right? After overwhelming Ilumgand Hopelace and shaming him, I win. In my victory, I didn't injure him that much. I think I was able to achieve my objective. If I get the impressions of Shiki-san and Sensei, it would make me happy. As the winner, my name was called, and while I was thinking those kind of things, I left the stage. This year's champion is Sifha. If the whole stage is turned into swamp, the current Jean won't be able to do anything after all. On top of that, Sif was one-sidedly floating on the surface and was making movements as if surfing. The moment he repelled the exploding beam, I unintentionally let out a shout. Jin's highlights were pretty impressive as well. Well, it didn't serve me as a reference for anything though. Because you know, those kind of feats that are like a massive instinct and sense, there's no way I can copy them. In my perspective, the feat of changing the trajectory of a spell that Amelia showed looks like a more realistic goal. Tomo and Mio said it was interesting. Those two probably see the technique Jean showed as something that can be realistically achieved. The flare pillar that Sif showed in the match before, it seems there was no turn for it in this occasion. If there's no one drawing near, there aren't many chances of using it after all. I secretly named that spell, Power Geyser. The first time she activated that spell, I reflexively said in a low voice, P-Power Geyser, a memorable spell. Instead of calling it a spell that counters approaches, it is more like a technique that crushes approaches. As long as it is a magic spell, she can move the activation point or change the effective time, so there should be many different uses for it, but luckily, it seems Sif has not thought that far yet. That firepower can affect the terrain, moreover, if she were to combine it with landmines, she would be a stronghold. This time as well, I whispered the Power Geyser. So ruthless. The two that were accompanying me have sharp ears, and while remembering the spell, they said, Power Geyser. And their eyes were glittering. It made me have a bad presentiment. I don't think this is a spell that's fit for you guys. A dark room. The poor-looking man that is sitting on the couch seems to be muttering something. Before leaving, it seems a person came to give a report to the men, but after the messenger finished what he came to do, he soon left the room. I understand. I am not wavering. I understand it all. Who do you think I am? The voice that had remarkably increased in volume resonates in the room. The tumult of the night's festival didn't reach that place one bit. The voice of the man that was hanging his head down didn't stop through the whole night. Chapter 126, If it's Reidu, the chances of that development are low. Sorry, Reidudano. My strength was not enough. Please don't worry about it. After congratulating the students' good fights, I returned to the company and Rembrandt-san was waiting there with an apology. It seems the call of the Merchant Guild was related to me, and the result was not favorable. Looks like your activities as a company are gathering attention to you. Most likely in the country level, Rembrandt. Country, huh? I don't remember doing anything to be disturbed for though. I do think there are countries that have an interest in me. But I don't remember having anyone who would want to interfere with me. Just picking their attention is plenty, Rembrandt. But Rembrandt-san begins talking as if he read my mind. What does he mean by that? At what country will Kuzunoha Company go, and also at which will Reidudano go, because they have an interest, they want to know. And because of that, they would obviously investigate. You know, those kind of movements the countries do, we merchants pick up that information in a pretty early stage, Rembrandt. Yeah, I understand that much. When there's friendship between the countries and the merchant, there will be times when they will hear information about it as a part of information gathering. Just like Ion Kingdom, there are some merchants that work as intelligence members as well. Up to this point it is still fine. But the problem comes after this. The merchants that obtain the information sometimes implant their own idea of things. For example, I participate in the government affairs of the Limia Kingdom and I'm in friendly terms with them, but in truth, it seems the Limia Kingdom is interested in the merchant named Reidu. And then I can say something like, by the way, that company has this strange point, can you please have the guild investigate and deal with it? Rembrandt. Based on that example, it would mean that Limia Kingdom is feeling something strange from my store, so they had the merchant investigate about it, right? Rembrandt-san smiles at my opinion. That's not it, Radadano. In this case, Limia took an interest in you and just wants to obtain information, Rembrandt. But the second half is just a personal intention of the merchant. That person doesn't think well of you. This kind of things are unexpectedly prevalent. They don't only get used by the country, but they also use them in order to bring benefits to them. Well, I also do that, so I am not in a position to say things of others, Rembrandt. That person is not lying, but doesn't intend to correct that misunderstanding, is what he is trying to say, huh? Yua, how dirty. The Merchant Guild also can't ignore the companies that are being denoted by countries as dangerous. Especially when many people say so, Rembrandt. So that means the Kuzunoha company has picked the attention of at least that many countries, and the companies that are in this town don't view that in a favorable way. Not all of them, but the amount of people that are like that is most likely not small. I also heard that the church said something recently as well. And it is dubious if it was actually directly from the church. The church is receiving offerings from the companies, so they can't ignore their voices. In regards to that, I am deliberately pulling my distance though, so I am estranged in that subject. Sige is a town that has a bit of problems with the gods' religion after all, Rembrandt. I want to coexist with the people of the same trade, but it seems that will be difficult, huh? It is a relationship where they steal benefits from each other after all. The closer they are, the harder it becomes. Even if you were to open a store in the times when I was troubled with the curse, I would have definitely done something, Rembrandt. Is that how it works? You should prepare yourself to a certain extent, Radadano. Even if it's a competition between people of the same trade, if the battle is decided fast, the one who lost can recover. Luckily, in this land, there are many satellite towns. If they have the drive, there are decent amount of opportunities, Rembrandt. Thanks for the warning. No, here I am saying something admirable, but I wasn't able to actually be of much use. Being thanked for that would trouble me. My daughters didn't receive any serious wounds in the tournament, and yet, they were able to bring the title of champion, the best result of all. I am always being favored by Radadano, Rembrandt. That was their ability. Please watch them tomorrow. I don't think I will be able to go after all. The Merchant Guild will probably question you strictly about your company's circulation of goods. They are even suspecting that you have connections with the demon race. You should have some sort of proof, or prepare a fit amount of gold and calm it down with money. You will have to think about your countermeasure precisely. If there's anything I can do, Rembrandt. Proof, huh? Don't have anything like that. There's the method of having Tomo or Shiki place hypnotic suggestions on them, but it won't solve the root of the problem. Also, the circulation of goods in our company. Not only the gold highway, we don't even use the normal highways. We use the route via Asura, a method that can't be obstructed. But this world doesn't use teleportation as a general method of transportation. Because the success rate is low. If I were to say that we are using a teleportation mean that is 100% successful, they will obviously demand me to share the technique, the aria of it. If that happens, then the country-taking scene wouldn't be strange. I remember the words I said to Tomo when we were spectating. You are already doing plenty enough, Rembrandt-san. It's all right. We will take care of it. I see. It was unnecessary worry. Well then, I will excuse myself. I want to at least congratulate my daughters before they go to sleep, Rembrandt. Have a safe trip. Sleep well. Yeah, same for you. Good night, Radadano, Rembrandt. Rembrandt-san returns to praise Sif and comfort Yuno. Tomorrow is the team battles, so they are probably already sleeping. In that case, would he wake them up? I don't think he would. Lime, you are here, right? Makoto. Yes, Lime. Just in case, watch over Rembrandt-san's return. If there's any strange presence, shift with someone else, and follow it, Makoto. Understood, Lime. I have left the students in Shiki and Akua's hands. Yar, I am asking everyone work that's not related to the business, huh? It was a shocking tournament. Several students that were not that much different from the others in the beginning of the year, showed power that overwhelmed not only classmates, but also upperclassmen. A student that, even when she had ability, was absent from the academy for a long time because of health issues and recently returned. A student that entered because of scholarship but was in no way top class. And those two fought for the place of champion this year. When the school festival is open for exhibition, the library is closed. And of course, my work as a librarian is also in break, so I went to watch the tournament that is the main event of the festival. I once again thought this. Redo, Kuzunoha Company. It's that. That is the reason of this storm. And also, my hope. Currently, he is still not even marked by the upper stratum of the academy. If he were to help, I am sure that the frontline Limia and Gridonia maintain would push north in an instant, and the recovery of Kale Neon would become a realistic objective. He was able to make those students grow that much in such a short amount of time after all. Soon after the individual battles of the tournament finished, I stand up from my seat and was about to return, but Reida called me out. He said that he wanted to talk with me. I don't know what he intended, but if it is an invitation from him, I can't refuse. I readily consented and asked for the meeting time. The time he said could be considered late at night. At that time, I enter his store through the back door and head to his room at the second floor. He told me that he will be in his room, so I could enter whenever I wanted. No matter what he asks of me, I intend to accept it. Reida-sensei, it's Eva. Is it okay to enter? Eva. After knocking, I wait for his response. Well, even if I say so, he can't speak in common language. The characters of enter appear on the door, and the lock is opened with magic. I enter. My relationship with him is, honestly speaking, a relationship where I am in a pretty disadvantageous position. I am wishing a lot from him, and yet, he said that he didn't wish anything from me. It was okay to stay seated when receiving me, but Reida went through the trouble of standing and greeting me. Even though it would be acceptable for me if he acted haughtier. I am sorry for calling you this late. Today all my employees are out and I am the only one here you see. Alone. Those words increase my tension a bit. Could it be, he really called me with those intentions? If it really turns out the way I am thinking, it would be a desirable development. I will finally be able to fulfill something he wishes for. I would be able to repay him. If it's Reida-sensei that's calling, I don't care what time it is, Eva. Please stop. Congratulations for the victory of your student in today's individual battles. After that it was pretty hectic, you know. They were asking who the one who trained them was, Eva. I just helped their talent bloom. It wasn't the achievement of anyone else. You are modest. And yet, the teachers that give them classes as well are all raising their hands and saying, it's me, and causing much trouble. Of course, when they understand that they all have your class in common, the point of the spear will face sensei though, Eva. Even when I congratulated him for Sif Rembrandt's victory, he didn't show any pride. He just said that it is the student's talent. It has been half a year since spring. In just that amount of time, they were able to show a growth that can't be considered just doubled, and there's no doubt that it was thanks to him. If any of the four major powers knew of this, they would definitely come to recruit him. With a far better offer than being a temporary teacher. If Reida were to accept that offer, my interactions with him will decrease. But, for some strange reason, I don't think that will happen. He will most likely not affiliate with any country no matter what favorable conditions they put out. There's no definite reason for this thought of mine, but that's how I feel. It may be something born from our short association. For the sake of avoiding that from happening, please try not to say anything unnecessary, okay? Of course. I won't do anything that would detriment Sensei, Eva. And well, about why I called you today. Here it comes. With a composed smile, I wait for his next words. Before that, please keep this a secret from Ruria as well. Promise me that you will keep this just between you and me. Even Ruria. Well, I don't think this is something that I would be able to tell my little sister Ruria. I nod. Well then. He beckons me, and as if being careful that other people don't see it, he writes in small characters. I involuntarily gulp. That is. The proposal that Reida denoted was a content that I was unable to predict, something that blew away everything I previously thought of. It was a proposal that was so shocking that it almost made me forget about the madness inside of me. Sensei, no, Reida-san. Are you serious about this? Eva. There's no joke here. I will give you a deferral of 2 days. I will hear your answer the day after tomorrow, at this time. The day after tomorrow? Eva. Yeah. It would be the same even if you think about it for long, right? It is also because of my circumstances as well. That's all the business I had. It is already late, so if you don't have any tasks to do after, please rest in one of our free rooms. No way. Is he telling me to decide something so important in only 2 days? Moreover, leaving it a secret from my little sister. I was looking forward to tomorrow's team battles. But I already don't care about it anymore. This is not the time to be spectating matches. I even forgot about my plan of seducing Radu if push comes to shove. I borrow one room and end up passing a sleepless night. At Gotetsu's back store. After lending a room to Eva-san, I went out to meet with her little sister Ruria. Even in this late of a time, Gotetsu is still in business. As usual, they are also in operation today. Sorry for coming at this time. If it's Radu-san, I don't mind. But sorry, because I have been working every day till late, the fatigue has been accumulating a bit. Is it okay if you make it short? Ruria. Yeah, I will finish it fast. Ruria, keep this a secret from Eva-san. You definitely have to. There's something I want you to decide on. Yeah. Ruria. The day after tomorrow, I will come to hear your answer. I am sorry for coming at this late of a time. The day after tomorrow. Radu-san. Radu-san. He is serious, right? That person is not the type that jokes around much. I can't go to sleep now. If it was going to turn out like this, Radu-san could have at least left an energy drink, Ruria. Tomorrow, no matter how I explain to the Merchant Guild, more lies and troubles will appear. Even so, as long as I have made one lie, I can't make it as if the lie never happened. It was no good to just leave things superficially. If that's the case, I should just. Inside of me, a thought that would affect this world heavily has been settled. Chapter 127, Radu breaks. Without using the waiting room, I continue on to the room that has written, Representative Room. I have been called by the Merchant Guild's branch representative. When a company is established, the people doing the application probably use the representatives here. Or maybe it is the opposite. I don't care about denominations though, especially right now. The reception boy that guided me didn't enter the room. He just does a bow and leaves. What's inside is an extravagant desk and one man that looks like the representative placing an elbow on it, and what seems to be 2 of his guards. Maybe he is the vice representative. Because of his atmosphere which resembles that of a bodyguard, I subconsciously thought this way. It has been a while since I came to this town, but until now, I have never met anyone in the upper stratum of the Merchant Guild. Even when I have business here, it is normally completed just by going to the reception. In the cases when there's the need for a detailed interview, it is done by someone in the management and it is normally the same people. This is the first time I have entered the deep parts of the guild. Thinking that the problem has turned to the point where I am sent here, my mood turns heavy. It's nice to see you here, Radu-dano. Please sit. The representative that was sitting stands from his sit and urges me to take my own. We enter a space for reception and I wait for him to take his sit first before sitting myself. There are 2 sofas facing each other and a desk in between. No matter which one you look at, it was obviously expensive. The general glass used in this world is manufactured from a rare metal that looks like crystal. If I were to use the manufacture process of my world, it might turn into a trade. In the wasteland there was quite a lot of glass, so I haven't thought about it much until now though. It may also be because I don't have much connection to this kind of things, but this room is, as expected, extremely different from my own work room. In my reception room, there's a simple desk and minimum space. I haven't done anything like putting out expensive articles and spreading a rug. Thinking about the visitors, I might have to consider this point a bit. But doing so now would not be appropriate. My thoughts strayed into a peaceful direction for a bit. It seems I have been called here, but what business do you have with me? Ah, you can't speak, right? Nice to meet you, I am the representative of the Merchant Guild in the Rotsgard branch. My name's Radu. I am honored to meet you. Normally, it is customary to first increase your services in the guild a bit more before meeting face to face like this, but this time, I have met with a certain bad matter. Truly regrettable. The representative knits his brows and looks at me. There may be slight disgust towards my outward appearance, but I can tell that there's more displeasure towards the problem, which is me. Growing the company in a smooth manner and reach a standing where I meet the representative, even I would have preferred that development. Instead of urging for his business again, it would be better to just wait for his words. The guild has received several doubts towards you. Doubts. That's right. Normally, this kind of inquiries decrease in the period of the school festival, but the number of inquiries about contact information increase. Meaning there are less complaints. Yeah. But in Kuzunoha Company's case, from the four major powers, Limia and Laurel, aside from those two, the other countries have brought out several cases. All of them have been from the representatives of the companies that are connected to countries requesting investigation regarding your goods and its circulation. There are even dangerous opinions in some. Dangerous opinions. That's not peaceful. The face of the representative that was already severe had his brow wrinkle even more. Interrupting his words might not have been good, but I had to ask. That the Kuzunoha Company is having the cooperation of the demon race to obtain your goods and for the circulation of it. In other words, it implies that you are from the demon race camp, and while betraying all the humans, you are wringing profits. Those are the opinions. That's stupid. In what kind of way did they think in order to reach that conclusion? When I heard the words of Rembrandt-san regarding the demon race matter, I didn't think the distrust would be that deep. They are infiltrated in Academy Town as well, but there's no human that has noticed. At least, for all I know. Counting Rona-san, I have made contact with 3 demons already. But I made sure of my surroundings and there was no change. In other words, that talk about my relationship with the demon race is complete fabrication. For harassment, the degree is way too high. Unthinkable. We are using respectable methods to do business, and I promise that I am not receiving assistance of the demon race in my company activities. That's probably how it really is. I react to the words the representative whispers lowly. What does that mean? Regarding the goods, we received confirmation of the church that the material quality and its manufacturing process are safe. When we told the companies that brought their views on this, they retracted their comments. Ignoring my questioning words, he continued. Church. What happened a while ago, huh? In that case, the bishop with a sexy voice properly maintained her promise. I don't trust the humans that are connected to the goddess, but I am slightly relieved knowing that the promise was abided. The problem is the circulation. We investigated this part as well, but the wagons that are thought to be from the Kuzunoha Company or anything resembling a carriage, we were unable to confirm any of those. We mostly get our supply of raw materials from the guild's market. That's clearly a lie. With the raw materials that have been sold and what has been sold in Kuzunoha Company for around 2 months, even by making a rough calculation, the numbers clearly don't match. It is obvious that there's some other method aside from buying. 2 months. They were investigating since so long ago. I didn't receive any reports regarding that. This is my first time hearing of such an investigation though. As long as there are opinions we can't ignore, the guild must move. And if it's about a company that's connected to the guild, it is a matter of course. The complaints towards your company increased just recently, but there have been complaints of people that have even brought detailed documents since a while ago. If you said something, I would have cooperated. Cooperation. If you are telling me to believe that, that's a pretty naive way of thinking. Like this, it seems you are minding the investigation, but there are many ways of investigating that won't alert the target. Moving people around secretly is not the only way of investigation. Is it naive to prove your innocence if there's suspicions? I see, buying antipathy, huh? Your way of thinking is childish. You don't know how to conduct. I am surprised that you are able to be in a position of ordering others. Truly surprised. The end result of thoughtlessly managing a company is not good. Why does he have to say so much? Did I say something wrong? It makes me angry that he is clearly looking down on me. What is it you want me to do? Did I touch a sensitive point? Well, fine. Let's enter the main issue. I want to hear your circulation method. And I want you to promise us that if it's any sort of magic or technique, you will share the knowledge of it. Don't screw around. If you are talking about childish, isn't your side more childish? You want to hear my circulation method, and give it to you. Is there no way to solve this with money? I will at least try asking. With gold, of course, it is possible. There's nothing that can't be solved with gold between merchants. But even if the sharing of the circulation method is sealed, you will still need to at least tell me. And, I don't think you have enough gold to pay for it. Sadly, it is not a method I can share, so I want to pay. You said your name was Radu, right? You really are not fit to be a merchant. Hearing the amazed tone of the representative, I reflexively gulp. His usage of words gave a complete turn and I could tell that he is scoffing at me. Just now, you easily told me the existence of another circulation method which you were trying to hide at first. In other words, the trust in the first method you gave out has been damaged. No benefit in it, just loss. You asked if this could be solved with gold, right? That was also an incredibly bad move. Listen well, you don't know the extent of the companies that have come to bring complaints about you, right? I did say this, they were from people connected to countries. Meaning, they have considerable scale. Compared to the Kuzunoha company, the magnitude is different. And against those people, you will resolve it with money. A company that has not been operating for even 1 year. It is like announcing that you have money that doesn't fit the scale of your company. Your ability to decide and understand are also lacking. Are you the representation of incompetence? You are just a brat that's lucky. I was speechless. Being told all that, I was simply surprised. The atmosphere has also made a complete turn. The representative that has turned violent and offensive had an unpleasing smile in his face. What are you spacing out for? Even I can at least act to that extent. Do you think I would be able to survive in the business world if I were unable to? Seriously, I was wondering what kind of person it was because Rembrandt himself came to protect him, but here it is. How boorish. There's a limit to letdowns. About the circulation, it is okay to just tell me here, so explain it quickly. After that, it is okay to just go. Explain, and leave. This man, just how irritating can he become? I can tell that my anger is leaking out. You can't even contain your anger and bloodthirst. You are more childish than your appearance tells, Regarding faces, I can't say much about others. Even so, I know how to act before others and I do so. You look incredibly unsightly, so I will warn you. You have a face worse than me, so it is better for you to put more into your inside. Even the exotic-looking representative talks about my outward appearance. Just what part of you looks bad? You look plenty cool. That slightly darkish skin looks appealing. Now that I think about it, I feel like I have seen a similar person before. Where was it? No, right now that's not the point. Explain and leave. Moreover, I can just say it here. His trust in me is low, so that's just strange. What do you mean by leave? Exactly as it means. You and the Kuzunoha company are already done. So there's no need to address you anymore. Done. It's fine already, so just explain. With that, this ends. Can I hear the reason? Because you are going to pay money, right? Then I will just withdraw the comments of the other parties, that's what I mean. Excuse me, but how much should I be paying? There's no need to prepare it right now. No need. Yeah. If you pay 90% of your sales, no one will complain. Kuzunoha company will not become a threat in the future. The more it gains, the more they will benefit, so there's no need to care about the circulation method. Even if it involves the demon race. If the people that had questions of your circulation method get money every month, they won't criticize you much. The only one that would fall would be you. See? There's nothing to lose. 90% of our sales. Moreover, every month. For how long would that continue anyways? You will pay, right? Gold to the people that want to know about your circulation method. To multiple companies that gain several 10 times more than you, maybe even the hundreds. There's no way those guys would say they want a specific amount of gold. As long as they don't know how much you have. How long would that last? Until the Kuzunoha company disappears. This is clearly an unreasonable demand. Is the guild just going to consent that? Unreasonable, you say. You were the one that proposed to pay in gold, right? Let me tell you this first, what I am saying right now is just a guess from me and it may not turn exactly as I say. Well, I don't think it will be too far from what will happen though. Also, about the guild consenting. That's right. In the first place, not only consent, this is just a negotiation between merchants. When the weak ones get in the eyes of the strong ones, they get crushed. The guild is not babysitting. We will help in the business, but the way to act is something you should learn. In that case, the people that want to make a new business would not succeed. Thoroughly naive. Right, your place is hiring a bunch of demi-humans, right? In that case, how about just making your customers only them and stop doing your business in human towns? Looking at your arguments, I feel like you are fit for that. The representative admonishes me with eyes of pity. It wasn't sarcasm, he was really telling me to do that. You are not answering my question. As I said, the people that aim to be merchants should butter up to existing companies, learn the basics, create connections, be approved by the representative there, and then get a store eventually. I have money. I will do business. But if that's how it worked, even the adventurers that earn small money can become merchants if they study a little. Those kind of people, they normally get crushed instantly. The power of adventurers can only be used in brawls. Just like you said, the guild punishes unjust deeds. Because I entered into a quarrel with another merchant, I used power to eliminate him and leave him half dead. Killing would be, without a doubt, injustice. In the world of merchants, that is. I have heard from Rembrandt, but it seems you have strong followers, and you yourself are reasonably strong, right? You understand why you should not use that power in your business, right? If you were to use that in this situation, it would make the Kuzunoha company into allies of the demon race. This is stupid. No, you are just naive. Return to Tsige, Radu. It is too fast for you to be in this town. Redo your studies at your boss place. About the gold, I will stealthily put a part of Rotsgard as well, so be relieved. For someone that has been ridiculing me, you are being pretty cooperative. Ridiculing. The guy that's taken a liking to you, for me, he is a tough enemy I have trouble dealing with. It would be advantageous for me if he were to misunderstand, and I get him to owe me 1 inch. Rembrandt-san. I heard that he had become docile, but to think that he has even made such a weakness. What a joke. But for you, it may be a lucky happening. Now then, it is most likely teleportation or something of the sort, so just talk about your circulation method. Lucky. Is he saying that by making Rembrandt-san disadvantaged, I earn safety? I tell the representative that I have been using teleportation to come and go with goods. I hide the part about Asura and explain that I have a follower that has enough magic power to use long-distance teleportation. And after that, I was released. I have grown even more dejected after hearing the comments of the other companies from the representative of the guild. Troubling Rembrandt-san. I have made another lie in order to hide Asura. Just what is it that I should do? I have to consult with everyone. While being self-aware that I am cornered, I slowly walk my way back. Right now, I have no leeway to think about the team battles of my students. Chapter 128, Tournament, First Day of the Team Battles. Double chapter today. The previous chapter left a bitter aftertaste, so I decided it was better to rinse it as soon as possible. So here it is. Even the author admitted it was a bad move to release that kind of chapter after the hype chapter. He reflected on his actions. That's good to know. Participants waiting room. Do you think there will be rule changes? There will. No doubt. If Hopelace doesn't do anything after yesterday's match, then that means he gave up, but that's definitely not gonna happen. Dina answers Amelia as if saying to give up. From the tenacity in the individual battles, he understood the adhesion of the interfering nobles. It didn't show in Dina's tone, but the individual battles of him ended in disappointing results and he feels bad for his wife that came to spectate his matches. She praised the contents of the match, but as a man, he wanted to move on a bit further. Thinking about the goddess blessing included, in this world, the battle power of women's increases more than men. But in this decades, the battle power from blessings couldn't be relied on, and in that meaning, the male side is stronger. And then, in this tournament, having the goddess blessing is prohibited. The academy thought about the dangers of fighting in that kind of state. This has been a rule since the time the goddess was still active. The team battles have less restrictions than the individual battles after all. No matter which one of us that senpai fought with, the result would be obvious, you know. You can't go lowering your guard too much. Sensei will probably see through that, Sif. I will be careful, Well, I do understand how feels. Champion Sama is in our team, and even the winner of the warrior category, Jean. The semi-finals and finals are tomorrow, so today might actually be a boring one and no problem will happen, Izumo. Izumo cuts into the conversation of the Rembrandt sisters. They haven't touched the topic of Izumo's grading, but it doesn't seem he is minding it much. He looks relaxed. Sorry for the wait. Jean and Misura return to the room that 5 people were having a friendly chat in. Welcome back. Did they tamper the rules? Amelia. Yeah, just like expected. But, something even bigger happened, Jean. What? Amelia. Seeing Jin's discouraged face, Amelia asks anxious. It seems Sensei can't come today, Jean. All the 5 faces changed. Their emotions were varied, but the color of disappointment and despondency were the common points. What about Shiki-san? Amelia. The first one to react was Amelia. She was completely putting Reidu as secondary. Shiki-san and those 2 aides, Tomo-san and Mio-san, will be coming to spectate. Sensei himself won't be able to come, but it seems there's a message from him, Jean. Why can't he come? Sif. The next one was Sif. Yuno and Izumo, all the other members also nod. Must be a question they all hold. It seems the Merchant Guild has called for him, Jean. Oto-sama couldn't do it, Sif. Looks like it. He was even called in this kind of day, so it is quite the problem. Even though I asked so many times to not cause problems for Reidu-sama, The eyes of the Rembrandt sisters had an ungentle light residing in them. It disappeared in a few minutes, and Jean internally felt fear of them. Well, can't be helped. And, what kind of changes did the rules have? Looking at Misura's state, it seems to be quite severe, Amelia. As if saying, if Shiki is coming then that's fine, Amelia asks about the rules. Noticing that Misura's state was not like usual, she has prepared herself for the pestering to a certain extent. No. This one's like this because of another thing. About the team battle rules, there was only one point that was added. Honestly, it pissed me. That he thinks he will be able to defeat us with only that, Jean. Jean fearlessly laughs. That smile was not towards the rules that were changed, but to the plotter that thinks he will be able to defeat them with something so shallow. Don't beat around the bush and just tell us. Level restrictions to the whole party. The total should be within 365. If your number is over that, you have to adjust the party in order to enter that margin, Jean. So he is telling us to go with 3 people, huh? Those numbers are like sniping us, Amelia. It was just as the bitter smiling Amelia said. They registered as a party of 7 and it has been accepted, and yet, it has changed to only being able to participate with 3 in the scheduled day. It couldn't be helped. And in truth, it is really a snipe. Because when adding the levels of Hopelace party, it almost reaches that number. The only team that surpasses that number are us, Jean. I am amazed. But just like Jean said, in terms of conditions, there's no problems for us. With only this much, nothing will change. We are stronger when teamed up after all. Why is Misura making such a cornered face then? Amelia. That is, Jean. They told me, they would train me, Misura. Misura mutters with a pale face. This was a strange way of talking for him. By whom? Yuno. Yuno urges him to be clearer. Because it didn't sound like something to be so cornered about. By the sensei's close aide, the blue-haired one. The one called Tomo-san, Misura. No way. The voice of the Rembrandt sisters sync perfectly. That's true. It seems she was impressed by his match with me, and after the school festival is over, she will have a bout with him while training him, Jean. Incredible. That Tomo-san is There's been almost no adventurers that have caught the eye of Tomo to the point that she would want to train that person. Misura-san, that's amazing. The surprise of the sisters was understandable. Tomo looks after the adventurers inside sometimes, just like Mio, she practically has never taken a pupil or has taught anyone personally. At most, there's Lime who suddenly announced his retirement in the Adventurer Guild and seems to be personally adoring Tomo, and also Mio, who has looked after one female adventurer with black hair. Well, it is supposed to be, but he was intimidated and is now completely scared, Jean. If you were told that kind of thing, anyone would, Misura. What did she tell you? Izumo. Izumo probably found the scared Misura funny, he asks him with a smile on his face. She placed a hand on my shoulder, and told me to please don't die, with a straight face. I will hold back, 'cause I don't want to get scolded by Waka, she said, Misura. Yua, she is practically not caring about you. See. If a person with a crazy number like 1500 says that to you, it is obvious that the color of your face would drain too, right? Misura. Even if you die, Shiki-san will definitely bring you back. Well then, since Misura is not at his top condition, he will be in standby at the first match. Ah, Jean. Can we change members in this tournament? Amelia. Wah. I can do it, I will do it. Yesterday I was totally unable to show off, so please don't go excluding me. Misura. You are merciless, Amelia. Changing is okay. Just that, if the team loses, even if you didn't participate, everyone will be done for, Jean. Instead of the match, it feels like choosing members will be more troublesome. Well then, let's decide quickly, you know. Placing their tension in a place completely different from the team battles, Jean and the others' incandescent participation battle began. The Princess of Gridonia, Lily, clicked her tongue internally. She was looking at the team battles that were unfolding in front of her. A match that is being held 3 versus 7. Thinking about it normally, the 7 should be overpowering them. But the reality was the contrary. The 3 were playing around with the 7. The human's way of thinking is that a power fight from the front is the basic. But the fighting style of those 3 was different from the public recognized way of fighting. Frankly speaking, it is a fighting style that resembled the demon race. Using coordination, technique and strategy to overturn disadvantages. Truly what the demon race has been doing when fighting against humans. Lily, who has been fighting with them for a long time, could recognize that is the fighting style of the demons, or not. That style is the style the weak ones use to fight against the strong ones. Scheme, and fill up the difference with their own strength. Humans don't know of it, or maybe they forgot this way of fighting a long time ago. But it's true that this method is really useful. It is also knowledge that the Empire's army is trying to implement. And they were able to splendidly utilize it. Moreover, students that just with their own strength are able to overwhelm the opponent. When she watched the individual battles, she could tell that they weren't normal. But, she didn't think that they were able to display such an ability in teamwork. To the point that it made her think this will become even more one-sided than in the individual battles. The ones fighting right now are, based on Lily's memory, the warrior category winner, Jean, the one who showed splendid spear handling, Rembrandt, and the one who participated as a magician yesterday, Amelia Hopelace. Today she is not holding a staff, but a bow. If the humans possessed the same teamwork and strategy as demons, this would be the living representation of it. For Lily, there is nothing that would make her happier than this. If they have strength in their side and they're able to have the same level of strategy as the demon race, they should be able to easily overpower them. Normally, she would have tried to secure these splendid people without being reserved on the conditions. But she can't. They are kids that have been influenced by the tone of Radu after all. For Lily, there's nothing more irritating than that. Even when they possessed the specialized dragon summoner girl, they were simply overwhelmed. The Kuzunoha company that Tomo is involved in this after all. It feels like I am seeing wooden dolls and scarecrows being beaten down for training, Lily. It was already something that both sides could not call as a match. Just like how Lily compared it with, it really did feel like they were watching a training where they continue hitting on a scarecrow. The front line quickly cuts in and destroys the stance of their opponent's vanguard, force them to protect their middle, and it even puts pressure in their rear lines. In the opening that is created, a spear is added in, and in the formation that has crumbled promptly, use magic to shave it off. Even when they tried to counterattack, the rear guard students that were attacked by arrows and magic were unable to properly chant their arias or take stance. Those three were clearly used to group battles. And they are completely playing around. No, in Lily's eyes it was as if they were trying to show off their moves to someone, and so they were thoroughly taking their time. She could tell that probably, if they were in the mood to do so, the warrior category winner would be able to defeat everyone alone. But they didn't do that, and were utilizing teamwork to attack and pressure their opponent. Not show, but showcasing. Even the princess was able to tell their intentions. Because of the fighting style they chose, the fight that would only need a few minutes to finish off, was lengthened to around 5 minutes. The result was obviously total annihilation. Unable to land even one effective attack, they were defeated. The students of Raida didn't even sweat. The three went down the stage and gathered. All 7 were talking about something, and their figures as they returned even looked refreshing. Why is it that, even when they are students, they are able to display so much skill in group battles? How can they maintain that level of composed thought process when they are still students? Lily mulled over it. About how much of Tomo's warning should she abide to? She can tell that she is genuinely interested in them. If she were to take an attitude that has nothing to do with Kuzunoha, maybe she can make contact with them. Even so, she wanted to know the teaching method of Reidu. The true ability of those students. If Tomoki were here, she would have been able to use his eyes to attract them. But if Reidu were to notice that, it is over. If Tomo were to get wind of it, there's the danger of being done for. When Lily looks at her surroundings, the king of Limia, the priestess faction of Laurel, the church's archbishop, the elite teachers that have been invited to the academy to commentate, and the heads of the academy as well, were looking at the match as if eating into it, and also looking at the students. It can be said that they are no longer nameless students. The attention they gathered yesterday has soundly fixated itself today. And, in the people here, there's already some that have information of the Kuzunoha company and Reidu. Gridonia already has a trump card, which is the hero. After his meeting with Tomo, it was as if he made a complete turnover. He endeavored in training and is increasing his strength. He is plenty reliable, but Reidu and their students are also hard to give up on. No matter how reliable he is, there's only one hero. The flexible thought process that the hero has, which differs from the human's push-through power thought process. In the future, there will be the need for more people with the same way of thinking. Lily was looking at Jean and the others as quite the appealing talents. In that case, after expressing my gratitude, I will make contact with Reidu entirely regarding the students. I wonder if by doing so, I would still be able to maintain my promise with Tomo. Reidu. He is calling himself a merchant, but he has this much nurturing ability. I don't want Tomo only, I want him as well. Giving him to another country would be too much of a waste, Lily. While the team battles continued, Lily's thoughts were exploring for a method to a favorable relationship with the Kuzunoha company. The world has what's called remarkable figures. Yes, father. When looking at Hibiki Dano, I sometimes think that way, but to think that I would be able to meet people like that in the traditional education emphasized Rotsgard, I didn't expect it at all. Currently, we have gathered as much of their personal information as we could. The first day of the team battles has ended. The 4 remaining teams were introduced and the event ended for the day, but in the conversation of the second prince that accompanies the Limia king, he was only talking about one team. Even though there's also a team with the second son of Hopelace which comes from Limia Kingdom. Omo. I do admit their competency, but what we truly have to look at is not them, but at the teacher that taught them that way of fighting, King. What do you mean? Yesterday, we began the investigation of the classes they take and the ones they have in common. Also, for some reason, there was already a teacher that Hopelace household has investigated, so I have also included that person as well in the documents, Prince N. The Hopelace household. I knew that he was doing something in the background with the academy, but to think it had to do with that teacher. My intuition was lacking. That group of kids are without doubt students overflowing with wisdom, but this time, I think that the core of the surprise should be the one who has taught them this path, King. You are saying, there is someone that is producing remarkable figures. Prince. The prince slightly knits his brows at the foresight of the king and asks him the meaning. The prince was also surprised by their orderly way of fighting as if he was watching their own country's hero. But, if there's a teacher who is teaching them and creating this kind of students, the first one they have to make contact with is, without doubt, that teacher. Even if the Limia kingdom is unable to secure those students that are still in their teens, it is fine if they are able to obtain that teacher. Looking at the state of Hoplei's second son, there's the chance that he has done something bad, king. With that much ability, I thought it wouldn't be strange to balance it. But in the team battles, the rule that was added seemed as if it was sniping at them, prince. Even if we try to restrain him now, it might be too late already, but restrict the head of the family from interfering anymore. Also, do you know the name of that teacher? King. Understood. It is a class that the 7 of them have in common, and it is also a teacher that Ilumgan Dano has taken interest in, Radu. He is also the representative of a recently made company, Kuzunoha, Prince. Radu. Kuzunoha Company's Raduha. Do you think you can schedule a meeting with him? King. I will try to. But, there's still one question remaining, Prince. What? King. The prince's expression changes into a gloom one, and after saying Radu's name, he turns to the king and talks as if questioning. But the king in question didn't mind that attitude and just urges him to continue. It's about the Hoplei's second son, Ilumgan Dano. From what I remember, before Hibiki Dano came to our country, he already held doubts in our country's nobles, and when he met Hibiki Dano and exchanged words, he admired her ideology. He even turned his treatment of just being a spare of the next head, the eldest son Woken Dano, and vigorously polished his abilities in the academy. Why is that kind of person doing deeds that are synonym to our country's corrupt nobles? Prince. I don't know either. If Woken, who is in the front lines, were to die, Ilumgand would succeed him. I was expecting as much from him as I was from Hibiki Dano, king. The attitude and way of acting of Ilumgand towards Radu and also Jean and the others was practically as if he were a completely different person, is what the king and prince wondered about. Was he indoctrinated by those merchants and have taught him those kind of ways? Or did he drown in his political power? Whichever it is, it will disappoint Hibiki Dano, king. Should I investigate? Prince. No. That's something the Hopleis should do. There's no guarantee they will tell us everything anyways. Put the Kuzunoha company as priority. Well, we will be moving after we drop Stella Fort though, king. Finally, Prince. The motivation of Hibiki Dano felt stronger than ever before. Her secret stay in Sige has made her grow greatly, and she has also obtained reliable companions, king. Adventurers. Their disposition was clearly different from those of the kingdom. In time, I am thinking about giving Hibiki Dano independent authority to a unit of her direct supervision, Prince. That's good, king. Limia's king looks at the far future. The hero that has descended to the kingdom, Otanashi Hibiki, has given the kingdom many changes. In times, Hibiki voices out things that question monarchy, and between the Limia nobles, there's rumors going around about the possible discord between her and the king. And in the big nobles, there are many who think of her ideologies as dangerous. In truth, the king publicly shows as if he is against that change, but internally, he is accepting it. That's why he has cooperated in several ways to benefit Hibiki. That she was able to head to Sige and the adventurers she brought from Sige were smoothly accepted, was heavily influenced by the cooperation of the king. And the one who's serving as the point of contact is the second prince. The king tells his intentions to the prince and the prince transmits it to Hibiki. Their relationship is favorable. Gritonia's Lily, the priestess of Laurel, the border of the world that spread beginning from Ion, the adventurer guild that continues protecting neutrality. We need Hibiki Dano to concentrate just on her duty of fighting against the demon race, but it is hard, king. Defeating the demon race won't make the world peaceful instantly after all. That person also seemed to understand that, prince. But there's nothing wrong in reducing that sadness. Joshua, this may be troublesome, but I am counting on you, king. Yes, your wish is my command, father, prince. The second prince of Limia Kingdom, Joshua, makes a gentle smile as he accepts the king's words. Kuzunoha Company. They have also arrived at that name. Chapter 129, Kuzunoha's Meeting. Translator, hey guys, a translator talk here. The moment I translated the Rada Breaks chapter, I was sure it would explode. I was actually looking forward to what would happen and you guys definitely didn't let me down. All your comments were awesome. The majority were actually constructive opinions and views in different angles. Of course there will be bashing towards Makoto, and they were all interesting as well. Makoto was struck with the truth after all. We all knew he was messing up as a merchant, but for the repercussion to come in such a realistic manner, it was pretty surprising. I honestly loved that chapter, and the reactions towards it make me love this community even more. Keep it up, guys. You are my motivation. In the time when Princess Lily was troubled and stepping to action regarding Jean and the others. At a section of the audience, two girls wearing clothes that remarkably stand out were sighing. Reidu, Makoto's followers, Tomo and Mio. The other follower, Shiki, was babysitting the students, so he was doing separate actions. How boring. When there's this much difference in power, it isn't a fight but a shoujo na, Tomo. That's why I was saying so since yesterday, wasn't I? If they were not Wakasama's students, I wouldn't even be here watching Diso wa Mio. If they were our students like with Shiki, we would be able to enjoy it in a different way but... Mio, what is that bizarre inflated bag ja? Tomo. What you ask, it is the specialty products of booths here and there Diso wa Mio. It is an answer, and yet it isn't. No, what I am asking is about the amount Jayo, Tomo. At the side of Tomo there's Mio and... Further after, there's several big light brown paper bags. Seeing that, she asks with enmity. Mio's answer was nonchalant, and she tells her that it is all food. But what Tomo wanted to know, is just as she said, the amount of it. In the seats that are supposed to be fully occupied, one of them is being totally occupied. To protect her honor, Mio explains that this is originally the seat of Makoto and because he can't come, she is just utilizing it in an effective way. In no way did she put all that food because she doesn't want anyone else to come sit there. I will eat it all by the time we return, so don't mind it. If you want me to share some with you, just say it honestly, okay? Mio. I don't need any. I feel like it might give me a heartburn, Tomo. Humph, if this were alcohol, you would take it without doubt, Mio. The two of them leisurely watched the team battles unfolding in the stage while doing trivial talk. There were no matches that were worth watching, and even in the matches with Jean and the others, the opponent was so weak it wasn't fun. Moreover, their master Makoto was not there. Watching those matches earnestly might be something hard to do for these two girls. At this rate, I can't expect much from tomorrow's semi-final and finals. Well, we will be able to sit along with Waka, so that's fine, Tomo. Same Diso wa. If I am together with Wakasama, the place doesn't matter, Mio. Fumo, it seems it is done already Jana. Mu, Tomo. Tomo and Mio notice something at the same time. Mio, Waka is calling Ja. We are going back, Tomo. I know already Diso wa. It seems he is slightly dispirited, so let's hurry, Mio. Receiving a thought transmission from their master, Tomo and Mio both nod and get up from their sits. A short and straightforward thought transmission. I have something I want to consult about, so I want you to return to the company, is what he said. A tone with no vigor. While holding worry in their chest, they meet up with Shiki and return to the company. For the time being, it is fine to kill that representative Diso wa ne. Mio. Mio, the talk has not finished yet. Calm down first, Tomo. What stupid thing are you saying? I am completely calm Diso wa. Can't you see that I clearly understand what I should do? Mio. That's why I am telling you to wait for now. The talk has not finished yet, Ja. Wait for a bit, Tomo. Such abusive language towards Wakasama, abusive language, it wasn't such a lukewarm level Diso wa ne. How should I kill him? Mio. Mio. I am telling you to hear what that very Waka has to say until the end, Ja, Tomo. After I finished telling the outline of what happened, Mio stood up and tried to leave the room. I didn't have the vitality to stop her immediately. Southwest Tomo took my place and inhibited Mio. Even I could tell that Tomo was looking at me with faint-hearted eyes. Inhibited was it? I feel like she didn't stop her. As I thought, one of us should have gone as well. It's Shiki. In terms of result, it is just as he said. It might have been better if I had one of them accompany me. If I had one of my followers with me, I felt like they would resolve it with strength. I thought that if that happened, then it would be pointless. The first time Rembrandt-san met Tomo, he was left completely speechless and was pretty withered. I wanted to know the extent of the ill will the other merchants held towards me. In the past, when I met Rembrandt-san the first time to give him the ruby eyes, it went well, so I thought maybe I would be able to hold my conversation if the other party was a merchant. The context matched when I associated with Rembrandt-san, so even with the matter of Tomo's level, I think I would have been able to manage it properly. But this time, the representative was someone I had no connection with. I didn't want to prepare something like intimidation in our first meeting. That naive way of thinking led to this. I was pushed into an unreasonable situation, made a fool of, and returned like a loser. Sorry for saying something like wanting to go alone, Makoto. If one of us were with you, there's the chance that place would have turned into a sea of blood, so not everything is bad. Don't mind it that much, Tomo. Wakasama is not in the wrong. Mio. Tomo tries to comfort me and Mio interposes with a rebuttal. No matter how you think about it, the way I dealt with it was bad. Now that I think about it, not a single one of us has knowledge in business. We all began as novices. There might have been more ways to deal with it if we were introduced by Rembrandt and taught the basics, Shiki. Not might. That's what we should have done. Before that, there's the problem that even when I myself began a company just recently, I still went and did things here and there, neglecting the business. And in truth, the company still did well. No, that's how it looked. That's why it brought upon more negligence. It may be this late of a time to do so, but I have to reflect on it. Shiki, even you. Why does Wakasama have to feel down? In the first place, Wakasama was displeased by the shortage of medicines that can't reach the hands of the people and were easily losing their life, so he aspired to spread medicines, right? Why does he have to learn how to act around those merchants to not be resented? He is doing something that's good for everyone, and yet, why? Isn't this ridiculous? Mio. The words of Mio that were trying to cover for me no matter what, were grinding at my heart. I wanted to sell medicine in order for everyone to have an easy way of reaching out to it. For that reason, I wanted to do business widely without minding which country it was. Because of circumstances, we also handle various miscellaneous goods as well, but those are just extras. Doing something good. Because I had that thinking in a part of me, maybe that's why I only looked at the people I was selling to. Not doing anything excessive with the price because of people of the same trade, the counterplans I did for the copies and resale, those were the only things I thought of. And in truth, even the price might be questionable. We collected everything ourselves, had the people needed for the compounding, and left it to a point where we would barely escape deficit. That is, within the range. That's probably not it. Since the time the people made a rude comment of my demi-human employees, I haven't gone to the meetings of the merchants in the area. Lately, Akua, Eris and the Eldwa craftsmen have grown more accustomed to socializing with humans. But, even so, it was most likely an error to not relate with the merchants around. Ignoring association must have made the impression of Kuzunoha Company even more ominous. Even if I have good intentions, a business is a business. There will obviously be competition. There will be people who would want to eliminate the ones who have the same target of customers, and if you do something that stands out, the big companies will place an eye on you. I didn't make a method to cope with it when something like that happened, and have continued until this day. As expected, I can't order to eliminate them just because they have kept an eye on us after all. In Saijit was different, but in Rotsgard I don't have any backing. In other words, I was defenseless. Mio, that's just idealistic talk. It isn't just distributing. As long as we are doing a business, these kind of things happen. I won't say Waka has done nothing wrong, but I have to admit we were somewhat defenseless, Tomo. I hold the same opinion. Of course, it is true that I should have acted in a better way. I have no excuse, Shiki. There's something wrong with you guys. Even though Wakasama is the absolute rule. The stupid ones are the merchants that are only looking at the near future. Mio. Mio would most likely stand by my side no matter what happens. Even if I were to turn into a fiend, even if I were to become the enemy of the whole world, she would still be willing to fall to the same place as I am. That's why I have to put myself together. If she falls so far, that's all my responsibility. As if persuading myself, I try to kill the unfair anger that's inside me. At the very least, I don't think this is something that is fine to solve with just violence. The existence of Mio, who is willing to give her everything for me, prevented my current unstable emotions from rampaging. Waka. That representative said things that are difficult to forgive, but he also said good things. How about it? I think that since we have the chance, there's also the option of giving up on humans and opening a store in the villages of demi-humans, Tomo. Serving only demi-humans. Makoto. Yes. If you wish to, we can also serve demonic beasts and Momonos. Also, Waka told me that you wanted the 4 seasons. I don't think Waka likes conflict, so you probably intend to have a relationship with the demon race in order to secure that place, right? Then, I think it should be fine to do business with them. Continuing business in the human society and having our hearts crushed, it would only create more weight in Waka, and I don't think that's a good idea, Tomo. The demon race publicly hates humans, but they are generous towards other races. I think the proposal of Tomodano is worth considering, Shiki. I don't understand complicated stuff. But I don't think there's a need for Wakasama to be under people that just want to take advantage of Wakasama's kindness, Mio. Kindness, huh? Maybe I was looking at it that way in some part of me. And, maybe the people around saw it that way as well. Makoto. Waka, please tell us what you are currently thinking. If Waka so wishes, we will fight with whoever. Also, we will lower our heads to whoever you wish us to, Tomo. Mio and Shiki nod at Tomo's words. Right. There's no need to hide anything from them. They are my family in this world after all. Just like I promised to Tomo, I plan on having a connection with the demon race. After a conversation with one of the demon generals, I promised a meeting with the demon lord. It will be after the school festival is over, but I intend to meet with the demon lord and ask it to let me take over or borrow one location where Tomo says the 4 seasons are in, Makoto. I resolve myself and tell the 3 what I was thinking. Tomo nods with a joyful look and glittering eyes. Shiki looks like he consents. He silently nods with his eyes closed. Mio simply accepted my words and was smiling. If that happens, it will create a big debt towards the demon race. Talking to the demon lord. I can't say anything definite, but I don't think it will end in a simple manner. Will the hegemony of this world continue in the hands of the goddess and humans, or will it be plundered by the demon race? We might even have to participate in that conflict. If I had to speak my ideal scenario, it may be naive, but it would be to hold a connection with the demon race while continuing business with the humans. But depending on the situation, I don't know what would happen, Makoto. I bring a world map from the shelf and spread it on the desk. And then, I place a hand on the location Tomo pointed out before. This was the place, right, Tomo? Makoto. Yes. That's the place, Tomo. The previously associated country of Elysian, Kale Neon. The place is around Yamagata Prefecture and Jukiyama, Makoto. The place that will provide Asura with the 4 seasons. And also the place that is deeply connected with the 2 humans I met. Yamagata. Tomo. Nothing. Just pointless rambling. What's important is what I said before that. It's a country named Kale Neon. That place seems to be the native country of my parents, Makoto. My parents met there, and after that, they became adventurers, traveled, and transferred to my world. In other words, to me, it is also my home in a sense. Of course, that has nothing to do with the 4 seasons, so it is fine to ignore that point for now, Makoto. I have no emotional attachment at all anyways. If possible, I would be happy to obtain even a little bit of information of my parents, but it is a country that has fallen to ruin. The demon race probably knows more information of Kale Neon. If they didn't turn everything into ash when they invaded, that is. But Wakasama, if I remember correctly, Kale Neon is the place the librarian Eva and Gotetsu's Ruria, Shiki. As if remembering something, Shiki says the name of the Anslin sisters. That's right. The birthplace of those girls. That's why I had each of them decide something. If both of them accept, Makoto. I tell the 3 of them what I was thinking. That's my last resort. It may be a foolish thought that can't even be called resort though. Foo. Isn't that interesting, Waka? Tomo. Right. Depending on how it is done, it might even become a card to solve our current problem, Shiki. If it's something Wakasama has decided, I don't have any objections. Also, I think it is stupid to not use the strength we have and just worry, Mio. My family accepted it. In that case, as Kuzunoha Company's Reidu, and also, as the third one to descend to this world. Well, the two heroes are in the human side, so it should be fine for one to be behind the scenes on the demon race side, right, Bug Goddess. Chapter 130, A Certain Student's Background, Upper, Reunion. He is one of the students learning in Rotsgard. But he is not a simple student. A big noble that everyone in Limia recognizes, Hoplei's second son. On top of that, he excels in literary and military arts, and has a strong sense of justice. Truly a thoroughbred. Because the eldest son has to follow his career, he is participating in the demon race fight at the front lines, and the second son knows of the danger the eldest son is facing, so he took the elite education of the academy. In other words, in case something happens, he will be treated as a spare, an insurance. But that's not something strange in the household of nobles, and Ilumgand Hopelace understands this reality and accepts it. Then, is he an obedient second son towards the head of the family? The answer is no. Ilumgand disagreed with the decay of the nobles in Limia, and can even be considered hate. Even so, he obediently followed the idea of his father because he has to act the submissive child. Hidden inside him is his wish for the reform of the nobles. The responsibility of the people in higher class. That's the ideal of Ilumgand. Since he was born as a noble, he will live a life that doesn't shame that blood, protect the weak ones, become their sword and shield. He will swear genuine loyalty to the king, and consequently, be given a land to manage. He holds a conviction and wants to build up a righteous government. That's why the people that live in their territory adore the nobles that work as their feudal lord. He wasn't great because he was a chosen one since birth. In the nobles of Limia, this is a really unusual ideology. The ones who bestowed him this way of thinking were two. The first one is a girl of a household they were friends with. When he voiced out his childish ideals, she affirmed those. With a broad smile and applauded him. The words that were more of a cool front and for show, at that moment, had turned into a dream for Ilumgand. The sound of the applause at that time and her smile, for him, it was a more solemn memory than the blessing of the goddess, and has remained in him vividly. The other one was the female hero that recently descended to this world. The hero that suddenly descended one day. She said things that were not chained by the noble doctrine and the monarchy. Words filled with freedom. She steadily learned to mind her words, but it isn't like the foundation of her ideology has changed. For many nobles, that opinion of hers is dangerous, but Ilumgand felt that she would be able to provide the marrows of his vague and overly large dream and ideal. He was strongly conscious of his dreams and reform plans. And it was when he met the hero that this dream began to take definite form. That's why he secretly went to hear the talks of the hero that had ordered him to not involve himself with his father more than necessary. At times, he also cooperated with her in an extent that allows him to. The growth of the hero, Otanashi Hibiki, was tremendous, and easily left Ilumgand in the dust, but he didn't even feel jealousy towards that otherworldly growth of hers. So instead of lending his skills to her, he mostly provided her information or helped out in the financing area. When you graduate, let's fight together. One day, he finally received an earnest petition from Hibiki. In honesty, he wanted to be her strength even if he had to leave the academy. And he wanted her to tell him more about those ideologies. Ilumgand heard that she was around his age, but he felt like Hibiki was somewhat mature. Maybe because the words of Hibiki were something he is aiming for, and her thinking was several steps into the future. But Ilumgand Hopelace considered his household's intentions, and decided to attend the academy until graduation. The war with the demon race is in a scale that will not be finished until several years later, so if he ever gets into a position where he will succeed the Hopelace household, it would be convenient for the reform of the nobles. For the sake of cooperating with Hibiki as well, he couldn't waste the opportunity of learning in the academy and the connections he could obtain in it. When thinking back at it, this was when he diverged. In the spring of that land. At a holiday in Academy Town, he reunites with a certain girl. Both of them have changed quite a lot in appearance. But because of the characteristic accessory, Ilumgand was able to tell that it was her. A black choker that has a bell and ribbon. The young her and the current her had the same accessory, but the atmosphere that's given out was obviously different. He was able to accurately connect the person in his memories and the one in front of him as the same person. Ruria. Are you Ruria Ansland? With a spaced-out voice, Ilumgand reflexively calls out the girl that was about to pass beside him. It was the name of an incredibly unexpected person. For him it was unforgettable, but it is the name of a girl that he was supposed to never meet again. Being called by her name, the girl turns around. The girl, who was wearing waitress clothes, judged that the owner of the voice was Ilum, who's walking around town with his friends, and looks at him. It's a girl that had cold eyes and felt as if she had no ambition. The bell of the choker didn't ring, and showed that it is just a simple decoration. Why are you? Who are you? Have we met before? Ruria. It's me. Ilumgand. Limia's, the Hopelace households. Haven't we met several times at Kale Neon, in the Ansland territory? You don't, remember? Not the words Ilumgand, nor Hopelace, the girl called Ruria reacted to the word Kale Neon and stiffened. I remember. We played in the flower beds of Agarist. Oi Ruria, what is it? Why are you trying to leave? I don't remember student Sama well. Excuse me. Ruria. Ilumgand grabs Ruria's hand, and restrains the movements of the girl that was trying to leave. At that moment, her body trembled greatly and looks at the arm of her that was grabbed, with fear in her eyes. One of the persons accompanying Ilumgand made a gesture as if thinking about the name of Kale Neon. Ilum-san. When you said Kale Neon, you mean the country that was around Elysian and collapsed in the early stages of the demon race invasion, right? The name of that place came out in a previous class. Why yeah, that's right. She is a noble that prospered in that Kale Neon. Ansland household's daughter. Isn't that strange? If I remember correctly, that country was destroyed immediately in the momentum of the demon race invasion. In that case, a noble that was prospering in that land should have fallen as well. Hey! The words that could be taken as insensitive were remonstrated by Ilumgand. The question he held was pretty natural, but Ilumgand, who was practically sure the girl in front of him was an acquaintance of him, thought about the emotions of Ruria and stopped him from continuing what he was going to say. Sorry. No well, you must have confused me with someone similar, Ruria. You should be Ruria. That choker that is around your neck, and the bell that doesn't ring. If I remember correctly, she also wore the same thing. Also, you certainly reacted to what I said. You are Ruria, right? Ilumgand uses an insecure tone that's not normal of him. Excelling in literary and military arts, he already overflows with self-confidence, and yet, this is the first time the companions around him have seen him bewildered. Kale Neon is one of the countries that has been destroyed completely by the demon race. The chances that one of the nobles from there, Ruria, has survived, were so low that it made Ilumgand lose his confidence. Yes. I am indeed Ruria. I don't remember my childhood that much, but it is probably not wrong that I have met you before, Ruria. In time, because of the unwavering gaze of Ilumgand, Ruria admits it as if giving up. That she is a noble from a ruined country. And in truth, it wasn't as if Ruria was feigning ignorance. Ruria and her sister Eva escaped from the fires of war by the hands of their parents, and have received a terrible treatment because of it. That's why she has been subconsciously forgetting the memories of her childhood, and in reality, she practically doesn't remember anything of her life in the Ansland territory. It is true that she got scared of the keyword Kale Neon and tried to leave because of her feelings of not wanting to get involved though. Sorry, but, can you please release me already? It hurts, Ruria. Pointing out the hand that was being grabbed to the point of hurting, Ruria asks him. Sorry. Don't mind it, Ruria. The two who were unable to properly connect words. It is a conversation of a person that wants to leave as soon as possible, that is troubled about how to cut it off, so it is obvious it would turn out this way though. Ruria, why are you in this town? Your country should have fallen in the fight with the demon race. Ilumgand's words were slightly different from how he truly felt and were released onto Ruria. In truth, he wanted to be happy about Ruria's safety and wanted to embrace those feelings. For him, Ruria is, without doubt, his first love. Moreover, she is the girl that has given him a beautiful memory that is coated with dreams and ideals. But because he is together with his companions, he held back from doing it. What came out in exchange was the way nobles should act that has always been lying in his heart and the inconsistency of Ruria's safety. I was led to escape by my parents, Ruria. The words of Ruria gave a big shock not only to Ilumgand, but to his companions as well. In the first place, the faint first love of Ilumgand was what created his current ideals. For him, Ruria is the partner that he pledged that ideal with. And she was supposed to have sacrificed herself as a noble to protect the people. That's how deep she was edged in his heart. But the reality was that she is still alive. Moreover, she abandoned her people and escaped. An intense conflict occurs inside Ilumgand. Several emotions were born, clashed, and bounced off. What could he say? He couldn't collect himself. What happened to the pledge of that time? If she is alive, that in itself makes me happy. For a noble to survive is an embarrassment. It must have been harsh to lose your parents. The hero-sama is right now in the vanguard and protecting the people from the demon race's deadly grasp, fighting with all they have, and yet. It is fine. From now on, I will be here for you. Those kind of contradicting emotions and words were clashing inside Ilumgand. You abandoned your country and people, and escaped. One of his companions spitted out words to Ruria with eyes of scorn. You are the worst. If you are a noble, you should be the first one to clash swords with the enemy to protect the people. You even fell to the point of being a waitress to protect your life. No shame. The first words served as a spark and more words of disdain were spitted out towards Ruria. They were cruel words. But a part of Ilumgand also felt this way. Even if it's not completely. That's why he was unable to hamper the words of his companions. Ruria made a face as if she had given up, as if saying, just say whatever you want. There was no objection. Seeing her like that, Ilumgand was unable to hold back his emotions. An embarrassment of humans. Ansland and you. Even though we are learning at the academy every day to defeat the demon race. Just like everyone said, for a noble to fall into the streets just to survive, that's only an embarrassment. Even though you have never experienced the possibility of dying. You don't even know how I have lived until now, so please don't go talking as if you know, Ruria. Hearing the words of Ilumgand, Ruria's brows slightly trembled and she refuted. A small and weak tone. But without pausing, she was able to say it until the end. It isn't like she was just allowed to escape and has lived an easy life. She has taken the job of being a waitress in this town, and before obtaining her current lifestyle, she has received severe treatment and has been suffering. Even in her current life she has been chased by the ghost of her past, and she isn't sure of how long she can continue like this. Saying all those things when living in a prosperous environment and passing their days in the academy with no inconveniences, she probably couldn't stop herself from voicing out her feelings. A traitorous and cowardly noble is insulting us. Like hell I would run away from a fight and cling to my life like you. I have the resolve to die uprightly. People that say such high and mighty words only know how to persecute the weak ones, you know. You are in such a disjointed place from the fight and comfortably studying. Do you think you can do something like war? Ruria. Shut up. The companions of Ilumgand couldn't take Ruria's rebuttals anymore and they pushed her shoulder. Ruria staggers and steps back. But the heat in her eyes didn't back off and were simply looking at them. Ruria, you, just how far will you? Even so. Hey, say something. While Ilumgand was surprised by Ruria's change, her existence was stirring up inside his heart. His first love. She is alive. The girl that was supposed to share the same ideals as him, has fallen and lived a life of disgrace. At any rate, he couldn't maintain his composure. I have to say something, and the moment he was about to open his mouth. Ah, can you leave it at that? A group of two cut in between them. Both of them were dressed like magicians. But what stood out was the face of the small height man. He had quite the ugly face. By the standards of the humans in this world, there's no doubt it is at the lowest. A beast-type demi-human. Right, an appearance that would fit that of a monkey demi-human. But he is probably scraping the line between both. This was the first time he held a rude impression of someone since coming to the academy. Right now that's not the problem though. One of the companions pointed out the Rotsguard Academy's uniform, and tried to drive away the two. Without being able to switch his emotions of just now, he talks to the two who look like they are not related to the academy, with a severe attitude. That's not how he should act. This is not the way a human who is supposed to stand on top should be acting. Ilumgand also understands this. But right now, his head is still completely filled with Ruria. At any rate, I want to talk with her, just the two of us. Those two, Radu and Shiki, interfered with Ilumgand's wish completely, and will become a big wall in his way. Overwhelming power. That's the strength Radu and Shiki showed. For Ilumgand, that was a memory that remained vividly. He was somehow able to locate the place Ruria was working in. Gotetsu, a restaurant that also doubles as a bar. But since the time Radu and his follower Shiki defeated them, every time he tried to meet Ruria, they would get in the way. Accurately speaking, the Kuzunoha company got in the way. He didn't meet Radu himself, but every time he tried to meet with Ruria, an employee of that company would obstruct him. In times, with schemes. In times, with power. It was humiliating. The impatience in Ilumgand's heart piles up. The words he said in their reunion might have been too much, is what he thought. That's why I will meet her again and apologize. Anyways, he wanted to clear the misunderstanding. After all, there's no doubt that he is happy that she was alive. But he was unable to fulfill that at all. Receiving money from his household, he requested assistance and hired people, but that didn't work either. No matter what regret I have, you will get in the way, huh? The anger of Ilumgand towards the Kuzunoha company slowly changed into hatred. Actually, in this matter, Shiki and Radu had no part in it. When the employees of Kuzunoha company went to Gotetsu to have a meal, Ruria indirectly told them that Ilumgand has been following her around and asked them to please check him out. Lime Latte was the first one. Then the forest Onis, Akua and Eris, and also the elder dwarf. They worried about Ruria, and while being ordered by Radu to protect Ruria from a different matter, they also obstructed Ilumgand and anyone related to him from getting close to Ruria. Ilumgand didn't know of that. That's why the Kuzunoha company and Radu became targets of his hatred with no distinction. Ilumgand Hopeless-sama, right? Don't you want power? From what I have heard, things have not been going well for you. At that time, an unknown student talked to Ilumgand. Ilumgand's words were mixed with caution. To begin with, the Rotsgard Academy is immense. There are many students he doesn't know. It isn't strange to have a student he hasn't seen before talk to him. Just that, Ilumgand was cautious because he was called out when he was alone and in a place where there were few people around. Power? Are you saying that knowing my strength? Of course. Your strength and also your heart that wishes for more power. This may be rude of me, but at the current rate, it is questionable if you will be able to help the hero-sama. Someone that's not even able to deal with one hindrance. That's what. You are thinking right. You, who are you? Your ally. I have something that's being developed in the academy. A magic medication that will raise your physical and magical power. A groundbreaking creation. When testing it in a common student, it was confirmed to show a certain extent of effectiveness. It should be a student you already know of, Ilumgand-sama. Several names of students Ilumgand knew were mentioned. Students that showed growth to the point of being abnormal. The heart of Ilumgand wavers. There's no secondary effects, and it is also an article that's approved by the academy, so any inspections won't bring out problems. After confirming how much effect it has on someone as excelling as Ilumgand, the academy plans on spreading it. How about it? It may be a rude way of saying it, but will you cooperate as a sample? The academy approves of it. Medicine that will make me stronger. Yes. You will obtain the power to make your wishes come true. Got it. I will cooperate. Do you have any conditions? It is fine to just report the progress to my superiors and the people in duty. Taking out a bottle with pills in it, the student holds it with its thumb and index finger, and presents it to Ilumgand. Hopeless second son extends his right hand and opens his palm. Please drink one every day. There's no problem in consuming more, but there's no effect either, so please do hold back from doing so. If you tell a superior before you finish it, I will bring more. Ilumgand looks at the bottle that he received, and the student tells him a simple advice. After looking at it for a while, Ilumgand raises his head again, but that student had already left. Chapter 131, A Certain Student's Background, Lower, Undercover Actions. Radu was appointed as a teacher in the academy. Moreover, he has obtained popularity in one portion of the students. Ilumgand has been ingesting the medicine that the student gave him before. From what he could tell, there were no secondary effects, just like that person said. His physical strength and magic power became stronger. That strengthening is continuing even now. The strength and power increased his leveling speed, and his level reached 70. Radu. That guy is even moving around the academy. But the irritation of Ilumgand didn't stop. It was a simple matter. Even when he obtained power, Ilumgand has been unable to meet with Ruria. Not only that, he has received reports several times of Radu and Shiki going to Gotetsu and conversing with Ruria in a friendly manner. There's no way that's amusing for him. The one there is not supposed to be Radu, but him, Ilumgand. The being that has stolen the place he was supposed to enter and the smile he was supposed to receive. Inside of him, Radu had become an existence that was worthy of being killed. Moreover, he lost to a student that is taking the classes of Radu. Ilumgand put pressure in the people and stopped the attendance applications to Radu's class. And yet, even with him placing pressure, that student was one of the scholarship students that still send the petition to Radu's class. A defeat is not something that's okay to happen. Moreover, that student said this when Ilumgand was defeated. Ah, damn. I messed up adjusting my power. She whispered that and returned to the line of students. It wasn't like she said it for Ilumgand to hear, it was more like, her monologue leaked out. Her name is Amelia Hopelace. A scholarship student that originated from Gridonia. Hopelace. Same family name as Ilumgand. But it is a female student that has no connection with him at all. At least he doesn't know of any connection with her. Amelia has not talked to him in any way, so he thought that it is probably a coincidental match. And in reality, Amelia is not even from a noble origin, and Ilumgand had already lost interest in her name. Held back. Went easy on me. What was important wasn't the name, but the fact that she went easy on him. Her year was lower, her level was lower, moreover, in a state where there's no blessing, a girl went against an upper-grade top class and won. There's no way he could accept that. You are Radu's. That Radu student, right? Don't mess around. Don't mess with me. Little by little, unconsciously, he lost his ability to control his emotions. Slowly, without stopping, it silently progressed. At that time, his countenance, rigidness, and forcefulness increased, and the amount of people hanging around him decreased. After he returned to his room, the rumors of him losing his temper slowly spread around. The room was especially bad today. He shoved away the furniture around, and the breaking sounds and screams resonated even on the outside. After raging for a while, Ilumgand sat on his couch and suddenly yelled. Oi, reinstated. Oi, are you there? Thought transmission. He didn't need to say it out loud, and yet, Ilumgand voiced out what he was saying in his thought transmission. Proof that he is quite irritated. Sorry. I was doing something. Ilum-sama, what's wrong? Are you running out of medicine? The voice that responded to the yell was a glossy voice. It is the person in duty that hears out the progress reports after he received the medicine. When the student said superior, Ilumgand thought that it would be a male, but when he connected the thought transmission, it was a woman. The woman responded to the emotional voice of Ilumgand in an extremely calm demeanor. That's not it. What is going on? Why is the class of a mere temporary teacher having more increasing effects than the medicine? Are you telling me that's also one of the plans you guys have been doing secretly in the academy? Ilum-sama, please calm down. How can I be calm? Today, I lost to a student that has only been attending Radu's classes a few times. A woman that has a lower level than mine. There's not supposed to be any such plan though. Radu. Are you saying the name of that teacher is Radu? That's right. That ugly, mere merchant that makes a fool out of me wherever I go. Ilumgand's exasperation was the very definition of the stupid nobles he hated with a passion. And Ilumgand didn't even notice that. There's no noticeable secondary effects. That's certainly true. The concerned person, Ilumgand, is unable to notice it after all. The woman that continues talking with a calm voice as always, slightly ponders when the name Radu was mentioned. She thought that it would take a bit more time. She has been destroying the calm in Ilumgan's heart little by little. Just like how his heart is inclined to defeat. All she has actually done is assist in the medicine's effect, and has not really placed any suggestions or anything like that. That's why she thought that even if it comes into fruition fast, it would need at least half a year. However, Ilumgan was cornered faster than she thought, and for her, he is being completed in a good sense. But at the same time, being too fast brings anxiety. The main cause of Ilumgan's accelerated destruction, Radu. She felt that she has to see that person at least once. Because she couldn't think it possible that a female student whose level was a lot lower than the strengthened Ilumgan could beat him. Without saying it in the thought transmission, that's what the woman thought. At least for humans. Her interest was pointed to the academy town that already had no need to head to. Understood. Ilum-sama's regret, I have understood it well. I thought about waiting for your body to get used to it a bit more, but I will prescribe you the next medicine. The next medicine. If there's such a thing, bring it out from the beginning. Sorry. It is because that medicine has a light side effect. For people that can't control their emotions, it will bring danger, and more importantly, the body will also. I don't care. I can control my emotions. Are you making a fool of me, you bastard? Truly sorry. I have said too much. Please forgive me, Ilum-sama. Well then, I will bring it to you as soon as possible. Also, we have a necklace that increases magic resistance. Consider it a gift from us. We will be sending it along as well, so please do use it. It isn't something bulky, so it won't be a hindrance. Humph. Don't think such a mere gift will compensate for your previous utterance. Of course. We will not be frugal in our cooperation hereafter, so please do pardon me. Those words, don't forget them. Ilumgan one-sidedly cuts off the thought transmission. The woman that was in a dim room seemed like she was going to leak out a sigh, but instead, she silently bended her mouth into a smile. Fufufu. It seems quite a good wind is blowing. I can control my emotions, huh? What a funny young man. With this, the hope lace has fallen. Limia will have to move no matter what now. But Radu, was it? It would be troublesome if it goes too far, so maybe I should confirm what kind of person it is, at least once. Blue skin, a face with no horn. The woman that stood still in the room alone, Demon General Rona, placed a hand over her mouth as if thinking something. This is a story that happened a bit before she pretended to be Karen Frost and infiltrated the school. Timing. I can't mess up the opportunity. This is the final step of the plan. The final phase of a plan that was carefully laid out. Until this point, the plan has proceeded in a truly smooth manner. Leaving aside Limia, the problem was how many high officials of Gridonia we would be able to pull, but I didn't think Princess Lily would fish them out. Moreover, the princess fished the Limia king as well. I can't stop laughing. There's only one worry. Kuzunoha Company's, Radu. He said he was neutral, but he is also a human. He is an ingredient that brings anxiety. I want him to owe us, but it will be troublesome if there's an impediment in our plan. At least, with Larva there, Radu won't be in danger regarding this matter. It also depends on how loyal that lich is to him, but Radu himself possesses quite the fighting power. In the worst-case scenario, it is possible that he would move to suppress the situation. Even so, thinking about the information relay ability of the humans under a chaotic situation, there won't be any problems. That's right. Depending on his posting, the demerit of the demon race will be big. Radu, you accepted the meeting with the Demon Lord Sama, so you must have a certain amount of interest in us, right? In that case, please overlook us this time, okay? It sounds as if I were praying to someone. Ha. Even though we have no god to pray to. Rona. The partner in this time's plan and also a demon general as well. The loud voice of that giant resonates. Now then, it is the time for fruition. Let's watch the end of the heroes. The death of all that oppose the Demon Lord will tell us of our victory. Chapter 132, Team Battles, Finals. Soon, I will be doing an act that is akin to betraying everyone here. The business in Rotsgard as well, it is safe to assume that continuing it will be hard. I still haven't met them yet, but it seems I have caught the eye of several big shots. Asking Rembrandt-san is, as expected, something I can't bring myself to do. I have been in his care way too much after all. The reason why the Kuzunoha company went well in Sige was because I had the follow-up of him. It's free to operate in towns, it's based on your skills, so as long as you provide good stuff, you will succeed. That's not the case. In that town there's probably no one who would want to be glared by Rembrandt-san, so that discretion served as a help for me. The business there went well, so I went and misunderstood that I was beginning to get used to doing business. In the middle of it, I was totally made a fool of. He wanted Rembrandt-san to owe him, so he told me that he would overlook me if I just leave the town. That really got me. Just remembering that makes my anger well up. My anger of him, the anger that comes from my own worthlessness, they well up and mix. That representative was a person that gave the impression as if gold is supremacy. That's the kind of sense of value he seemed to live with. Looking at how hard it was to deal with him and the things he said, Rembrandt-san might have been like that before his family fell ill. Because if he is able to go against that representative in higher than even grounds, I don't think he would say any soft things. It is mortifying, but it is true that I am not fit as a merchant. I understand what he said. It's true that I was naive. In the end, I am running away and making a connection with the demon race. In the worst case, not only the one here but the store in Sige as well, and the relationships formed at that town, everything will be. No matter if Rembrandt-san said all that to me, I will be going to a camp that's going against humans and having troubles with the goddess. I can't burden him. I will be secluding in the country that my mom and dad were. I even came to a parallel world. What am I doing? In the tournament grounds that is crowded and giving off heat, I sit in the seat that I had reserved, and look at the stage where no one is in. There's only the finals left in the team battles of the tournament. The match of the students I might not be able to meet anymore. I have to properly watch over it. They safely won through the semi-finals. The obvious pestering that was the level limit didn't have that much effect on them, it seems. They must have gotten used to the mock battles with the Mist Lizard where they had to fight by using teamwork. Just that, there's something bothering me. The second son of Hope Lace. His state in the semi-finals wasn't normal. That doesn't give a good feeling. Tomo, can you tell Makoto about that noble? Fumo, he is probably using some kind of magic or drug to increase his power, and that's its side effect, maybe. Tomo. What do you think, Mio? Makoto. It gave an unsavory feeling. Like some sort of human mixed with something else. I can see a disgusting tint, Mio. Like a demi-human. Makoto. No. How to say it? Human and demi-humans are of different types, but it is like having two of the same bread tied together, and the disgusting feeling would be embedded inside it. Like a pound cake with dry fruits inside. Mio. I kind of get it and kind of not. I see, Makoto. I hold an opinion similar to that of Tomo. A hollow atmosphere as if he lost his sanity. Crush his opponents with abnormal brute strength. But instead of calling it human, it is more like a Momono. The surrounding members were not as serious as him, but I can't think of them as normal either. In this tournament it is prohibited to use magic drugs, so I don't think it is medicine, but, in that case, maybe magic. Well, even if their strength gets higher, from what I have seen, it is lower than Zwei-san. In technique, there's no need to mention. Lower than Blue Lizard. If it's with 3, my students will win. That's why there's no need to worry that much, but... Shiki, I was thinking you would be coming back anytime now. How is their condition? Makoto. Wakasama, they have been doing an intense battle of rock, paper, scissors for the rights of participating, Shiki. Fufu, glad to see they are not tense, Makoto. Shiki had returned from looking after the students. He answered my question with no hesitation, and told me about the students' condition. Shiki, what did you think about that? Hope Lace boy. He gives out quite a different atmosphere compared to the individual battles, Makoto. Yeah. I can't say anything definite, but I think he is being done something, Shiki. Being done. Makoto. Yes. He is losing his sanity. I think that's a type of magic drug. It resembles something I have handled a long time ago, Shiki. Medicine, huh? So he really can make anything valid. I feel like I kind of understand how it is to get into trouble with a noble. It's a magic drug that turns humans into ghouls, changing them into a half-dead state, and enslaving them. Well, it would have been okay to make it have an immediate effect, but it turned out as a frail article that couldn't be used and ended up as a failure. Shiki. I can easily get Shiki to talk about his past deeds, but the amount of pitch-black content is not low. This is one of many. He does pretty frightening stuff. Enslaving, huh? It at least doesn't seem like he is being controlled, and doesn't look frail either, Makoto. Yes. Even when predicting the highest battle power he could get, in the worst case, there won't be problems if we stop it. I have told the students to retire if it turns dangerous. Rather, I am Shiki. I cut into the words of Shiki. Shiki, you told them that. Makoto. Yes, I did though. Shiki. Ah, if you tell them that, they would definitely do something rash. Amelia being the first in the list, Makoto. Even if it is not her, the others will probably go with the enthusiasm of, I will win. Those were words brought out of concern though, Shiki. In the worst case, it is fine to stop them even if it turns into a defeat. And so, Shiki, what were you trying to say before? Makoto. Ah, about Hope Lace. The necklace he was using before equipping his armor piqued my interest, Shiki. Necklace. That guy, he still had more things he brought from his house. Makoto. It was disguised with a magic resistance effect, Shiki. Disguised. That's certainly strange. That means there's a hidden effect. Could it be the type that awakens and gives a power-up? Makoto. In times, accessories possess effects that are more dangerous than weapons. Well, that's gamer logic though. But I only think this way because that guy really doesn't care about what methods he uses after all. Awaken. No. I think it is some sort of accumulating effect. It didn't seem like it was in function, and it worried me a bit, Shiki. For Shiki to hesitate, that's unusual. Ah, it's fine to forget about my game logic explanation there. It kind of gives a bad presentiment. This whole town is giving a strange feeling, Mio. Mio looks at the sky and says this carefree. It seems she sensed something that cannot be considered as a threat to her. But in this situation where many things are mobilizing, the words of Mio. Just in case, can you bring some equipment Jean and the others can use from the store? Leave it in their waiting room. And after you finish doing that, let's watch together, Makoto. This may be the last thing I will be able to do for Jean and the others. Weapons are something that just assist in shaking off problematic things though. They are the kids I have been looking after for several months. I have grown attached to a certain extent. No, quite attached. I was being careful to avoid this from happening, but I was unable to. For now, let's protect them. Sorry for the wait. We will be beginning the finals of this tournament's team battles. A resonant voice was emitted from the men that came up the stage. All right. Let's go. You pipsqueaks, don't go holding back on Hope Lace. I am not a pipsqueak. Like hell I would hold back. I can finally try the instant strengthening that Jean was doing in real combat. If it goes well, it would be no different from going at my full strength. I think that making fun of one's body growth is childish. I will be stealing all the spotlight. Shoulders, knees, elbows, in those kind of places, they had thick leather protectors equipped, and the 3 students who were wearing their battle uniform talked in a cheerful manner. The first words the tall boy said really described them well. Jean and the pipsqueak combi. Saying it that way, it really does fit. The other 2 denied this, but the remaining members that had a gloomy atmosphere around them also thought this way. Why did I use rock at that moment? If you didn't made it a draw there, I would have been able to participate. Using paper 4 times in a row, are you a spammer? I couldn't participate in a single match. The ones who lost in the participation battle. In contrast to the 3 that are exultant and holding weapons, they seem to be feeling down. And there was one that said something pretty tragic. Holding a standard one-handed sword, there's Jean, possessing a spear the same height as her, it's Yuno, and with a barely good gem embedded at the tip of his staff, there's Izumo. These 3 were the winners. The remaining 4 can't participate, but they follow until the stage's vicinity. Just like that, Jean and the others go up the stage. In front of them, the 7 match opponents were already there. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Oh, did you use a drug or something today, senpai? That's just too late. Unsightly. Disgusting. While looking at Jean and the others with eyes devoid of light, Illumined Hopelace holds his great sword with both hands. Without getting worked up, Jean, Yuno and Izumo stood in a row. The introductions of the participants is done in order. By nature, just standing in this place is the best situation for the students that attend this academy, but this final was ruled by a strange atmosphere. 3 versus 7. There's also that. But in the 7, there's one that's clearly not normal and being restless, and in the side of 3, they show no sign of tension and simply smile. And then, the strong gazes of interest from the audience seats and visitor seats that are expecting a match that will surpass the past years. Begin. The battle situation suddenly unfolded in a vehement manner. Yuno and Izumo, who were at both sides of Jean, both of them stepped back at their respective sides. An abrupt enhanced acceleration. And it was a speed higher than that shown in the individual matches. Using the instant enhancement of Jean as the concept, the two of them also learned it in a small space of time. Makoto widening his eyes was just the onset. And then, the other move was from Illumined. Maybe he has some grudge from the individual matches. He went in a straight line towards Jean. That speed was slower than Yuno and Izumo, but it is an acceleration with his large body build and his whole body clad in armor and a great sword. The intensity was incomparable to the other two. Sadly, Jean was not overwhelmed by that at all. Senpai. This is the last match, prepare. Jean. Jean gleefully accepts Illumined's charge. Just what he wished. The remaining 6 at Illumined's team were being approached by Yuno and Izumo from both sides. Jean had no need to worry about them. The 4 magicians were already chanting their arias, and the remaining 2 warriors were facing the 2 approaching respectively. How stupid, is what Jean thought as he bended his mouth into a smile. Because that assured him that they weren't able to read what the 2 were trying to do. The annoying thrash will be crushed. Without learning his lesson, Illumined unleashes the horizontal swipe that was crushed a few days ago. Jean takes on that attack. There was no need to crush it. He wanted to show Illumined that. But he could tell from the sword that was swung with unexpected strength, that the wooden sword clad with magic power, which was supposed to take one hit without problems, was being wedged into. Jin's body was pushed back. TCH. Jean. Clicking his tongue, Jean tried to switch the movements of his body and pull his sword to divert the attack. In that moment, he was assaulted by another unexpected attack. While swinging the great sword just like that, Illumined forcibly takes one step, and with his open hand, he tried to punch Jean. It was clearly a jumbled attack that is not taking into consideration the burden the body takes. An attack that one would even think that it is enhanced. By nature, it shouldn't be an attack that one would receive, but he was thinking about how he would make Illumined crawl in defeat. Most of his thought process was directed there. It was Jin's negligence. I can't dodge it. That bastard, Jean. The fist approaches his face. Understanding that it already reached the point of being unavoidable, Jean instinctively brings up the hand that was holding the sword. Accurately speaking, his elbow. It may not be much, but there's protectors there. That defense miraculously made it in time, and the fist of Illumined crashes into Jin's left elbow. Without minding that it crashed into his elbow, the fist continues its momentum. Jean was blown slightly to the back and toppled over. But stood up immediately and fixed his stance. Not releasing the sword from his hands even with the unexpected shock was as expected of him. Is that how nobles fight? TCH, getting the better of me when sensei is watching, Jean. An intense anger flickers in Jin's eyes. Receiving that attack was mostly because of his own negligence, but in the midst of the battle's exaltation, those kind of thoughts didn't enter his mind. Yuno, Izumo. Sorry, but I will be beginning first, Jean. Lowly, Jin's whisper leaks out. As if seizing Illumined's second rush, this time, Jean also charged. Chapter 133, Team Battles, Conclusion. Translator, just a note, double chapters are completely arbitrary. When I see that it is better to release 2 chapters instead of 1, I will do so. Some may have noticed that there's always a reason for double releases. So just take that in mind. On the other hand, Izumo and Yuno approached the 6 that were lying in wait. The 2 warriors were already prepared with their lances, but the Arius of the magicians would still take time. The first one to act was Yuno. She hasn't closed the distance between the closest warrior, and yet, she threw the spear in her hands as if sowing the 2 warriors. The spear that flew straight ahead made a direct hit towards the chest of the furthest male magician as if it gravitated towards him. It didn't pierce. It was wooden. On top of that, the tip was dull and rounded. The spear lost its momentum and fell in place, but the magician that was hit by the attack was thrown back heavily and falls face up. Bullseye. Yuno. A cheerful voice resounds in the stage. As if truly enjoying it. A voice that just hearing it would cheer you up as well. Even though what she is doing is not fun, but more like something incredibly painful. Yuno didn't stop for even a second, and the warrior that got his attention taken by the flying spear, even if he tried to stop her approach, his legs couldn't move. It's Izumo. He stopped his accelerated movement and finished his aria. Because of all the attention Yuno took, the caution towards him had lowered, and without missing that chance, ice climbed up to their feet. They were wrapped in ice to their knees. Just like that, Izumo begins to chant an aria at the proximity of the 2 warriors. The attention to Yuno switches to Izumo. This time, Yuno acts. Just like how the spear went in between the space of the warriors, she gets into the bosom of the closest magician without faltering. The spell still hasn't finished yet, and looking at the magic power that has only gathered to the tip of the staff, she looked at the chin of the magician and slowly pushed up the bottom of her palm to it. The palm stroke of a small-build girl. Be that as it may, she used her lower body as a spring, placing her weight on it and make a blow. The man that received this on his chin sprang up, and even his body slightly flew up. In the middle of the welling up cheers, Yuno took her time to change her palm into an elbow strike right onto the open abdomen. Both of those attacks had body enhancement applied. It isn't something that a magician hurrying with his aria would be able to endure. He pathetically falls to the outsides of the stage, and his doll is destroyed. Remarkably loud cheers resound in the area. O-O-O-N-E. Yuno. Yuno's eyes were already focusing on the next target. All the magicians that were lined up were her targets. The first man that received the spear attack was trembling intensely while trying to somehow stand up. She understood even that. That's why she said, 1. Armory, hi. Seeing her companion being blown away, the woman magician's aria is broken. She knew that she was the next target of Yuno Rembrandt because of those ferocious eyes aiming at her. Second one, I will be taking it. Yuno. Easily slipping through the swung staff, she gave up on activating the spell and gives out an attack with her staff, but the small-build girl evaded it. How was she able to make such bewildering movements in close range? The magician girl was unable to understand at all. In her field of vision, Yuno was already not there anymore. Where did she disappear? Before she was able to feel that fear of not knowing where her opponent is, she felt a blunt but strong shock. That's when she was no longer able to feel fear anymore. Freebie. Yuno. Yuno instantly appeared behind the magician, and smashed an elbow on the girl's medulla oblongata. It can be called a pretty dangerous attack. Of course, the doll that served as the scapegoat was heavily damaged at the head part, and shook weakly. It narrowly escaped destruction. But along with the words freebie, Yuno grabbed the arm of the girl and threw her to the remaining magician, and with that, the doll was destroyed completely. In just a short amount of time, Yuno defeated 2 magicians with scary body technique. It's still not over yet. The dance was still not over yet. Okay, 3. Yuno. The female student, having her comrade thrown at her and losing her balance, by the time she faced forward, Yuno was already there. She placed one leg on the knee of the kneeling girl. The moment the other leg of Yuno took the field of vision of that female student, the fight was already decided. She doesn't know that that technique is called Shining Wizard, and it's a technique that is praised highly. Shining Wizardo.gif. She just did it because it seemed like she could do it. Looking at the movements of Yuno that didn't let the magicians do practically anything, the sensei of her, Reidu, stiffened his face and was impressed by her growth. Later, this will please her a lot. Spear recovered. And then, 4th. Yuno. Aga. Yuno arrives at the place where her thrown spear was and recovers it. The male magician that was finally about to regain his footing from the damage had his staff hit by the spear. With that attack that was made without delay, the staff made a dry sound and falls over. And while she does a side strike at the magician as if saying, "Go to sleep." Sinking once again, he didn't move an inch more. The doll was also destroyed. Done. It's my win, huh, Izumo-kun, you know. Just a bit longer and it would have been mine. I have lost, Izumo. Izumo turns around and looks at Yuno. Those movements were the same as a victory declaration. In her field of vision there were the backs of fallen warriors with their whole body wounded. Wind Blade. When activating it with shortened aria and continuous fire, as expected, its power falls. It ended up feeling as if I brought them down with numbers. Ha, Izumo. Just as Izumo said in his disappointed words, the well-built warriors had several shallow cuts everywhere and their equipment was shredded. One of them was staggering and then collapsed. The other warrior was collapsed a long time ago and lost consciousness. Having their movements sealed, the pitiful warriors were mangled by a large quantity of invisible blades. Fufu, well then, the one left is Aya. Yuno. Yuno, what's WR, Ong? Jean, didn't you say you wouldn't do a head start? Izumo. For the first time since the match began, the voices of Yuno and Izumo were flustered. In the place they are gazing at, there's the remaining one, Illumined Hopelace, and their comrade, Jean. Against the rampaging Illumined that's leaving all to strength, Jean didn't back off even once, but it is just that he hasn't let a single direct hit connect, and has one-sidedly attacked. When Jean and the other two made a preparatory meeting, he promised. It doesn't look like he is holding back. That tempest of attacks had an intensity that was as if saying he wanted to end the fight. We will defeat Illumined with the three of us. That's why Yuno and Izumo will defeat the other members first. Jean would pin down Illumined. That's the kind of plan that was promised. Haven't you become laughably tough, Illumined-senpai? What interesting physical strength. Try struggling more. Jean. Guff, Uwu, Destroy, Destro, Jai. The strength and technique of Illumined has enough competency to win the last year's tournament without doubts. And yet, Jean was overpowering him. Concentrating on a strength-based fighting style can be considered an error of Illumined though. In the guest seats, it was already not only just a part, everyone had begun noticing this abnormality. That between them, there's not only a difference in level. And in those, there were discerning ones that have begun understanding that Jean and the other 6 students were learning in a different way. Ah. If we don't go soon, our share will be gone. Yuno. Wait a moment, Yuno, Izumo. Izumo-kun. Yuno. This is strange. He is being beaten up that badly, and yet, there's practically no damage in the doll. From what I see, it isn't like all the attacks are being absorbed by the armor, Izumo. That's true, Yuno. Also, Jean is mixing several attacks with the intention of knocking him out, and yet, it isn't showing effect at all, Izumo. Well, Jean may have a bad mouth, but he is unexpectedly kind at times. Against Hopelace, who has been doing whatever he wanted until now, I wouldn't go for the knockout but for the eternal embarrassment. Jean is probably thinking about the after effects or something like that, Yuno. You are actually quite the wicked one, huh? Well, I do feel the same way as you regarding Illumined-senpai though, Izumo. Anyways, let's go, Yuno. I am fine here. I will begin my aria. If you two are in the vanguard, I can be at the rear without worries, Izumo. I see. Then. Yuno. Yuno finished her conversation with Izumo and gathers strength in her legs to join the fight of Jean against Illumined. Almost at the same time. Jean takes distance from Illumined. And it wasn't as if he was planning to do so. It looked like he did so because it was an urgent evasion. If you plan on coming, be careful. Senpai feels kind of dangerous right now, Jean. Understood. Yuno. While a flashy exchange of blows unfolded, Jean was minding the state of his 2 companions. Jean notices Yuno's fervor and gives her a warning. With a light tone and showing anger every now and then, Jean was grasping the progress of the battle composedly. This guy being dangerous is strange. No matter how many times I hit him, his movements don't grow dull, and I can't knock him out either, Jean. Even though he shows sharp techniques from time to time, in basis, Ilumgand has been leaving it all to strength. Swinging around his great sword, striking his opponent, and inflicting damage. The way he is using his sword is that of someone that has learned the ways of the sword, but those thoughts were dyed by strength. It was clearly not the usual him. Even from the perspective of Jean, who clashed swords with him a few days ago, it was enough to consider abnormal. Referee. Is it okay to continue this? Senpai is clearly strange, Jean. Everything, if it weren't for him, if he weren't there, if he just. I can tell that he still holds the will to continue. Seeing the doll, your attacks have not done considerable damage. Continue. The referee is judging by the doll's damage. As long as it is safe, and as long as he isn't knocked out, it seems he intends to let it continue. Maybe this has something to do with Hopelace giving money. For a moment, Jean thought of that, but it can also be taken as the referee's way of judging things. Also, if it's okay to continue, he just has to finish it fast and there would be no need to tag along with this strange play. Aye. Along with the Hiro-sama, ideals, my ideals. Reidu. Don't get in the way. Ilumgand bellows. In that resentment, the name of Reidu was mentioned. Not Jean, Yuno, or Izumo. And then, his strength increased more than before. Jean felt as if Ilumgand's body grew a size larger. The hand of Jean trembled slightly. A loathsome color was also mixed in his expression. Like hell I know. I am not sensei, and I don't care about your ideals. The ideals of someone that uses dirty methods, there's no value in listening to them. Jean. Cutting the words of Ilumgand, Jean slips through the great sword that was swung downwards and closes into Ilumgand. The hook that was released towards Jean, and the combo of sword and fists were unable to catch him. The bad feeling is getting steadily stronger. I don't know what he is planning, but I have to finish it fast. From what I can tell, it looks like he also prepared something for Yuno and Izumo. Push it through, or will I be able to finish it? Jean. Jin's body contracts like a spring. To use his body as a firing support for his lunge. The released body became a blur, and the lunge accurately aimed at Ilumgand's jaw. Yuno, Izumo. If you are going to do something, join together. We are pushing it through. Jean. It will hit. Thinking that, Jean turns his eyes towards his comrades for an instant and tells them his intentions. They already began moving. While thinking that he probably wants to link attacks, he clearly tells them that he will be the origin point. At this point, the expectations get off the mark. The lunge of Jean was unable to hit Ilumgand's jaw. Ilumgand made his body smaller, and stops the oncoming attack with his face. Precisely speaking, with his mouth. With his teeth, he stopped the lunge of Jean completely. You must have a screw loose. Jean. While distorting his face because of the strangeness of the situation, Jean immediately copes with it. Releasing the handle from his right hand, he hits the pommel with the lower part of his palm. Stepping strongly on the stone paving and directing the strength of his lower half to his palm, he pushes in one breath. The tip was still stopped by the teeth, but by applying that strength, the body of Ilumgand rose obliquely backwards. Nice. Leave the rest to us. Yuno, I'm counting on you. Ariel. Izumo. The spell of Izumo activates. Several meters around the circumference of Ilumgand, a light emerald luminescence radiated. Jean, who was slightly inside that area, does a backstep and retreats. The body of Ilumgand that was about to fall, stopped in midair. And then, just like that, his arms and feet rise up as if being pushed up by something. It was the effect of the spell. Binding the freedom of the target and the things several meters around, it pushes them up with wind. That's all that spell does. Aside from that, there's no attack power. I can hold it for 20 seconds, okay? Izumo. I know. Well then. Here I go. Yuno. She was already approaching Ilumgand, who was beginning to rise. And with a violent light in her eyes, Yuno enters the emerald magic area. Also, in that last step when she entered, her hair flew straight up. Of course, knowing her own velocity, Yuno rides the ascending flow and arrives to where Ilumgand is. From there, the attacks of her began. They were thoughtless attacks. At first, they were attacks that took into account the rising speed, and while avoiding the arms and feet that were swung disorderly, she dished out merciless consecutive spear strikes. Moreover, those were attacks aiming at the joints of the armor and at the unprotected parts. It was clear that she was moving in a way that is not normal in that space. Completely different from Ilumgand, who is unable to regain the balance of his body, she was showing vivid moves. It's probably almost time. Well then, senpai, it seems you like weapons to the point of eating them, so this is a present. Kicking the body of the great sword that was aiming at her, exits the area of the spell. A throwing stance. She places acceleration and endows the spear with magic power. The magic power endowment, even when it leaves the body of the caster, its effects will still linger for an incredibly low period of time depending on the caster. For it was a distance that barely reached that effective time, but without even faltering for a bit, she shoots the accelerated spear towards Ilumgand in a situation where she doesn't have stable footing. Of course, since she exited the rising area, she will drop. Taking in mind the safety of her, Jean hurries to the estimated drop point, but that was needless worry. Falling from around 10 meters up, decelerates with plenty leeway at her landing point. Accurately speaking, she used an incomplete floating spell on herself and safely landed. A perfect floating magic was still not achievable for her. Even before the drop of the area that had begun to dim in color lost its effect, and before she landed, it vanished. The one left there was only Ilumgand, who had blood flowing at the side of his face. Witnessing a midair fight for the first time ever in this tournament, the audience was dumbfounded, but the moment they saw the appearance of Ilumgand, they finally checked the doll. It was heavily damaged and shaking. Still not destroyed. But what will happen when he drops? He will at least not escape without any injuries, that's for sure. You do some scary attacks, oi, Jean. If the person is not used to midair, it will not be able to resist properly, so at first I was trying it out for fun, but for people that experience it for the first time, it is unexpectedly effective. So the two of us discussed about it, To use this on Zwei-san is our current objective. Izumo. The three gather harmoniously and were conversing. In the moment of the drop, a dull sound reverberated. Two of Ilumgand's dolls broke. They splendidly broke. The end. Team Battle Finals, winners, Jean Roan, Izumo Akusabe and Rembrandt. The tournament in this land was still not over yet. Chapter 134, The Enemy of My Enemy Is. That last one looked pretty fundy, so wa ne, mio. Maybe I should also try it once. It's an interesting idea, Tomo. A shining wizard and a midair combo. Don't tell me is the same type as Eris, Makoto. The team battle finals concluded. He may have shown surprising defensive power and toughness, but it didn't turn into as much of a close game as I thought, and Ilumgand sunk. In the middle of it, there was something that caught my attention, but that was also finished when I saw the midair combo. As the Hoplay's second son, he talked about authority, showed a fight that was completely different from his general notion, and without being able to show off much in the match, it finished. His relatives must have come to see him as well. How pitiful. The last spear totally hit his face too. Even if it's wooden, it was still impressive that the spear broke. Was the throw of that good, or was it the face of Ilumgand that was hard? Whichever it is, I think his consciousness was taken away with that attack. The ideas of Waka's students are interesting. They are weak, but I could feel that they are used to scheming, Tomo. Right. The finals were pretty fun. The body techniques of that girl were great, Mio. Tomo and Mio seemed to have enjoyed it. That they didn't show any will to evaluate the fight in the end is, well, it can't be helped. They are not humans to begin with, and in their perspective, they honestly feel that they are no more than chicks. But I feel a bit relieved. If they are able to think that well by themselves and look for their own style with a clear objective in mind, no matter when my class finishes, they would still be fine. Well then, I will go to the waiting room as well and congratulate them. And while check Hoplay's state. No, I should not do that one. It would be troublesome if I get into a problem again. I stand up and was about to move, but then, I noticed an abnormality. Jean and the others prepared their weapons. Lost her spear, so she made a stance with her fists. Those movements were already at the level of martial arts. I didn't teach her that at all, or more like, I can't teach her that, so she probably learned hand-to-hand combat from another teacher. But the referee already declared the end of the match. There should be no need for them to prepare their weapons. And in the direction they are facing, there's the fallen Ilumgand. What? Waka, there's a strange magic power coming out from that brat. He is releasing an incredibly wicked aura that is coiled around emotions, Tomo. Tomo tells me. I am not using the Sakai for search and examination. I am using it to suppress my power after all. Also, my perception ability without using Sakai is not impressive at all. Really, but it is strangely so wa. It looks like it is not only the current emotions, old emotions are joined together as well. It feels awfully so, Mio. Mio is looking at Ilumgand as if looking at something weird. The released magic power was probably amplifying. It changed into the special color that appears when powerful magic power is unleashed or used. At that point, even I can clearly tell. What I am saying is that his magic power had changed to the color suitable for water magic, blue. I am not saying it defines the weakness and fortes of an individual, but it does have a big effect in the path you take. His gentle blue that's close to light blue is normally seen in people specialized in healing and support. By the way, in my case, it is a darkish deep blue. Its specialty is Tet, this is not the time for that. It doesn't seem like he is doing this out of his will. Should we stop it? Makoto. Aren't the people managing the tournament the ones who should do something? It does feel strange though, Tomo. In the middle of Tomo's words, Ilumgand stands up. Jean and the others take proper battle formation. But Amelia, who is outside the stage, shouts something. After that, the three dissolve their stance and go down the stage. As if following Amelia, they all simultaneously left through the exit. They went to take the weapons in the waiting room. Wakasama, it seems it has turned into a slightly bad situation. Should I say, it has eaten a lot. Shiki. Just as I thought, Shiki speaks. Jean and the others went to retrieve their weapons, right? Makoto. Yes. I told them that it was a reward from Wakasama for winning the championship. Just in case, I thought they would be able to hold it back temporarily with those, so I instructed them to return, Shiki. That, noble, just what is going on with him? Makoto. He is in an incredibly dangerous state. No, it can already be considered too late. He has taken a dosage of at least several months to make his body get used to this abnormality, and that time has come, Shiki. The time has come. Makoto. So it is really not his will. But it is surprising that it was able to escape all the diagnosis of the academy. Doping for several months. Yeah. That's not human anymore. It is already beginning to change into a variation, Shiki. What's a variation? Makoto. Just as the word implies. It's when a human changes into something that's not human anymore. I am also a type of variation. I turned into it by my own will, so my circumstances are different from his though. There was a period of time when I was interested in the borders of humans and non-humans, and experimented with it. I presume there's no mistake, Shiki. Just for what or who did he do this for? Hope Lace is a big noble, right? Is there anyone who would choose to make them their enemy? From what I hear, it seems to be quite planned out, and it feels ominous, Makoto. Wakasama, are you really saying that? This kind of advanced magic, use of drugs, and the nature of the plan. Humans are the target. Seeing the situation, there's only one power that would execute this kind of plan, Shiki. But the demon race is different, right? Rona-san pulled back her troops and she said that she would cooperate for the sake of Jean and Amelia, Makoto. I requested Rona-san to hurriedly withdraw the demons in Rotsgard. There's no way she would do something like this. But, did that woman say anything about not doing anything in Rotsgard? Shiki. No. She just listened to my request, and then I promised her I would meet the demon lord later, that's all, Makoto. Then, even if this is the deed of that woman, she hasn't broken her promise with Wakasama. At the very least, that's what Rona would say, Shiki. Wouldn't that just be a play of words? Sophism. I didn't want the demon race to cause any problems in the school festival. Because the matter with Hopelay suddenly came up, I asked Rona to temporarily withdraw the demons since I have scarce personnel. She accepted that. Then, that would mean she doesn't intend to cause anything here, right? Didn't it mean she accepted that? Isn't that just sophism? Makoto. It was only a verbal promise after all. Even if she acts in a good-willed manner, Wakasama is still human. I don't think Rona would reveal everything to you. Also, that woman saw part of Wakasama's power and has caught a hold of my existence. In that case, no matter what strife they cause, we would be able to get through it. That's why she didn't say it beforehand. Or maybe, if she told you and you were to do something to counter it, it might bring big disadvantages for her, Shiki. The demon race. I thought at least the demon race would be. In terms of forming a relationship or negotiating, I thought they would not be a bad option, and yet. In the end, maybe the thought of expecting a genuine ally was wrong. Advantages and disadvantages, phrasing, diplomacy. It is truly filled with troublesome things. From what I hear, the demon race is also not the type that one can deal with ordinary methods, Makoto. Every single one deceiving Wakasama. They only think about themselves. How unsightly. I can't forgive them, Disuwa. Mio. In truth, I didn't feel confident working along with humans, so I wanted to try talking with the demon race and see. But, are you trying to tell me that thinking was naive? Or are you telling me to swallow something of this level and negotiate with the demon race? The regret that had no place to smash into and the mortification that couldn't turn into words, were turned into breath and exhaled. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I know. I have already noticed. This place is bigger than I thought. Me and the Kuzunoha company have gathered quite a lot of attention and have begun receiving interference. This place doesn't belong to any country, so I thought it wouldn't gather that much attention, but I have understood that it was completely the opposite. Not only the four major powers, even the demon race has locked their eyes on us. Getting played around by the humans, merchant guild, demon race, not only can't I freely do business, I am beginning to lose my understanding of how to act. I stayed unaware of the wideness of the stage I am standing in for way too long. Can I do it? At this late of a time. Using Kale Neon, I would hide from all troublesome things in a place I can't be found. Even so, as long as I have talked to the Anslin sisters, there's no way I can just not do it. Reida-sensei, this is terrible. There are several monsters rampaging in town. At the surroundings of Gotetsu, at the surrounding of Kuzunoha Company as well, everywhere has fallen into a terrible chaos. For now it doesn't seem like there is that much damage, but... The voice of Eva and Ruria. When I turned, I see that the two of them were there, out of breath. Truly good timing. For them to come talk to me when I thought about them. There's also monsters in the town, huh? Because of my experience in this kind of things, my head was able to stay calm. Tomo told me that getting ahead of myself is not good, but the summer vacation was valuable for me. Ilumgan's variation. Things similar to that are probably happening in several places. Rona-san. Rona. You deceived me, right? I didn't lie, or, you didn't ask me. I don't care about any of those. If as a result, I have seen it in that way. You won't have any problems if I act dishonestly as well, right? It is okay to think that you guys had nothing to do with this and cope with it while having that thought in mind, right? I do think it was a one-sided trust. Even so, I can tell that the feeling of being deceived and my opposition to her are welling up. If we don't run away fast or deal with it, this place will also be dangerous, sensei. Eva-san, Ruria, calm down. But... it feels incredibly dangerous. Yeah. Please tell me everything you know. Also, it may be a bit fast, but I want the answer as well. I want to hear the answer from the question a few days ago. I could tell that both sisters gulped their breath. It is weird that, seeing the restless state of these girls, I am steadily growing calmer. The surrounding audience that saw the abnormal state of Ilumgand, and some that maybe heard the information from outside, suddenly fall into a state of panic, and the noisiness also increased at a fast rate. The only ones calm around were us. It thoroughly makes me hate my own naivety. I have not been through any bad things with the demon race, so they are good guys. Truly a childish thought. I am an idiot who doesn't even know the N in negotiation. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Even when I was in Japan, I thought, like hell that's the case, and yet, in reality I thought exactly like that. I am an idiot, truly an idiot. Even I think I am hopeless. But even if it is an idiot, it doesn't mean whatever they do will be forgiven. No matter how stupid that person is. No matter where I go, I won't change my thinking that, instead of the one being deceived, the one doing the deceiving is the wrong one. No matter what. If this were a genuine negotiation and business discussion, me who was deceived would be the losing one. But that's wrong. This is a fighting scene where strength dictates the direction. In that case, there are plenty of things we are able to do. First, I will hear Eva and Ruria's feelings. And then, decide what I should do. Without showing my disarrayed inside, I wait for the answer of the two with the usual face of Radu. Chapter 135, When I incidentally look, there are several paths. Warning, there's no carnage ahead. Only really humane thinking about consequences and actual thoughts of the future. Oh, and by the way, first side story chapter has been done. Here's the link, side story 1. Both of you, are you fine with that? I will ask once more, you don't have any regrets, right? Of course. The name of Eva and the family name Ansland. If you are saying that's the price, I will give them to you. Please do as you wish, Eva. Eva-san didn't hesitate and answered my last confirmation immediately. I thought she would be more adhered to her name. How unexpected. I also don't mind. To begin with, the time I was Ruria Ansland wasn't that long, so I don't have any attachment, Ruria. Following after her sister, Ruria also agreed. Her gaze slightly strayed from me and directed it to the stage. Alright, Ilumgand was meddling with her. I think her name has already turned into a name that's only be called when criticizing her. A name with no worth. Redu-sensei, you also asked Ruria, huh? What an evil disposition. What did you intend to do if one of us were to reject it? Eva. Really? You even told me to keep it a secret from Wani-chan. That kind of thing, I think it is of bad taste, Ruria. If your opinions didn't match, I would have wanted the two of you to forget that decision. But, I am glad. In a close future, the moment will certainly come in some way. Please don't forget this agreement. It may just be a verbal promise, but if it is broken, remember that your lives will not suffice. For a second, I remember Rona and add words. This time, I'm the side that's granting the wish of these girls. There shouldn't be much to worry, but just in case. After confirming again that the sisters nod, that cry resounded in the whole competition ground. The unpleasant voice was from Ilumgand. No, the former Ilumgand. While enveloped in a sky-blue light, he convulses every now and then, and all parts of his body were swelling. His skin color also turned into an ashen concrete-like color, and was turning into something humanoid. Currently, he looks like a 2-meter meatball with legs. Should I call it, in the midst of transforming? His neck is stretched in a pretty strange way and it's quite horrific. He is absorbing the magic power of the collapsed ones. From what I can tell, that necklace is a tool that efficiently absorbs magic power of things in a particular state, Shiki. Shiki's calm words. Fumo, using emotions as its fishing hook, it ties up magic power and when the main body awakens, it will begin gathering magic power from its surroundings. If it's able to add to its power, it would make him a monster with the magic power of 6 people. Also, if you scatter people like that around the area and one were to activate, that person can use the others as feed. How interesting, Jana, Tomo. Without showing much interest, Tomo compliments Shiki. I wouldn't want to eat that disu wa ne. It looks as if he were in a drunken frenzy, and on top of that, he looks unappetizing. And filthy, Mio. Mio turns her head away as if treating him like a filthy thing. Jean hasn't returned yet. They left temporarily to get their weapons after all. They will show themselves in time. Shiki, I understand how he turned that way now. And then, can he be turned back to normal? Makoto. From what I have heard of Eva-san and Ruria, there are also turn variations infesting the town. Just in case, depending if there's a chance to return them to normal, my orders will change. That would be difficult. That thing is something similar to a dish that used humans as its ingredient. To turn something cooked into ingredients again there are times when it is just not possible. Even if it is really possible, it would get increasingly difficult depending on how many were affected, and I think that it would take quite a long amount of time to resolve the situation this way. I wonder if it's worth enough to do that, Shiki. Shiki doesn't seem to like the idea that much. But as long as I am not sure if this will be targeted to people close to me, I want to at least leave a countermeasure for it. Because in basis, we don't have allies. When I heard the comparison of turning cooking back to ingredients, the first thing I thought was that it was impossible. So this would be troublesome for Shiki. Understood. Tomo, call Mondo from Asura. Have him team up with Lime, make them give instructions to Aqua and the others, and have them suppress the turmoil in town. I want some of them as samples for Shiki and the Arcs to research, so tell them that it is fine to use the tree punishment. Be the supervisor of their transportation as well, please, Makoto. After confirming that Tomo nods and turns back, I tell her in thought transmission to order the standby personnel to suppress the town's turmoil. To call Mondo and have them listen to his and Lime's orders. The town seems to be in a terrible chaos, but our employees are all composed people. In this kind of moments, they are truly reliable. When the thought transmission connected for instructions, they already moved back all the merchandise that was in display. On top of that, they activated a defense barrier around the store and were in standby inside. Shiki follow up for the students. No matter how monstrous a Lumgan turns, Shiki will still be able to handle it right. Makoto. Of course. Can't even consider it a warm-up. But, the orders just now, with the current number of people in the company, I think it would be hard to cover the whole town, Shiki. Shiki must have noticed that he would end up doing something laborious from the orders I gave to Tomo and seems to be dejected, but he nods at my question and points out the problem in my order. I see. Then I will call the mist lizards too. It would be troublesome if they were mistaken for Momonos, so, after incapacitating a Lumgand, let's have the students divide in 3 groups and help, Makoto. In 3 groups? Shiki. Yeah. Later I will be calling the 3rd mist lizard the students will be meeting, Makoto. And then, Mio and I will, Makoto. Grasp the number of monsters and their locations, after that, back up everyone. After saying all my thoughts, I closed my mouth. Wait. What am I doing? I suddenly remember the bitterness of yesterday and my thoughts get interrupted. It's true that Rona got me good. In her perspective, it is something I didn't ask, so she didn't tell me. And from my perspective, I thought we were partners. In the first place, we are not from the same camp, and making a request as if predicting her future plans, I can't help but feel stupid. I don't think I will be able to easily trust the demon race anymore, and the promise I did with her has already changed subtly inside me. But even with that, is there a need for me to mobilize the Kuzunoha company to suppress this chaos? It can put Rona in check. And I can also get back at her for deceiving me. But aside from that, what merit do we gain? Yeah, think about it. Not the usual where I concentrate and think by myself, but the thinking method I am familiar with until now. Maybe because it has been long since I have used the bow alone, I have been thinking about things by myself, and most of the time I have reached the conclusion in that way. But after coming here, probably because of my own limits, things have not gone well. My field of vision is too narrow. I should place several things in the balance, think about the future of that decision, and the things I can do. The way of thinking that the representative talked about, the way of thinking about putting advantages and disadvantages as priority, maybe I should use them as reference. Tomo, sorry. Can you return? Makoto. Yeah. No problem. Should I have Mondo return to Asura as well? Tomo. Mondo is already in the company. No real need to return him. No, that's fine. Just that, please wait for a bit before shifting to action, Makoto. This is something that I should probably say in person. Then, I will order them to continue in standby and I will be returning, Tomo. Thanks. There's something I want to consult about, Makoto. Well, this is fine. Shiki, the previous order won't go. You too, there's something I want to ask you, Makoto. Right now, it smells like an emergency situation. Not for the company, but an emergency situation for the town itself. In other words, it is a crisis for everyone except us. This is probably quite the chance for us. There's the saying, burglars in fires, and this is exactly the fire. Everyone is restless and being attacked by the menace called monsters. I wasn't the one who caused it, so the inhumane example of arson to steal is not that accurate though. There's absolutely no need for me to hurry. Because we can get through rough directions after all. Even if it's not to the level of theft, I can move in a way where I can take advantage of the situation. Luckily, the surroundings are getting spacious. Because everyone has noticed the abnormality and has escaped from the stage one after the other. Truly a panic. If I just deal with the thing that was Ilumgand, this place will turn in a pretty safe place. Well, we are the minority in here though. Even so, in this kind of situation, Rembrandt-san will probably be looking for me. I did tell him my seat number, so he should know my approximate location. Depending on the content of the meeting, it could be dangerous. Ah, Tomo. Sorry for changing my opinion. There's something I want to consult you three. This situation, what do you think we should do? For Kuzunoha Company and us, which action should be the most beneficial? Shiki, what's your take? Makoto. After waiting for Tomo's return, I asked the opinion of Shiki. The one that knows the most about Rotsguard and Kuzunoha Company is Shiki after all. How should we move, is it? Eva and Ruria are here, so I think the first thing we should do is make this place safe. In terms of benefiting the company, I think there's the option of only moving the minimum possible. Just when needed, Shiki. So, don't act. Makoto. Eva and Ruria seem to feel relief after hearing Shiki's words. About those girls, I don't mind what they hear from us. I have established an agreement with those two after all. Of course, it is not a pact made with magic, but more of a promise. I have also told them that they should prepare for the consequences if they were to break it. Those two are free to interpret it in any way they want, but I don't think they are taking it too lightly. Yes. Including the demands of the merchants and several other factors, the more damage this incident causes, the more time it will take for it to happen. I don't have any guarantees of how well it will go, but there's the chance that several companies will disappear. No matter which, I think that it benefits us better than suppressing the turmoil promptly and showing our power. If we take the initiative imprudently, the guilds that were in cahoots for trying to bring us down and the major companies might treat us as their private army, and just like how the representative clamored, they might really demand for the 90% of our profits, and to share our transportation method, Shiki. Even if I move through my current emotions of Rona and bring down her plans, it won't benefit us, huh? The thing about keeping the Demon Lord in check certainly is a dangerous thought. I still don't know how the guild would act after all. I can clearly see that it will not turn into anything good, so that's why I am here thinking about struggling but. Tomo, what do you think? Makoto. Right, Tomo. Tomo looks like she is pondering. I thought she would agree with what Shiki said. These two are the same in the part that they both look at the advantages and disadvantages after all. There's also the choice of suppressing this turmoil anyways. Like a hero of justice, Tomo. What do you mean? Makoto. A hero of justice, you say? The bad habit of Tomo came out again. It may come with the demerit that the merchants will see our fighting power, but by respecting the human life and not requesting for a reward, not only the store, we would be able to turn the people in this town to our side. No matter how much they try to bite us, if the residents treat us as heroes, they would need the resolve to attack us. Protecting the residents can actually become a wall that protects us from ill will, Tomo. To act the part, huh? In that case, it would be indispensable to resolve this in an early stage. Then it would be bad if we don't move as soon as possible, right? Makoto. No, it's still too soon. The best time is when there's a considerable amount of damage and the residents are falling into despair. The direction is important in the play after all. If we just close the lid after 5 minutes, the gratitude would diminish, Tomo. I tried pointing out this suggestion and see, but it seems she had a different opinion. I see. It is true that a hero of justice, instead of coming before the person is attacked, they come after the person has already been attacked and is already in a pinch. If they were to come before the problem occurs, no one would be grateful towards them. Tomo is saying that we should aim for that gratitude. I see. It is better for them to be in a pinch. In that case, there's still plenty of time. Should I wait for a certain percent of the town to be destroyed, or when the defensive forces of the town clash with the monsters? I feel like that might give quite the impact. Just that, there's also the possibility that they will hate us for not coming out faster. If we don't place a good reason, it might become a double-edged sword. Mio, do you have an opinion? Makoto. Honestly, I didn't expect much when asking her. She sometimes shows impressive intuitions, but in basis, she is a person that's more instinct less thinking. How about using this chance to kill every hindrance? If it's now, we can use the chaos to bring down every problematic one. It may bring suspicions if only the merchants interfering with Wakasama are brought down, but if we kill a decent amount of them, we can cover it up. Disowa, Mio. Slaughter everyone that's a hindrance. She is saying that we should kill everyone that's close as well, huh? What a straight opinion. It certainly does have an immediate effect. Just that, this method is more like cutting the weed and leaving the root, so I feel like it won't resolve the main issue. This opinion of mine is probably stemming out of my impression from that representative, but I feel like merchants are stubborn towards people that are successful, so even if we take care of the bunch that are bothering us, I don't think that would be the end of it. When thinking that way, I can tell how scarce of an existence Rembrandt-san is. And I don't know how he was in the past. Well then, what does Waka think? If you stopped the order from a while ago, you must have a guideline already, even if it's vague. Tomo. Tomo turns the question to me now. True, I do have something in mind that's slightly different from the order I gave a while ago. Well, yeah. One is that even if we don't do anything, the matter will resolve itself. The other one is how it will affect the future Demon Lord meeting if I were to save Academy Town, Makoto. Oh, a meeting with the Demon Lord. No matter the form, if you plan on meeting with the Lord of the Demon race, suppressing this situation would be a minus, Tomo. It's just as Tomo said. It will obviously not turn into a plus. Or more like, I have already told you that before, so you should know. Tomo sometimes schemes things, who knows what she is thinking. In her answer just now, she might have done it just to increase the amount of options. Shiki and Mio also gave out different options after all. Well, right now is not the time to guess the real intentions of Tomo. I did feel like negotiating with the demons because they haven't shown any direct antagonism towards us, and if we were to move now, it might turn the negotiations with them into nothing. I have ended up defeating a few demons in the wasteland, but no one knows about that event. What I know is that there were demons that were trying to use Tomo. I at least want the area that Tomo pointed out, Kale Neon. It is in such an inside part and it isn't that vast either. Moreover, from what Eva-san said, it was a place that didn't have anything special and it wasn't as if it was prosperous in resources either. It seems there were also many uncivilized places around the area, so in terms of future worth, I don't think it is worth much to the demon race. I think it won't be that hard of a negotiation. But, if it's a negotiation with a human that has destroyed their plan, I feel like it might become harder to ask for something or to get something. It might even turn into being unable to meet, Makoto. Your guess about Kale Neon is probably right. The castle they were reutilizing didn't have that many soldiers, and they weren't in alert mode. Instead of a military position, it felt more like a base to advance the cultivation of new lands, Tomo. The words of Tomo make the eyes of Eva and Ruria open wide. Well, of course they will react like that. Because Tomo is talking as if she has seen Kale Neon already. If it were from a human, this is something hard to believe. Kale Neon is in a pretty deep part of the demon's territory, so there's no one who knows its current state. And that truth also served as the trigger for the foolish thing I thought of. If we suppress the situation in Academy Town, no matter how well we resolve it, Rona will probably suspect that it was our deed. This would be the case if we were to follow Tomo and Shiki's suggestion. And, in the case we use Mio's suggestion, we would have to totally migrate to the demon race side, or there's the chance it would cause trouble for the store in Rotsgard and Sige, and also to the people related to me. Well, that's the worst case scenario where we don't do anything to resolve the situation. Moreover, they discover our connection with the demon race though, Makoto. The things to consider were steadily extending and it is becoming more difficult to predict the developments. I could tell that my mind was falling into disorder. But I can still think of things roughly while arranging it. I don't want to get talked down like yesterday anymore, so I have to do my best. Endure, endure. I can easily reach to a conclusion when alone, and yet, When other people mix in and give out their thoughts, it feels like a foreign substance is trying to blend in and it makes it hard to put together. In the times when I was in the modern world, I didn't have to think about anything this seriously. Even my future, I was the type that just thought, it would be nice if I were able to live by doing only archery. Related to Wakasama, by that, you mean the Rembrandt Company and the students. Also a few adventurers inside would enter the list as well, right? Shiki. Shiki compliments what I said. In terms of adventurers, Tomo and Mio are more related to them, but no doubt that it does relate to the Kuzunoha Company. The only ones I have been directly involved with would be Toa-san and her group. And my current connection with Lime is more like a connection through Tomo. Also, he already knows about Asura, so he is basically on our side. About Rembrandt-san and the students, what should I do? From how the representative talked, I think that if I make it as if Rembrandt-san was exploiting me, the criticism from the representative won't be that much. As long as the whole human race doesn't know that I am in the demon race's side, there shouldn't be that much to worry about. No, even so, there's no telling what might happen. In the worst case, there might be the need to take them with me. About the students, well, they are not my employees or anything like that. Will they get implicated in this? Even if it is discovered that a temporary teacher has been communicating with the demon race, instead of the students, it feels like the academy itself would be the one receiving the criticism. It isn't like I have been using dangerous medicines like that Alumgan screaming who knows what, and the fruits of Asura underwent examinations beforehand and there were no problems. That they weren't able to detect the use of medicine that transforms people into variants brings out questions as well. Also Jean and the others did show their abilities. Many people witnessed it. When taking that into account, there shouldn't be anyone who would condemn them. Thinking about how the humans have been until now, there should be more people who would want to shelter them and utilize them right. I think that even if I don't do anything about the students, they would still be okay. Thinking about it in loss and gains, their growth may be remarkable, but currently they are still not strong enough to be considerable fighting powers. In the worst-case scenario, I can bring them with me and they will be safe, but nothing good will come out of it. Right. If I am prioritizing loss and gains, there's no need to be concerned about the students. Actually, if I am going to the demon race, they are a connection I will have to cut. Reeled in by power, the students took my classes and grew, but in all of that, the truth was that the temporary teacher was actually of bad origins. That could turn into a demerit. That's about it. If we are talking about that, if I do as Mio suggested, it wouldn't be necessary to continue my relationship with Rembrandt-san either. Just that, as a human being, I am hesitating. Waka, it seems Rembrandt is coming here, Tomo. Rembrandt-san. So he really is coming. It's true that at first our connection was just because that's how it developed. But I thought I would follow his steps and become a merchant as well. Now, I am attached too. Should I abandon all my connections and start over at the demon's side? Even if there may not be many, should I treasure the people I have become close to? My current naivety will get in the way when dealing with people in the future. Is it okay to wipe everything clean? I can't brush off this anxiety. There's no time. I have to make a decision now. No, that's also not right. I can't hurry this. The surroundings were making an uproar a few moments ago, but it is beginning to calm down. It's not that it has actually calmed down. It's just that more than half of the audience has escaped already. First, I will meet with Rembrandt-san and rethink. Okay. The Rembrandt couple have found us and hastened their pace. Seeing that, I try to hold down my impatient feelings. Makoto's thoughts are jumbled up. It may be hard to read, but please do pardon me for that. Hell yeah, it was hard. You guys may not know, but I usually add things in order for things to connect properly. So yeah, translated may be easy to follow, but it wasn't in Japanese. And yeah, I know everyone wanted blood, and I was expecting it too. But this actual consideration chapter really struck me. It reminded me of how many crazy MCS with genocidal tendencies I have read. Chapter 136, Sending Off 4 and 5. To put advantages and disadvantages as priority when thinking is somewhat displeasing. Honestly speaking, it doesn't fit me. The times when I was in the wasteland without knowing anything were actually more peaceful. Right now, even if I try to return to those times, I won't be able to. If I were skillful enough to act within the things I know and don't, I wouldn't be in this situation where I am troubled. Radodano, I have been looking for you. It's great to see that you are safe. You too as well. It is not like something has happened here yet, so it isn't that strange though. That's clearly an abnormal state. It seems to still be in the middle of transformation. Radodano is truly calm. It seems there's something occurring in the town as well. Everyone heard about the situation outside, saw that thing and fell into panic. Rembrandt. No, if it's a fighting scenario, I am already used to it, that's all. Well, I do have a lot of worries about so many things my store is lacking, so I am not as calm as you think. We still don't understand the situation, but does Radodano know something? Since the time my daughters left, they haven't shown themselves again. It makes it hard to move. And that's why I am here, but, Rembrandt. It seems Rembrandt-san roughly understands the reason of this panic. He and his wife don't seem to be that flustered. Maybe they feel safe because Tomo and Mio are here. Or are the skilled merchants able to understand this kind of situations and rationally put it together? Whichever it is, his calmness is different from mine, which is simple composure stemmed from my defense method called violence. The most information we have is that, in the town, there's monsters like that appearing and rampaging. Sifo-Josen and Yunoa-Josen seem to have grouped up with their comrades and are planning on doing something about that former Alumgand. Shiki heard about this with thought transmission. In Radodano's place, all employees know how to use thought transmission, right? To be able to have communication in this moments of crisis, how enviable. I see, so my daughters are planning on doing something about that. Radodano, what do you mean by something? Rembrandt. Nodding several times, Rembrandt-san slowly digested the contents of my written communication, but in the middle of it, he was taken aback and was clearly beginning to get agitated. I was surprised that he was so calm in learning his daughters would be fighting, but it seems that wasn't the case. They are at that age after all. They probably want to test out their skills. That's not good. Radodano, that's not good. I am sorry, but can you guys please do something about this? Can you skillfully deal with this situation? In the first place, there's no need to test their skills in this kind of situation. Right, I did hear there is a troop-like force that's formed by the Academy for the sake of public order. That's right. From the beginning, it is strange for students to fight, Rembrandt. He suddenly began to fluster. While all flustered, he is mumbling on and on. His wife also has a face as if thinking of something, but it doesn't look like she is that agitated. In this kind of moments, the parents normally get pretty protective, but she looks quite calm. Reidosama, you are their sensei and you are not panicking about it, so my husband and I are not that worried about our daughters. Maybe she noticed something. From my gaze, she talked to me. No, wait, your husband is totally worried. Even now he is not showing signs of calming down. Also, Reidosama's group is here after all. I am certain that the worst-case scenario won't occur. Those girls too, they will one day learn that no matter how much power they gain on themselves, there's a reality they can't do anything against. If that day happens to be today, it can't be helped. Actually, I feel happy that you are standing at their side in that moment. Even if this man looks flustered, he is not really scary. Or more like, it isn't that she blindly believes in her daughter's possibilities. They will one day understand their limits, so it is better to have them feel that frustration, is what she is trying to say. This wife, she is saying something really Spartan. At a glance, her body seems to be calm, but when seen closely, her gripped hand was trembling, so she is probably pushing herself. In the case of this couple, the father is the one specialized in pampering. The two of them are girls, so, as a father, being strict to them is difficult, or something like that. Seeing his wife placing her left hand over her right and putting strength in them, I thought this way. I am happy that you have faith in us. It's not like I can always be by their side, so this time, I will take responsibility and properly protect them. And the married couple, what will you be doing from here on? This place is not that dangerous, so if you don't have any particular business, I suggest that you stay here. I see. Dear. No, worst comes to worst, we can gather the mercenaries of the Merchant Guild and, Rembrandt. Dr. What is it, Lisa? Right now I am thinking about how to resolve this situation, you see, Rembrandt. Reborn will be looking after this place, so it is safe. And then, this place is safe, but he asked us what we will be doing now, Lisa. What? I see. Reborn is going to. Rembrandt. What's with that You even brought out the words merchant guild that I don't want to hear at this moment. Also, mercenaries. I have indeed heard that you can hire mercenaries for cheap in the guild. It's cheaper than going around asking every adventurer to help in the goods transportation, so I have heard many merchants use this method. It's something that doesn't concern me, so I don't know its details though. After Rembrandt's wife talked to him, it seems he calmed down. What should we do? There's the matter of the girls as well, so I think it is a good idea to stay here. What do you think? Lisa. No, let's try going to the guild once, Rembrandt. To the guild? Didn't we go a few days ago? Also, even if we go now with the current situation, I don't think we can expect a decent reception, Lisa. Exactly as she says. Also, taking into account that I will be on the outlook and I don't mind a few sparks flying to that place, for him to be in the Merchant Guild is not something I would like that much. I don't think the Merchant Guild here is that used to this kind of situations. Also, I have experienced several battles in Siege and have taken command in them. I should be able to help out in reducing the amount of damage, Rembrandt. What did he say? Just a few moments ago his mind was completely filled with his daughters, and yet, he suddenly says this. While I was thinking this, Rembrandt turned from his wife to me. If this place will be protected by Reborn, I don't need to worry about my daughters at all. Also, it isn't like I don't know the guild representative here, Rembrandt. This place's representative, Zara-san. Dear, you went to meet him before, right? Lisa. Zara. That representative, if I remember correctly, he did have that name. Not only Rembrandt-san, his wife is also an acquaintance of him, I still sigh just remembering his face. Anyways, if my family is safe, I have to do what I can. There's no loss in helping out the Merchant Guild, and this is the town my daughters are in. So, Reborn, I will be heading to the Merchant Guild to help settle this panic, Rembrandt. Can't be helped. In that case, I will be accompanying you, Lisa. Lisa, I don't mind you staying, Rembrandt. I will be going. I am more accustomed to rough situations than the people in the guild here. Also, I would like to give my greetings to Zara-san. It's been a long while, Lisa. For some reason, Rembrandt-san wants to go alone. Is there some sort of inconvenience if his wife were there? This is the town his daughters attend to, so in the case of this person, he wouldn't have any affairs or anything like that. In the first place, he is head over heels for his wife. But, those two intend to leave the tournament ground. What should I do? The choice where I have merits. Geez. Like hell I will go doing the advantages and disadvantages as priority. I am already at my limit. I have a debt of gratitude with them. I want to protect them. I want them to be safe. Then, that's enough for me. It seems there's still people in the guest seats. Also, there are still a few people remaining. In that case, it would be bad to do it here. Reborn, sorry but, I am leaving my daughters in your care. If I leave it to you, I have no need to hesitate. I will try to do what I can. Is what I am saying, but I am just going to create favor though, Rembrandt. Then, see you later. We will be going now, Lisa. Wait. I will go along with you midway. There's no assurance that nothing will happen to them if I let just the two of them go. Let's place an escort. I don't want the few people I can trust to face danger. If I were to enter the demon's side, I will have to help Rembrandt-san from the back, or they might face danger as well. Well, I will leave that for when I actually have to think about it. They seemed to be slightly puzzled for a moment, but the married couple accepted to have me accompany them. I ordered Tomo to teleport Eva-san and Ruria to the store in thought transmission. After confirming that Tomo nods, I leave everyone and follow Rembrandt-san. Leaving the audience seats, we continue on into a dim passage. You two are in good terms with that representative Dono. Good terms, it is a complicated relationship. What I can say for sure is that we have an inseparable relationship, Rembrandt. There was a time when they both looked after their own stores. They were neighbors, Lisa. Lisa. Rembrandt. Isn't that fine? It's not something to hide. Also, you two are like a mass of successfulness, and we're similar, Lisa. Rembrandt-san was, huh? I can't imagine it. And it seems the connection of the representative and Rembrandt-san is deeper than I thought. At one hand, allies and companions they can rely on. On the other hand, they are forceful and despise each other. What a mysterious thing. I see. That guy is relentless depending on the person, to an extraordinary level. He gave the image of a merchant-like person, so it is a bit surprising hearing that he is similar to Rembrandt-san. It was yesterday, huh? The day you met with him. You did say you were troubled with the business. It seems he said something to you, Rembrandt. I was unaware of my lack of knowledge and the friction in my surroundings. I talked to him a bit about you and your followers beforehand though. It seems it didn't get through him properly. Sorry, Rembrandt. Don't worry. It isn't something you have to apologize for. It was my coping that was lacking after all. It is about you, dear, so didn't you say vague things to Zara-san? Lisa. It is personal information of Ray Dodano after all. I can't just readily give out details, Lisa. FOMO, if it didn't get through him, he must have acted in a very rustic manner, Rembrandt. Sadly, it seems he didn't even treat me as a merchant. It was truly shameful. Even when he is like that, he does have a kind part as well, but he is the type that just lacks in vocabulary. There are times when he is misunderstood, Rembrandt. Misunderstood. It wasn't on that level. He went full-blown abuse though. Well, there's no doubt he didn't expect anything from me, so it is definitely not a misunderstanding. Rembrandt-san does seem to know him very well. He was doing a more likable business than dear. You were the type that just came silently from the back and attacked. It's true that his mouth was a big disadvantage for him though, Lisa. Lisa, I feel malice there. Didn't I just skillfully handle the matters? Rembrandt. Skillfully. As expected, the world of merchants isn't simple. I was way too lenient. You were old acquaintances, huh? Yeah. Since a long time ago. Morris also knows about Zara well, and they have also competed with each other. I have noticed that in the end, my family is the most important, so I have drawn a line already, but he is still unmarried and has only been living in the world of business. Maybe because of that his sense of smell has grown duller, or it might be because he doesn't like my shadow. It seems he showed a bad attitude to Ray Dodano, Rembrandt. So that's how it was. He told me that it was too fast for me to work here, so go back to Tsige and retrain as a merchant. He won't say it that kindly, right? Run back and have your colleague look after you, is more like what he would say. Well, if that's how you took it, that would be great for him, Rembrandt. He really does know that guy well. Honestly, I told Rembrandt-san that he said it in this way, but actually, what I got from that guy's words were mostly, disappear you boosted rascal. That's a Zara-like way of saying it. Era, we are already outside. Ray-sama, this much is fine, the rest we can go by ourselves. Please do take care of our daughters, Lisa. Umo. Even if I look like this, I do no self-defense. Don't worry. I will also talk properly with Representative Zara, Rembrandt. No, it wasn't like I was complaining or anything. But well, it must have sounded like a complaint to them. I am truly being pampered by Rembrandt-san. Gotta reflect. Well then, let's go to the main task. Summoning a guard. Please wait. I thought it would stand out at the previous location, so I accompanied you all this way. But since we are here, I would like to bring out a guard for you too. Guard. Are you referring to one of your followers? But they are all at the previous location. Without answering the married couple, I create a mist gate. At a simple glance, it only looked like a body-sized haziness, but it appeared at my side. In there, a shadow appears, and the shape slowly gets clearer. When two lizardmen with beautiful scales appear from the mist, the couple gulp. Surprised that two Momonos suddenly appeared. It seems they were overwhelmed by their presence and their bearing that one can feel intelligence from. As you can see, these are Momonos I have summoned. They possess reliable power, so please bring them along. If by any chance you are attacked, these two will prove to be extraordinarily useful. In public, just say that Rembrandt-san or your wife used some magic tool to summon them. And now that you mention it, Ray Dodano was able to use summoning magic. I didn't expect them to appear instantly, so I was really surprised. Rembrandt. They can understand common language, so if you want to give them orders, just saying it normally will work. By the way, the one holding a spear is blue. I mean, FIA, and the one with a bow is Hyun. Matching my introduction, both mist lizards kneel facing the couple. It seems that since it is my order, they will follow it. I'm grateful. It looks like the couple also grew calmer after seeing how they acted. They can understand words, huh? That's reliable. Ray-sama, thank you very much, Lisa. Yeah. Let me express my gratitude. Thanks, Rembrandt. Please stay safe. Let's meet later. I have the Mist Lizard 4 and 5 as bodyguards for the couple. I plan on having the number 3 work along with the students, so maybe I should place the name like just now. The 2 names I gave just now were impromptu, but it is more like code names, so there should be no problem. Seeing off the couple, I head back to the tournament grounds where the students are probably already fighting in. Chapter 137, Business and Fight. Guys, I know I have said this before, but let me repeat myself here. I don't mind you dropping this story, but don't go publicizing it. It affects me in negative ways, and I am pretty sure that it isn't doing anything positive to others either, so please just maturely stop reading and don't go around saying it as if it's a threat or something. What's happening? The fight hasn't started yet. Even so, on my way, I voiced out a question to no one in particular. The situation. The former Illuminant has swelled to about twice its original size and has turned into a humanoid-shaped thing that shines dimly. The meatball-looking body has turned into a somewhat slim one now. Looks like a badly made giant. And in his hand, he holds the body of one of his fallen teammates. The damage is terrible, and with only a look I can tell that person is dead. By looking at the monster's mouth, I can tell what happened to a certain extent. That thing moved. When he was having a meal, the students came to stop him. And that's how this situation came to be, Makoto. Without any hesitation, it eats people. I think that the will of Illuminant is already gone. He is not making any strange noises. Maybe he was given an order of some sort, or he is just moving by his own instincts of violence. This is still unknown. Jean and the others are standing on the stage where Illuminant is and taking a battle stance. It may be slight, but I can feel hesitation, or more like bewilderment, from everyone there. They probably felt an emotion similar to fear after seeing Illuminant eat a teammate, in other words, a comrade that attends the same school. Is the academy not sending out help? Makoto. They are coming out just now, Shiki. Shiki answers me. After his words, a group of purple-clothed people come out from the corridor connecting to the waiting room. What a taste. Purple. The group of around 10 point their staffs at the back of the giant and begin their arias. Their numbers are few, but maybe they have good skills. Or is the damage to other places bigger than expected and they can't circulate that many people? Let's entrust Tomo that aspect. Tomo, I want you to go grasp the damage around the town and report it to me. I don't mind if it's an outline only. Can you do it? Makoto. Leave it to me, Tomo. The fight begun. Jean and the others are still in alert mode without participating. They are waiting and seeing. It seems those purple guys haven't suddenly told them to fight, so they are just prioritizing observation. In the purple group they are all magicians. They have staffs equipped and they are also doing magic arias, so there should be no mistake. Such bad balance. Shiki, help out, Tomo. Shiki nods at Tomo's no questions asked order to assist her. Shiki's forte is earth element. Both wind and earth are good for surveying. If both of them cooperate, we will be able to confirm the situation in a rather fast fashion. I sit and rest my chin on one hand. Looking at the progress of the battle, I once again think of the method I should take. Magicians getting so close. What are they even thinking? Mio is blunt about the situation. The fighting force of the academy shouldn't be only this. Honestly speaking, this academy town is a land with no battle experience. There's no fights, so there's even rumors saying that expenses on defense are being placed on other areas. Even so, they should have the fighting power of a tiger cub at the very least. Especially in the school festival when powers of different countries visit. They should have them prepared just in case. The visitors coming here should have their guards and a bit of fighting power with them to protect themselves. The problem is if that will be enough. If that's not enough, we would have to step in for sure. If we step in, the negotiation with the demon race will be more difficult. That's interesting. Diso. That monster. From the 4 basic elements, he is nullifying 3 of them. For something that's practically a human mix failure, it is pretty well made. Is that a byproduct, or was this an expected effect? Mio. Hearing the words of Mio, I raise my head. The 4 basic elements, huh? She refers to the earth, water, fire, and wind elements. Most of the spirits are of those elements and the majority uses it, so that's how they are called. Despite its disgusting outward appearance, it is high spec. When I look, the purple magician's side suddenly increased their power. It didn't seem as if they did anything. Is that kind of strengthening possible? Ah. I noticed what it was about. The blessing, Makoto. It seems so. But to increase only the firepower is not going to help much in this situation. Because everything is attack magic. And to top it off, there's way too few using the effective element, fire. With that, they will only increase its vigor. Diso. Mio. Mio said, so amazed. The progress of the battle moves as if matching her words. The magicians released their magic and Illuminant makes a shattering scream. It didn't sound as if it was weakening. That was a scream that felt as if it was strengthening. Illuminant turns onto the purple group and rushed. He showed quite the instantaneous power. Well then. It looks like the turn of my students won't be coming for a while. So, about the way to use this disturbance. The success of this, don't know what's the factor that would state the success of it though, should be important to the demon race to a certain extent. That must be why Rona didn't tell me anything and still went into action. I want Kale Neon, but I can't overlook this uproar till the end. In that case, how should I act? While I absent-mindedly look at the Academy's fighting force get torn up, I get irritated by my thoughts that are not showing signs of arranging. Waka, I have a rough grasp of the situation. There seem to be about 50 of those monsters around the whole area. The teleport formations and auxiliary teleport formations are being actively targeted and destroyed. There's a few at the surrounding towns as well, and they show the same pattern. Also, the thought transmission interference may be weak at the moment, but it looks like it is just the beginning. It may not be visible in Academy Town, but from the surrounding towns, it feels like they are slowly closing the circle. Tomo, that was fast. And you even grasped the situation on the surrounding towns as well. What terrifying people. I see. And the battle situation. Makoto. Not good. Maybe they were more accustomed to peace than expected. They haven't been able to defeat a single one yet. It seems they are doing well in holding back one of the monsters that is heading to the Academy's internal teleport formation, but the other places have received a lot of damage. Shiki. Ra. I see. They are having it rough. If it's not only this one but all. The ones out there that have this magic negation or whatever it is, it may be a difficult opponent for students and magicians. It might collapse the notions of the Academy. Well, no surprise. This place has been nothing but peaceful after all. Compared to Tsaij and the base, this place is practically tensionless. Hearing Shiki's report, I have understood that the situation will turn bad if we don't join in to suppress it. Wakasama, those guys have been wiped out. Diso. Mio. Mio notifies me about their wipeout with a sigh mixed in. For the purple guys to serve as a meal only, just how weak can they be? Jean and the others didn't assist. Makoto. They did, but their way of fighting was no good. Diso. They didn't move like they did in the matches. Mio. How unusual. From the reports I have received from Eris, I have heard that they are able to properly move when they fight Momonos. Can't be helped. It seems they need instructions. Now that I think about it, when I was pushed into actual sight training by Sensei, I was clumsy until I got used to it. They are students as well. Even if their body doesn't move as they want to, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Well, it would be no good if they end up dying because of that, but right now I am here with them. Geez. My evaluation of them had gone a bit higher, and soon after, they show such a sad behavior, Mio. Ah, it feels like I am the one receiving those words. Shiki, didn't you pamper them way too much? To use your forte element in only one kind of way, that's the pattern of humans. You should properly teach them how to have a wider field of vision like the time they were fighting in the team battles, Mio. How strict, Mio? Why is it? I feel like all her scolding is stabbing at me. Ah, I am the type that can only do one thing. Also, I'm the type that misses whenever I am under pressure. I can do this kind of fights easily, but when it comes to negotiations and business, I immediately show my true self. MH. Use your forte with a wider field of vision. My forte. Magic power and defense. Also, the speaking ability. I have used my speaking ability to make it shine in different aspects, but what about my fighting power? I hate threatening with brute strength, so I don't do it, but aren't there many other ways to use it aside from that? In business, at work, in dignified things, I thought I had to do it fair and square. In basis, it hasn't changed even now, and that's why I haven't gone for the power type of merchandise. Because if I were to put fighting power as merchandise, what's optimum for us would be to turn into a mercenary group. We are already using a Sora, so that system would be way too much of an advantage for the merchants. To exchange lives for money feels slightly wrong for me, so that's mostly the reason why I don't do it. But then, what would be fair and square? I feel like something meshes here. Violence is also one of the cards I hold. No, I wouldn't be actively threatening. But to be concerned about something that I wouldn't be using constantly is pointless. If our surroundings get even if only an impression that we are a group that possesses diverse abilities aside from business, they will obviously see us as a threat. Using the backing of the country, they place pressure on other merchants. They use the position they have built up as an advantage against newcomers. I do think that that's an obvious business technique. Then, to put your assets to a different use, isn't that something similar? Personal connections, assets, power, that's the power of those guys. To use your all to challenge something isn't strange. Isn't it even stranger to exclude strength? It is true that it might not be good for your image, but there's other ways of using strength aside from hurting someone. Right. For example, in a situation where there's a threat that uses the same strength to cause damage. I look at the guest seats. I still see quite a few people there. The academy head is probably there as well, using thought transmission to relay orders. Seeing his own fighting force defeated so easily must have affected his spirit. Yeah. Let's try it out. Wakasama, what's wrong? Looks like your students are going to be fighting, Mio. Mio, and also Shiki. Please give instructions to Jean and the others. If they are about to be wiped out, assisting them is also fine, Makoto. You didn't hear me. Makoto. No, that's not it. Understood. Mio. Your orders have been received. I will instruct them to my best and have them gain experience, Shiki. I ask them again and Mio and Shiki run forward. After reaching the inner part of the audience seats where the railing is, they jump down to the center of the tournament grounds, onto the stage. There's also the promise I made with Rembrandt-san. I will not let a single one of my students die. Also, just like his wife said, experiencing the feeling of being almost killed will surely serve them well in the future. Not like the surprise attack of the low-grade dragon. There's surely a different meaning in fighting an upfront fight. Well, since the time I came to this world, fights were mostly easy for me, so I am not in a position to say that though. Tomo, come with me, Makoto. As you will. It seems you have decided on what to do, Tomo. Yeah. For now, I will protect this town behind the scenes. Please have Lime and Mondo move. It is fine to have them rescue the residents. If the situation has not subsided after that, you can freely decide to suppress it. And while at it, capture 1 or 2 as samples and send them to Asura. I will leave the details of the orders to you, Makoto. Let me confirm this, it is fine for me to enter the scene whenever I find it appropriate. Tomo. Yeah, I leave it to you. I will give you the details after this place is fully under control, Makoto. As you will. And then, where are we going now? Tomo. We are going to help the people that are at the guest side. In this part, we will act as heroes of justice, Makoto. I see. You are not going for the residents, but for the people that have posts in the countries, Tomo. I will leave that to your imagination, Makoto. Tomo probably knows everything I am thinking of. If I want the guests to escape to a safe place, having Tomo would be the best choice. I am a merchant, and she is my escort and close aide. If I want them to look at Kuzunoha Company, it is easier to show them Tomo and Mio. My thinking is still shallow, but Tomo abides to it. It may be rough, but I am grateful. My thinking is simple. Carrot and stick. Aid and intimidate. The thing that's fine for us to do when utilizing strength. I have begun to think that the things we can do are actually many. I feel like my field of vision has increased in an instant. It may be rude to use the guests that are probably scared as my first testers. Doing something like this, will it leave a good impression? It is indeed an extremely simple idea. I head to the guest seats with feelings as if challenging a test after studying all night. Chapter 138, Guests Rescue. Translator, hello guys. I think my warning came off a bit wrong. Don't worry, I wasn't angry or anything. I just wanted to warn the people, who probably didn't know, that those type of talks actually do affect me. By the way, this doesn't count the opinions about the story in itself, points of views are varied and I don't mind them giving it out. It's just the dropping part one can't handle well. Just that one part, there's absolutely no need to say it. I know those are the minority and I love this community, so there's no way I would leave because of that reason, of that I can assure you. All forms of cheering came to me, I was actually quite surprised. Thank you very much to everyone that did so. It made me really happy. It reminded me of how worth it was to take up translation. Happy face. A clear voice resounds in the guest area that is being controlled by bewilderment. There's a carpet spread out and seats lined up. A room that divides it from the general seats. So this is the guest seats, huh? Tomo's voice resounds well. It probably gathered the attention of all the country's big shots onto her. There were some gazes my way too though. Who are you guys? Don't you know that this area is off limits? A face that I have seen in portraits shouts at us. Ah, this guy is the academy's principal. I never know where he was, and of course, I have never met him before, so I couldn't tell it was him immediately. Please do forgive us in this emergency situation. It seems you guests haven't evacuated to a safe place, so it may be out of our way, but we thought we should lend our assistance, Tomo. Tomo didn't show any sign of being angered and tells the academy principal her business. At that moment, I noticed that there was a girl that sent her gaze to Tomo. From what I can tell, she looks like a girl with social status. She looks young, so maybe the next generation head of some noble family. Or maybe a princess of somewhere. Princess. I feel like Tomo might know something. Could it be, this woman is the Gridonia Empire's princess, Lily? If it's really, then she is quite the big shot. But it seems she is traveling with the hero, so it would be strange for her to be here. There's the chance that she is not her, huh? I felt like there was a familiar gaze on me, and when I turned to check who it was, I see a silver-haired young man leaning his back on a wall with arms crossed. Don't know what's so fun, but he is smiling, and he unfastens his arms and waves his hand at me. It's pervert Root. Right, he was here as well. Then there was no need to come here to help them. If he comes talking to me about strange things, it would not be good for me or my company. But it seems Root doesn't intend to move into action. He crosses his arms again, his wide smile returns to a slight smile, and he silently looks at Tomo again. I don't get him. Is he not worried about the Adventurer Guild? I do think that place is also facing danger though. First of all, introduce yourself. I don't know about you. Sorry for my lack of manners. I am Tomo, one of Kuzunoha Company's employees, academy principal. And this person here is my master Reidu. He has an impairment that doesn't allow him to speak, so I, his follower, am the one who has to introduce him. Please do understand, Tomo. Tomo and Reidu. Pleasure to meet you, academy principal. I am a temporary teacher working here, Reidu. I considered this an emergency situation, so I thought I would help out, and so I have come here. Please forgive our rudeness. Written communication. I see, it is you. I do remember there's a temporary teacher named Radu. It seems he at least knows that I use written communication, and I also show a plate which serves as a certificate that proves I am a temporary teacher. Looking at me, the written communication, and the proof, the tone of the academy principal softened. I am glad you have understood, Tomo. You said assistance, but what kind of assistance do you intend to provide? In this situation where we only know that there are monsters in town, there's no way you can guide us to a safe place you know. Academy. Principal, you know of several places that are safe, right? Tomo. Of course, we have already secured a place in times of emergencies. Relaying composed orders and sorting information in a dangerous place is something I would want to avoid. Then if you tell us of that place, I will use teleport magic to send everyone there, Tomo. Teleport. Teleport, you say? This amount of people, in a place the magic user hasn't gone to before. Impossible. I have never heard of a spell like that. For a second, the academy principal lets out a dumbfounded voice, but he soon understood the content and splendidly rejected Tomo's plan. There are times I do think we leisurely use thought transmission and teleportation too much. The teleporting technique is originally an advanced spell and not something one can leisurely use, and in thought transmission there's the thing about distance and tapping, and it is user-friendly, so it is used in the general populace, but the one we use is practically a completely different thing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to compare the transmission quality to a bat performance transceiver and a satellite telephone. But you know, it is actually possible. Well, it certainly can't be helped that this is being suspected as a trap. Fumo, Tomo. That's why it is troublesome to explain this complicated teleportation though. Tomo doesn't really look like she is troubled. Maybe she has a method to convince them. The only thing I thought of is having one person test it to show it works. Well, having that one person cooperate will be the troublesome part though. They are all big shots after all. Is there anyone I know that can help out? Excluding the pervert. Ahahaha. What an interesting person, academy principal. Truly interesting. It's true that I have never heard of such an excelling magician with such a teleport spell, root. Falls Dano. Person called Tomo, how about trying it out on me first? Right, can you teleport me to the guest seats around that part there? It is fine if I just picture it in my mind, right? Root. Root. Acting as if he has never met her before, he volunteered as a test subject. Tomo probably knew this would happen, she didn't look shaken at all. Well, even if he is like that, he is still the Adventurer Guild's master. He must have a decent amount of trust. Your name is Falls Dano, right? Then, please enter inside this mist, Tomo. Heh, the other side also has mist appearing, huh? Well then, let's try it out and see if such a convenient spell actually exists, Root. In the place where Root pointed out with his finger, there's also mist appearing. And while still playing the fool, he disappears into the mist, and at the next instant, he comes out from the place he pointed out. He then turns his head towards the guest seats and waves his hand. Tomo glanced at the princess, who has her hands on her mouth and her eyes wide open. Looks like she is quite surprised. Root walks through the mist on that side and returned. Amazing, that's quite a significant feat. This is the first time I have seen such a great spell. From what I see, that was a power created from the sword hanging at your waist, right? Root. What kind of crazy thing is he saying? What Tomo used was teleportation. It comes normally from herself. He should also know about the application of our space teleportation. I really don't know what he is thinking. You got me. Falls Dano has quite the scary eyes there. That's right, this is the special power of this sword. No need for Aria and it allows for a point-to-point teleportation, Tomo. Tomo is following. But unrelated to my confusion, Tomo and Root were looking at each other and grinned slightly. Why? Of course, everyone's gaze gathered at Tomo's sword simultaneously. To the shorter katana that she pointed out. I noticed that there are other faces I know. The priest and Laurel's. Serit-san, was it? So they also came to spectate the tournament. There were several more important-looking people than Priest-san at his side, so it took me some time to notice him. The Priest-san is one of the highest positions in the Rotsgard Church, so that means, the people there are even higher than that. They might even be from the main church of Limia. I took time to notice the Laurel people simple because they were at a corner. Serit-san is there too, but there are also many others there as well. Most of them have darkish skin. Are the people there mostly of that skin color? Maybe she noticed my gaze. Serit-san made a smile for a second. She soon returned her interest to Tomo's sword though. I can't believe it. The academy principal was at a complete loss for words. Teleportation in itself is an extremely advanced technique, and just the fact of being able to use it, you would be admired. That's why, in order to make this advanced technique as easy to do as possible, they recreate the teleport formation accurately, and there's also support formations that reduce the burden. And to be told that this action can be done with the power of a sword, moreover, allowing you to teleport to a specific location, there's no surprise that they wouldn't believe it. Well, for the common sense of this academy, it is something they wouldn't even think it exists. And this is also proof that this is not something common. The influential people that come from several countries are all concentrating their eyes on that sword. Hope this doesn't become a new spark. How is it, everyone? Since they went through the trouble of coming to help us, how about relying on them? Root looks at everyone and proposes this idea. It seems he will incite them for us. I don't know if this guy is an enemy or an ally, but it seems that in this moment at least, he will act as our ally. Right. It is just as Falls Dano said. Reidu Dano, I thank you for your courageous action, and I promise I will definitely repay you for it. On the name of Gritonia Empire's Lily. What about the others? Lily. Gritonia's Lily. So she really is the princess. She even came for the school festival, impressive. Maybe she also attended this academy. I feel like she glanced at Tomo for an instant, but I don't know her intentions. From what I have heard of Tomo, they don't have that deep of a connection and just parted at that point in time. With Lily's words as the impetus, several me too were raised and more people decide take our helping hand. People are willing to. The people related to the church, the Laurel Union, and also the nobles that seem to be from Ion. The academy principal, who is being shouldered by a woman that looks like his secretary, also agreed with it. Or more like, old man, why did your legs weaken to the point of needing someone to lend you a shoulder? Isn't that sexual harassment? The people there as well, please decide quickly, Tomo. Tomo hurries the remaining 5, but they didn't show signs of moving. What's going on? I don't think there's significance for a guest to be staying here though. This one is fine here. I have the duty to overlook this. This one. Is he a king? Duty to overlook, he says. He is looking at the stage. The fight between the students and the monster, huh? Father, that is. You all, return. King, we can't do that. The one standing on that stage is my child after all. That's the Limia group. Ilumgan's father, the Limia king, and he said father, so maybe the prince. Judging from the bearings of the remaining 2, they are probably knights. So they are a totally related party, huh? What to do? I think the best choice would be to shelter the other people first. Waka, I will be bringing the people here to the safe place that the academy principal is thinking of, Tomo. I was about to give the orders to Tomo and looked at her, but she was one step ahead of me. Of course, that's what I wanted her to do, so I nod. A mist a lot bigger than the one root crossed appears. It looks like haze, but it has a thickness that makes you unable to see the other side. It does make one think that this is a product of magic. Well then, I will place this katana under Waka's care. I leave the matters here to you, Tomo. Oi. What do you plan by leaving me the short katana? I instinctively take the short sword that was given to me and look at Tomo. With a suggestive smile, she disappears into the mist. So I should convince the others from Limia. But I don't know the etiquette when talking to a king. Should I apologize first before going for the persuasion? This is the first time I have met with a person as great as you, king, so I might come off as rude. Please do forgive me if that happens. You said your name was Reidu, right? Your written communication is skillful. And your magic should be as well, king. Yes. I can't speak common language, so I am using written communication in this way. Once again, I am the one in charge of Kuzunoha Company, Reidu. I know, king. Do you mean, you know about my store as well? Why does someone like the Limia King have information of a small store in Rotsgard like mine? Right, Hope Lace. King. If I remember correctly, the company that you were investigating about was the Kuzunoha company, and about a temporary teacher named Radu, right? King. This is a fact we have already confirmed, Hope Lace Dano, Prince. It seems there's a completely different development going on now. The thin person that's probably the prince compliments the words of the king and shoots them at Hope Lace. I see, Hope Lace. That means the various things Ilumgan did have already been exposed, huh? I want an explanation, Hope Lace. Regarding your second son, Ilumgand, that has transformed, and about the calamity that's occurring in the whole academy town, King. King, it is true that I listened to my son's request and investigated about this teacher. I have also used money to bend the rules in this tournament. However, this situation was definitely not carried out by me. Ilumgand is my son, and he is an important son that might become the head of the family in this warring times. To turn him into that kind of monster to plot something, I would never do it. Then, why did Ilumgand take an interest in Radu? King. I don't know. I really don't know anything. I actually wanted to know that too. Why was I hated so much to the point of being investigated and being declared war? I only covered for Ruria. Is that something he would get so tenacious about? Or was he the type that can't tolerate disgrace? I am not a noble, so it is hard for me to completely understand their thought patterns. The Hope Lace head repeats his apology to the king over and over again. I will hear about it in detail after we have gotten through this situation and return to our country. But the shame you have made us bear on the many nations won't come cheap, King. And so, Radu, you are a merchant, right? And a temporary teacher in this academy that teaches practical skills. Are the students fighting there your students? King. Yes, there's no mistake. Those are the students taking my class. Just that, they haven't been attending it for that long of a time. Oh. How long has it been? King. Less than half a year. Half a year, were those kids that strong since then? King. No. I began my business in Sige, so I have seen the fighting style of the adventurers there. I taught them a part of it, and it seems it fit them well. They have been increasing their skills. So the Limia King has also taken an interest in them, huh? Still facing the stage, he continues our conversation. Sige, huh? Certainly. The adventurers Hirodano brought from there had a fighting style similar to this one. It seems it is not a lie, King. Adventurers from Sige and Limia. Heh. In that case, the current Limia has quite the high-leveled adventurers there. If the people that the hero recruited were people with the skills to enter and leave the wasteland at will, they will become quite the war potential for Limia. Hero. I didn't inquire any specifics, but she came to a remote place like Sige. Thinking about it in a logical manner, the reason she went there would be for training, maybe. King-sama, please come with me to a safe place. There's northwest assurance that this place won't be attacked by other enemies. If I have the teacher of those splendid students at my side, I don't have much to worry about. By the way, Radu, you can use that sword. King. The Limia King looks at the short katana I hold. The made-up story about being able to use teleportation with it, huh? Tomo, it is turning into something troublesome, you know. Yes, I can. If it's me or Tomo who was here a while ago, it can be used. Then can you bring me to that place? If Ilumgan sees me and his father, he might return to his senses, King. King, that's not good. It's way too dangerous, Prince. A noble of Limia is causing damage to the academy. I have to provide my assistance to control this situation as well, or I won't be able to stand upright. Isn't that right, Hope Lace? King. Rejecting the words of the prince, the king looks at Hope Lace. He reacts with a jolt, and makes a small nod. He probably doesn't want to face his transformed son. Of course, placing oneself in danger is not assistance, but showing that you are willing to is necessary sometimes. If the ones who have to do so are me and Hope Lace, then it can't be helped. A quite blunt and unnatural thing to do, if I do say so myself, King. Radudano, can you teleport us over there? Prince. It seems the prince folded. Well, I don't really mind though. Then, I will be acting as the bodyguard of this people for a while. It is possible. Well then, all five, is it okay to teleport you around that seat over there? Saying so, I point to an estimated area. The prince nods. The knights stay silent. Probably means that they will just silently obey. It must be tough for them as well. Well, if they carry this out safely, they should gain big points for it. At that place there's Shiki and Mio. I put up the short katana. Gotta show the act at the very least. I create mist that is not that different from the one Tomo made. Mist is created at the pointed out place as well. Preparations complete. I will definitely repay you, Radu, King. The Limia King talks to me. It would be weird to part from my katana at this moment, so I just lower my head. In my left hand I have the scabbard and in my right the katana. It was pretty unshapely. Knight, Hopelace, Prince, and then the King, in order, they disappear inside the mist. Chapter 139, in front of the variant. Will it really go well? In a small voice, I voiced out my surprise at the situation that was proceeding in a favorable manner. In foreign problems, I would use power to force the situation into an advantageous direction for me and resolve it. Even when I decided to do it, I still felt opposition. Because the war potential we have may not be in a country scale, but it is totally outside the boundaries of what one small-scale company has. I feel like we would be able to eliminate a mercenary group, and even if we are faced with an army, in the worst case, we could manage to escape. Tomo, Mio and, depending on the situation, Shiki as well, are existences that can be called a one-man army. If we used surprise attacks, I feel like we would be able to overwhelm a certain amount of troops. Truly the definition of being a match for 1,000. Gathering all our forces, we wouldn't even surpass the 1,000. This may sound like self-praise, but the races in Asura are quite strong. Counting them as part of our power, I will move them as a company. As long as nothing extreme happens, I feel like we won't fail. Now that I think about it, training the forest Onis and having them sell medicine in the villages around the mountains was possible because they have been trained in the military arts and made them follow a pathless course. I didn't find that strange at all, and yet, I am facing away from my own power. It is truly a contradicting story. That's why even if I have opposition towards it, I get used to it. This is not Japan. I feel like this will become my number one excuse inside me. I turn my eyes towards the spectator seats. There, the Limia group is looking at the fight on the stage. With this, just by providing them safety, I will be able to create a debt towards the people that have a high standing in the countries. There's the chance that I will be able to turn the pressure of the people who complained and stood behind the guild, against them. A smile naturally appears from my mouth. Well then, I should get going as well, Makoto. I pass through the mist towards the place they are. Even so, why did Tomo leave the short katana with me? Well, it does help as a sub-weapon when using a long sword, and there are times when it can be used as a throwing weapon as well, but, even so, thinking about it in terms of etiquette, it would be better to not leave a short sword to someone else. I look at the katana that for some reason has been made as a weapon with the ability to teleport. It felt like Root was also conspiring with her, so there must be some reason behind it. It might be to hide the power of teleportation, but with how it flowed, just by changing the target of the power from Tomo to the short katana, it won't hide the reality of it. Just why did those two change the teleportation power from person to object? I still don't understand it yet. With that fuzziness inside of me, I look at the short katana in my hands. Could it be, she still doesn't know the meaning of having two swords as a samurai? After I calm down a bit, let's try talking about this. If they are doing this knowingly, I won't say much about it. If the meaning of it is different from my own thinking, that's fine too. If she told me that it was just a trifle of hers, I can't do much about it. I will just let her do as she wishes. Trying to probe into it could lead into her just telling me that's just her hobby, so if she herself is having fun with it, that's for the best. Sorry for the wait. Don't worry, that was a splendid teleportation. Our country prides in being the human race's #1 in teleportation technique, but this is my first time seeing this kind of point-to-point spell. I would like to take some time after this to hear about it in detail, but right now I have to overlook that fight. No matter the result, King. Since I was pondering, I arrived a bit late, so I apologize to the Limia King. I did think that there was no room to worry about it, and as expected, he easily let it go. It seems the king is already prepared for anything that happens to the Alumgan variant. The Hopelace head trembled at the words of the king and bit his lips though. Considering the situation, I am somehow aware of Alumgan's fate already. It is the variant that even Shiki said would be hard to turn back to normal. The chance of them returning Alumgan to normal with their limited human knowledge is incredibly low. I can't feel a will anymore. He is really rampaging like a Momono, Prince. The prince, huh? I could feel pity from his words. Royalty and a high noble. Both of them probably knew each other, so it can't be helped. Redu. The Hopelace head suddenly talks to me. In those eyes, he showed clear hostility. I didn't do much to his son though. I was only stopping bullying after all. When I meet with the people of Limia again, there's also the choice of talking and clearing the misunderstanding. Well, it will all depend if he is willing to, so I don't know if it will be possible. I heard that your store handles a high number of medicines. Or more like, you investigated it. Yes, most of my merchandise is medicine. Is there no elixir in there that can turn my son back? Sorry, but this is my first time seeing such a transformation as well, so the chances of my medicine curing him is low. With just a glance, I can tell that it is using the human body as a catalyst, and it seems to be quite the complex spell formula. To return him to normal, it would be as hard as returning a dish back to ingredients. Using Shiki's words as reference, I give a response. Hopelace didn't say any words, but his face showed several different emotions, creating a complex expression. Anger, sorrow, regret. Obviously, I couldn't see any positive emotions in it. Witnessing his son about to be defeated, as a father, it is a given that he would feel that way though. What a splendid way of fighting. They are able to properly fight against Alumgand, who was easily able to defeat the purple coats that are boasted by the Academy as being able to use all elements, King. I think using all elements and dividing the elements between all are two completely different things though. But it looks like they are having a hard time. As expected, maybe this was too much for students, Prince. The king and the prince are looking at the fight in a relatively calm manner. Redu, the two they're giving out instructions, are they related to you? King. The Limia king sharply notices Mio and Shiki. Yes. One of them is helping me out in my classes, his name is Shiki. The other one serves mostly as my bodyguard, Mio. Both of them are employees that have been with me since long ago and I rely on them. It seems they are not fighting though. King. I wanted the students to fight themselves. If the situation turns bad, I told them to back the students up, but in basis, I am having them give instructions in the fight. Also my son is not a stepping stone for your students. The sudden shout at my side made me stop my words. I thought he would come saying that, so I was about to give an explanation. How hasty. Also, since they were students learning in the same academy, I had a small hope that maybe they would be able to return Alumgan-sama back to his sense. It seems for some reason that person hates me, so I thought that if our company people stood on the stage, the hope would grow dimmer. Kook. Hopelace, who was lining up the next complaint, shuts up after my excuse. These were words I originally thought of if I was asked by people like the Limia king or the academy principal, but I suppose it is okay to have him here as well. Ho, you were that thoughtful towards a noble of our country. That consideration makes me happy. Right, Hopelace. King. At the latter half, the harsh eyes of the king turned towards Hopelace. I can feel that his aim is to have Hopelace apologize. No, well, there's no real need to. It is just a plan where I am leaving it to the hands of my students. There's no need to thank me for it. While getting the better of the trembling Hopelace, I turn to the king and lower my head. Also, from what I see, Jean and the others have no leeway to worry about anything. At any rate, it is going back and forth. I can't see who would win, Prince. The prince speaks. Joshua, you can't tell either, huh, King? Yeah, but I don't understand something. Why are they only using fire element? Also, for all of them to be able to use the fire element is strange, Prince. Looks like they don't have much knowledge regarding that area. The specialty of the royalty and the nobles is, as expected, politics after all, huh? FOMO. Redu, can you explain this? If you are able to, please, King. But is it okay for me to be answering this? There are 2 knights there after all. Shouldn't he ask them their opinion first? Leaving aside the part about the fire element, the knights should have their own opinions about Ilumgand. Radu, I don't mind. Please explain, King. Thinking that, I turned my eyes towards the knights. Maybe the king understood what I was thinking, he ordered again. As you can see, Ilumgand-sama has transformed into that giant body. And well, mainly because the battle has gone for a long period of time, I can tell that the variance characteristic is mostly in the magic factor. Magic, huh, King? Yes. The current Ilumgand-sama possesses a firm resistance towards earth, water and wind, all elements except fire. Detailed explanations of absorption, resistance, and nullification, in this case, let's just not do it. To 3 elements you say, King. Luckily, the students there are all trained to use several elements, so they are able to fight him with the only element that is effective against him. I think non-elemental magic will also work, but the efficacy gained compared to the consumption of magic power is bad, so I think their decision was proper. Everyone is able to use several elements. Then you are having them learn elements other than the one they were born with. Prince. When the prince talks in a courteous manner, instead of a prince, he sounds more like a butler. I am a part of the lower class, so I think he should be acting like the other high-class people. Yes, that's why they are able to provide a decent fight. Then why can't they push him back? Prince. I think the main reason would be that the element restriction is limiting their options. The fire element originally possesses few restraining skills, and it is more suited for attack and self-enhancement. On top of that, Ilumgand-sama is absorbing the magic power of his teammates and the humans around. Because his maximum magic power is increasing, the debuffing magic is not working at all. Moreover, his wounds are regenerating to a certain degree, so if they don't finish it with a big attack, there's the danger of prolonging the fight. While I was doing the explanation, the Hope Lacehead suddenly makes a bitter voice. I look at the stage. I didn't see it, but it seems they have dealt a big attack. His arms are torn off from the shoulder down, and the giant is on his knees. Arms. Are they still fighting in order to incapacitate him instead of defeating him? Looks like Mio decided that she gave enough advice, she is just looking at the fight without participating. Shiki seems to be preparing for healing just in case and watching the progress of the battle. Looks like the 7 are quite fatigued. To the point that I am able to see it even from where I am. From what I can tell, they are in a level where it is already hard for them to aim for incapacitation. Looks like the battle has progressed slightly. Though, it seems like their voice doesn't reach him, and they don't have the resolve to bring him down. In terms of stamina, Ilumgand is the one in advantage. While I was thinking about something that was bothering me, the thing I was anxious about happened. The regeneration of Ilumgand's arms. Ah. This will probably break their spirit. What, the arms he lost are regenerating. Ilum. Before Jean and the others got shaken by the situation, one of the people there took the initiative and rushed with sword in hand. Misura. Is he eager because he didn't have much spotlight in the team battles? But to enter in this timing and bring up the spirit is a good idea. In a situation where their stamina is being chipped away, it would be bad for them to lose their willpower. He must be tired as well, but it seems he is able to properly deflect the pitiful great sword that has been absorbed into Ilumgand's right arm. The battle has begun once again, to the point where they have to give him another big attack. Thanks to Misura's initiative, they have somehow managed to step it up. Wakasama. Shiki. What is it? Is there a problem? Thankfully, right now everyone of Limia is looking at the stage. I have some room to talk with Shiki in thought transmission. What? A problem. Makoto. Yes. About Shiki. Let's hear it, Makoto. First, about this variant. It seems that it will be impossible for the students to incapacitate it with pain. Moreover, the fact that he was a former student is making them unable to show their original battle power, so, Shiki. They probably won't be able to beat it. Makoto. Yes. If it's just defeating him, they have already marked the medulla oblongata that seems to be his weak point, but it might be difficult, Shiki. I see. When it seems like it is totally impossible, Shiki, shift with them and incapacitate him. And the other one? Makoto. It seems another one of those has entered here. There's the danger that it might head to the spectator seats, so be cautious, Shiki. Oh, I see. Thanks, I will be careful, Makoto. It seems nothing special happened in the middle of our transmission, and I was able to safely finish the thought transmission with Shiki. Humph, one more is coming here, huh? Even if their mechanism is the same, their powers might be different. I have to be in a distance where I can protect this people at any moment. I am not sure if we will be able to cure Lumgand, so I don't know if there's a point in incapacitating him though. I just thought that it would be easier to talk with the Hope Lacehead if his son is not dead. Suddenly, the tension around us increased. For a second I thought that the battle situation changed again, but when I looked, there was no real change. The Limia King and the Hope Lacehead are in the place closest to the stage, the railings of the spectator seats. And a step behind them, there's Prince Joshua. But that composition moved. King, please step back. One of the knights shouts and the two knights unsheath their weapons and run to the back. They were probably using perception magic to watch their surroundings. At the place where they were running to there was nothing visible, but in a place quite a bit far from here, at the exit corridor of the spectator seats, the shadow of a gray-colored variant appears. Yua, its appearance is quite different. Its change is so big that it doesn't even look humanoid anymore. A person that has developed in an abnormal way. It has 2 legs, and more than half of its top is not composed of torso, arms, and then head. It is only the head. And its mouth is sticking out like the beak of a bird, and yet, it has fangs. It still has quite the distance, but despite this, its mouth is so big that I can tell that there's fangs in it. On top of that, compared to a person, its eyes were more like those of a horse, big black eyes positioned on the sides of the face. Saying it bluntly, it is disgusting. In place of hair, its head has several tentacles undulating on it. It doubled its disgusting level. The knights ran to fight against the monster, probably to avoid fighting close to the king. I see. I can agree with that. In that case, I will step a bit forward and Jaya. There should still be quite a good amount of space between them, and despite this, what's going on? The knight's scream made me doubt my eyes. It seems that thing already reached them. Those stupidly big legs are not for decoration. It must have made a dash with tremendous instantaneous power. Looking at the ashen-colored variant that cut the knight's body along with the armor to 1,000 pieces and created a red spray and screams, for some reason, I associated it with a bullet. Another scream overlaps. I don't know if it's because it caught him off guard, or because his skills are not that big of a deal. I will leave it as if it's the former, but anyways, it didn't take long before the other knight screamed as well. The undulating tentacles turned sharp and pierced through the body of the knight. The torso area, where the armor was the thickest, wasn't pierced by the tentacles, but every other part was. Neck, thighs, joints, areas where the armor doesn't protect, and places where it can't be protected because of its construction were pierced through. It is probably fatal. The place they were fighting was in an area I couldn't reach in time, so I was unable to protect them. I could use Sakai to heal them, but if I do so, that variant would also enter in its range. Also, if I loosen my magic power suppression, what I am hiding might be discovered. TCH. But I definitely can protect these 3. It may not be the best option, but I have to deal with it. Taking a crouching start stance with only its legs, it places strength in them. The variant turns its beak-shaped mouth towards me. Ah, this is not a dash. I was somehow able to tell that. It seems my comparison was correct. That thing shoots its body like a bullet and heads to our location in a straight line. Okay, let's stop it and defeat it. When I was about to stop it and made a step forward, for some reason, a shadow passes beside me. Prince Joshua. Father, please run. Prince. Unsheathing a glittering thin sword that I would only think of as a decoration, the prince rushes to the variant in order to protect the king. Ah. Is he an idiot? Having the prince wounded would be extremely bad. Even if I am not tense, that doesn't mean the surroundings aren't either. Even so, this Prince Sama is quite. If I weren't here, who knows what would have happened. Sorry Shiki. Wounded people or maybe casualties have appeared. I want you to come here and provide medical treatment. Mio can stay there, I leave the babysitting to you, Mio. I count on you, don't let the students die, Makoto. Those 2 nights, it is probably too late. But if it's Shiki, maybe he will be able to heal them. Since I didn't have the leeway, I just leave those orders to Shiki and Mio without making an actual conversation. From here, I can't tell if the knights are breathing or not. Even so, from what I see, those are definitely fatal wounds. It doesn't seem like there are other enemies, so if I just hold this one down it will be okay. I hurriedly chase after the prince. The variant is fast as expected. At this rate, I won't make it. My body can't just suddenly go from 0 to max speed. In an instant I understood that I wouldn't be able to make it, so I make an invisible arm with magic power in the space between the prince and the variant, to protect him. I have Sakai to conceal it, so it should be invisible. If he gets wounded he can still be healed, but if possible, I want him to leave unscathed. My magic power catches the variant when it was reaching its highest speed. Just like that, I swing the arm and throw the variant to separate it from the prince. While relieved by the fact that I made it in time, I carry Prince Joshua and escape from that place. I jump into an area where the thing's vision won't reach the prince. Damn it. I have separated slightly from the king. I threw it away, so it won't come with another attack so soon, but I have to defeat it quickly. Prince, it was a sudden development, so please forgive me for my rudeness. I will deal with that thing. Writing all of that at once, I began to wonder what the mysterious sensation in my hand was. When I look down, I see the stiffened face of Prince Joshua. Maybe because of the shock of a while ago, or because it got stuck somewhere along the way, a part of his clothes were quite torn off and my hand is on top of that. No way, this is breast. My brain is in turmoil. I will explain the circumstances later. Right now, please protect father, Prince. Died in bashfulness, he, no, her. I heard her low voice. I hurriedly separate my hand from her body. Unable to hide all of my confusion, I correct my posture as if springing away. I feel like I have done something quite bad, but right now the priority is taking out that thing. Great, looks like that thing is still dizzy. I restrain it with Brid and shorten the distance. What I used was a non-elemental Brid. Chantless and no element. I did plan on winning with that, but it didn't turn into a fatal wound. However, it was plenty enough to hold it back. Thanks to that, I was able to shorten the distance plenty enough. I clad magic power into my right hand and punched the side of its face. The variant, that was sent flying away with my punch, hit several seats and rails on the way and was bounded by it. Great. With this, the Limia King should be in a safe position. Non-elemental spells have a tendency of having less firepower compared to the elemental spells of the same level, but from what I saw just now, Brid is plenty enough to defeat it. I do a quick aria, and making a gesture as if preparing a bow, I shoot out a white arrow. The Brid that hit right on its beak didn't pierce immediately and sends the whole variant to the back, weaving its way in a part of the spectator's seat. That's because I reduced the piercing power on purpose. I don't know what it might do, so I thought it would be better to have distance. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. The variant swelled as if bubbles were popping up from inside it, and after, it scattered in all directions and died. I was worried for a second there. I see that Shiki has begun the treatment of one of the knights and I sigh once. Looks like at least one of them will be saved. I finished one job now. About the prince, I hope it doesn't turn into a new trouble. But well, don't think that will be possible. If it was just the fight it would be so simple. I try not to make eye contact with the prince and bring her to where the king is. While I was thinking all this, I heard a scream incomparable to the ones before. Chapter 140, Amelia. Amelia, I will be going up there to provide medical treatment to the injured knights. There's no need to push yourself too much. When I return, I will do something about him. Miyodano, I leave them in your care for a while, Shiki. Okay. Wakasama is calling, so hurry up. No need to worry, Hirdisu wa, Mio. Shiki-san, who is at the rear, talks to me. I can tell that he is being considerate towards us because we are having difficulties against the existence that was once Illumined. But at the same time, my stomach pains at the fact that I can't meet his expectations. My connection with Illumined right now holds no importance. Even if that's connected with my bad movements a bit. The movements of everyone else are not good either after all. If we did something like this in the usual classes, it would be to the level where the fight would be suspended and we would be lectured. Because the current opponent we are facing is not a simple Momono but a student that attends the same school and has transformed. No matter how much I try, it is hard to deal with. I hesitate in killing him, and even when we try to call him out to return him to his senses, we are not receiving a single decent response. Aiming at a place where his life wouldn't be in danger, we manage to drop those arms of his. But it looks like that pain didn't have any effect on him. It probably made a scream filled with anger, but it soon regenerated his whole arms and the fight resumed. If Misura didn't step forward at that time, we would have been swallowed by agitation and probably torn apart like the purple coats. I have no words for my gratitude towards him. What's mortifying is that the current Alumgand is quite stronger than us. This is not an evaluation of him as a human, but as the thing Shiki-san called variant though. Leaving aside if he will be able to return or not, he became stronger than us again. I can feel a certain emotion welling up inside me. There's a part of me that wants to let my emotions take control and go punch him. But that's something I can't do at all cost. It would turn into the impetus for the destruction of our party after all. In the first place, I wouldn't be able to show such a pathetic self to that person. No, I don't want to show it to everyone. That's why in this situation, the best choice would be to wait for Shiki-san to return. The one who is staying here, Mio-san, doesn't show any signs of lending us any help, and it feels as if she is telling us to deal with it somehow with the directions she has given until now. She is a really different type from Shiki-san. The nature of Alumgand's attacks, his immunity to all but one element, and his vital spot, she has already told us several important things to fight Alumgand. When we inquired things, she would answer. When we were wrong, she would give us hints. The Academy's prided Magic Warrior Corps, the ones who came here were the Magician Corps though, the purple coats. That's right. Even if it was their first time fighting it, the strongest fighting power in this town was easily defeated. The reason why we are able to somehow fight against an enemy like that is mostly because we had Shiki-san's healing, Mio's advice, Sensei's equipment, and the blessing of the goddess. No, it is practically the whole reason why we are able to stand against him at all. In other words, we have been boosted in all standards and are now in this position. If we fought carrying this hesitation without the healing, advice, and outstanding equipment, we would have fallen long ago. We have been trained every day to defeat this amount of difference in strength with our teamwork, and yet, how pathetic we are. Damn it. Just fall already. Jean is kind. He is still avoiding the vital and aiming to incapacitate Alumgand. He still thinks of him as our senpai. The style he is using right now to push through is dual wielding. Defeat before being defeated. That's the fighting style Jean aims for. And yet, there's vigor missing in the unrelenting sword style of him that swallows even the attacks of his opponents. Against an opponent that has strong regeneration ability, a dulled sword style will only create the worst cycle. The thing that was once Alumgand is definitely coming at us with the intent to kill, so it makes it even worse. I am not good with fire element, you know. Saying so, Izumo looks as if he is pained while shooting magic. Using the wind element, he obstructs the opponent's movements and robs them of their vision, and while maintaining his high-speed mobility enhancement, he throws a barrage of spells. The fighting tactic he uses normally is nowhere to be found. The wind spells that get close to that thing are all dispersed. Instead of calling it resistance, it was more like nullification. Even when shooting them up close, his fire element spell's attack power is not enough and it doesn't show much effect. That's why he stepped back to the rear and staying his feet, and to compensate for it, he is concentrating only on attacks to increase the attack power even if only a bit. Moreover, since he is shooting a rapid succession of spells that are not his original forte element, his magic power is decreasing at a fast rate. Izumo doesn't have an amount of magic power fit for long-period fights after all, so it can't be helped. Not yet. I can still stop it. Only Misura, who is standing at the front lines and stopping the attacks, has enough willpower. If contrary to his willpower, his healing magic were to run short, the danger he faces will increase in an instant. To just stop the attacks and be relieved by it is dangerous. He has to protect the line between us or everyone will crumble. There's no end to this guy. He prioritizes the attacks that are aimed to finish him. How tiresome. Dina and Yuno use speed and feints to attack. But their stamina already reached their limits a long time ago. Moreover, transforming into a monster turned him less intelligent, but in exchange, his instincts got better. He doesn't let us get in any important hits. The instantaneous power fighting style that prioritizes speed is, obviously, not fit for long-term battles at all. It might be better for Yuno to stand back and attack with her bow. If those two get hit in the moment they run out of energy, it would be fatal. Safuto Aruosud Ita Kurai. Sif is chanting a fire spell with high firepower. The one who is able to throw the most effective attacks against Ilumgand is her. She is also one of our spiritual supports along with Misura. In other words, if we don't properly utilize her magic power, we won't have a chance of winning. If we want to win this fight with our own power without any more assistance, incapacitating him is already impossible. We have no other choice but to shoot an attack onto his weak point with the intent to kill. Normally, Jean would be the one who would make a plan and organize us, but it is hard to expect that from him in his current state. Even when he badmouthed Senpai that much, there's no doubt that he is trying to save Senpai. That's Jin's greatest strong point and at the same time his weakness. Maybe he will change in the remaining time he is at the academy. No, he probably won't change. A bitter smile came out unconsciously. In my head there's already a plan. I thought about it multiple times and I arrived to the same conclusion. If we go at it for the kill, we can still do it. We should be able to. There's no need to hesitate. It is better than worrying about it and ending up too late to be able to do anything. They can heal us, so it is fine to lose. I don't want something like that. Also, to lose against this maddened Ilumgand, I definitely don't want to. I didn't want to be involved with him, and yet, he continued messing with me and everyone else. And then he turns into this. A high-pitched sound reverberated. It is the sound of Jin's sword clashing with the great sword that has been absorbed by the right arm of Ilumgand. In a fight of strength, Jin would be pushed back. Jin most likely knows the result, so before that happened, he rode in the shock of the attack and jumped back. To decrease the damage even if a bit. Ilumgand didn't chase after Jin. In place of that, he opened his mouth wide and was doing a strange magic power-gathering method. This is the first time I see him doing that. In an instant, an unpleasant sensation assaulted my mind. Could it be? Everyone, barriers. A howling roar is coming. Amelia. I instantly shout and create a barrier to cover for the rear guard. My range is not enough to reach the front line. I suddenly recall the memories of being cornered by that lesser dragon, so I was able to reflexively use the barrier method I thought when against a howl. Because that was the worst trauma for me. Even if I knew it would reduce my options, I still made sure I was able to create a barrier at any time, and it was unexpectedly useful at this moment. And as I thought, a roar that had some sort of endowed effect reverberated through the very core of my body and assaulted us. It seems like it has the same effect as the dragon, overpowering. As if paralyzed, the movements of Jean, Dina, and Yuno stopped. The moment I saw that scene, the little hesitation that was left in me disappeared. Maybe it was a technique that left him stiff. Ilumgand was still not moving. I am different from Jean. Instead of losing my comrades, I would prefer to kill him. Sif, can you endow that spell into my arrow? I am sorry for asking you to do endowment which you are not that good at, Amelia. Eh? That's impossible. It's not only because I am not good at it, the spell is already completed, you know. Could it be, you are talking about the technique Shiki-san showed us once? If I do such a reckless endowment, even if it succeeds, it would not last 10 seconds before exploding. That was only possible because it was Shiki-san, Sif. 10 seconds, huh? No problem. Izumo. You can move right. Amelia. Tsuu, somehow. Thanks for the barrier. Is that what you call a trump card? It reminded me of Grandma's pocket, Izumo. Stop with the pointless talk. Use a speed increase on me. Can you do it? Amelia. Yeah, I can. But right now we have to cover for everyone else, Izumo. I shake my head. You already understand that there's no leeway to do that, right? I will finish that guy, Amelia. See, it is beginning to move. If they get hit in that defenseless state, even Misura will die instantly. Amelia. B. But, Izumo. From what I see, Izumo is probably in the side that wants to save Ilumgand. I will carry the burden, is that what you intend to do? Then I will make sure it is a direct hit this time, so please create an opening, Sif. Sif is in the side that doesn't care if he dies. That's why she is worried that I will be carrying the burden, so she is trying to dirty her own hands. But that's just not going to work. Impossible. His current magic defense is way too high. In terms of physical and magical damage, it has to possess quite the power or it won't break through. Can you do even more than the last attack, in a situation where it might drag your comrades in it? Amelia. We were able to secure enough space, that's why she was able to shoot the previous attack that dropped the arms of Ilumgand. I don't think Sif would be able to control that much firepower into a hit to his vital spot. The accuracy of her attacks are not that high. That's one of the weaknesses she has. Well, she has way too many plus points, so it doesn't matter that much, but right now that's not the case. That's Sif. That's why I will do it. To smash him with both physical and magic attack, it is best to use my arrow and the forced endowment after all. It is okay, the chance of success is decent. Please let me show my cool side in front of Shiki-san, Amelia. With a slightly playful tone, but serious eyes, I look at Sif and ask for her cooperation. Suddenly, my body felt lighter. Ah. It is already a despairing situation. I will restrain Ilumgand with all the magic power I have, so Amelia, I leave the rest to you. Not caring about what happens just because Shiki-san is here, that's just too uncool. Izumo. With a teary expression, the despairing Izumo began shooting attack magic towards Ilumgand. Understood. In the times when Jean is unable to move, you are the leader. That's what we decided, right? Sif. Thanks Sif, Amelia. The powerful fire element spell that Sif completed was condensing in the tip of the arrow at my right hand. What was that about, if it succeeds? I knew that she would surely be able to do it. I am aiming for the same path as her, so I know how many steps ahead of me she is. It will definitely last for 10 seconds. I dashed instantly. I run beside the barrage cover that Izumo ringed out with his last amount of magic power, and, after accelerating in one breath, I kick the ground. Reaching a height higher than average with my jump, I activate a floating spell. Feeling a gentle sensation of my whole body being lifted up, I was brought up to the max height my jump reached again. Below me, Ilumgand is looking at me. Just as planned. He thinks it is natural to receive the attacks. That's how much confidence he has in his defensive power. But right now you don't have a single obstacle around you that might serve as defense. There's nothing obstructing the space between you and me. Shooting from midair. I was doing it just like normal, but for some reason, Reita-sensei was surprised. His face was saying, how dexterous. If someone like him, who has a 100% hit rate in his shots, tells me that, I could only take it as him making fun of me though. Depending on the situation, jumping and firing is a valid option. It's easier to secure a shooting space. If I don't look at the state of the battle, I also face the risk of exposing myself to the opponent's attack, so it isn't only pluses. Thanks to the previous attack of Sif, I was able to tell the degree of that prided defensive power of his. Even if he blocks with both of his arms, my arrow that has a ferocious endowment will still be able to at least get his neck. That's why. Don't tell me, that thing in his arm. This is bad. Imprisoned in my stance, I see something unbelievable. With his left hand he grabs the arm that was dropped previously, and throws it towards me. You are kidding, right? Using his own arm. I wasn't expecting. Nameless children of Earth. Provide support. Sif's voice. I honestly wasn't expecting any more backup from the girl that gave me her completed spell. But she still had the spirit magic. It doesn't have much effect on Ilumgand, but it seems she still has more up her sleeves. Several stone arms stretch out from below Sif and went to grab at Ilumgand's legs. The truly troublesome thing about him is that aside from fire element and non-elemental spells, the other elements can't even enter his surroundings. Destroying his footing, using wind to blind him and obstruct his movements, the things we want to do, he didn't let us do it. Especially the water element resistance. It even looked like he was being powered up by it. It's the worst. And so, the one Sif used just now was activating the spell in an area close to her and stretching it towards the target. The bind-type spells normally activate around the target's area, so this one is quite irregular. I see. I think I somewhat understand the origin of her idea. Did she use the spell that Arisen used that time in summer as reference? It entered enough to touch him, but as expected, the spell scattered in an instant. But the trajectory of the arm that's flying at me has been slightly deviated. That's enough. Thanks. I feel a dull impact in my side, but compared to receiving a direct hit, this pain is nothing and I just fix my arrow to the bow. I'm glad I used pain mitigation just in case something happened at the fall. That impact felt like bad news. I feel like I might cry if I look at it, so I don't. While looking at the tip of the arrow that's about to rampage, I fix my aim to the head of the variant. Don't hesitate. If the spell explodes before impact, it is over. This is not magic power endowment but magic spell endowment. This can't even be called endowment magic. An irregular of irregulars. There are too many demerits. But Shiki-san did it like it was nothing. And right now the merit is what makes it worth. I want to defeat that thing. I want to surpass it. I don't hesitate over anything and head on to the next step. I have to hit no matter what. That's why. I pray. The face of Shiki-san, and another person, appeared in my mind. Even if I pray to you, I will definitely not be able to obtain that power of yours with my current self though. It appears in my mind. The two people that my current self considers the most reliable of all. Hit in the middle. Isn't that right, Reita-sensei? The red arrow I shot flew splendidly to the aimed place as if blessed. It pierces onto the variant's crossed arms. For a moment the momentum decreased, but it easily pierced through. Moreover, from the head that was hidden by both hands, I could tell that the arrow sunk deep into the vital point and a part of the neck I was aiming for, at the inner spine. It hit. It's over. I was sure. I look at the man that has shouted several times watching our fight from the spectator seats. That person is most likely the head of the Hopelace household in Limia Kingdom. That person is my. Even though I wanted to avoid problematic things, so I came here from a remote region of the Empire to this academy. Why did it end up like this? But well, it's fine already. Because with this, it's all my thoughts. I can't put them up properly. For some reason, a feeling of hollow sadness spread through my chest. And then, in the moment that I witnessed the outcome and my tension disappeared. I wanted to scream from the pain that I felt in my side for a moment, but even with that, I was somehow able to grit my teeth. In my silent state, I entrust my body to the falling sensation and the exhaustion, and relinquish my consciousness. The explosion that occurred a second later and the thunderous sound that came after. That resonated in my ears, along with the distant unsightly screams of the men that I was never able to feel the real emotions of. Hello there, Tomo. Rutha. Is it okay for the Adventurer Guild to be in this kind of place? Tomo. Luckily the headquarters seem to be empty. Also, it's not Root, it's Falls. In this place that is, Root. Well, this will be my thanks for your cooperation, Ja. I will follow you on that, Tomo. Excluding the Limia Kingdoms group, Tomo evacuated the guests to one of the shelters the academy principal knows of. After that, she stood at the shelter's entrance with the front that it is to protect them. In truth, there's the simple reason that it was more convenient to give instructions to the company members with thought transmission if she is there. Also, because she hasn't consulted with Makoto about how to move the guests of the several countries, she is trying to reduce the contact she has with them. And the situation is. I don't mind if you just tell me what you can say, Root. Most of it is going favorably. It will probably settle down in about 1 or 2 days, Tomo. No, I wasn't referring to that. About Mako-Wakasama. I was wondering if you were able to ask what you wanted to, Root. Tomo was telling him the current state of the turmoil, but in contrast to that, Root denied it and states that he wants to know about herself. Hearing those words, Tomo was slightly flustered and responds with a facial reaction. That's cute. I don't know what you wanted to ask that you even went so far as to rely on the power of alcohol, but how did it go? Did he tell you anything in your drunken state? Root. You're so annoying. In the end, even without relying on such a nostrum, I more or less understand what's inside Waka's heart. Right now. I am fine with that, Tomo. What, so there was no point in getting drunk, huh? What a waste. That thing, your body develops resistance to it, so after 1 month you won't be able to use it again. Since you have the chance, how about drinking it again while it is still effective? Root. I can still enjoy alcohol even without getting that drunk. I do think that it was a hard-to-get experience though. Seriously. I was wondering what you were going to say, and here you go with such a stupid thing, Tomo. That's because I am interested, you know. In the path that he intends to take, Root. I have no intentions of getting friendly with you. But, it is true that you have looked after us in these few days. I will tell you a bit. With this, Waka will probably notice the large amount of paths he can choose, Tomo. Humph. I see. It seems you guys have quite a lot of secrets, but can I take it as you guys beginning a change to this world? Root. Roots narrows his eyes and asks Tomo the true meaning. That question felt as if he was happy and at the same time filled with curiosity. And, it also felt as if he was cautious. Who knows, Tomo? Geez, isn't it fine to just tell me a bit more? Like, joining the Limia hero and becoming the hope of humans, accelerating the madness in Gridonia, receiving the protection of Laurel's Wiseman Creed and live in peace, or separating Ion from Sige and making it independent, Root. I'm surprised you could think of so many jana, Tomo. Tomo mutters amazed at the possibilities Root pointed out. Then, go to the church and become a believer of the goddess. If he wants to blend into this world, that's also an option. He did look like he wanted to fit with the humans after all, Root. Nothing to say, Tomo. There's also the choice of assisting the demon lord in destroying the human society that he considers warped, right? Root. Tomo. Scary, so he is choosing a future path without being self-aware that he will be in a position to control the scale of the war. In my opinion, I feel like he is slightly underestimating the power he possesses. If he felt constrained, it wouldn't be strange to have moved a long time ago, Root. Waka also has the experience and values he has lived up with until now. That person has a stubborn side as well after all. We also have a lot going on our side, Tomo. Values. His. I want to know, Root. Staying silent, huh? That's troublesome. Then, can you please tell me only one thing? It doesn't have to be everything either. In exchange, I will also give you information that will prove useful. Like this, I feel like you are just leaving me in a cliffhanger, Root. Humph, depends on the content, Tomo. Do I see interest? I'm happy. What I am the most interested in right now is the talk we had before, the talk about him changing. How is it? Root. Root's words referred to the conversation they had before in a summer night. The eyebrows of Tomo twitched and she hangs her head down as if thinking of something. That, huh? Well, it should be fine to tell you a bit, Tomo. Tomo raises her head a bit and accepts. Really? I know that he has changed a bit since that time, but I wanted the opinion of someone that is close to him, like you, Tomo, Root. Root was delighted, made an innocent smile. A dramatic change like the one you are assuming has still not happened yet. Waka still hasn't decided on what he wants to do after all. But, in terms of power, he has totally blossomed. If, for example, you and Waka end up fighting, we would be able to watch without worries. That's how much he has grown, Tomo. Heh. But I think that he would have been able to put up a fight against me even before he met me though. It doesn't sound like he has grown that much, Root. I said watch without worries, didn't I? If you were to fight him up front, well, you are in outline the summit of superior dragons, so you might be able to leave some scratches on him, Tomo. Root looks at Tomo as if in total loss of words. The word speechless fit him well at this moment. Right now I still don't know from how high of a place my master is overlooking this society in or what he is thinking of, However, regarding Waka, I recommend you to not lay a hand on him, na. If my master enters the changing step you talk about, no matter if it's a superior dragon, it would be no different from a lizard, Tomo. Unable to continue his words, Tomo talks to Root as if giving the finishing blow. And then, what was that useful information you were talking about, Tomo? The trump card of the humans is beginning to move. Well, if he has become that strong, there might be no need to worry, Root. Trump card. The Dragon Slayer. If I remember correctly, she is the strongest human Jana, Tomo. Dragon Slayer, are you talking about Sophia? By no means. She is just a girl with the highest level in the people that are registered at the guild and the one who defeated Lancer, that's all. If you say strongest, that's not the case, Root. Then who are you talking about, Ja? Tomo. The one that is the most loved by the goddess after the heroes. It seems to be a well-made Imadai, Root. Imadai, is that an ascended being? Tomo. I see, you probably didn't know. It refers to a special lineage of humans that can use an element that even the goddess can't use. For now, just think of it as the goddess beginning to put serious effort even when busy. Her being busy is her just deserts though, Root. FOMO. Well, I will gratefully receive your information. If you have finished your business, return. If you are with me all the time and they suspect some sort of relationship, it would be troublesome. Also, I feel like I paid too much. I will have you properly calm down the matter of the teleportation, okay? Tomo. With her left hand she goes, shoo shoo, showing a gesture of driving away Root. Understood. I finally get the chance to have Makoto-kun feel indebted to me, so I will properly do my part. I am more used to interacting with humans than you guys after all. I will go give a report later about how it went. To Wakasama, that is, Root. Humph, just telling you, I won't be giving you the katana. And of course, accompanying me in my teleportation is out of question, Ja, Tomo. Of course. Leave it to me. Well then, give my regards to him. Also, it seems like none of the countries have noticed, but keep the thought transmission interception to a moderate level, okay? Seriously, even the thought transmission of you guys is terrifying. Don't worry, I won't talk with Makoto-kun. Thought transmission and teleportation, if the countries learned only these two, the war against the demon race would prolong for many years, Root. As if amazed, Root shrugs his shoulders and leaves the place where Tomo is. The place he is heading to is the area where the guests are in. Just like how he told Tomo, it seems he is obediently behaving as the guild master falls. Tomo, who is standing at a faraway place with the pretext of being a guard, sees off that back. Prolong. That route, so he is also informed in the internal conditions of the demon race. I don't really have any interest in the war between the humans and the demon race, but if he is involved with both parties, I pity them a bit. Well then, I wonder when we should counterattack. In the meantime, I will leave them helping out with the evacuation. I feel like we can use that babysitting as a pretext a few days later, Ja, Tomo. After being left alone again, Tomo resumes her instructions to the company. She arranges the reports she received by thought transmission in the time she was talking with Root. Reports of her subordinates, intercepting the communication of the countries. In the time Tomo herself is concentrating, a massive amount of information flows in. On top of that, Tomo is calculating the timing to move. She is disposing of the store that already has no inventory in it and has now become just a mere building. Because it is fine to just rebuild it if they want to. There's no need to be concerned about safety, is what she is thinking. The company employees that are receiving instructions from Tomo are right now dispersed around various areas of the town. Already having a list up of the areas where the variants are not rampaging and the places that can be used as refuge, they guide the town residents that are panicked. Currently she has gotten the okay from the slum where the demi-humans are living in, and has added it in the list of safe places. The chaos is still spreading, but the Kuzunoha company and Tomo as well, continued their moves without showing any sort of confusion. I see. Makoto-kun has already become that strong, huh? Root was shocked by the words of Tomo, however, his feelings of joy were bigger. He is certainly able to defeat you, even when told that, he didn't show signs of pessimism. Maybe, you will really become an existence that can shoot down the goddess. You say that you are misfortunate, but why? Thinking about the current state of the goddess where she can't move, Makoto-kun might actually be an incredibly lucky one. I am having a lot of fun. As I thought, you really are the best. I don't care in what you change. I am looking forward to the day I can see your power. If possible, I want to someday be able to walk alongside you and watch the same scenery as you. Fufu, Root. Muttering in a low tone, his expression looked pleased. A hard-to-approach atmosphere surrounding him. Chapter 141, Competition Grounds, 1 End. Amelia She was the one who killed Ilumgand. Shiki should have told her not to overdo it, and the students were clearly hesitant. I thought their hesitation came from their attacks that were like measuring his power, and there was a vague line in their way of coping with things, but Amelia Hopelace. Did she really have some sort of antagonism towards the Hopelace household in Limia? She had the same family name, so I asked her in an indirect way before, but she didn't answer, and I didn't want to force her into saying something she doesn't want to. I am like a cram school teacher. I don't have any intentions of interfering with the circumstances of this place. Well, no matter what it is, they have defeated Ilumgand thanks to Amelia, so that's fine. No, as a result, it has also turned into something troublesome for me, so maybe I should have asked for her circumstances even if it was hard for her. But if I did that, I would be making our connection pointlessly deeper. The dry relationship that a temporary teacher and a student should have is pretty comfortable for me. Knowing the distance between my students is difficult. I was getting used to being a temporary teacher, but in times, I feel the difficulties of it in this kind of way. If I had to evaluate the fight of Jean and the others as a battle teacher, sadly, I would not give them a passing grade. If they didn't waste their time hesitating and went for the kill from the very beginning, they wouldn't exhaust themselves and would have been able to finish the fight for sure. Mio and Shiki were there for support, so it is obvious that they would be able to. That they were unable to is because they had the thoughts of saving Ilumgand, and it was probably because they were driven by Jean into that mindset and ended up having a tough fight. I did tell an excuse to the Limia King that they were fighting to call out Ilumgand, but honestly, I wasn't expecting much. If it were an opponent that magic can show its effect with, there would be a number of methods to make it unable to act, but if it's only the fire element that works properly, the current group of Jean has practically no choice but to fight up front. With those conditions, as long as a miracle doesn't occur, there would be no way of winning aside from killing. That's why, with this in mind, I was thinking about letting Shiki handle it if it seemed impossible for them. Of course, that talk about passing grade 1 was thinking about a while ago. I will just keep that thought inside my head. The fight just now wasn't a simple battle for them, and if they survived in actual combat, that's something to be happy about. There's no need to point that out and pour cold water on them. Looking at the gray lump of meat that was once Ilumgand and the students respectively, I thought that way. Wakasama, the treatment to one of the knights somehow made it in time. The other one was already dead and in no state for treatment. Shiki. Got it. Please return to the student's side. As you will, Shiki. Finishing his report to me, Shiki greets the Limia King and heads to where the students are. We were unable to save one of the knights. I'm truly sorry. Also, no words are enough to apology for the result of Ilumgand-sama. He was able to save one, huh? I have to thank Shiki for that. Radu, there's no need for you to mind it. Just remembering those wounds, I am happy that at least one has been saved. Let me thank you once again for saving the life of the knight and the prince. You defeating that monster was also splendid, King. Prince. I suddenly recall that sensation in my hands. I feel like that will definitely turn into something troublesome later. For now, I should be grateful that the topic is not touched yet. In the first place, the breasts of the prince were nowhere to be found. But for my hand to accidentally end up in that kind of place after a surashi or something similar to hide her chest was torn, what kind of accident is that? Those words are wasted on me. Your students were also great. Even if it was with a group of 7, they were able to defeat an opponent that our Imperial Knights couldn't. It is to the point that I want to bring all of them back to my country. Of course, also you who defeated the same type of monster, King. His gaze is going back and forth between me and the short katana. How to call it, it was like the eyes of an influential person. Also, the same type, huh? I wonder about that. Ilumgand felt a few steps stronger and troublesome. As I thought, maybe he was special. I don't know what activities Rona did in this town, so I don't know the background either. Sorry to say this, but the variant I fought was a lot weaker than the one my students were fighting. So please acknowledge them instead of me. I think it was a harsh experience for them, but they fought well. Also, each one of them may have some thoughts about their future, but receiving the praise of the Limia King will definitely encourage them. But, weaker huh? I was unable to tell, but is that true? In that case, there's the chance that the work towards Ilumgand was more through. The Limia king looks like he is thinking. This is Rotsgard, but that assaulter, and victim at the same time, is Ilumgand, the son of a noble in Limia. Also, the school festival that is occurring in this town gathers people from around the world. If they want to narrow the suspects, there would be way too many candidates and would have a hard time with it. The demon race would be the biggest suspect, but there's quite a lot going on between humans as well. Anyways, Jean and the others have received a godsend. To receive words that are practically an unofficial offer from the literal top of one of the four major powers. There's the fact about national power, but there's also the climate and geography that's comparable to the Empire, and can expect much from Limia in the future. If someone asked me in which of the four major powers I would like to live, Limia would be the one I would most likely choose. If I choose an area where the nobles are better, I think that it would be easier to live. Those kids would be happy if they heard this. From an Academy Scholarship student into a Knight Corps or a Magician Corps in Limia Kingdom is a straight path to success. Maybe everyone except the Rembrandt sisters will go. The Hopelace head was on his knees, looking at the lump of meat. Even if it was his second son, it is still the remains of his son. He most likely lost his strength. Ray Dodano, I have something to talk with you about later. I don't mind if it's after this turmoil has calmed down, so please make some time, Joshua. Understood, Prince Joshua. I don't plan on telling anyone about that previous shock. But the problem would be, how am I going to make her understand that? Well then. We have already secured this place, so let's contact Tomo and bring this people to the safe place where the other guests are. And then, have the remaining spectators evacuate. For now there have been no emergency calls from anyone, so I want to confirm the situation once. I was prepared to receive several problematic reports from the Mist Lizards, but there wasn't a single one. As expected of Rembrandt-san. He must have explained it well. Well, it would have been easier to explain if I called something more human-like, for example, Gorgons, Arcs, or the safest choice Forest Onis. As long as I show it to Rembrandt-san, it would be a matter of time before his daughters also learn about their existence. It would be troublesome to explain every single thing, so leaving it as if I can only summon the blue lizard race is easier for me. Even if we stay here, there might be an attack again. Please take refuge in the same safe place as the guests. The matter related to your country has already been resolved. But to stay in a safe place like that, do you think I would be able to face the residents of this town? King. The chief of this town, the academy principal, is also there. Of course, he is most likely moving in order to protect this town. Staying in a safe place to make more precise orders should help in calming down this turmoil faster. We will endeavor in evacuating the residents. I am not used to this kind of situations, but I will do my best. Evacuate. With power like yours, shouldn't you be going for suppressing? King. Of course, if there's the need to, I will. Just that, since the Academy force is concentrating on suppressing like what happened a while ago, I thought that we should take on the job of guiding the evacuation and aiding which is lacking in personnel. Similar to the just descended king. In a low voice, the king mutters something. Damn it, I missed what he said. I think he said something about resembling. Was that a monologue? Well, might as well. Confirm. Sorry, can you please repeat? Oh no, there's no need to mind it. I see. Then if we stay here fretting, it would only cause trouble, huh? Omo. Joshua, king. He didn't tell me. But he didn't reject my idea of prioritizing evacuation. Yes. Joshua. I don't know if it will make it in time, but have an available unit head to Rotsgard. Reinforcements are definitely needed. I don't mind if it's after taking shelter, so please contact them. I will talk with the Academy principal regarding the permission of it. You pass a thought transmission to a relay point and have them hurry the report to the kingdom, king. Understood. Well, the closest unit is the unit of the Hopelace household that has a territory in the kingdom's southern tip. When we secure a safe place where I can do thought transmission, I will transmit it immediately, Joshua. Joshua glances, but the Hopelace household head doesn't react. Is he all right? He lost his son, so I wonder if he can do any normal decisions currently. Well then, Radu. It might be troublesome, but please teleport us. After that, can you please lend a shoulder to that absent-minded one over there? King. I would be happy to. I confirm the location with Tomo, and make mist that connects to the place she is in. Thick mist that one can't see through appeared in front of the king. I glance at Shiki and Mio. Looks like they are doing the follow-up of the students. I thought they could be taken as a fighting force in a matter of this degree, but it is probably no good. They probably still have in mind that those monsters were former humans. The weakening in their strength is heavy. I don't know how the evacuation of the other students is going, but I feel like it would be better to send these kids to an evacuation point and have them quietly wait there. There's no assurance that there will only be one opponent, and there's also my promise with Rembrandt-san. It wouldn't be good to push them. While feeling disappointed, I look at the unit that has purple clothing and blood mixed. Is this the level of the corps that are working as a mainline defense against the variants? I don't know their real strength and their numbers, but depending on the number of people that can actually fight decently, this matter will probably take several days. While thinking in my own way about how this situation would develop, I see off the back of the staggering night. While at it, I confirm that the Limia King and Prince Joshua disappear into the mist. I take the arm of the head Dano that is grabbing the rails, motionlessly looking at the lump of meat. Hopeless-sama, excuse me. I will see you off, so please depart. Don't touch me. The moment I take his arm and try to make him stand, he brushes off my hand and yells. It was quite the high volume, and the eyes of the students and my followers turn to where we are. Waving my hand to convey that it's nothing, I wait for the head Dano to stand by himself. This may be something that can't be helped. He glares at me hatefully, and without the need of lending him a shoulder, he staggers to where the mist is and disappears inside it. Well, not like I was planning on having everyone feel indebted to me though. He didn't even look at Amelia once, and yet, why am I the one getting so much hate? Did he inherit the hate his son had? I don't even know the reason of his son's hate either, so I am still here with a question mark. I really don't understand the nobles. I suddenly remember the words of Prince Joshua. A rampaging beast that one can't feel any trace of personality in it, huh? The last shout of Ilumgan that was mixed with the thunderous sound of the explosion. I just wanted to apologize. This is probably something that will never be realized now. In the many times that I heard the voice of that variant, I didn't expect to actually understand something he said, but well, since I ended up hearing it, it can't be helped. If there was someone you wanted to apologize to so much that you shouted it at your last moments, don't waste your time pestering me and just do thought transmission or write a letter to tell that person how you felt. I sympathized with him for a moment, but after seeing off the head Dano, I see Mio leaving the stage and running towards me, so I change the gears in my emotions. No matter what he wanted to say or who it was to, I won't know. There's no point in worrying about it now. Wakasama, did anything serious happen to you? Mio. I nod once and answer Mio. Right now Tomo should be guiding the Limia group. There's Root there as well, and the distinguished people have their own point of view, so being there is better for their job. I'm fine. In your side, it seems like, it has turned into something complicated. In a sense, it is to be expected. The atmosphere around the students isn't only of the victory in that battle, a complicated atmosphere. Especially Amelia, her exhaustion is terrible. Looks like she also got injured. Her shoulder, huh? Even if Shiki treated her, he can't regenerate the clothes and armor. Southwest, the place she was injured, is easy to tell. Anyways, even if she has her own circumstances, as long as she doesn't tell me about it, it means that I am not qualified to hear it. Her loving Shiki is with her, so I will just leave it to him. If Shiki hears about her circumstances and he finds it necessary to tell me, he will. There doesn't seem to be anything I can do regarding her. That was close. At the end, when he howled and the vanguard was unable to move, I thought that there was no choice but to lend them a hand, but Amelia somehow did it. To endow a completed spell to an arrow, counting Sif, those two really did something reckless. It was probably an imitation of Shiki though, Mio. Endowing a spell, huh? And that's what caused the explosion. It was pretty amazing. An imitation of Shiki, huh? Endowing a completed spell to a weapon, it increases the attack power explosively. Just that, the effective time is really short. Shiki said that he can only maintain it for several minutes. Bluntly speaking, the consumption rate is bad. As long as you are not that concerned about the attack power of your weapon, there isn't much point in using it. Even with Shiki, he said that he mostly used this only when he wanted his opponent to mistake it for endowing magic and create an opening out of it. It seems the two of them were able to do it, but if it's them, they would only be able to maintain it for a few seconds. I see, that's reckless. With an opponent like the variant that has high defensive power against magic itself and has a limited amount of elements that are effective against it, this technique barely enters the degree of being useful. With arrows, there's the merit that the power won't decrease even if it distances from you, but if the effective time ends before it reaches the target, it would be completely useless, so the demerits are big. I approach the vanguard group that is sitting. Sensei. Jean, you did well. I was supposed to not care about what happened to him. Actually, I should have been pissed off. But when I thought that I would be killing him, Jean. It looks like he is confused. The point is, he thought he would be able to but he couldn't. And he is unable to accept it. Even though I defeat Momonos without mercy, is probably something they all hold in their minds. He was a human in the beginning. It's not something strange. Don't push yourself and rest for now. Are you saying we will only be in the way? That's not it. You guys are students. There's no need for students to fight in the front lines. Fighting is the job of others. Honestly, there's a part of me that actually thought they would get in the way. But there's no need to say that and hurt them, so I told them my main reason. Leaving aside if they are dependable or not, the Academy town has their fighting force as well. People like the purple-clothed guys. Information will be steadily gathered, so beginning with the Academy principal, the influential people of the Academy will most likely plan out countermeasures for the variants. At the least, the situation is definitely not to the point that there's the need for the enrolled students to step into the front lines. But we can also fight plenty enough. Jean. For someone that fought only once and is already this tired, quite the big words there. Also, even if she was healed, Amelia received quite the injury, you know. If the second variant intruded in that fight, there's the possibility that deaths would appear. Well, the fact that they haven't touched the topic of that second variant even once might be because they didn't even notice it. If that's the case, I can say for sure that what they need right now is not battle experience but rest. They don't have the freedom to fight several variants at once. Even if I said it was weaker than Ilumgand, depending on the power of the opponent, there's the chance they might die. It doesn't change the fact that they were former humans, so there's the chance they will waver again. My uneasiness in counting them as fighting force is big. Ugh, that is, Jean. I wanted to restore him. That was your true intention, right? It wasn't for Sensei. Am I naive? Jean. The frail words that Jean said were an affirmation that, till the very end, he didn't choose to kill him. I felt that instead of having you guys die, it would be better to bring down Ilumgand. For me, you guys are more important than him, and Amelia probably felt the same way when she took action. If you lament your naivety, it is okay to just improve yourself in your remaining time at the Academy. I think that this trait of yours is a strong point and also an important part of you. It didn't work in his favor in this occasion though. It's true that it is one of his biggest appeals. The composed disposition and the cold-hearted trait don't fit him at all. It was a naivety that brought everyone into danger. To call it a strong point is just, Jean. Oh. An unusual display of heavy weakness from him. Even though it is fine to just leave the complicated thinking and concentrate on resting. It is fine to just think about that later. Right now you should rest. This is an order as a teacher. I have received information that variants have appeared in this town and in the towns around. This matter will probably take time. No way, what in the world is going on? Jean. Anyways, today you guys should take refuge in the place where the other students are and rest. Even if you want to fight, if your body doesn't follow, there's no point. Also. Sif and Yuno. I call the Rembrandt sisters that are together. Reita-sensei. Sensei. Your parents are okay. I have placed dependable bodyguards with them, so there's no need to worry. You will obediently evacuate, right? Understood, Sif. I will evacuate, for today, Yuno. Yuno is also a troublesome lady. Is she saying that she intends to fight? Sif also responded as if she was harboring something as well. I told this to Jean too, but you guys are students, so there's no need to get so eager. Even though other parts of their body are clearly showing exhaustion, their eyes were strangely vivid. Is the battle excitement state still continuing? No matter which, the best choice seems to be rest. Let's leave the thankful words of the Limia king for a later time. There's also the issue with the prince as well. It would be troublesome if she gets rash and does something reckless. Especially when the person she wants to protect is being targeted. I was able to experience this just a few moments ago. Shiki, Mio. Please guide the students to the evacuation point. If there's the need to, it is okay to put that place as the guarding priority. And Wakasama. Mio. I will go hear the situation from Tomo. I leave these kids in your care. I make mist that connects to the same place as before. Tomo, just how long does she intend to watch and wait? It would be troublesome if the guests were to catch me, so I will just quietly go there, quickly hear what she has to say, and then head to my store to see how it is going. Chapter 142, The Two Small Miracles. I crumble down in front of it. There's no problem, we just need to rebuild it later. That's why I took the store's sign and disposed of the store. When I went to hear about the situation, Tomo told me this without hesitation. By the time I noticed, I was already here. My mental state was as if someone told me, hey, your house is burning. There's no traces of it being burned though. Without thinking, I was on my hands and feet, and looking at the place that has turned into rubble. The first store I had. I didn't even have previous part-time job experience, left a lot of the work to others, and can only remember lots of bad experiences though. There were lots of painful memories but when I see it destroyed like this, I feel sad. There wasn't anything important left, and it isn't like my rights for the lot will be gone. And the things Tomo said were plausible. The inventory has all been stowed away in the storage of Asura. Also, if the stores around are all destroyed and only my store remains safe, it would only bring about unnecessary misunderstandings. Well, the store itself was only furniture and goods, and the renovation was done in a single day. If I wanted to make it again from zero, I just have to ask the Eldwas, and it wouldn't even take 3 days. Even so, I understand all the reasons, but since it was heavy, a sigh leaks out from my mouth. It still doesn't change my sadness. The buildings at both sides are also destroyed completely, and the one opposite to us has smoke coming out from the rubbles. Yeah. Destroying the store was an appropriate move. I can tell that a variant unluckily appeared around this area. I don't know their conduct principle, but if their target is the teleport formations, there was a part of me that thought the damage in town wouldn't be that bad. That's why I had small hopes in seeing my store safe. Things like Asura and military power. Let's try putting them to practical use. Is what I resolved to do not that long ago. Or is she telling me to set sail anew from an empty lot? Let's take it in a positive manner. Change of attitude. If the guy who made all this place a mass of rubble was around here, I would still be able to take it down, but Makoto. The remains of what seemed to be the results of a fireball crashing. No, it is as if something of high temperature charged through the place. Was this done by a variant resembling a fire element wild boar, or something like that? When I try to picture the offender, the only common point I can find is the gray color skin of the two I have already seen. The chances that it has a shape I can't even imagine are pretty high. Even so, with small hope, I look around. But to my disappointment, the area around here is already quiet. Looks like the residents have already evacuated, and even when I can hear commotion from afar, there's nothing like that in these areas. My store is gone, so they probably finished evacuating the people in the early stages of the uproar. Well, physical things will one day break. I do have lingering affection towards my store, but for now let's just go to where the students have evacuated. It wouldn't be strange for a temporary teacher to be there, and it is safe. I think I heard something. I perk up my ears. Yeah, I really do hear something. A scream. And it is pretty close. Several people are screaming intermittently. That direction is directly straight from the back of my store. Isn't that the Brothel Avenue? There's a variant in such a place too. The current mission of the Kuzunoha Company is evacuation. As the representative, I'm no exception. Or more like, the chances it is the same one that laid waste to this place is pretty high. It might be the opportunity for retribution. The equipment the Eld was made for me, the open version jacket. I activate the speed mode. In the spacious street that has turned slightly athletic-like because of the rubble, I run directly towards the direction of the scream. Even so, the brothels, a place that would normally not be an objective in a battlefield. I wonder what reason Rona had to place a variant in such a place. And in this timing nonetheless. If the variants rampage following their instincts, their uses would be quite limited, but if their objective is the teleport formations, maybe there's one in that area and she chose to place a variant there. Ilumgand was a student. He transformed in the tournament grounds. In the first place, the chances of ending only as a disturbance if they are driven by instinct is pretty high. Thinking that she did this even when she withdrew her subordinates, means this plan should not be assured to succeed. No. What if the demon race is still unable to control the timing of the activation in this tactic? There's the possibility that they spread the medicine and accessories to the people that get close to their target locations frequently. If they don't care about the numbers they produce and the amount of casualties, they would probably put the plan in motion. As usual, I can't imagine what Rona is thinking, but while I was thinking about this and that, I arrived at the source of the scream. As I thought, it really was the brothel avenue. In this place the damage to the buildings is not that high. But in the corners of that place, the sounds of screams and destruction resounded. Over there, huh? Without losing my way I head there, and from the window of a store, a cluster of something comes flying at me. Oh, a boulder. A cluster made up of a stove or something of the sort. It flew at me with quite the speed, but without even touching my jacket, it stopped about 1 meter away from me with magic power and changed directions before falling. A heavy noise sounds in a place a bit far from me. Several clusters continued flying towards me, but they all ended up with the same result. Without minding it, I step into the brothel store where the screams come from. To think that my first step into the sex industry would be in this manner. Pardon my intrusion. Looks like this is not the one. An octopus. Makoto. It didn't have the shape I was expecting and I clicked my tongue. The variant there is an octopus. No, the details are slightly different. It has 8 legs, but 2 of those are strangely developed and long. At the tip it looks like the hands of a person. But the impression it gives is that of a white octopus. For such a creature to be attacking the prostitute Wani-sans, how maniac. One woman is holding an edged tool that doesn't look battle-oriented and confronting it. What a brave woman. And also, there are several Wani-sans at the back showing a fighting stance. Some were crying, some weak on their knees, there were many varieties. Since I entered the fray, the situation changed and the body of the octopus faced towards me and had its legs wind. Was this the one that was throwing stuff at me? Did it do it while against this Wani-san? That's pretty handy. Moreover, it used some sort of method to detect me before I even arrived and began attacking me. This one also has a special power. I think that just moving all your legs as an individual being is a pretty impressive power in itself though. Well, from what I see, it doesn't look like it is that strong. An opponent that I don't need to mind about what power it has. Thanks to the fact that it noticed me quick, there's definitely Wani-sans that were saved, so it was actually a good thing. There's the scent of blood in here as well, so there's no doubt casualties have already happened though. Even if I begin to think about how many stores that octopus has already attacked, nothing will change. If that woman with the edged tool that looks like a fruit knife weren't here doing her best, there would definitely be more casualties. Help us. The words of one of the prostitutes served as the cue. Several high-pitched voices seeking for help came out from their mouths. No need to tell me, I came with that purpose in mind. But the one I defeated with Brit a while ago, exploded. I don't want to get splashed indoors. The store's interior has a strong scent drifting about and right now the smell of blood and fat are not that strong, but if the meat of the variant scatters, it would be difficult to clean up in the close future. I will take care of this, so take this chance to leave the store. I will guide you to the evacuation point. Boy, this guy is pretty strong. I am grateful that you came to help us, but I will try to somehow hold it back, so please save the girls at the back. First bring everyone out. I don't know if she understood what I said, but I tried to tell her that I would be guiding them later to the evacuation point, so wait. But it seems the woman that is fighting didn't accept it. Saying something that can only be taken as self-sacrifice, she asked me to help the others escape. When I check, I see that the Wani-sans are beginning their mobilization for escape, but the people that are weak on their knees just can't move the way they want to. In a situation where it wouldn't be strange to just run away without caring, everyone still lent their shoulders to the Wani-sans that can't move properly to escape together. Their sense of camaraderie is strong. But you know, between joining the Wani-sans and guiding them to escape, or defeating the variant, the easiest one for me would be, without doubt, the latter. Actually, I should be the one defeating this thing, and that woman should put away that knife and guide the Wani-sans. The octopus tried to move, but it restrained itself and stopped its movements. Looks like it at least has enough intelligence to be wary. Boy, stop. This is a really dangerous monster. It has already killed several people. Even if I look like this, I was a former adventurer. From the people here, I am the one that knows about battle the most, that why. Heh, a former adventurer. There are few adventurers in Rotsgard. The main reason is that there's no existing guild here that gives out requests, but it is also because there's few profitable hunting grounds. Lately, they have been selling a medicinal plant that can be gathered in a part of the area and is high-priced, so the situation has improved a bit though. By the way, I think the reason might be because of the medicine recipe I exhibited in the church. It is also the medicinal plant that my students brought to me as a souvenir in summer vacation. The recipe that we taught the church was created by Shiki and the Arcs with that medicinal plant as the base. I was surprised when Shiki and the Arcs said they would be able to make it, but thanks to that, my students were able to gain pocket money from it. It is a bit sad that this is the main way for adventurers to gain money in this place though. And for a former adventurer who's a prostitute, probably, to be in this town. Now that I think about it, what do adventurers do when they retire? I think being a prostitute should be in the rare side though. Don't really know. If it's men, I think something with a tough atmosphere like a bar, or the master of a cafe. In that case, I am a temporary teacher working in the academy. If you stay by those girls' side, they will definitely feel safer. I will be fine. I will rejoin you later outside, so please go with them. A teacher, from the academy. I see. Then you would be a lot better than a rotor like me. Is it really okay to leave it to you? I know a few prostitutes here that have come to my shop before, but I haven't seen this one. If she knew me beforehand, I wouldn't need to do unnecessary explanation. While I was feeling a bit troubled, the octopus, without learning its lesson, throws something at me. Of course, that didn't hit me and was repelled by my magic power. Even if the woman who was talking to me didn't know what I used to defend myself with, it seems she does know that I did something to defend against it. The way she looked at me changed again. Looks like she revised her thoughts. What was thrown was gay, the head of someone. Even if she was beautiful, if it is only a head, there's no way to be charmed by it. Don't worry. Please wait outside. If possible, it would be great if you were to guide everyone in the other buildings as well. I will guide everyone to the evacuation point later. Not being able to gauge the strength of someone so close to me, I have really grown old. That thing's regeneration ability is quite strong, beware of it. I have wounded it several times, but it regenerated it all. I appreciate the information. I owe you one. Don't go dying. Seems like she consented. She joined the prostitutes that were watching and with clear instructions, they began moving. That's great. And so, the only ones left inside the building are the octopus and me. Ah, I was nervous there. Maybe I am not used to battle situations where so many girls are looking at me, I felt a strange pressure. It was a different nervousness to that of being in a party. The woman just now was in a wine-red short dress that had quite the high exposure rate, and on top of that, she tore a part of it to make it easier to move, so I was troubled settling my eyes. To be in the brothels and feel calmer around an octopus instead of being surrounded by girls makes me sad though. Your appearance is poison to my eyes, I will be looking forward to the reward. Now, escape quickly is something I don't think I will be able to say. Sorry but, the Wani-sans around this place are regulars that come often to buy my energy drinks. Having you kill them is troublesome, Makoto. Luckily, this thing only says, shuka shuko, and I can't understand what it is saying. Ilumgan's case might have been a rare one. Let's finish this. I gather magic power to my right hand. She said something about regeneration, so I do an aria of a single word for rapid-fire Brid. On the palm of my right hand, a white ball of light is born. The size is close to that of a baseball. I turn my palm towards the octopus. Several short bullet-sized arrow brids were created from the light ball and they all pierce the octopus one after the other. It is trying to block with its tentacles, but without caring, I continue shooting several tens of arrows. It gradually backs off, and in the end, the octopus is sewed in the wall. The firing continues. In time, there was a change. The head of the octopus gets bigger than its original size and then, it began to swell irregularly. That doesn't look like regeneration. It is done, huh? I make an earth element aria, and from the floor, a wall is created as if hiding that thing's body. I don't want it splattering on me after all. If I were to hit the weak point properly, it might not scatter and turn into a lump of meat like a lumgan though. It would be troublesome to search for it all the time, and with things like effective element, resistances, and absorption, it makes it even more troublesome. In that case, it is easier to just damage it till its regeneration limit and finish it. Things like having several amounts of human magic power increasing its defensive power don't affect me much anyways. *Buckato. A big and unpleasant noise sounded. I release the wall I created and, looking at the white gel-like substance, I confirm that the octopus was defeated. I can't feel life signs from it. It is the same as the beaked variant. It is finished now. After confirming it, I go outside. When I go outside, I was welcomed by a large amount of gazes. Ooh. There are quite a lot. Moreover, it looks like they are still increasing in numbers. There are some that are hugging each other from the happiness of being saved. With these numbers, the slum where the demi-humans are, is an appropriate evacuation point. Luckily, the demi-human leader there is an acquaintance of us and we already have permission to use the place. I heard that the forest Oni Acua is guarding the surroundings of that area. There's a good amount of space and there's no variants appearing there. They will get surprised, but they are able to accept this numbers, and I don't think they will reject it. When this group is done gathering, I will guide them to the slums while protecting them. Looks like I can kill a good amount of time. As Tomo said, it might take one day or, depending on the situation, several days. Until then, we will steadily evacuate the residents, and when we end up encountering a variant, we exterminate it. It looks like my employees are scattered here and there and playing an active role in the evacuation places, so every one of us will probably gather when everything is over. You are all right. Did you defeat it? With her unchanged poisonous appearance, the Wani-san from before approaches me, and after confirming my safety, she asked me the situation. Yeah. I'm not sure if any more of those will appear, but I did defeat that monster. It looks like your side is still increasing in numbers. An academy teacher, as expected, quite the impressive one. Well, I don't want to think that more of those things will appear though. And yeah, this was an unexpected situation for the people here after all. In that avenue, there were several customers. You probably already know, but in the brothels there's no day or night. Is the evacuation point far? The brothels are active even at daytime, huh? I didn't know that one. I thought it was a business that operates only at nights. From here, the closest place would be the slum. Thinking about the space, it is the most appropriate place. Bringing everyone, I think it will take around 20 minutes. Slum. In the slum where those demi-humans are. Is it okay to go to such a place to take refuge? Just as the name slum implies, it is a place that is recognized by humans as a place with bad public order, so it can't be helped that she is surprised. The people in the slums are actually simplistic and good-natured though. Because of the prejudices, people just go and hate it, so it must be hard to enter the territory because of fear. Fortunately, an acquaintance of mine is doing the role of putting the place in order. I work in a company, and that person is part of my connections. Ah. Could it be, you are the Kuzunoha company's, Reida-san? I try telling her just in case so she feels more at peace, but for some reason, she reacted in a different point. I don't know which store in specific are the customers that come to my place, but prostitutes do come to buy in my store frequently. Maybe she immediately felt familiarity towards me, with a broad smile, she guessed my identity. Yes. I'm the representative Radu. You are, huh? That place sells a drink that works well for fatigue. I haven't gone to the store myself, but that drink has been helping me a lot. Thank you for your patronage. And thank you for your continued work. To think that she was one of the people that drank it. I lower my head and express my gratitude. In present, the energy drink is selling decently. And a percent of it is because of the purchase of people in the night business. No, it seems they also work at day, so maybe the wording night business is not correct. Not only is it a rigorous manual labor, it also has irregular times. It really is a rough job. Thinking that way, I lower my head deeply with those emotions in mind. You are pretty unique. Well, you are the representative of a unique company, so that's a given, huh? In this situation, no matter if it's the slum or any other place, as long as they accept us, I am grateful. Can you please wait for a bit? I will convince everyone first so it doesn't become troublesome later. But it must have been strange for me to lower my head. She was surprised, and after that she made a bitter smile. I was treated as a unique person. She is a regular customer that buys a lot of my merchandise, and even if she hasn't taken care of me in that aspect, she does her best working day and night. Well, I don't get it, but I am glad for her proposal. Telling the people beforehand to avoid problems when they arrive there. That place is originally the place where demi-humans live, is what Tomo said, and with that in consideration she is not sending people there though. If the people evacuating have this in mind, the worries will lessen. That will help a lot. The academy is already on the move, so I think the situation will be resolved promptly. Please persevere for a bit. Of course. I'm sorry for troubling you. It may be late, but I am Esther. Nice to meet you, Esther. Radu. We belatedly finish our introductions. Several minutes passed before Esther-san returned from the crowd. We began moving to our evacuation point, the slum. Shiki, take those kids and the remaining audience and go ahead first, Mio. Wah. What is Mio Dano going to do? Shiki. I remembered some business. If it's just guiding the people to the evacuation point where the students are, even if it's only Shiki, it will be enough, right? Mio. That's true, but, understood. Then I will be going first, Shiki. I will catch up Sundisu wa, Mio. When Jin's group and the followers of Makoto were going to leave the competition grounds, Mio suddenly told Shiki to go ahead. Shiki was troubled in asking the reason, but in the end, he agreed. The distance to the evacuation point he has to guide the students and spectators isn't that far, moreover, he is going along as a guard. With just that, the defense power was already at an excessive level. Well then, Mio. Mio turns back on her heels and returns to the stage of the competition grounds. In there was a meaningful meat lump of a variant. My regeneration is on the special side, but maybe because of that, I can feel it. The smell, or maybe the breathing of it, the signs of regeneration, Mio. After those words directed to no one, Mio makes one big sigh. When she does so, the lump of meat that was before her eyes began to move as if it concurred. Even though the part that served as the nucleus was completely destroyed, how pitiful. As a person that is specialized in regeneration, I don't want to compare to you, but I will at least praise your vitality, Disowa, Mio. The moving lump of meat copies the outline of a human shape. But the appearance was not that of a human but meat in the shape of a human, and there was no strength detectable like before when it was a variant. It may only be fragments, but I remember. You are a woman of Kuzunoha. Am I still alive? Era, you can speak. I didn't expect you to have a personality, Mio. I am Illumined Hopelace. You were, Mio. Mio cuts into the words of the human-shaped meat lump. The lower part of its face swelled and it made words as if coming out from its mouth. And subsequently, when the upper part vibrated slightly, a horizontal cut is made, and when it opens it up and down, there were eyes there. Was I played around by those guys? How pathetic. Showing such a shameful behavior and even dirtying my family name. I used drugs, turned into a monster, and even with that, I still lost. Kukuku, how unsightly. The destruction impulse I was feeling a while ago and the emotions that were welling up and couldn't control, are so silent right now, as if it was all a lie. The nucleus was destroyed, so it is obvious, Mio. Mio already reached to a conclusion as to why he returned to his senses, but without voicing out any details, she narrows her eyes as if examining at the situation. After that, while recognizing the human-shaped thing as a Lumgand Hopelace, she muttered several times. He continued talking to Mio, but she just gave short responses or ignored him. But with this body of a monster, I should end my life already, right? If I didn't die, my responsibility of carrying the Hopelace household would get heavier. That would increase the burden of the residents in our territory, Ilumgand. Mio. The second son noble is already dead. That's why, released from his firm convictions, he muttered in a calm tone. Looking at Ilumgand, whose circumstances Mio practically didn't know at all, talking about responsibility and standpoint, she saw it as humorous. It is all right. I don't know how long I will be able to live in this body. In that case, at the very least, I will relay my feelings before dying, Ilumgand. Ilumgand didn't show signs of minding the sneer of Mio. With heavy drag steps, he walks to where Mio is. That face was steadily molding into that of when he was a human, but he wasn't able to recreate that appearance perfectly. The parts of the face were subtly apart from their respective locations, and if anyone saw it, they would feel disgust. Moreover, he had a terrible-looking part resembling a keloid. Even calling him a demi-human would be hard to do. That's how unbalanced and unsightly he was right now. That body, it isn't unstable to the point that you have to prepare for death. But do you intend to live as a Lumgand whatever do so know? Mio. Hearing the information from Mio, the human shape glances at her. Oh, I see. I can live. I have heard something good. I was talking about relaying my feelings, but don't worry. I won't lay a hand to Gotetsu or Ruria anymore. Why, I wonder? Even though I was so stuck into it. I am choosing my ideals over my deep affection to her. Gotetsu, Ruria. Mio. I will fight. If I clad my whole body in armor, I can hide this unsightly body. Even if I am unable to realize my ideals basking in the sunlight, I will at least be able to serve as a shield for Hibiki-sama. I can still do that. When thinking that way, I even feel happy about having this giant unsightly body, Ilumgand. Hibiki. Did you say Hibiki just now? Mio. Hearing a familiar name being said, Mio asks again. Yeah. It's the Hiro-sama that descended to Limia. If it is that person, she will definitely be able to overthrow the demon race. And then, the people will be able to do their own roles, and be able to follow their own dreams. She will realize that kind of peaceful world, Ilumgand. Ah, so you were talking about the Hirodisu no. Then it is a different person from the Hibiki I know Disu wa ne. To think that the hero has the same name as her, how pitiful. The hero in Limia is named Hibiki. Mio. That's right. You have an acquaintance named Hibiki. In Laurel that kind of name isn't unusual, so it isn't impossible. Well then, see you. We probably won't meet again, Ilumgand. The human shape with the memories of Ilumgand passes by the side of Mio. Without looking back at her, he tries to leave the stage. Right. I only intended to exterminate you, but since the memories of the original person are acting as the base, this is a pleasant surprise Disu wa ne. It will serve as punishment, Mio. The human shape tried to turn when he heard the voice of Mio at his back, but he was unable to. Because he couldn't to put strength into the legs that supported his body and fell down. Prostrating on the ground, he bended his neck towards her. The human shape with the memories of Ilumgand learned about what was done to him. My legs are. You, what are you doing? Ilumgand. What did she do? He didn't know how it was done, but looking at the result, he could tell. Both legs were severed. From knees down, it was cut off. Because he doesn't feel pain, he didn't scream. The expression of the human shape had no pain reflected in it either. What, you say? Punishment Disu wa, Mio. Mio didn't show much change. Slowly shrinking the distance she has between the human shape. Kook. I already don't have any intentions in harming your company or Radu as Ilumgand. So. Mio. So, you say. Yeah. You troubled Wakasama so much and said abusive words to him Disu wa ne. I understand what you want to do, but your atonement comes first. Iso wa Mio. Atonement. Yes, atonement. It is simply the order of things. You were hostile to Wakasama, antagonized him, interfered, and rampaged against the students of Wakasama. Then after being defeated, you are not even a human anymore, Mio. See. You haven't atoned for your actions towards Wakasama. You were only defeated. But right now, maybe a miracle happened, you have retained your memories, personality, and recovering the ownership of your body, you are still alive. Your soul and core that you were composed of were clearly destroyed, and yet, you are still able to act as a human, Mio. But I am already. The hatred he had towards Radu, the hostility he directed at Jin's group, those things were already gone. Why did he do something so stupid that resembled the nobles he hated so much? Even if I wasn't sane, there was nothing but shame, is what the human shape was thinking. Your defeat and your current appearance isn't retribution. It is just the result of your own weakness. Ah, maybe you should think about it this way. You were given a miracle, for the sake of atonement, Mio. What are you saying? Also, my current self has nothing that can be given as atonement. Nothing. But if it's an apology, I will put my hands down and apologize to Radu and the students. I am fine with your life Diso wa Mio. An amendment death. It won't suffice by a lot, but since it was a miracle, I will forgive you with just that. If you have a wish, disappear with the regret of being unable to fulfill it, Mio. The human shape trembles heavily. Because Mio smiled. An innocent smile, with a glaze that one would be charmed with. Despite that. In the memories of the human shape, it was a smile that brought forth an extreme intensity he has never seen in his whole life. A dull shock resounded in its body, and the human shape looks at its own stomach. There's a big hole there. Mio's index finger and middle finger were pointed at the human shape. Impossible. The resistance to magic in my body. It has gotten stronger Diso wa ne. I intended to get rid of every trace of you with that one attack though. I am a bit surprised that you even have resistance to the darkness element. Maybe you obtained it with that miracle of yours. For the sake of thoroughly tasting this atonement, Mio. Radu, does he hate me that much? Is it because I hated him that he hates me too? A shock resounds once again. This time a hole opened in its chest. Wakasama, at you. Ufufu, when one surpasses stupidity, there's also a cute side to it Diso no ne Wakasama doesn't even think of you as a pebble. That death of yours, and obviously that so-called interest in you, he has none of those, Mio. Then why are you? If it's not Radu's orders, why is Mio doing something like this? The human shape didn't understand. Isn't that obvious? Because I can't forgive you. If it's Wakasama's order, I would even save you, but I didn't receive any such order. I do think that Shiki received an order of incapacitating you, but that was something that happened before you died, Mio. But he did order it right. Then. The human shape already understood. The outcome. No, this wasn't even a match to begin with. It understood that there would be no way to escape from this on its own. The regeneration didn't show signs of beginning. Those two holes in its body were telling the human shape the difference in power like never before. But Wakasama didn't say anything special even when you died. That was because there's no helping it if he died, that's the extent of what he thought, right? In that case, it is fine to just make it as if the miracle regeneration never happened. There's no problem Diso wa Mio. I can't die. In this kind of place, even if it's a life given by chance dash. Stomach, chest, and then, after the two fingers of Mio were pointed at the head of the human shape, a dull shock resounds in the stage. In that place that's already desolate, no one would see it. All the remaining people and the students already went along with Shiki towards the evacuation point. And she knew that very well. Limia, Hibiki, how pitiable. To only have that level of power and hold the same name as the hero, that girl is misfortunate Diso wa ne. When I meet her again, I will recommend her to change her job to chef, Mio. Finishing the disposal of the thing that was once a Lumgand, Mio left the competition grounds and was about to head towards the place Shiki is, but she suddenly stops. Because she recalled the conversation with the human shape. The name that remains in her memories, Hibiki. Mio recalled the black-haired girl that said came from Limia. But that was only for a moment. She had to return to where her master ordered her to be. She rejoined Shiki. Chapter 143, If it's 3 days, it's still fine. It has been 3 days since then. Academy Town is still in chaos. The turmoil caused by the variants that's believed to be the deed of the demon race, in the end, from the first day till today, the variants continued their advance with their purpose still unknown. In the first day I passed a night at one of the evacuation points, the demi-human slum. At night we all reunited to exchange information, but there was no especially important information. If there's one thing, it would be about the company's circulation of goods method. Looks like Root is going to do something about it. That's what I heard from Tomo. At the second day, the situation moved into a bad direction. There were 2 big points. The first one is that the communication network of the town has stopped working. The information from the surrounding towns couldn't be relayed anymore, and since there's no response from the calls in this side, it has turned into a situation where it is unknown if it has actually reached or not. Even if one tries to do thought transmission inside the town, you have to be in a close range or it won't reach. If the person doing the transmission is skilled, it will reach for about 1 or 2 kilometers, if both sides are skilled, it will reach about 3 kilometers. That's how the situation has deteriorated into. Thinking about the wideness of the town, it is quite the harsh situation. It's a situation where it will be hard to even consider exchanging information with the neighboring towns. Well, if there are really skilled thought transmission users in the academy side, it might be possible. From what I heard of Tomo, because of this, the academy's movements have grown a lot duller, so the thought transmission jamming is showing clear effects. From what Shiki told me, the reason is because of the good amount of magic devices that are set up in various places around town. He showed me one and it was pretty small. It is cylinder-shaped with a size close to that of a 500 milliliters PET bottle. A large quantity of them are set up in town and outside of it as well. It seems their main purpose is jamming the thought transmissions. Looks like they were for quite some time in places like, inside pillars, below the floor, buried in the ground, in a lot of places. And before they were activated, they showed no reaction, so were unable to detect them, is what Shiki and Lime apologized for. If they were able to detect devices before they are activated, that would be pretty impressive. The moment I heard about this, I was impressed by the demon race, who probably took quite a long time to thoroughly set up these devices. They must have done this through task laboriously. How diligent. For some reason, I imagined an epic domino line. I felt like destroying all the dominoes, but I restrained myself. Just like how the demon race can use their thought transmission in this, we are also able to normally use our thought transmission. Looks like it only blocks the normal thought transmission. In this place, it is impossible to intercept the contents of our thought transmission, and we also have methods to code the important contents, so, from now on, we are perhaps the only power that can use thought transmission properly. That's why, if you want to destroy the devices, I want you to do so after we have finished our moves, is what Tomo said. The other point is the increase in variants. The reason being, there were some people that were involved with the variant incident and transformed in the evacuation points. In other words, danger appears in the places of evacuation. A bad situation. That means there were quite the amount of people using the demon race's drug. Could it be, the demon race was spreading them around randomly? Whichever it is, instead of calling the chaos as the objective, it is more like the intention of this is to damage Academy Town. At noon of the first day, I talked with all of my followers and compute all the people that have a similar necklace to that of Ilumgand. To pinpoint the cause. One of the reasons may be because they are in a stressful place like a shelter, and because of that, their spirit becomes unstable and several have turned into a variant just like Ilumgand. Being in a situation where they are unable to use thought transmission might be one of the reasons as well. To reduce the damage, I notified the employees to confiscate those accessories and reduce the damage of the evacuation points we were stationed in. Regarding the mist lizards that are following Rembrandt-san, I have received reports from them about the safety of the couple and a rough summary of the situation in the Merchant Guild. By the second day, the people that have experience fighting Momonos, bodyguards, and people like mercenaries were gathered and organized as units. Looks like they began moving to remove the danger of the variants. I have received reports saying that they moved on the offensive instead of defensive, mostly thanks to the influence of the Rembrandt couple. The guild representative that went on the offensive gathered the company representatives, the employees, and the people related to the guild, and proposed the idea of creating units to protect the town. Maybe he proposed this because of the losses of the stores, products, and even the merchants itself. Or maybe that was his true character. I don't really know. Sadly, there's also plundering targeted at the stores that are still okay. Maybe because my store and the ones in the surroundings were destroyed, when I heard the report, even when knowing it was imprudent, a part of me felt relieved that there were also other stores that were suffering damages from it. I am the worst. At the night meeting of the second day, it was made clear that there were around 80 inside the town. And that variants appeared in several evacuation points that were not under the supervision of the Kuzunoha company and were destroyed. There probably wasn't anyone who was able to fight in those places. The Academy support was not directed at the evacuation points, but to the extermination of variants, so in the cases where a new variant appears, if they are unable to defend themselves, the evacuation point will collapse from the inside. Did Rona calculate all these factors when she caused this uproar? To estimate so many factors, that's impressive. There's the chance that she seriously thought of destroying the town. Also, from the Academy side, the purple coats and a part of the teachers made up units and are moving by the orders of the Academy principal. It looks like they have succeeded in defeating several variants already. Well, the numbers have increased, but since they are slowly rallying back, it can also be considered a good sign. Because once a way to deal with them has been established, the efficiency in which they defeat the variants will increase. The assistance of the various countries and the dispatch of troops are planned to be arriving, at its fastest, tomorrow into the surrounding towns, and the day after tomorrow they will enter Rotsgard. Just that, since they are unable to confirm their arrival through thought transmission, this is only the case if the reinforcements began preparing since day one. In the middle of it, the big shots called for Tomo and suggested her to provide support to the transportation of goods and soldiers. I see, it is certainly understandable after being shown such convenient teleportation. If it was me, I would have nodded, but the one who interacted with them was Tomo and Root was at her side. Regarding the long-distance teleportation magic, they explained something logical sounding and told them that it would be difficult. There's a usage limit to the short katana. When released and used, one is unable to use it for all of that day, and if the usage is forced, there's the fear of breaking. There are many things that can be done when placing the effect on an object, huh? They were able to think up such a setting with Adlib. Long-lived dragons are impressive. Seeing their wide field of vision when moving, I realize my own insufficiency. And then, from what Tomo said, today we are finally beginning to move. When this uproar is finished, there will be several other problems waiting for me. Like, the Merchant Guild and the Limia Prince Joshua. Even so, these stagnated days are better than the days where I just waited. Unlike the people that are taking refuge, we are able to use thought transmission, so we don't feel any threat, and moreover, moving moderately into Asura is making even me feel slightly stressed in this enclosed situation. In this enclosed situation, done. I feel like it is long for a 3-day journal, but since we are right now in an eventful situation, it should probably be something like this. It's not like we will be showing this to someone anyways, Makoto. It's quite abridged, but if it works as a memo, that's fine. I leave the room that the demi-humans prepared for me in the slum. Ah, Rei-do-san. Today is quiet. There's no uproar worth mentioning right now. When I left the room, a cat that has about the same height as a human and stood vertically, talked to me. He is the person that is in charge of this slum, and because we have a connection through the company's medicine, we are relatively close. Most of the time he uses Acua and Eris as intermediaries, and there are times when we both talk in person. It looks like he comes to our store frequently, so he can be considered a regular customer of our place. It seems being in the slum doesn't mean he doesn't have money. He is poor, but in terms of a living, he is somehow earning it. Good morning. It is great that the friction between humans is disappearing, Makoto. The conflict wasn't as bad as I thought it would to be. Well, it's still dangerous out there though. It looks like that part will soon return to how it was before, Makoto. There are some monsters there that are hard to detect, so we can't lower our guards. I want this tense days to come to an end quickly. With this as the spark, it would be nice if the humans change their opinions of you guys, Makoto. That's impossible. They are a race that's loved by the goddess, and we are the ones standing below them. A thought that has been engraved will not change easily. Humans will probably come to give us donations for a while, but I think that in time it will return to how it was before. The cat, whose name is Boar, is still young, but with his mature face he makes a lonely smile. What a far-sighted person. Once it passes through the throat, you will forget the heat of it, huh, Makoto? Boar. Lately, I have been thinking if we could try using our strengths to connect it to work. If we were to create a relationship with a part of the humans here and were able to make a connection where we both benefit from, this turmoil and its bad memories could be rewritten. For us, that is, Boar. Right. Today I will be heading out with Aqua and Eris. Just in case, I will be leaving a few here, so if you have anything to tell me, please tell the people that remained here, Makoto. Outside. Understood. Be careful, Boar. The ears and whiskers of the cat twitched and showed surprise at my words. A cat, nice. Yeah, you too, Makoto. Being slightly refreshed, I leave the half-crumbled building. Aqua, Eris, we are heading to the academy, Makoto. I use thought transmission. It wasn't a conversation but an instruction. With a speed that resembles that of an Oniwaban, two shadows appear in front of me. Good morning, Wakasama. Today we are shifting to offensive, right? Aqua. Good morning. There's no presence of variance in the surroundings. It's safe, Eris. The words of Eris that were practically screaming, I have been working, are kind of doubtful. She is not the type of girl that would lie in this kind of things, so I am not suspecting the contents though. I see. Good job. We are meeting with the academy principal and joining the suppression, Makoto. Shiki-sama and Mio-sama too, right? Aqua. What extravagant members, Eris. It's fine for you guys to just hide and be on alert of the surroundings. If there's anything, tell me with thought transmission, Makoto. Before the other countries intervene, we will show our presence to a certain extent. That's the most important point, it seems. Well, for me, safety is what's most important. Avoid the battles that can be avoided. Treasure your life. If I end up dying, I might even drag the residents that live in Asura along with me. Even if the danger of dying is a 1 in a million, I will still fight with defense as the priority. That's how I decided it to be. When I clearly understand how deep my connection is with Asura, I can probably change my way of acting, but for now that's not the case. The forest Oni Kambi disappear once again. Well then, let's go. Kuzunoha's master. Who is it? A voice stops me when I was walking to the exit. This is a name that many people in this place used to call me. When I turn back, there is a woman I got to know not that long ago. Ah, good morning, Esther-san. You look healthy. Good morning. Even if it's written, that's pretty stiff, you know. You don't need to be formal with someone like me. It would make me formal too, Esther. Sorry. It's in my nature. Or more like, I am mostly like this with humans. Saying it in a good way, polite. In a bad way, indifferent. Anyways, I am used to talking with others in a businesslike manner. I was thinking about joining the human society, but I am beginning to lose my drive to do so. What is it, this feeling? Ah, the reason why I stopped you. The accessory you told us to collect yesterday, is it better to collect them if we see them today as well? Esther. Right. Those might be one of the reasons of this turmoil. It's not assured until the Academy investigates into it in detail though. Understood. We will do so. And, today you are going outside. Esther. This place has calmed down, so I am heading to the Academy to confirm the current situation of the town and the state of the students. It's impressive that you are able to say something like that so easily. There may be no need to tell you, but there's only one life. Pride and conceitedness will only lead to reducing your lifespan. Be careful, Esther. Thank you for your worry. Well then, I will leave things here to you. Also, when this finishes safely, I will talk with my boss about you. It will probably be advantageous for you, Esther. It is embarrassing since we are a small company, but please do tell that person. The boss of the brothels. The only thing that comes to mind is a yakuza or the mafia. Is it really okay to introduce me to such an underground person? Well, if I have Tomo or Shiki with me, there won't be any mess up. Lowering my head, I end my conversation with Esther. When I head to the exit of the slums, I tell the demi-humans that are wearing simple armor about my reason for going outside, and enter the street. It has only been a few days and it has been quite stormy. When I perk up my ears, I can hear the sounds of fighting and screams. Maybe because it has been like a daily thing, at the third day I am already used to it. The anxiety that's spreading through the residents is mostly caused by the fact that they don't understand the situation and that there's no way to know when they could get attacked. I can normally use thought transmission to understand the situation, and with the help of Acua and Eris telling me, I am able to avoid the variants and the Academy's core. That's why I don't really feel much anxiety in this situation. It is the improvement of the thought transmission that didn't work when I was summoned by the goddess. I'm glad we made this improvements. Thinking about it, an emergency situation where cell phones can't be used would also create panic in the modern world. Or more like, instead of anxiety, I am actually feeling cheerful. The students have heard the words of praise by the Limia King from Shiki, so I want to hear in person how happy they were. With the information that I receive from Acua and Eris, I circumvent the variants and the humans while continuing my steps towards the academy. Temporary Teacher Radu. You bastard, why weren't you in the academy in this emergency situation? My apologies. I heard from a follower of mine that the academy principal was moving to suppress the variants, so I gathered my employees that were safe and was evacuating the residents. Idiot. If the variants are taken down, there should be no need to care for the residents. Where's the need for you, a teacher, even if temporary, to help in the evacuation? You are in a position where you have to obey my orders, aren't you? Yes. It was my own arbitrary decision. We are in a situation where we can't properly use thought transmission, so even if late, I personally came to the academy. The place where the academy principal is. The basement of the academy's courtyard. It is a secure shelter. It doesn't have much space to fit many people, but in exchange, there's various equipment set up to grasp the situation outside. It's like the command room in emergency situations. Looks like the guests that were evacuated are all here. There are also several rooms to reside in, so it seems they are living in those. In the room there's other teachers and a number of staffs necessary for the management of this place. As expected, there are some thought transmission users here that are skilled to communicate with the core. The communication is passing without pause. And in there, I am currently being shouted at. With such force that I was wondering if the academy principal would burst a blood vessel. He wasn't showing any signs of returning to normal and was looking down on me like the Merchant Guild representative. But I didn't get flustered like that time and was just letting his anger slip by. Main reason is because I understand what I should do, and that getting impatient will not bring forth anything. I even had the leeway to think, if you are going to shout at me, do it after we go to another room. Wouldn't this bother the other people? 2 of the surrounding towns have gone completely silent. Is it because the people that can use thought transmission have died, or because they have been wiped out? We still don't know. Listen, this is the worst situation Academy Town has faced since its foundation. And yet, you bastard just how much is this old geezer expecting from a temporary teacher? It is obvious that I would be counted as part of their strength since I am a temporary teacher, but to get so angry over it. Could it be, he is thinking that since my students were able to fight that well against a variant, I should be strong enough to wipe out the variants? I don't think his thoughts go that far though. If he really does expect me to have strength surpassing that of my students and he is so angered by me not being at his disposition, that's maybe because his purple corps are showing much more casualties than the military gains. I haven't heard much details regarding that, so I will ask later. There should be teachers that weren't even able to arrive at the academy and died on the way, and there should be teachers that have run away long ago. If the latter get fired, they wouldn't be able to complain about it, but the ones that died, I feel like he is the type that would kick their corpses. I'm glad I only left Tomo at this place. If I left Mio, I would have to soothe her later and that's very difficult to do. I wanted to meet the students too, so I had Mio and Shiki tell them that I would go there later and had them in standby at one of the student dormitories. It seems that they were faced with several outbreaks of variants, but I received reports that they were able to dispose of them secretly without any problems. Also that there were some sent to Asura as samples. 5 of them have been sent, so that should be enough. Academy principal, he evacuated us and on top of that he passed through the dangerous middle school garden to get here. Please leave the reprimands at that. Oh, Princess Lily and even Dano. That's unusual. The angry words of the academy principal stop. When I look, there were two people I knew standing side by side. I encountered the princess by chance. Academy principal, I also ask of you. Right now, instead of reprimanding his actions, it is of more importance to have him cooperate in resolving this situation, Saritz. Of course, I understand that. But as the one managing the academy, I couldn't overlook his thoughtless actions. When you were evacuating, you weren't even thinking about me. Weren't you more concerned about escaping? Right now she is not here, but you even had your secretary lend you her shoulder. Is it because the progress of the battle isn't going favorably? The academy principal is being quite short-tempered. If he was like this from the very beginning, I can't see him as a person capable of managing the elite academy. If he only has power and authority, and is in an unfitting position, then I would feel more familiarity with him. Well, not really. He is probably in the side that repudiates races. At the very least, he doesn't give me the feeling of wanting to help him. Please, can't you do it for us? If the two of you go that far, understood. Temporary teacher Radu. Yes. I will put you and your employees in charge of the northeast section of Rotsgard. Okay. Show me that you can restore your honor. I will definitely meet your expectations. Those students that have been sleeping and have been of no use since that fight as well. If they are awake, I permit you to use them too. Understood. He is a person that says more than necessary. I was slightly pissed by that. It's not like Jean and the others are in bad shape or anything. Even Amelia was completely healed by Shiki at that day. With 1 day of rest, they should have plenty enough energy to move. I wasn't expecting the academy principal to tell me that directly, but I had Shiki and Mio read the atmosphere of the place and put Jean and the others to sleep whenever a part of the students went on rampages or the teachers went on rampage, so that they don't end up fighting them. By the way, I gave them permission to do that. Just in case, when those kids or the others felt like they were going to slip out and join the battle. After this, I was planning on going there and waking them up. I lower my head at the academy principal that leaves. Northeast. Merchant Guild all of a sudden, huh? I think it is a zone with pretty high importance. If he wants us to handle that area, instead of calling it harassment by sending us to a dangerous place, it is more like he is running out of options. The academy-related facilities that the academy is putting their priority in liberating are already filling their hands, huh? It looks like it is really a bad situation. Tomo also waited quite a while. When I look at her, Tomo noticed my gaze and silently lowers her head. Just that. With her personality, I thought she would come do some frivolous talk. Ah, that's because there's these two here. Princess Lily, and also Sarit-sama. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. You have also helped us after all. If possible, I would want to tell the Empire's hero about this, but there's no signs of the signal reaching. I feel very guilty about not being able to do anything for this town's residents. At that time the thought transmission was still working, but right now I don't know about the situation, Lily. Reidudano has helped us after all, don't worry about it. On our side as well, if only the thought transmission was able to connect. The Dragon unit reinforcements and the supplies should be arriving by tomorrow, but, Saritz. The reason for the waiting is coming to fruition soon, huh? Tomo suddenly told us to move today, most likely because of Sarit-san's Dragon unit that's supposed to be coming tomorrow. I will do my best so that both of you will not be wounded in Rotsgard. No need to worry. Your words make me happy, Radu. I would like to talk with you once, before going back to the Empire. When things get calmer, can you? Lily. The Princess Sama of the country where the hero is, huh? The Limia King's way of talking felt as if he had been quite influenced by the hero. Is this person the same? I feel like her way of talking to me politely is Japanese-like, but, meeting her alone, I don't think I would be able to stand it. Of course. I will be bringing along my close aide Tomo to meet you, Princess Sama. Yeah. I will be looking forward to it, Lily. If I bring someone she already knows like Tomo, there's no worries for awkward silences. Reidudano, the things called variants are scary opponents that even the Academy's elites are having a hard time with. Please be careful, Saritz. There's Tomo too, so it's okay. She is really strong after all. Thanks for worrying, Seritz-sama. You are going to bring her too. Seritz. The academy principal told me to use my employees as well. Tomo is a reliable subordinate. That's true. In these few days, we were able to live without worries. It's not good to retain her for so long. I will be praying for your well return, Reidudano, Seritz. Well then, let's go, Tomo. When I leave the basement, the brightness dazzles me for a second. There's light down there, but as expected, it is completely different from the light of the outside. While my eyes were getting accustomed, I head in quick pace to the student dormitory that's being used as a refuge. It's a good start. Well then, let's call for Mio and Shiki and have them put everything in order, Tomo. Right. Also, you were calm when talking with the academy principal. There was an unexpected lifeboat, but it was superb. I also think that it was a good move having me accompany you when meeting the Empire's princess, Tomo. For some reason I was able to calmly deal with it. I am fine if you tell me after the northeast sweeping begins. I want you to tell me about the explanation you gave them of the teleportation again. I want to match our ideas. If there's a mess-up, I am pretty sure it would be for my part after all. I have to review as much as I can. I am looking forward to the picture you and Root created. There will definitely be scary parts in it that I believe won't become a plus for me. If I am going to use power, I also have to accept things like this. Leave it to me. For now, think about how you will act towards the Merchant Guild. I will be looking forward to an interaction like the one from just now, Tomo. I will do my best. I am headed to the northeast, so I won't be able to avoid it. I will be encountering the representative again. No, I will be meeting with Rembrandt-san. Let's think about it in a positive way. I thought of seeing the state of the students and meeting with the Rembrandt couple when I was leaving the slum. Both of those will be achieved, so it is a good omen. The counterattack begins not at the fourth day when the reinforcements arrive, but in the third day. In other words, a turning point. Let's engrave in the minds of the people of this town the memory of Kuzunoha Company. The atmosphere of the student dormitory wasn't that different from the other evacuation points. Many students are in the spacious lobby. A part are outside working around the vicinity, but a sense of fatigue was drifting about in the whole area. Counting Jean and the others that are sleeping, there's Shiki and Mio in the place that's used to nurse and treat the injured. I stopped them when they tried to come to where I am, and along with Tomo, I go to where they are. Good work, Shiki, Mio. Looks like the students are quite tired. Wakasama. Yesterday several became variants, so the people were unable to return to their own rooms. Today everyone seems to be feeling stressed, Shiki. I was bored wa. Crying, are we going to be okay? Are we going to be okay, over and over like broken toys, Mio. Mio, try to choose your words a little. This kind of incident is a first, so it can't be helped that they are uneasy. Sorry, Mio. I warn her a bit for her bitter words. It looks like not many people here have the energy to complain, but I want to avoid pointless animosity. Well, that will end today, Ja. You too, are you ready? Tomo. The two nod at Tomo's words. Then can you wake up Jean and the others? I want to talk with them for a bit. They have already woken up some time ago. Their body is a bit dull right now, but having them half asleep when talking to Wakasama would be troublesome, Shiki. Shiki, you work fast. Now that I think about it, instead of waking them up when I arrive, it is more efficient if they are already awake. Even so, I came here to where these two are, but I don't see the faces of my students. Then, where are they right now? Over there. Their condition is being checked. I think they will be returning soon, Shiki. I see. Then, everyone please stay here. Prepare so that we can leave as soon as possible. I will go talk to them for a bit. Saying so, I confirm the consent of all my followers. Talking with people wearing white robe, I move to a place where there are familiar faces. It's been a while, Jean, everyone. Sensei. Oh, they synced perfectly. Their timing was exact. I heard you were sleeping for 3 days. How's everyone's condition? We are already fine. To think that we would be sleeping for 3 days, I can't believe it. How's the situation? It looks like it is not the same as ever though. I can't get in touch with my family. Do you know anything about that, sensei? From each mouth, I was poured by questions from my students. Instead of telling them about the situation, I first have to clearly place what must be done. Or more like, Dina has a wife and child. Are they okay? I forgot about that. Calm down. You have woken up, but you have been sleeping for 3 days. To suddenly move today is akin to suicide. There are still variants appearing outside. The situation is still in a deadlock. The subjugation core of the academy are currently advancing. In other words, the current situation is that students are still restricted from going outside. You were able to get out alive, so obediently stay here. Dina and the Rembrandt sisters are in quite the bad state. Their faces show that they totally want to move out. You can't, the 3 over there. Sif, you know, your family is okay. Don't worry and just stay here healing the dullness in your body. Dina, I will investigate about your family. Don't go moving on your own convenience. You have received words of praise from the Limia king. Try to calm down a bit. Were you happy? Is something I can't ask in this atmosphere. I want them to calm down a bit by remembering the words of praise from the king. But, the town is still being destroyed by those guys, right? Jean. Seriously. When I admonish one, another stands up. This is troublesome. I originally intended to put the students as guards here as an excuse, but I feel like that would increase the work of Aqua and Eris. I was planning on leaving only one, but maybe I should leave both of them. Do you want to go? Yes. Even we can be a bit of use. We were able to fight with a Lumgand, Jean. Then if in that time this place is attacked or a new variant appears, everyone here will be slaughtered. A student turned into a variant yesterday, you know. I have to head to the northeast section by the academy principal's orders. Jean, even with that, you still want to go. I will stay, Jean. I will stay. If we all cooperate we will somehow, definitely do something about it. Jean. How reliable. I will leave it to you. If you guys do well, I will tell Limia King about your great efforts. Well then, later. Aqua, Eris, I am sorry, but please protect this dormitory. If Jean and the others leave, I don't mind which, please have one of you accompany them, Makoto. Understood. Roger. I will leave the perception to Shiki. I return to where Tomo, Mio, and Shiki are. Sorry for the wait. Let's go. Shiki, sorry but, I will be counting on you to watch out the surroundings. Also, can you please investigate the state of Dina's wife and child? I totally forgot, Makoto. I tell them the outline and the latter half I say it in thought transmission. I have already confirmed that. In the competition grounds that is being secretly protected by the Arcs, they are taking refuge together with Eva and Ruria, Shiki. Incredible. He still has the mindset of recognizing strength, so I don't think it is that far yet, but he is showing changes in his way of thinking towards weak people. No matter how strong people are, they are all equals and hold rights. That was the way I thought until now. Of course, I don't intend to blame them for being powerless to violence. Just that when the people that spend their time polishing other technical skills aside from power are trampled down by violence, I began to think that it just can't be helped. It's stupid. A power that I received from a god and a strong body I obtained from enduring a harsh environment. I was also a kid that had no other good point aside from archery, and yet, here I am thinking this way. This power of mine was given by someone else. But I can't stop thinking this way. At times I am confused by my own thoughts. That's why I am honestly grateful and surprised at Shiki who humanely made a follow-up for me who didn't remember the family of my student. Truly grateful. Well then, let's go. First is the Merchant Guild. It seems Rembrandt-san hasn't used the mist lizards to attack. In those 3 days the Rembrandt couple are in good health. The mist lizards are doing a good job protecting them. Looking at the destruction of the variants, I head to the place that has suffered a bitter experience. Chapter 144, 5.45 by 39mm bullet. Important announcement. I might be getting a new job and this might affect the speed of my translations. Extermination match. In our way to the guild, that's exactly how it was. I didn't really give out orders of incapacitating them, so while I was listening to Tomo, Mio and Shiki were literally crushing the variants that tried to attack us. It's like a 5.45 by 39mm bullet mowing them down, Makoto. Without thinking, I blurted out those words. The so-called revenge goddess Kalashnikov, right? Shiki. It was a monologue, and yet for some reason, Shiki reacted. Why does Shiki know something like that? And he is wrong to top it off. Goddess. Mio. Even Mio reacted. Looks like this one reacted to the word goddess. Shiki, that is not the name of a goddess. It denotes a type of weapon called gun. A Kalashnikov rifle. I just don't understand what you are saying, Makoto. Oh, I see. I totally thought it was a name, Shiki. In the books that were recreated there were quite a lot of manga. But I didn't expect Shiki to read those. Mio, when he said goddess he didn't mean that goddess, so don't mind it. I don't know what she is busy with, but Root said she is busy, Makoto. I look at Tomo. I don't know the reason, but it seems she doesn't have the time to be concerned about us, Tomo. I think this is quite the event though. As I thought, her way of thinking is less understandable than that of Rona. Soon we will reach the guild. Until now we have defeated 15 variants. From what Shiki has detected, the core from the Merchant Guild are fighting several variants right now. It seems the guild itself hasn't received any attack worth mentioning. As long as we are going with the suppression pretext, there's no real need to avoid the variants. We kill the ones that come, so there should be few variants remaining in this area. Shiki, how many variants remaining? Makoto. Excluding the ones currently in battle, there's only 6 left, Shiki. Wakasama, if you so wish, I can go there and clean it out, Mio. Thanks Mio, but it's fine. We are only doing this in context, so there's no need to mind it, Makoto. I calm down the itching Mio and we head to the guild. A question suddenly sprung in my head. That goddess, I wonder what is her name. It seems she is an acquaintance of Tsukimi-sama, so maybe she is a goddess I know the name of. No way, what if she is a goddess that's viewed in a good light? Waka, the lizards are coming to receive us. Looks like Rembrandt is together with them, Tomo. Tomo, right now is fine, but you can't call him with no honorifics, okay? Also Mio, even if you meet the representative, you can't do anything. Okay. Makoto. Hee, don't worry, Tomo. Of course Diso wa. Even if he gets attacked, I won't do anything, Mio. Mio, if he gets attacked, save him, Makoto. Yes, Mio. Don't avert your gaze. How scary, geez. Next to Rembrandt-san who is waving his hand, there's the guild representative Zara-san. Ah, I feel light dizziness and nausea. No doubt he is the next person I can't deal with well after the goddess. Even so, I can't just not go. Today is an important day for Kuzunoha Company. I prepare myself and meet up with them. It has been a while. Representative, Rembrandt-san. I'm glad to see that you all are okay. Because of the thought transmission jamming I was late, but by the orders of the Academy principal, I have come to this northeast section to join the suppression. It's been long, Ray Dodano, Rembrandt. The first one to talk was Rembrandt-san. Calling my name, he closed the distance and hugged me tightly. Are my daughters okay? They are not being sent out to fight, right? Rembrandt. It was a whisper, but his desperate tone reached my ears. His breath is tickling. Don't worry. Your daughters have not gone to the battlefield. And just like you asked, I have hidden reliable people around them, so it's okay. With his hug released, I was able to create some space in between him. It's probably a secret talk between him and me, so I also write small words that only he can see. In a situation where he can't properly get in contact with his daughters, Rembrandt-san must have been suffering internally. Sif and Yuno are really loved. Being hugged by a man doesn't make me happy though. It has been a while, Radu. If you are appearing here that must mean your store is fine, right? If I remember correctly, it was in the middle of the main street, Zara. With a pronounced exhaustion in his face, Representative Zara talks to me. Ugh, I can't even deal with his voice. How pathetic. No, it was already destroyed. All of my employees somehow came out fine, but we were securing safety in the evacuation points, so I still don't know the current state of my store. I see. There have been variants that slipped into the evacuation points and have been wiped out. It is great to see that your place was okay, Zara. It's great to see. Unexpected words came out. I thought he would come shouting at me like the academy principal. No matter how exhausted he is, isn't this too much of a change? The representative gave me an impression of being a brash person. Would he change this much just because the town is being attacked? Or is he acting to make it look that way? Did Rembrandt-san do something? No, in this situation it is probably not necessary. To exhaust the person that is taking control along with you would be like strangling yourself. It might be the preparation to get as much reparation as possible from somewhere. The insurance-like thing of companies is being managed by the guild, so maybe a place that is higher than this merchant guild's branch, or maybe Rotsgard. Cheated out of someone in this town. Ha ha ha, is the impression too different from last time? This guy hasn't experienced attacks from outside, so he is tired. On top of that, in this current situation where he is being protected by Hyundano and FIA Dano, he can't make a strong face towards Rada Dano. Right. Rembrandt. Shut up. But if it's you guys who have such strong momonos under you, shouldn't those rampaging guys be annihilated a long time ago? Why didn't you guys move until now? Zara. The expected question came. It isn't comparable to last time, but his eyes were shining a sharp inquiring light. I forgot to tell you, but I have revealed to this guy that the mist lizards are something you lent to me, since he is the top. I thought that way would make the conversation proceed in a smoother manner. Sorry for doing something of my own, Rembrandt. Rembrandt-san soon supplemented more information. Thanks to that, the representative didn't cause much trouble since he knew that I'm the master of the mist lizards. Well, as long as he didn't spread it to anyone else, I don't really mind. Being able to summon mist lizards is something that the students taking my class already know anyways. The Academy Corps were concentrating solely on subjugation. I was in the competition grounds and after a lot happened, I was taking care of one of the evacuation points, but even that evacuation point was in a dangerous situation, so I couldn't expect much from the Academy's elimination of the danger. It was my own decision, but I somehow got in contact with my company's employees and concentrated in guiding the residents to the evacuation points and proceeded to secure those places. It has calmed down one way or another, so today I headed to the Academy and after receiving the orders of the Academy principal, I headed to this place to participate in the subjugation. I see, Zara. On our way we saw signs of pillaging. How much of the damage has the Merchant Guild grasped? Following this guy's suggestion, we have been confirming the extent of the damage, suppressing the monsters and securing the residents that are okay. I don't know the particulars of the damage, but I understand that it is better to just give up on the merchandise of the stores. Anyways, the military force is overwhelmingly insufficient. We have the gold, but there's already no adventurers or mercenaries that can be hired. Every time a death appears, it chips off our strength. As long as we are unable to make contact with the outside, honestly speaking, there's nothing we can do, Zara. Saying this guy and pointing at Rembrandt-san, the representative answers me. Looks like they are quite cornered. With that face that even has an unshaved beard, he looks several times older than the time I met him. I send a glance to Tomo. When I do so, she makes a complacent smile, laughs, and then nods, which luckily no one noticed because they weren't paying her attention. The situation is just as planned, huh? Certainly, even if there's money, if there's no adventurers nor mercenaries to hire, there's no point. Dying while hugging your money. It is a situation where not a few merchants have thought this way and ended up like that. In that case, it would be hard for the current representative Zara to make composed decisions. Then Rembrandt-san supporting here was a good decision. Seriously, what a troublesome man. Ray Dudano is here so there's no problem. I am telling you that this kind of thing can't even be considered a predicament, but you don't even listen. Even yesterday Rembrandt. Pat. You, shut up, Zara. Pat. He is talking to Rembrandt-san. If my memory serves right, I have seen a sign about it. Patrick Rembrandt. He is Patrick so Pat. I normally call him Rembrandt-san, so for a moment I was wondering who he was talking about. When Rembrandt-san was about to reveal a shameful event, The representative shuts him up. And well, the Merchant Guild has accumulated a relative amount of exhaustion. Ray Dodano. This guy can still be considered in the decent compared to the merchants inside. The amount of people confused is not low. It's not something nice to see. And there's no people there that can serve as an example for Ray Dodano. Rembrandt. Rembrandt talks indifferently. There's no signs of sympathy in his words. Simple bitter words. Compared to the many people inside, I am a newbie that just made a store though. I don't see this kind of Rembrandt-san that often. I am happy to see that I somehow made it in time. For a second I thought about having these guys you left with me cooperate with the offensive, but no matter how I asked them, they didn't accept anything besides protecting. I tried going outside myself and see, but they quickly made me go back. It was clear that it would be pointless to try, so I gave up promptly. Rembrandt. I only told them to protect after all. It was probably like telling them, don't cooperate unnecessarily. They may not be flexible, but they are reliable warriors. Then, following your advice, I will be entering the suppression without going inside the guild. If you are able to get in contact, it is okay to have the mercenaries return. As expected, this really doesn't enter the category of predicament, huh, Rembrandt? For the first time, Rembrandt-san's expression changed into one of surprise. We have already defeated about 15 of them on our way here. And in this section, I ignore their surprise. Stopping my writing, I look at Shiki. There's 9 left. Right now there's no other variants appearing. Shiki. Understanding my gaze, Shiki answered. Grateful by it, I look back at Rembrandt-san. With how things went, I feel like Rembrandt-san would be more reliable than the representative right now. That's how it is. There's also an article which has been specified by the Academy as being the reason of the variants appearing. I will be leaving one of my followers to collect those, right Tomo? Me. Tomo. She knows the particulars about it, so can Rembrandt-san cooperate as well? And Representative Zara too. Of course I will cooperate. Is that okay, Zara? Rembrandt. Yeah. If this will make those monsters stop appearing from inside, I will happily cooperate, Zara. How honest. When Representative Zara is this tired, I feel like I can talk with him. Well, just like the demi-human boar said, after the crisis passes, people might forget about it after a while, so this is probably a rare state of him. Then, we will be excusing ourselves now. We are done here, so we will be going. Let's meet later. Ray Dodano, the communication with the units is still cut off. Sorry, but, if you find them and they haven't received the order to return, I want you to please tell them directly, Zara. A really amazing change. Sorry, but he said. Tomo, looking back once as if saying she is displeased by this, is guided by Rembrandt-san. Sorry. I was puzzled choosing between Shiki or you, but there's the chance that talk about teleportation will be brought, so I thought that Tomo was a better option. If I left Mio, that would be a bit scary. I silently give my apology to Tomo. Let's finish this quickly and meet her afterwards. Right, in the afternoon I should get in contact with the Academy once. I thought of something nice. Mio, Shiki, Makoto. I beckon the two. The 2 that were walking slightly ahead of me return to where I am. Counting the ones still fighting, there's 9 variants remaining, right? Makoto. Yes, no doubt about it, Shiki. Shiki nods immediately. Then, avoiding the ones that are in the middle of fighting, how about you 2 do a competition with the remaining 6? Makoto. If you end up in a draw, today's dinner will be Mio's choice lineup, and tomorrow will be Shiki's choice lineup. And, if one of you wins, I will listen to one of your wishes. How about it? Makoto. Really? Something like that, Shiki. Wakasama, you can't take back what you said later, okay? Mio. Both of them bit harder than I thought they would. But I gotta tell them that this is only limited to things I can actually do. Of course, things I can do. Limited to something that I can do at that time, okay? Like for example, if you want to hear about my previous world, I would like you to limit it to 1 day. Cooking together as well, Makoto. I illustrated Shiki and Mio with things both might want, to make it clearer for them. I won't be asking mean things in my wish. Don't worry, Shiki. Exactly what Shiki said. Wakasama, prepare yourself, Mio. I wonder why, even though it was short, the words Mio said first and the words she said later felt as if they were contradicting themselves. Different from Tomo, the two of them had a rough job of protecting, so I thought of this proposal as a breather of sorts, but maybe I was rash. While following Shiki to the place where the fight is going on, I felt kinda uneasy. You were pretty docile there, Zara, Rembrandt. I thought you had turned tame, but let me take it back. What is that about being the strongest in town? That thing, no matter how I look at him, it isn't merely at that level. Zara. I didn't lie though. In truth, they're the strongest in town after all. In here and in Sage, Rembrandt. In front of Makoto, Rembrandt uses watashi, but when he talks to Representative Zara he uses or. On top of that, his way of talking gets slightly rustic and frank. From this, one can tell that their personal relationship is deep. Looking at Tomo, who is being guided by Rembrandt's wife inside the guild, the representative of the merchant guild, Zara, glares at his old friend while sweating bullets. But Rembrandt eludes that gaze. That look would normally make weak-minded people feel fear, but Rembrandt took it with a cool face. This kind of face is obviously what one would get if the originally scary face of Zara seriously glares at someone. But maybe because Rembrandt takes it as a frolic of an old friend, or maybe because he has abnormal nerves, he responded to Zara by saying an irony of lining up two towns, Rotsgard and Sage, who have completely different natures. The information of Kuzunoha Company is opaque in all senses. I can gather a reasonable amount of info about them, but I can't see the core at all. I don't even know the reason why it is gathering the attention of many countries. Its ability in battle as an organization is completely unknown. When I put a logical reason like, they probably don't have much to show in battle, they come with this. Zara. What do you mean by, with this? Hey, that's some terrible sweating there, Rembrandt. They come walking from the academy with only 4 people, and while having a friendly chat as if there's no crisis going on, they arrived here with no injuries. The units grouped with mercenaries are turning out with deaths and injured every time they go out there, you know. Not a single one of them was showing any sort of nervousness. They came here as if they were going out shopping in a sunny afternoon. Zara. Kukuku, Rembrandt. Hearing the words of Zara that sounded as if a dam had broken inside him, Rembrandt laughs with heartfelt fun. What number 1 strongest in town would be able to do something as crazy as that? There are strong monsters spread around everywhere where one step can mean your death, you know. We were only able to defeat 4 after 3 days, with a group of more than 50 mercenaries. And then he comes and nonchalantly says 15, as if he was walking down a festival before coming here. I was somehow able to get in contact with my employees. If this were a situation where we can somehow get in contact, by now we would be getting supplies from outside. Zara. Yeah, you are right, Rembrandt. Why is the kid that got scared after being shouted by me able to walk all the way here with a smile in his face? Those guys, just what in the world are they? Zara. So that's why you are sweating that much. Yar, aren't you the one that's lacking fervor? Where did the men that seized the gambling den from the thief guild go to? Rembrandt. Don't lump this together with business. There's a limit to what merchants can do against people that you can't communicate with. What the Kuzunoha Company is doing is plain impossible for a company. From my point of view, Reidu and those monsters out there aren't that different. Why is an obscure group like that in this academy town? Just what are those guys, Pat? Zara. Just as you know, he is a medicine merchant. Registering as a merchant in the Guild of Sage and making a store here, a chicken training, the merchant Reidudano, Rembrandt. Pat, stop messing around, Zara. Just that, the close aides around Reidudano, one is a brave woman Tomodano who's over level 1500, the black-haired girl you just met, Miyodano, surpasses level 1500 by a lot, and the other follower under Reidudano, Shikidano, is most likely a high level that I don't know of. Just think of Reidudano as possessing the same amount of power as them. Those kind of people are selling medicine, Rembrandt. Oh, 1500. What are you, Zara? Oops, my tongue slipped. It is confidential information from the Adventurer Guild, you see. It is a well-known secret in Sage, but in other towns it doesn't even turn into a conversation and it just turns into their levels being unknown. Falls Dono, was it? Looks like they are close with the Adventurer Guild Master. You as well, don't go leaking it outside, got it? I don't know what will happen to you if you do, Rembrandt. Why, you just arbitrarily told me. Zara. Zara's whole body trembled heavily. When he was talking with Radu, Makoto he was still able to interact with him with a firm mentality even when exhausted. That's because of his pride as the guild's head. But in reality, he was internally in shock, awe, and fear. He is the person that has been entrusted with the managing of the Merchant Guild. He is able to calmly take the situation to a certain extent and analyze it. The fact that this town is being attacked by monsters, and that those monsters are a threat that they are barely able to fight against after gathering skilled mercenaries and bodyguards that were former adventurers. Every day confirming the survival of the people that are being protected, and realizing that each day they decrease in numbers. And those guys that are doing their best out there are also reducing in numbers. The two strong Momonos his old friend brought along with his wife, right now one is at the entrance of the guild and the other one is following the wife as a guard. Their strength was quite reliable. Even though they are Momonos, when seeing them diligently do their job as guards, there are people that are even worshipping them out of gratitude. But they don't join the offensive no matter what, and the couple were not allowed to go outside. They were a power that was only limited to guarding. Thanks to that they were able to send more people to attack and investigate, but even when they are being protected by strong Momonos, the refugees are accumulating a lot of stress. Because the thought transmission is being limited, they are unable to grasp the situation and that increases the sensation of being enclosed. No doubts this is the worst situation Rotsgard has faced since its foundation. That's why he can tell. The acts of Radu and the Kuzunoha company, if it's only by word, they sound like good-willed people that are risking their lives for the town's sake, for the sake of resolving this situation. Just by concentrating your eyes a little, those actions will look completely abnormal. The strongest military power of the academy was easily killed. Zara has also received information that they didn't even provide a proper fight. And in truth, the people that were hired were even saying that the monsters are strong and the remuneration doesn't match. Just looking at the number of deaths in the town's state, Zara intended to negotiate in that aspect. And they defeated 15 of those. A number that can be laughed as a lie. And yet, he couldn't laugh at it. Half of Zara's heart couldn't believe it, but the other half felt that it was the truth. They walked from the academy to the Merchant Guild. It sounds easy, but it was enough to make Zara unable to understand Kuzunoha Company. A small company that had no value of attention, had turned into a ghastly existence inside of him. That's what happens when you don't even have much information and just judge Radidano by the surface. If you changed your way of view a little, there's no personage as easy to get along with as him. I was expecting you to see through something as simple as that, but that's a shame, Rembrandt. If such a person with no understanding in the way of commerce comes saying naive words, anyone would get angry. It's your fault for not properly teaching him the basics at Sige. In the first place, why is a person with such crazy power Zara not using it? Rembrandt. Why yeah, Zara. I don't know. You should ask him personally. Well, his atmosphere looked different. This might have been influenced by you, Rembrandt. Why did he enter the trade business? Zara. I told you, if have something to ask him personally. Also, you talked about basics and whatever, but are you seriously saying that? Rembrandt. Rembrandt looks at Zara with eyes of elation. Zara thought that even though he is an old friend, that's a face he doesn't see a lot in Rembrandt. Isn't that obvious? This is the duty of someone in the same trade. Before beginning something, you have to lay the groundwork, look at the town's market price and have the ability to place the price. If your stock has some sort of specialty, consult with us beforehand. There are a lot of things to do. And yet, he probably doesn't understand a half of it. Radu really only thinks about selling good things at a low price. His eyes are basically only looking at the customers. Just how is such a merchant going to go by in this world? Zara. Good things at the lowest price. Isn't that a basic in business? He is putting that in practice. Truly nice, Rembrandt. And I'm saying that doesn't work in practical business. Zara. It does, Rembrandt. Did you go by in this way at that town and got your head crazy? Zara. Didn't we think in this way when we began our business? Rembrandt. Yeah, but after actually doing it, you realize that naivety doesn't work. Zara. Why? Rembrandt. Rembrandt asked Zara like a child. To be able to wedge into the people that have authority. Because wisely doing things is more important than ideals. No, it is necessary. Capitalize people with gold, kill people with gold. If you are unable to do that, you won't be able to become bigger, Zara. Right. But that only applies to people like us, Rembrandt. What are you trying to say? Zara. The eyes of Zara grow clouded. Before the power of Tomodano and Miodano, just how many merchants are able to properly negotiate? For example, if the current you stands in the same space as those four, just how many of their demands will you be able to change into a favorable one? With that special method of yours, Rembrandt. Such a thing, I will somehow manage. 2. Zara. Even with the risk of having your important things and this whole town scattered away. Even with the risk of not knowing what kind of retribution will come if your actions are taken as traitorous. Rembrandt. Of course, if he wants to, I would teach him as much as he wants about stores. I will support him. But right now I don't think there's a need for him. He doesn't think much about the adventurers that die in the wasteland, but he is a merchant that wants to help the people that have fallen ill or have curse illness. He holds the ideal of selling good medicine at a low price. I think he is actually a plenty beneficial person. He doesn't fit in a relationship where he holds the head of someone, and a pointlessly high-pressured personality doesn't fit him either, Rembrandt. Zara was probably self-aware that the latter half was pointing out at himself. Zara's expression turns into a bitter one. Are you saying business can be twisted by violence? Can such a crooked act continue? The church, the country, won't forgive such an act, Zara. Really? If they think that giving them freedom is more beneficial than binding them, it isn't that impossible, right? Supreme dragons sometimes come out from their nest and destroy villages, spirits rampage and block the sea and highways. These are things that happen every now and then. But do they go suppress them every time it happens? The only thing you would be able to do is pray, to wait for the threat to pass by. Because they understand that this way has less victims, Rembrandt. It's foolish to put those natural disasters at the same level as the Kuzunoha Company, Zara. A suppression unit led by a level 920 was needed to defeat one supreme dragon. They have 2 people that surpass 1,500 and can be considered of possessing that same power. Don't you think that's not much different? Also, do you know? Just by being strong, when that strength is on a whole different dimension, it even brings growth to towns, you know. That's truly nice. Even when taking into account that my town is one that is easily influenced by that kind of effect, Rembrandt. Zara gulps at the words of Rembrandt. Because the words that were coming out from his old friend that used gold and several tricks to climb higher, felt nothing but scary. It is certainly true that if the dragon slayer Sophia is level 920, and the words of Rembrandt are true, Kuzunoha Company possesses power stronger than that of the strongest adventurer. Even so, Zara is still clinging to his crumbling common sense. Impossible. That's impossible, Pat. If a single company practices such tyranny and egoism, the goddess Sama would definitely bring divine judgment to it. Right. Zara. I wonder if even that divine judgment will be able to reach them, Zara. I bet in the side that won't reach. That's why, no matter what anyone says, the Rembrandt Company will not stop supporting Kuzunoha Company. I don't think the goddess Sama would come out for a company, but even if that happens, I don't have any intentions of changing my bet, Rembrandt. Such arrogance is, Zara. If an ideal is able to stay practical even without changing its shape, arrogance is just fine. Lately, I have begun thinking this way. That blowing away all the people that only look at benefits and moving on is okay. At the end I was unable to do it, but if it's Radu, he will be able to. But well, I think his arrogance is brought by his ignorance though. That's why I don't meddle unnecessarily and simply watch as he does things the way he wants to, Rembrandt. That might not even be business anymore, you know. No, it wouldn't even be realistic, Zara. Isn't that fine? If an organization surpassing the border of business appears and cleanses this world of illness and cursed diseases, it wouldn't be bad to be part of such an unprecedented exploit. If he so wishes to, I will walk alongside. Zara, let me tell you this. He Is not a man that would make people in his side suffer losses. In our words, he is a source of revenue that we would want to get no matter what we have to betray, Rembrandt. Even if that means humans, no, even the goddess herself. Zara. Yeah. What's wrong? If gold is supremacy and profit is justice, no matter what you betray it is still business, right? Rembrandt. But Pat, that is, Zara. Fukuku. I know. I already know. If that were truly the case, it would be a lie to say that we haven't profited from the war that way in these 20 years. That's because people like us with capital and connections are able to profit like crazy from it. I am in a remote town in the wasteland where fighting for your life is usual. Not in Limia nor Gridonia. Well, the current Siege has gained enough revenue to the point that it would be able to join the war and not fall down. That is our limit. Even if I talk all high and mighty, I don't want to join hands and earn profits from war, Rembrandt. Rembrandt laughs. Those vigorous words of his that one could catch a glimpse of slight madness, were laughed away by the person himself. That war taught me that naivety won't save anything. I am grateful for that, Zara. That You slipped there. This war has not finished yet, you know. Also, even if you say you are grateful with that face, the only thing I can get through it is hatred. Well, I am the same though. My older brother and his wife died in the war after all, Rembrandt. I lost all of my relatives, Zara. Right. We have desperately lived with the mindset that only gold and ourselves were the only reliable things, Rembrandt. Yeah. That's why, when I see someone like Radu, I feel my own pettiness. Also, he gives a. I still can't say for sure, but I feel like something is out of place. Not about his power or anything like that. A feeling as if he is a different race from us, Zara. Out of place, huh? I see. You also have your own way of thinking. Then I don't mind. But if you are going to join, it's better to make it fast. This is honest advice from a friend that has faced the same pain and walked the same path, Rembrandt. I still can't approve of him that much, Zara. Try coming to Tsige once. When you look at the state of affairs, your way of thinking will also change. Right, let's have my daughters guide you. A big service there, you know. Rembrandt. The remote town that is dramatically changing. Remembering his own den, Rembrandt was unable to contain himself again and leaked out a laugh. Sifchan, huh? She became beautiful, right, Zara? Oh, I haven't said a single word about Sif though. I see. When you heard about Big Service, you remembered Sif, who resembles the Lisa you fell in love with a long time ago, right? Yeah, how stubborn you are, Zara, Rembrandt. Wah. I wasn't really, Zara. Nah, I won't be holding strange suspicions on a close friend like you, is what you thought I would say. You old lecher. The eyes you used to follow Lisa are already indecent, you bastard. Rembrandt. Gwa, Pat, what are you saying in such a critical situation? Zara. Rembrandt strangles Zara with words that one can't tell if he was joking or being serious. The people that were looking at it from afar showed slight signs of fun, so they probably thought those two were playing around. No one aside from Rembrandt himself would know if he did so purposely or not. After about 5 minutes. Seeing the mercenaries return one after the other to the guild and the unchanged state of Radu, Zara leaked out a low, impossible. Rembrandt, hearing that small and feeble voice of his, opened his mouth wide and laughed. Radu looked at this in surprise. Chapter 145, Lime and Mondo. Hello guys. As you can see, I did get the job. I know you guys are worried about the speed of the translation and everything. Don't go all nuts about looking for another one to translate. If there's really someone there that wants to do it, at least contact me. Now, let me tell you why this one took so long. Right now I'm in a learning period. Getting the hang of new functions and how to do everything. So well, I have a lot to take in, and by the time I return home, which is really late, I am already totally drained. When I learn the ropes, I might be able to squeeze out chapters faster. But right now, that isn't the case. Okay, we safely finished one lap of patrolling. There might still be one hidden somewhere, but it seems the Merchant Guild will be taking the investigation regarding that. Our master raider should be able to continue his operation, but is there any new order from your side? Please wait for a moment. Sorry for the wait. Then, continue by going to the northwest section and enter suppression. Please begin the investigation of the reason for the thought transmission jamming. By the time the sun goes down, return to base and report the situation and the results of your investigation. Received clearly. Well then. Yeah, the need for a regular report is unnecessary since the job doesn't require it. Wish you well. The thought transmission finishes. I can't talk, so I let Shiki handle the report of the situation and the instructions for the next action. I also tapped into the conversation, so I know the contents of it. No need for Shiki to explain me. Next place is Northwest, huh? We just have to walk straight to the west. It is one of the few places where merchants sell products targeted to residents with low income and social status, right? Makoto. Yeah. The Academy most likely wants to liberate the establishments related to the Academy itself and the places where rich people are gathered in. They probably want to get as much support from the rich as possible. In the current state, it is assured that the Academy principal's standing is plummeting. Looking at his impatient state, I even thought that instead of having one of the people aiming at the principal's seat, it would be fine to have Wakasama take over. He looks only at numbers, and using the treasured core he created, they easily got partially destroyed, making him fall into a completely shaken state. Even in the clique strifes that seemed to be his specialty, he was unable to control it concurrently, so it is easy to see his limits, Shiki. He doesn't want to give us any big job, huh, Makoto? When we finish the Northwest, the next thing he will probably make us do is a joint operation with the purple coats, Shiki. Even when I am temporary, I am still a teacher of the Academy, so he will use me as if he owns me. I will bring out the name of the Kuzunoha company every now and then, but I don't have any intentions of badmouthing the Academy. In reality, the achievement of pinpointing the variant's reason of appearing will most likely be taken by the Academy principal. Looking at how things are going, Makoto. Yeah, since the demerits of having us as the ones pinpointing it would be big after all. If he were able to break the deadlock with his own abilities it would be one thing, but that's clearly the wrong way of doing things. It would be fine if he would just have a random guest of any power to see that he is asking the assistance of Wakasama. I have heard from Tomodano, it seems you were shouted at, Shiki. Shiki and I were smiling bitterly at the orders of the Academy principal. We are bringing out the name of the company occasionally, but in every place we go, I properly tell them that I am a teacher of the Academy, and I also announce that I am there under the orders of the Academy principal. I don't think the name of the Academy will fall just because we are the ones acting. Because I only want them to have a good impression of the Kuzunoha company, and I don't intend to badmouth other places while I'm at it. The most I am doing is making it so that the other big companies don't stand out. We are aware that our actions exemplify the Academy's existence and we also accept it. Waka, we have finished collecting the ornaments that are thought to be the key, Tomo. Good work, Tomo. Was there any problem on your side? Makoto. No, nothing. I did act slightly to make sure the companies don't do any unnecessary things, but it was all finished in a good note, Tomo. Act slightly. Makoto. I gave water, food, and blankets to the Merchant Guild representative, the one called Zara. I told him to use them well, Tomo. Will that serve as a diversion of some sort? Or more like, that food, did it come from Asura? Makoto. Instead of having a company from who knows where, it would be better for the Merchant Guild to bring those articles out using their own name, since that will cause less troubles. It will be beneficial for them as well, and I requested him to mention our name a bit. The food, water, and blankets were all things that I randomly bought from slightly faraway towns in the few days I traveled. Even if we have a lot of food, I won't be giving out the food of Asura. I did mix some fruits though. The fruits are proof enough that we are the ones providing things, Tomo. You even bought things. Sorry, Makoto. Don't worry. I just had the scattered forest onis buy those. It would be troublesome if this were detected as the self-advertisement of a company after all. This is to make it so that our company is the one that stands out the most, Tomo. Tell me how much it cost later, okay? But, I am surprised that that representative accepted that kind of condition, Makoto. Don't inquire, bring out the name of a company, just with that, he was able to obtain great quantities of food, water, and covers they were lacking for their beddings. Even if the person is not a merchant, the decision would be clear. He may be the Merchant Guild representative, but he is no doubt a human, Tomo. With her characteristic smile, Tomo laughed with a foo-foo. I wonder if it's really such a simple thing. Representative Zara gave me the impression that he is the type that will put a condition of his own in any proposal that he is given. No matter how weakened he is. No, maybe Rembrandt-san helped out. In that case, maybe after receiving the words of his old friend, he accepted the conditions of Tomo. Waka, it wasn't such a complicated thing, you know. Tomo. Are you an Esper? Makoto. Your expression was showing several words. Fufu, at his back there are people he has to shelter no matter what, and without enough food, and in this situation where it is not clear when it will be resolved, even if the situation has improved, if we were to offer to pull him, what would happen? Unable to use thought transmission, he can't even decide things properly. Now then, in front of him there's starving people, big amounts of food, and blankets for the people that are only wearing the same clothes they happen to be wearing since the events began. No matter if we give it, or we don't, the negotiation is just an easy deal, Tomo. I see. Is that how it is? Wait, did you just say the food in front of him? Don't tell me, you use teleportation in front of Representative Zara. Makoto. Because we already said random things like usage limits and burdens. In the first place, you already told him that we use teleportation, right? Tomo. But that was before we created a lot of settings for it, Makoto. No problem. Because those things are provided by the Kuzunoha company and given by the Merchant Guild. We asked him and he had no choice but to cooperate for the sake of the residents. Even if he wails about the origins of the objects that were teleported, the Merchant Guild will still take part in it. The ones that were piling up the food in this place were the lizardmen. He knows the mist lizards are still here, so the representative Dano heartily accepted to cooperate. In the end it was only a verbal promise, but if he is able to shake his head and go against us in the future, I can only say that he would have quite the guts, Tomo. But Makoto. I can't help but feel if it's really okay to do something so reckless. Also, Waka, hiding secrets is truly a hard thing to do for the people that hold the secret and for the people that have to hide it, Tomo. Why yeah, Makoto. Isn't it obvious for the people that hold secrets to hide them? Actually, it is a lot easier to have someone hide it for you, Tomo. Root probably does something similar when playing diplomacy. But what's essential is to make the other person believe that he can't let others know of that secret, Tomo. And Makoto. Saying it in an extreme way, have someone with a certain position know something other people don't know, but if he acts in a way so that other people don't learn about it, it is the same as if no one knows, Tomo. Even if you tell me that knowing is the same as not knowing, I just can't grasp it. Are you saying that, instead of us hiding it, it would be better to make it a public secret? Makoto. It is slightly different, but in a broader sense, that's how it is. Root made some good groundwork for our teleportation and he would make the continuation, Tomo. Then aren't I right? I will do my best in understanding a % of the story they might come up with. Understood. Then, for now let's continue the subjugation. If I remember correctly, at that side there's Lime and Mondo, right? Makoto. Yes. There might not be any left for me. I wanted to unsheath my katana since it has been a while, but it seems like it would be better to just wait for another opportunity. I am jealous of Mio and Shiki. For some reason Mio is looking strangely happy. Did something happen? Tomo. Tomo shows sadness at the fact that she can't unsheath her sword. At the place she was gazing at, she saw that Mio who's in a jolly mood. Tomo makes a wondering expression and voices out her question. That. I had Shiki and Mio do a competition of sorts. About which of them would be able to clean up more variants, Makoto. Oh. Looking at her state, it must have been Mio's win, Tomo. Yeah. 4-2, Mio's win. I made it so they can't interfere with each other, but it was a pretty good competition, Makoto. I see. Even so, she is so happy I feel like she would fly at any moment. I can't comprehend why, Tomo. Maybe because I told them I would grant one wish to the winner, Makoto. Instantly, the face of Tomo turns dreadful. I feel like it would have been better to just wash away that question. What's wrong, Tomo? Makoto. Waka, what's up with that luxurious reward? I didn't hear anything about this. Tomo. No, well, you were at the guild after all. Well then, Makoto. Work. We have to depart soon. Wait, Waka. The talk is not over yet. No, it has actually begun just now. Where are you heading to? Tomo. The northwest section. That talk, I will tell it to you while we are moving. Don't lift your voice so much. Makoto. I request an acceptable explanation. Even if I accept it, I might not accept it though. In other words, I also get a wish, okay? Waka. Tomo. It has turned quite crazy. Oh well, it is better than being all tense. Lime and Mondo are at the northwest section, so it shouldn't be that bad there. I should just go with a pace where I can return to the academy by the time the sun goes down. Hey, there it goes, Mondo. Understood. At both sides of the street that has no stone pavings, showing the whole naked ground, there's a thin man that's blowing away a gray monster while raising a shout, and at the direction it is headed to, there's a darkish-skinned male approaching. The big one-eyed monster with a large ball-shaped body was bigger than both men, but the man called Mondo grabbed it with one hand and killed its momentum. The instant Mondo seized the monster, he smashed it to the ground, and after a pale light, its shape changed into a single tree. Mondo is a forest oni, considered as one of the ancestors of the elves. He activated his special ability, Tree Punishment. A technique that turns the target into a tree. A dreadful skill that had scared even the master of Asura, Makoto, in the past. The variant that turned into a bright green tree can't oppose at all. It decided the battle in an instant. The reforestation work is moving along well, Lime. With this, it makes 8 There's still quite a few left. It feels like our pace is not increasing, Mondo. We are doing it in a careful way in order to avoid attention, so it can't be helped. I had a call from Tomonizan just now. Seems the boss and everyone else are heading here, Lime. I see, it seems my incompetent disciples are causing him problems, so it will pain me to meet them, Mondo. The Acquair is combi, Then, if they are taken into account as a combi, the responsibility would be divided, and that wouldn't be good for Acqua. Boss says all kinds of things, but he is not actually that worried. As proof, he let all the forest onis migrate to Asura, right? He doesn't mind it much. He is actually enjoying himself, Lime. Lime, having you tell me that, it really relieves me. I at least want to show him results that can satisfy him. Please accompany for a bit more, Mondo. Of course. I can do great bouts with you. You are the perfect rival to climb the rankings of Asura. I will cooperate with you in whatever you want, Lime. Yeah, for a brief period of time, we had a superior battle formation in great order, but with the participation of the Gorgons and Winged Kin, it instantly spiked down. We have to train once again, Mondo. It seems there's limitations in the stone-turning ability and the flying ability. Those are close to cheating. Even if those abilities don't have use limitations like your Tree Punishment, there's still certain rules to them. If the rules change, it will probably return to a position close to before. Well, that's just an estimation though, Lime. Really, Mondo. Lime and Mondo had finished evacuating the residents in the area a long time ago and have also finished the evacuation of the merchants. At the second day, they stopped a part of the variants that appeared in the evacuation points and finished gathering the necklaces in a fast pace. The motivation of Mondo, who has returned from Asura, and the skillfulness of Lime blended perfectly together. And then, at the third day, receiving a transmission to change into offensive, they didn't make any flashy actions, but have begun their movements to suppress the variants and establish stability in the evacuation points. In this section there's no other power. There are S3 evacuation points, and with Lime's personal connections and the sure-kill technique, Tree Punishment, of Mondo, they were able to splendidly protect the points. Their communication is done in secrecy and the goods are being supplied with the use of teleportation. It can be said that they are doing a good job. The locations of the evacuation points are somewhat close to each other, so it is more convenient when protecting a big amount of people. Moreover, compared to the evacuation points of other sections, the ones there were spacious and the density of residents is low. Quickly selecting the evacuation points that were easy to protect was a good move from those two. Taking into account the saved people and the people that were able to safely escape, the northwest section is comfortable and it created low amounts of stress. At the opposite site there's the northeast section where the Merchant Guild is located in, and because of the residents seeking refuge there, the density at that place is high and the stress must be quite high too. It is also the reason why Representative Zara is being driven into a corner. Because the two have saved them, the merchants and the residents that have moderate earnings are relying quite a lot in the two. Depending on the point of view, one can even call it dependence. The name of Kuzunoha Company is resonating in their hearts a lot more than Makoto thinks. But what is the objective of the one that released these things here? That person knew Wakasama was here in this town, and still did this. It would only be enough to cause an uproar. The thought transmission jamming and the appearance of variance, the person that can think of this kind of things should be able to understand a simple fact like that, Mondo. Who knows? I don't understand the thinking of the demon race. Well, I will just move as the arms and legs of Boss and the others, that's all I need to think about. They will tell us if necessary. Also, those personages definitely won't do anything that might endanger us or Asura. Rather, they have even stopped us from doing dangerous things when trying to be of help. Even in this occasion, when the lizards were added as members, they trembled in joy, Lime. Yeah, I understand that. Because I felt the same way as those mist lizards. Lime, it would be nice if the time you can tell your wish to Wakasama comes near, Mondo. That depends on Tomonizan. It's that kind of promise after all. Well, I will just wait patiently. I have received the time to do so. No need to hurry, Lime. Lime looks at the distance. Then, how about we clean up one or two more, partner? Let's make our brethren at Asura envious of us, Mondo. Yeah. Lime. The two enlarge their perception range, looking for variants and choosing the ones they can safely hunt without catching the attention of the evacuation points. And then, by the time Makoto and the others arrived, the two had turned several variants more into trees, and went to welcome their arrival. Chapter 146, Eris, Full Throttle. Student Dormitory. Normally it is literally as the name states, the place where students live and the place where they can relax at. However, because of the turmoil caused by the variants, the student dormitory has turned into an evacuation point. The territory that has now lost Mio and Shiki, the two reliable guards has obviously increased in uneasiness. Jean and the others, who had just woken up, had taken this job as their replacement, but as expected, they are unable to bring enough comfort to disperse all the uneasiness. Even the people that had witnessed their fight with the variant Alumgand, it would still be hard to suddenly trust in their skills just with that one fight. If Mio and Shiki hadn't collected the accessories that served as the key of variant transformation, variants would have most likely appeared already. What's wrong, Eris? Akua, this is bad. The academy principal is going mad, Eris. What does that mean? There's nothing particularly strange going on inside the dormitory, Akua. It seems he is trying to utilize those kids. He got wind about them waking up, probably, Eris. Hey, it is not like you are Wakasama, so where is that random intuition coming from? Akua. It is difficult to explain. It is like a spiritual kind of thing. At any rate, I can feel the academy principal approaching, Eris. Ha, Akua. Well then, what should we do? If the students are brought out, we would have to leave here as well. If that happens, there won't be anyone here left, Eris. But Waka's orders were to protect those 7, right? I think he considers the other students as extras, Akua. Fufu, and so, I have a good idea, Eris. Maybe she felt something. Eris, who was sitting hugging her knees at the dormitory's roof, suddenly lifted her head up. Her partner Akua wondered if something happened and asked her the details, but after hearing that it was the intuition of Eris, she lowered her tension slightly. Just in case, she talked in a hypothetical way supposing that intuition is correct, but Eris looked at Akua and made an ominous smile and said that she had an idea. Let's hear it out for the time being, Akua. We protect the whole dormitory with our combination magic, Eris. See combination magic. Could it be, you are telling me to do that? I don't want to. I don't want to, okay. Acua. The taller-build Acua stands up and rejects the proposal of Eris. Her expression even showed fear. She must have quite a bad memory of it. But with that we would be able to resolve everything harmoniously. I investigated just now and the dormitory has quite the amount of food left. There might be some slight fighting over it, but they won't seriously go at it. It isn't that big of a deal even if they can't go outside for a while, Eris. I am totally against it. Acua. Acua turns her back at Eris and sits down. I feel like Wakasama will definitely get angry, Eris. Like hell that would happen. I don't want to taste that shame again, Acua. But there isn't that much time left, you know. Can't be helped then, I will do it alone, Eris. Wait. Is that something that can be done alone? Acua. Of course there's also a solo version. But my magic power isn't enough, so lend it to me, okay? Eris. Oh. Iasli. Acua. Yeah, because if I don't say so, I thought Acua wouldn't do it with me. Now, magic power, Eris. With a trembling finger Acua points at Eris and makes a strange scream, but Eris seems to have understood its meaning. She has been Acua's partner since a long time ago after all. You better remember this later, Acua. Acua looks at Eris with eyes filled with resentment, but it seems she intends to cooperate with what Eris is trying to do. She agreed with Eris and acts in order to give magic power to her. It is a rare deed that can't be done unless the magic power compatibility of both parties is high. Acua and Eris may be a rough combi of different statures, but have been together since long, so they are able to do it. You fell for it, Acua, Eris. My body is. Acua. Fufufu, well then. Let's do it, Eris. And no. Eris, since when did you learn such a stupid technique? Acua. The magic power mixes, and in the moment it was about to flow from Acua to Eris. Acua's body trembled and suddenly stood up. It was clear that it wasn't her will. Now, your hand, let's hold it, Eris. Don't mess around. Eris, Aries. Acua. Ignoring the shouts of Acua, the two spin around as if dancing. Sparkle, diamond of the heart, Eris. Body, move. If you don't move now, when are you going to move? Move. Acua. Special technique, coquette, ha. Is it running wild? Eris. The hand that was linked with Eris was shaken off forcefully. The hands that were linked as if forming a shell, were separated. Acua's head faced slightly downward, and with an angered expression, she glares at Eris. Eris, are you prepared? Acua. No, well, once you try it out it will feel good. No, wait, that's not it. It is true that there's no time. It is definitely better to have the spell done. Calm down, Eris. Who do you think you are making angry? Acua. At any rate, I understand. This time for sure I will do it by myself. This is for the sake of Wakasama, Acua, Eris. Woo. Acua. Acua's thoughts had calmed down a bit, but this tells Acua that Eris' intuition was correct. Because she learned that the academy principal is really heading to the student dormitory personally. Her growling still continued, but she stopped herself from attacking Eris. Ha! The solo version is lonely, Eris. Shut up. Acua. Let's do it again with renewed spirits. Eris. Seriously, okay. Acua. At the edge where Eris went to, she lifted both hands to the sky, and after that, she linked them both as if forming a shell. The greatest technique of the Shiratoris, from my mentor, Ogbu. Eris. Even though she was in the middle of a speech, a punch was nailed at Eris' abdomen. Just go to sleep already, you stupid girl. The aria has already finished, so something like this, even I can do it. Acua. Magugugu, Eris. I can do it. Koki dash, never mind, floral ice prison. Acua. Mugu. Eris. Strange magic power expands at once on the roof of the student dormitory and converts into water element. 3 patterns of different designs appear over the head of Acua and Eris vertically. The emerald green light coming out from Acua's right hand passes through each one of them. After a while of ascending, it stood still for a moment, and then, as if marking that as its summit, it released several bundles of light. The bundles of light pierce the ground and fill its surrounding with ice. The student dormitory had been enclosed in an ice cage. It only took a short time. A spell that is quite large in scale and strong. From the spells Aqua and Eris can use, this one is pretty high up. It is actually not a spell that should be used on mere variants. It is a selection stemming from Eris' playful personality, and Aqua, who is the one acting as the main spellcaster of it, her fatigue is totally not deserved. Her fatigued look is not a pose, she is really exhausted. To attack me while I was doing the presentation. Don't you have compassion nor the sense of beauty, Aqua? Eris. Wakasama told me to do that when you are running off your mouth and doing weird things. Aqua. With a tired face, Aqua refutes the energetic Eris. In the first place, this spell doesn't have such a stuffy name. Listen well, it is, Aurora, Eris. Shut up. Seriously, just shut up, Eris. Also, that name feels wrong somehow, Aqua. Don't mind it. There are many techniques that change name when it is solo version. Anyways. You have to say Coquitos and then, stopping once, you raise your voice and say Floral Ice Prison. Eris. Wakasama, it is already reaching the point where only me isn't enough to stop her anymore, Aqua. In the first place, if we are going for the literal translation, it should be Floral Cold Water Prison. Aqua is really half-baked and nearsighted, Eris. Yes, Aqua. In the first place, the characters that Makoto uses are only on the level of interesting for Aqua. Eris is just unnaturally knowledgeable about them, that's all. She is at the level that if she were to go to Laurel, she would be highly praised by the people with knowledge about the wise language. Maybe she learned things from other places, she uses words Aqua has never heard before to do comedic dialogues with Makoto. Since a while back, before even meeting Makoto and Tomo, Eris has been thick in the strange component. In any case, may it be kanji or in crosswise writing, leaving aside if it was embarrassing or not for Aqua, she still tried her best. Hey. Yes. How are we going to leave? Eris. Oh, Aqua. A proper retort from Eris. The forest Onis Aqua and Eris are confined at the student dormitory with Jean and the others. It has been settled that Mondo will be praying to the heavens. Mondo, seeing that spectacle from far away, dashes in front of me and makes a jumping dejiza. Yeah. Was that something the combi did? I understood the reason he lowered his head. But I also clearly understand that it wasn't his fault. After finishing the cleanup at the northwest section completely, we transmitted with thought transmission that we intended to return to the academy. At that moment, something strange happened at the student dormitory. It was suddenly covered in ice and unable to lay a finger on it. We don't understand the situation inside, so currently we have no troops that can move and can't tell them to return and investigate that place. Mondo originally wasn't going to accompany us, but the moment he heard about this, he told us he wanted to go along with us. There's already no variance, so as long as we hold back the influx of variants from other sections, Lime alone is enough. His opinion was the same, so I decided that it was okay and accepted Mondo accompanying us. So he had a presentiment, huh? I also remember that ice pyramid. I tried connecting with Jean through thought transmission, but as expected, it was cut off. Aqua and Eris as well. From what I heard of Eris in the past, this is supposed to be a barrier of complete isolation. And in truth, it is scary tough. To destroy it with physical attacks or magic attacks, you would need quite a lot of effort. Even against Tomo and Mio it will last for a while, so it is quite the technique. Well, by the next day I noticed it wasn't perfect though. It has an incredible weak point. Well, I couldn't find the heart to point out that weak point in consideration of Aqua, since they went through so much trouble as to wear embarrassing frilly clothes, deceived by Eris with that pointless dance, and even making a speech about the special technique. What was it? Cocytus, maybe. The rough forest Oni combi showed me that barrier magic, one with a bright red face and the other all energetically. It is definitely more embarrassing for the taller one to match the shorter one by bending her knees, but well, leaving that aside. Mondo, this is not really your fault. Aqua and Eris must have had some sort of circumstance to do so. I will investigate just in case, since it seems something has happened, but now that I think about it, it is convenient to have the students inside that thing. Shiki, they have food, right? Makoto. Yes. If it's for a few days, there won't be any problems. I don't know if they will exhaust it thoughtlessly, but well, even if they don't eat for 1 or 2 days, they won't die, Shiki. Well, there's someone here that could fight against a dragon after going 3 days without eating and only taking a simple meal after, Tomo. Tomo, don't remind me. That's how it is, Mondo. You don't have to mind it much. Now, get up, Makoto. Wakasama. I am truly sorry. I will give those idiots a harsh punishment later, Mondo. I will leave that to you. Anyways, we have to return to the academy. In any case, we can't converse with them right now, so what are you going to do, Mondo? Return to where Lime is. We will do something about that thing over there, Makoto. But then. Mondo. We have yet to decide if we will destroy it or keep it like that after all. That thing is pretty conspicuous, you see. Maybe Root is also unexpectedly holding his head in pain right now, Makoto. Cuckoo, you have a point. He might also be unexpectedly surprised by it. Mondo, if that's true, I will give a reward to the forest Onis later. The punishment will be as Waka stated, your own decision, but the reward is fine to give it to everyone. Well, it is not settled yet though, Tomo. Tomo talks with the apologetic Mondo as if she is having fun. After Mondo got his camp and passed several mock battles with Tomo, Mio, Shiki, and I, his way of acting towards us gradually changed a lot. In the forest Onis, Akua can also be considered as one of the people that has changed nicely, but Mondo changed quite a lot. The stubborn him made a dramatic change as if a hoodlum had transformed into a ninja. It seems he had quite the confidence in his power, tree punishment, and when that power was completely crushed, he must have faced some sort of change inside of him. But well, only the person himself knows the whole truth. I am just speculating here. Thank you very much for your benevolent words, Tomo-sama, Mondo. Omo. Go ahead and return to where Lime is. Leave this to us. You guys should rest for tomorrow, Tomo. Then, excuse me, Mondo. Yeah, have a good rest, Makoto. Mondo salutes once and goes back. Lime and Mondo aren't the members that have to return to Asura today to report, so this is the last time we will see him today. In the midst of dusk, we look at the icy work of art that's shining in the setting sun while walking once again. What are going to do with that thing? Destroy it? Leave it? Makoto. Isn't it fine to just leave it as it is? It is pointlessly sturdy and troublesome, so, Mio. I hold the same opinion. Depending on the situation of the academy, they might even recruit the students to fight, Shiki. I also think the same. It isn't something that can be destroyed in 1 or 2 days, is how we should leave it as, Tomo. Mio, Shiki, and finally Tomo, seem to be against the destruction of that work of art. If it was to protect the students, they would have used it as soon as we left the student dormitory, so some sort of circumstances must have occurred to make them utilize it. Let's just confirm that part and then leave it as it is then. Those two can manage things inside after all. Only ask for the circumstances to those two and leave it at that then, Makoto. I think that's fine. Tomorrow we will move on to liberating the remaining sectors and continue carrying out our functions. We still don't know clearly which country will be the first one arriving, but we will give a baton pass to them and that will mark our job as finished, Tomo. What about cooperating with the reconstruction? Makoto. I think that it should be fine to just leave it to the Forest Onis, Eldwas, and Lime's group who are already here. What's next would be how Root will close things. What I predict is that he will have the countries glare at each other and bring out the achievements, Tomo. Then the call of the Merchant Guild would be the most pressing problem, Makoto. Well, I wonder about that. Rembrandt doesn't seem like he intends to do much moving, but that guy called Zara might be unexpectedly easy to deal with, Tomo. Zara-sen, Right now that person is weakened, but he is actually a really formidable person. I don't think he is an easy guy like you think though, Makoto. He is facing this kind of crisis after all. If he were to clearly learn from somewhere that this was done by the demon race, one of the thoughts he might have is to somehow secure the use of the Kuzuno as teleport transportation for emergencies. I don't know who leaked it, but he seemed to already know about Mio and my level, so I wonder, how is that man going to move? Tomo. Tomo seemed to be having fun from the bottom of her heart as she seemed to remember something while laughing. So she is saying that he would use us as a supplier in moments of emergencies. It is true that Representative Zara said he had gold but had nothing to use it on. Maybe it is because I am just not good with him. I end up thinking he is not the kind of easy individual, but Tomo seems to have a different thought. If he still intends to place pressure even after this situation, it would be better to just cut off his head now. Wakasama, Mio. Mio, that's just Makoto. A person that takes the outstretched hand, and yet holds a knife with the other hand, is just not worth giving them compassion. Good with good, evil with evil. Disu wa Mio. That's one way of thinking about it though. With this town will realize the reality that this place is also at war with the demon race, the academy, the merchant guild. They won't be able to stay as they were before. I think this is a desirable change for us, Wakasama, Shiki. Shiki. With all that's happened, it is certainly true that this will most likely make them aware. In that case, we find a suitable moment to expose that this was the deed of the demon race. Makoto. No. The academy should be able to reach the conclusion on their own. I modified the collected ornaments a bit, so that will serve as evidence, Shiki. So you made it easier to know. No matter how incompetent the ones investigating are, they will probably realize in 2 days and report it, Mio. Mio and Shiki answer my words with a smirk. That must mean the modification is effective. But in that case, if they learn that this is the work of the demon race, it'd be bad for us. Kuzunoha Company is being suspected of having connections with the demon race, is what the representative said, Makoto. I do know Rona-san in person, so it is not really a lie. Waka, I wonder how much of those inconsiderate words will the residents believe in. Isn't that an accusation without proof to begin with? I think that malicious gossip is as good as gone already. If they spread such a thing thoughtlessly, it will only make the surrounding residents see them with bad eyes. After all, we risked our bodies to help evacuate the residents and became the strength of the academy to subjugate the variants. We are heroes, Tomo. I see, Makoto. No, well, thinking that they will become so intimate is one thing, but will it really make all the gossip disappear? If there's a company that still wants to do something after all this, there's also the option of letting it spread in town. It might be interesting to watch, Kukuku, Tomo. What an ominous laugh. The evil magistrate Tomo, or maybe the wholesaler Tomo, has come out. I can tell that she is thinking about a lot of things. How to say it, she looks quite lively. When counted on, these three are truly reliable. The academy. We already cleaned up half of the variants today. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I wonder what kind of existence will Kuzunoha Company and I be viewed as in this town. I don't think it will take long to learn about the result. Chapter 147, Last Night's Fireworks. The academy had turned into a slight commotion. The reason is, of course, the sudden appearance of an icy work of art. Tomo said she was going to look at Root State, so I had Mio and Shiki go as well and had them buy some time. If we carefreely reunite in the midst of the commotion, I think that's good enough. To ask the reason of why Aqua and Eris used the spell, I infiltrated into the student dormitory. I can tell that the students are panicking. But well, it is a spell that doesn't harm anyone inside. Even when meeting them it would be bothersome, but I used thought transmission to contact Eris, confirmed their current location, and went to meet them as soon as I knew. And, why did you go to such lengths to use the spell to isolate the place? Makoto. Waka, that's cheating, Eris. Even though I first went through the trouble of congratulating them for their hard work, there's one girl that seems to be done for. Eris had her knees curled up sitting down and rubbing the roof with her index finger. She didn't show any signs of answering my question and was looking at me bitterly. Wakasama, I have thought about this before, but how in the world did you enter here? Aqua. With a deeply exhausted expression, Aqua showed even more mental fatigue and surprise. In contrast to Eris, Aqua had a beautiful upright posture as if a ruler was placed at her back. After going through the camp training, her personality had turned quite diligent, and it may be hard for her to make follow-ups for Eris. Maybe I should have one more person accompanying them to make it a group of 3. If that person has to group up with these two, it might be pretty hard to select the appropriate person. The stand play of this combi is pretty intense, so even when they are among forest onis, these two stand out. How troubling. The way I entered. In that case, Eris probably already noticed. There's still some time till she recovers, so can I ask something, Acua? Makoto. Why yes, what is it? Acua. If you used this in the student dormitory, why are you both inside? Makoto. Acua. With a pained expression, Acua moans and stays silent. It wasn't purposely, but an accident then. With Eris here, that's actually possible. Eris Makoto. No. I didn't think about what would happen Acua. So you plunged into the craziness of Eris, Makoto. Yes. Something like that, Acua. Fortunately, aside from the fact that you can't leave, there's no other problems. Well, good work. And so, is there anything you need to report? Makoto. That's right. There's not much harm from inside. But this spell is a defensive barrier, and yet, it has a dangerous-sounding name like Cocytus. If I remember correctly, it is the name of the ice hell. I don't know if Eris knew about it when naming it, but for a simple babysitting barrier, it is way too unfit. It is easy to understand the reason for the name when you try to carelessly get close from outside. Well, the Academy is leading in the research of magic, so there shouldn't be an idiot who would do something like that, but you would get frozen. No, I wonder if that can be considered a frozen. It is more like a sherbet maybe. A Highland orc that got close to it instantly had half of his arm frozen white. In an instantaneous response, he severed his own arm with the other, so he got away with only that, but the fallen arm dispersed like diamond dust and crumbled. A frightening spell. No, there's nothing really worth reporting, Acua. Yeah, there is, Eris. Eris suddenly joined the conversation. So she recovered already, Eris, Acua. They say that failure is the mother of success. Next time I will try even harder, Eris. Right. So, Eris, you said you had something to report, Makoto. If I retort to everything, the conversation won't progress, so, when I am hurry, I decide to not retort. With a slightly discontent expression, Eris nods. The ones that might be the ringleaders are probably gathering at a luxurious house, Eris. Makoto. The movements of the variants become organized at times, so it piqued my curiosity and I laid out a net, Eris. Eris, I haven't heard about any of this though. Acua. Acua was doing my part of the work while I was doing that. Thanks, Eris. Bugu, Acua. Yes. They are probably using some sort of tool that, even when imperfect, it controls the variants. Something like that. Eris. Control, Makoto. Looks like the variants are gathering. The rich are in trouble, Eris. Eris says, over there, and points at the place where a lot of wealthy live at. It is the section that the Academy is putting most of its forces in. Tomo for some reason didn't put much of our forces at that place. I think that it would be faster to gather support by having the people living there like us, but I wonder. It would be better to hear it in detail from the person herself, Commanding the variants is new information. I should confirm that as well. But Eris' information gathering is quite high. On top of that, I feel like she is getting even better at it. Thanks, Eris. That helped a lot, Makoto. Those words are wasted on me. This spell as well, it isn't even a pain to use it as an emergency measure in order to protect Waka's precious students from falling in the hands of the Academy principal. And that's how it is. I want you to please forgive Acua's spontaneous discharge of the barrier, Eris. As soon as I say thanks, she comes out with this. Eris is truly a mystery. It's not like I am angry about it. If you want to, I can even bring you out of here. I will lead the way, Makoto. Alright, now it's fine. I am worried about the students, so I think I will stay here until it melts, Eris. Because outside there's Mondo, But if they go outside, Tomo will probably be giving out rewards for the forest onis, so there is also a good part. Well, okay. I am also slightly tired, so if Eris says she wants to stay here, I will just let her. I see. Then that's fine. Well, I will be returning outside, Makoto. Thanks for your hard work, Waka. If possible, please give my regards to Shirsho, Eris. I refuse, Makoto. S so cruel, Eris. I leave Aqua and Eris, and leave the barrier. Reunite with Tomo and the others, meet with the academy principal, and after that, what should I do? Ray Dodano, are you returning now? In a place slightly far from the barrier, I was called from the courtyard of a shelter. Oh, an unexpected person. Seritz-sama. This may be my imagination, but you look a bit tired. Are you okay? How embarrassing. Even though you should be several times more tired than me, Seritz. The academy principal and us are doing our best to resolve the issue. Please endure for a bit longer. Of course. So shameful. For me to be so tense just because communication has been severed, Seritz. I think that's a natural mood. I am dealing with this without problems, I think. And yet, the eyes of Seritz-san suddenly turn sharp. Eyes that feel as if they could see through. An unpleasant sensation. Ray Dodano, no, Ray Dosama, I understand that this incident is being led to resolution by another power that is not the Academy. There's someone pulling its hand from the shadows. Even I can tell something like that, and most likely, Princess Lily has noticed this as well. The Limia King also doesn't have eyes for decoration. The exceptions are the eyes of Ion. And it seems Rembrandt Company has already given up on taking you in, Seritz. As expected, the high-ups can see that we are moving from the shadows. Should I ask her to please not interfere? But if I handle this poorly, I feel like it will increase the problems. The power of Kuzunoha Company, even if it's only a part of it, I have understood it. Even if Reida-sama is a wise sama, I can't imagine how you were able to gather so many strong people and created an organization. Could it be that you have awakened what you personages sometimes possess, the superhuman mental processing, or it could be that you have that rare business ability and charisma? Seritz. You are overestimating me. I am not a wise sama, and I have no other way but to call this as a position I have been blessed to be born in. Right now, you are clearly not intending to use it. After this, by the suggestion of the Guild Master Falls Dano, a meeting will be made to discuss several things about the Kuzunoha Company, but Laurel Union is thinking about positively accepting Reida-sama, Kuzunoha Company, Seritz. Oh, what a welcoming proposal. It would be great if that was all she had to say, but her eyes are still scary, so I can tell that it isn't over yet. Reida-sama, please listen to this and consider it the will of Limia, Gritonia, and Laurel, Seritz. Seritz-san draws one step closer, and mentions the names of the major powers. It sounds like a threat. The role that the Kuzunoha Company is shouldering to resolve this incident is incredibly big. And I do think that it is not proper to ask this of you considering that, Seritz. Please continue. I want to ask you to fix the thought transmission urgently. If you are able to do it, I will reward you. Of course, I won't bring out the name of Kuzunoha Company regarding this matter, Seritz. The restoration of the thought transmission, If I tried to, I would be able to, but it would be bad if I don't confirm with Tomo. 'Cause it might disrupt her plans. If I am able to, I will try to, should be the safe option. I can't promise, but I will do my best to recover it. I see. It's fine, thanks Reida-sama. I will let them know of what you have said. I am sorry to have kept you for so long, Seritz. Seritz-san lowers her head deeply. Following lead, I also lower my head. She returned to the place where her escorts were waiting at the far distance. Southwest she kept the place secluded when meeting Maine. Fumo, if I restore the thought transmission, we would be able to know the location of the reinforcements of every country. That would be convenient, and if the communication is restored, the people taking shelter will suffer less stress. I want to do it, but let's try talking with Tomo about this. A conversation that was tiring in a different meaning compared to when talking with Eris. Eat, do archery, get tired, drop down, sleep, and repeat, that is my ideal, but in this world, it just doesn't work that way. With loans, debts, and all the troublesome haggling that is probably happening here and there, it just makes my head hurt. Yar. I am truly glad that I have Tomo and Shiki. That's an outrageous barrier. Those demi-human girls did this, I honestly don't want to fight you guys. Well, to surprise even Myriad Color Dano, how truly pleasant Jana. Fufufu, Tomo. This is my first time seeing such a firm and aggressive barrier. If it's through force, 1 day. If I am to analyze it, I want at least 3 days. Seriously, when I am close to him, I don't get bored. Root. What, you intend to break it? Tomo. By no means. I am just interested. But if it doesn't last for several days, I won't be able to analyze it. And if I want to destroy it, I would have to return to my original form. If I transform into a dragon over something as petty as this and rampage, I would only be stacking up more panic on top of the variant uproar. And most importantly, Makoto-kun's impression of me would lower. I won't do it. Don't want to interfere with Makoto-kun. Root. We don't mind holding the title of Dragon Slayer though. In terms of not being able to do anything, your side is more into that, sure, Tomo. Please pardon me from that. And is it over by tomorrow? Root. Tomo and Root were talking. Maybe there's no worries of anyone hearing, they are not using aliases, and they show no signs of hiding their plans. That's how it is estimated, A bit after the reinforcements arrive, we can just do the troublesome cleanup and that's it, Tomo. Troublesome, huh? And Makoto-kun. Root. If the current Waka learns of this, he might turn into a bad direction. What should I do? It may be safer. I decided to clean up without telling him, Tomo. I see, Root. It's something troublesome, yo. If the ones stealthily doing things weren't the demon race, it would be easier. Demon General Ronaha. She probably wanted some results no matter how it rolled. Waka has to be a bit more experienced, or those kind of people will only serve as poison for him, Tomo. If I remember correctly, Makoto-kun told her to withdraw her troops, right? Root. Omo. I didn't inquire in detail if he said demon race or troops, but he did say it. She probably didn't listen to exactly what Waka asked, so there's not much point even if I ask in detail. Rona won't abide to it that much, Tomo. In that sense, Makoto-kun is similar to Mio. Can be called good-natured, or careless. Root. Root thinks of Makoto as if having fun. He isn't using complicated words with deep meaning. Makoto is the type that once someone listens to his request, he will honestly consider them as allies. It is a type of person that is easy to treat, but also dangerous. Because they easily hurry. Just that, even when Root understands all this, he still considers Makoto as interesting. He sees him as an existence that can stir up more than he has seen before. Earnestly training his body, shooting the bow, he is a person that lived his life with those activities as his core after all. He is thickhead to the evil of the wide society, Tomo. That's why you are leaving the wealthy and the people that might be bad influence for Makoto-kun, for later. Root. No. That's simply because of my inclination. If the people there reduce in numbers, the reconstruction will be slightly smoother, right? Also, if you are displeased to the point that you want to take advantage of the situation and rampage, it would be better to let out your feelings, or it will haunt you later, Tomo. And so, I should ignore the action of those demi-humans. Root. There's a collaborator in the demon race aside from the blue-skinned. It's just that I thought it would be a bit too fast to show Waka. Mio will deal with it tonight, Tomo. Oh, scary. So you won't vindicate her or shelter her. Root. She is someone that hates humans unnecessarily much. I don't think she would be of much use. It's not like I am a protector of demi-humans or anything like that. Waka as well, Tomo. Tomo indifferently talks about circumstances Makoto doesn't know about. The strange movements of the variants that the Forest Oni heiress noticed, Tomo also noticed it. She also knows of the one that is controlling them. And she marked that person as someone that is in collaboration with the demon race. Just as Root said, they also know the gender of that person. If they investigated, they would be able to learn more details, or maybe, they already know all the details. But for that person to move there, it seems Tomo and Root didn't expect that. Thinking about the current Makoto's way of thinking and position, Tomo decided to finish it without telling her master. Tomo was secretly grateful that Makoto left the management of this turmoil to her. Also, wait for a bit, Root. Tomo was going to ask Root, what's up, but she shut her mouth herself. Root probably noticed. Without interfering, he silently observes Tomo's expression. Her face frowns for an instant. The content was probably not good. Root's interest was piqued. But after that, she returned to her normal face and continued the thought transmission. After several minutes, she silently exhales. Looks like her thought transmission finished. From who? Root. Wakaja, Tomo. Makoto-kun. Hey, what did he say? Did something happen inside the barrier? Root. You really don't show self-restraint. It wasn't anything big. It's just that, Waka was about to catch tail about that demi-human Ja, Tomo. Humph, so he also noticed, Root. No. It seems Eris said something. Seriously, that girl really does unnecessary things, Jana, Tomo. I am slightly interested though. In the one who produced that demi-human, Root. Also, he asked me if it was okay to restore the thought transmission, Tomo. He asked. He is the master, so it should be fine if he just restores thought transmission if he wants to. Maybe he is showing restraint since he left you in charge. Root. Might be. There's already no problems with that, so I told him I don't mind, Tomo. Root. Root makes a strained expression and blurts out a question at the nonchalant words of Tomo. What? Do you have any problems with the restoration of the thought transmission? You will probably be able to see beautiful fireworks in person. Waka's handmaid Ja, Tomo. Ah, no. I see, right now Root. You had me talk the whole time. Root, you are hiding something, right? Tomo. It's not so big enough to call it hiding. It's just that you didn't ask. Fumo, Root. Aren't you troubled? But you also made a strained expression. And right now you look like you are having fun, Ja. Root, what are you hiding? Tomo. You will probably notice as soon as the thought transmission is restored. Even so, Tomo, Root. Tomo. Fate probably does exist. How truly mysterious, Root. With a meek countenance, Root mutters. Nodding several times, he consented while maintaining his silence. Tomo, who is next to Root, sighs at him who has entered his own world. And then, she turns her eyes at the place where Makoto is currently at. She slowly turns her gaze upwards and waits for the moment. Root, it's Wakaja, Tomo. Root. With Tomo's words and her finger pointing at the sky, Root looks up and sees a subdued yellow ball of light, that resembles the moon, being shot up. That light stops for a while in the sky as if illuminating the town. And then, it exploded. Turning into absurd amounts of strings, it didn't limit itself to the town, it rained on the whole zone. Some made acute angles, bending several times, and there are some that just go straight. Without a chance to defend against it, it pierces through the body of Root and Tomo. One shot Waka is truly the type that polishes one talent, Ja, Tomo. Root, who had his arms crossed, unlinked those arms. That just now, could it be, it was aimed at what the demon race prepared? Root. There's no real need to destroy them after all. As long as they stop working, that's fine. There's a method to do so, even without placing power in the attack. Waka did so in that way, Jana, Tomo. All of them. Root. I wonder. There doesn't seem to be a second shot, so he probably got all of them, Tomo. The demon race took several months to prepare them though, Root. How hard-working, Jana, Tomo. The two stayed looking at the sky for a while. Eris. How did Waka enter here? Akua. Used, Eris. Used. Akua. He did a foul play by using an earth dragon, Eris. He summoned a dragon. Akua. Something even worse. An existence that's proved to be the best at digging holes, the mole, Eris. Eris, didn't you say that this was a perfectly isolated place? Akua. I didn't imagine that one. It seems it dug quite deep, that mole, Eris. I will never help you again. This spell has died as of today, Akua. I'm going to cry, Eris. The spell Makoto created to deal with the thought transmission jamming, that firework-looking spell, was blocked by the barrier, and those two were unable to see it. Aqua and Eris were devastated. Chapter 148, Sudden Turn. This is unbelievable. The person that manages the rituals of Laurel and possesses strong political weight as well, in other words, the person Makoto considers a big shot, Seritz. Learning about the light that illuminated the night sky for an instant, she could feel cold sweat flowing on her cheek. The calamity that swallowed even the neighboring towns. Because of one of the incidents in it, the thought transmission jamming, Seritz was 90% sure that all of this was caused by the demon race. The demon race that has advanced their knowledge in magic a lot more than the humans. If it's something they set, it would be quite difficult to resolve the issue at an early stage. No, she thought that way. So this is the result of his I will try. I will abide to my promise of keeping it secret. Just because of a mere verbal promise, the situation was solved so easily. With an existence so out of norm like Reidu, as expected, he is without a doubt a wise. And on top of that, one that has quite a lot of power compared to his antecessors. It would be troublesome to have Limia and Gridonia know, but there's finally the need to take him in, Seritz. Conciliate with the person, take that person in, and enclose it. Seritz possesses several methods to achieve that. There's appealing methods, fear and pain-inducing methods, truly varied. But Seritz decided to not use the negative methods for now. Because she learned about the dangers of doing so. If possible, I would want to use his emotions to bind him. Because if we try to force him to do as we want, our country might get crushed into pieces. Inviting him, tempt him into interest, and bringing him to Laurel is the #1 priority. Have him learn of the wisest deeds of the past and make him feel deep affection is second. It would be ideal if it reached the point where he thought of our country as his second hometown, but well, I want to make it feel natural. For now, it would be better to make my invitations light. No, the thing I should focus on is reducing the contact between him and other countries, Seritz. She doesn't know what kind of easy and scary method the demon race uses to jam the thought transmission. Could it be a level of understanding the humans are far from reaching, or maybe a plan that they took a lot of time to prepare in order to make it work? And yet, there's people that carefreely thwart those plans, with small numbers. Kuzunoha Company, and their master, Reidu. Honestly speaking, they surpassed by leaps and bounds the power and scale that Seritz initially anticipated. Battle power that can heedlessly take care of variants, and knowledge that can easily destroy the plans of the demon race. On top of that, the sword one of his followers named Tomo showed a few days ago, the teleporting sword. Counting all those factors in the worst-case scenario, it can even reach the level where they are able to destroy countries. Imprudently provoking them would be extremely stupid, and to hand them over to another country would be practically the same as giving them her own country, is what she thought. And so, revising her evaluation of Reidu and looking at him again, Seritz felt like her consciousness would fly away after learning about how dangerous of an existence he is. At first glance, he looks like a docile person. Thinking about his real strength, it is to an impossible level even if taking into account that the evaluation of Reidu was low at first glance. That's why, thinking about the people that have a bit of power, nobles, wealthy merchants, or people that easily get arrogant, that might try acting in a pressuring manner towards him, and if by chance his mood is harmed by that attitude, simply thinking about it makes Seritz have cold sweat. Also, Reidu has a liking towards demi-humans and employs them. If certain demi-humans that have been unreasonably treated by the humans enter their ranks and the Kuzunoha Company begins to move for their sake, what would happen? Not only cold sweat, Seritz wouldn't be able to sleep for several days. Without doubt, they would be able to make a demi-human country on the level of the 4 major powers. To have 5 major powers, not a joke that can be laughed at. There's wise that don't hold discrimination towards demi-humans, so it is scary that I can't even joke about it. That situation would still have salvation, but in the worst case, if he were to support the demon race, Seritz stopped thinking in the middle. Because she thought that having demi-humans as their allies and creating a country on the level of the 4 major powers is still in the level of cute. In her mind, something even scarier popped up. The unification of the world. The demon race that challenges the goddess. It would turn into a situation that can be considered the end of the world. Kuzunoha Company is a double-edged sword. A sword of calamity that has the power to cut countries apart. This is the worst. I feel like I am participating in a roulette with destruction written in it for eternity, Seritz. While feeling discomfort similar to anemia, Seritz touches her forehead with her right hand. The sticky sweat felt cold, and it was denoting her current mental state. Seritz-sama, so you were here. What happened? Seritz. She wasn't feeling well, but when her subordinate called her, she reacted and lifted her head. Yes, it is an emergency. Please return to the shelter at once. Emergency. Tonight there's nothing aside from the meeting Falls Dano proposed though, did something Seritz. At any rate, just hurry please. Seritz felt it was slightly rude of the subordinate to cut her words, but she judged that something must have happened, so she followed her subordinate and entered the courtyard's shelter. A tense atmosphere she didn't feel when she left, and the noisiness as if she returned to the first day of the incident, surprised Seritz. The back of the subordinate that was short of words was already far away. Seritz regretted that she didn't calm down a bit more and had him explain the situation. This doesn't look like a trivial matter. The most I know is that our dragon units are supposed to arrive by early morning, but I haven't received any report of it yet. Maybe they have obtained new information after the thought transmission was recovered, Seritz. And it is not good information, is what Seritz added internally. Walking towards the place where the hurriedness is the highest, Seritz saw the representative of a major power with a complexion she normally doesn't see that person with. The Limia king is personally giving orders violently. The prince and the convalescent knight are also moving busily. The Gridonia princess is giving out orders to her several subordinates, however, she shows an unconcealable irritated expression from time to time. Well, Seritz is skilled at looking at people, so she is able to detect the slight changes in the expressions of others. Even if she stays in place, she won't understand anything in detail. The action Seritz took was to enter that place. Limia, Gridonia, just what in the world is happening to make the representatives of major powers like this? Seritz. The response for the calm words of Seritz were a pair of harsh expressions. Limia king, Princess Lily. What both of them had in common was their impatience. Seritz Danoha. I have something I want to ask quickly. Where's Radu? King. Same here. I want to know where Radu is, Lily. Just a moment ago I met with him. Just like how you two said, I requested him to somehow restore the thought transmission, Seritz. And then, without even 10 minutes after, it was restored. If she accepts the reality of that, she can't help but feel shivers all over her body. She doesn't understand the reason why they didn't move until after several days, but this means that, if the situation requires it, they can act in a heartless manner. The more faces she sees of their company, the more terrifying it looks. As expected, if it's them, they are able to do it, huh? Or maybe, they were able to, but didn't do it. No, this is something we decided, right now it is not the time for that. The time it would take to look for him is precious. In that case, the moment we are able to make contact with him, it would be best if we wait for him at the entrance of the shelter, King. I will accompany Lily. Limia king and the one accompanying him, the prince, and also Princess Lily, lined up and began to walk towards the exit. Seritz, who hasn't heard about the situation yet, was anxious. Trying to somehow understand the situation, she catches up with the back of the two and requests an explanation. Because they seem to be the ones that know the most. No, her intuition was telling her that they were a related party. Both of you, please explain me the situation, Seritz. It's a raid. Raid. Seritz. Limia king fires words with a loathsome expression. And Seritz returns it with a question. The demon race, Seritz Dano, king. Yeah, I do think this incident with the variants was caused by the demons, but, Seritz. That's not it. In the home grounds, king. The imperial capital, Lily. A scream that can't be turned into words filled the throat of Seritz. Because the words the representative said were a scary truth. The advance of the demon race. News that shake the world. I know that it is an inane plan to provoke Radu, but in this kind of situation, we have no choice but to ask for the unreasonable of him, king. Totally agree, your majesty. One step wrong and their teleportation might turn into a threat. If it were to damage the sword, I would be secretly happy about it though, Lily. Oya, how dangerous. Is Lily-sama stating that they are a threat? Seritz. Seritz Dano, let me state this frankly, this is not the time to be chit-chatting. The moment we secretly agreed on how to deal with them, it made us practically into accomplices. Please don't forget that, Lily. I hold the same opinion as the Empire's princess. Seritz Dano, you still don't fully understand the situation yet. Listen well, the ones attacking are an army that is being led by a demon general. The ones being attacked are the capital of my country and the Empire's municipal. In other words, Laurel's important priestess Dano is also fighting, King Chiya-sama too. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? For the capital to be attacked and have both the Hero-sama and Priestess-sama in the middle of battle isn't that strange? What is the army of the kingdom doing? To let the enemies infiltrate so far and haven't let the Hero-sama and its party escape that's abandoning their responsibility towards the world and Seritz. Shut up. Lily. Seeing that Seritz suddenly began blaming Limia King, Lily shouted. Being cut off in the middle of her words, Seritz looked like she still had more to say as she glared at Lily. For her, no, for Laurel, the priestess is that much of an important existence. Just by having the priestess that the residents in the country hold deep affection for, in another country, they hold no good affection towards Limia, and yet, on top of that, if she hears that danger is approaching them, it can't be helped that she would lose her calm for a moment there. The reason why she acts more friendlier with Princess Lily than to the Limia King is also because of this. Listen well, Seritz Dano. My country's imperial capital is facing several enemy units already. And it seems they all appeared at the same time. We are currently trying to handle the situation, investigating from what direction they came attacking from. Limia is also the same, Lily. At our country, it seems they detected a black mass appearing at the coast and advancing. It is already close to approaching the capital. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Those guys hold several trump cards. King. We need to revise the current battle progress as well. The aim of the demon race that holds the Iron Wall Stella Fort and is able to fight against both the kingdom and the empire. One wrong step and it might prove fatal. That's how it is, so if you think that we are doing something excessive in our negotiations with Radu, enter in the middle of it and make a good follow-up. It is not a bad deal, right? His impression of us will lower, and his impression of you will increase after all, Lily. I don't care if I am the carrot or the stick, I just want to dispatch him to my country, King. I also have to give commands in the imperial capital. I have to at least avoid the Hero-sama of ending up in a hopeless situation, Lily. Impatience also begins welling up from Seritz. The priestess might die. The priestess of the next era has not been born yet. If Chiya dies, Laurel will lose the fulcrum for their spirit. Moreover, if something happens to Limia and Gridonia, Laurel will also turn into a country standing in the front lines. If those two catastrophes were to overlap, just what would happen to the country, it isn't something she can predict at all. Could it be that, using the variance here was a decoy in itself? Seritz. I don't think it is a complete coincidence, King. I want to believe that it is a coincidence there are more VIP gathered this year than normal, but if information about Academy Town being attacked appears, it is obvious that the other countries will send troops and supplies. As a decoy it has a lot of inconsistency, but it will surely show some sort of effectiveness, Lily. We were on the misconception that the demon race would stay in Stella Fort maintaining defense like a turtle, so even if we were to send troops, we would only need to delay our attack to the fort. And because we had that way of thinking, we lowered our guard. They splendidly got the better of us. How irritating, King. Well, it isn't all bad news. At the very least, restoring thought transmission with this timing, it should be safe to assume that Kuzunoha Company and Radu are not spies of the demon race, Lily. Even if we endure this, it wouldn't be a laughing matter if they used the teleport technique to attack us while we are in an audience after all. If Radu were someone that is in cahoots with the demon race, he wouldn't have restored the thought transmission. In that part, I am also slightly relieved, King. The three representatives of the major powers were talking while walking in quick pace. Without waiting for their escorts to catch up, they arrived at the entrance of the shelter. They felt every second as long. Painful tens of minutes pass. A major power king, a major power royalty, and a person with high position in a major power. The player that is making this many major power leading personages wait, Radu, received a call from the academy and appears in front of the shelter. Tomo and Shiki, two followers of his and Falls Dano, the adventurer guild's master, were accompanying him. Radu, we have to talk, King. It is something incredibly important, Lily. I am sorry that this has to come as soon as I made a request before, Sarits. 3 restless voices were shot at Raidus simultaneously. He showed surprise for a second, but not long after, without showing any hesitation in his expression, he bowed in front of the 3. His followers also follow his lead. While they hear the talk of the 3, Raidus' face gradually turns severe. The king thought that this reaction was brought by his hate towards the demon race. But the truth was different. Raidu, Makoto, felt insecure, thinking that his days would pass without ever meeting the 2 Japanese that came to this world, and the anger towards the truth about this attack of Rona being a decoy, those 2 emotions were warping his expression. The long night slowly advances. Chapter 149, Inquiry with Shiki-sensei. The Academy's main entrance. In these several days, it is a place that has no people around when it is late at night. Normally, it is a gate that would have lights on like a nightless city, and there would also be decent amount of students coming and going. And yet, right now it is just like an antique lamp with a magic formation, shining dimly into the lonely streets. Shiki and I, only the 2 of us were walking there. We didn't really have any target location in mind, we were just separating from the noisy place. If something happens we will run there, but I think they won't call me so soon. The Limia king and the Empire's princess as well. They were showing quite the agitation, Shiki. If their capital city is being attacked, isn't that the obvious state? Even in this world, as expected, it is still bad when your capital is attacked, huh, Makoto? Right. It depends on the situation, but in this case where they are receiving a surprise attack, I think it would be considered quite the bad situation, Shiki. Then they would definitely be agitated. But it seems there's Rona and 1 other demon general. Why are those guys attacking themselves when they were encamped in the Stella Fort that is boasted as the impenetrable wall? If they leave, they will lose that defensive power, right? Makoto. If their objective is to chip off their opponent's forces, it would be better to not leave. But it's a war, so they must attack at some point in time, or they won't be able to defeat their opponent. Moreover, if they give their opponent the impression that they are usually secluded in their fortress, it would be easy to make a surprise attack, Shiki. I try asking about the demon race advance that I heard a while ago, with Shiki. The imperial capital Asuta and Luinas. Honestly speaking, I don't understand the reason why they made a simultaneous attack. From what I have learned in history class, having 2 battles at the same time in war is normally a bad move. If you want to do something like that, you must have quite the difference in power, or you will be defeated. I haven't heard the details about numbers and the strategy, but I kind of understood the words my history teacher was trying to say. Because I think that even if there are 2 enemies, it would definitely be easier to defeat them one by one instead of going for both at the same time after all. Moreover, if the demon race gets attacked by both countries at the same time, they possess the means to defend against it. Making a conjecture from what Tomo said, I don't think the demon race has that much leeway to go into the offensive though. Well, the objective of the demon race is to defeat the humans, so attacking isn't something strange, Makoto. Limia and Gridonia who understand the state of the battle of both countries, it seems their agitation differs slightly. Even if they possess a hero, there's no way they wouldn't know. No, they are humans, so it might be possible. Shiki. Shiki seems to be trying to answer me, and it also looks like he is asking himself. I think he also needs to arrange his thoughts regarding this matter of the demon race advance. Well, even if I say this, he probably has a clearer image than me. Mio is still taking care of something and hasn't returned yet. And Tomo is in Asura. Having Shiki tell me is the fastest way. Root is also an option, but he went somewhere with Sarit-san, so I can't just force myself in between them. Is there anything strange? Makoto. When the demon race stopped their advance, they used their time arranging their domestic affairs, making military preparations, and researching techniques. Plainly said, they were increasing the power of their country, Shiki. The latter half was really easy to understand. They stopped their steps in order to increase their power. Yeah, if I remember correctly, they increased their territory, so they needed the time to stabilize, right? Makoto. Yes. In other words, they are not the selves that made a big march in the past. This is a matter of course, Shiki. They even have a tool that blocks the interference of the goddess, so that's a given, Makoto. They probably have already predicted that they would create a countermeasure for them. The demon race currently possesses magic that surpasses the humans. The humans obviously should have this in mind already, but, Shiki. But. Makoto. Looking at the reaction of both countries, it felt as if they didn't expect it at all. Even I understand the content of the demon race attack this time. They were taking their time developing magic formations that can hide, so they utilized this and divided the units in subdivisions, slowly mobilizing them by hiding in the forests and valleys. After that, they used a teleportation marker, and had the others teleport to where they are. In the Empire's case, they did it in several points, but I don't think the method differed much. The only thing they most likely did was just increase the number of markers, Shiki. It's certainly true that the demon race easily infiltrated this town by disguising as humans, and there were also in Laurel. A spell that fakes the appearance. Then what Shiki said, concealing a unit, might be possible. When I met with Sarit-san, I asked her about those two demons disguised as guards, and it seems those two returned by the order of the country. In other words, in Laurel there's at least another demon infiltrated who is in a position that can give out orders. The demons seem to be trying to recruit me, but thinking about the relationship between the demon race and the humans, I am most likely a special case. There's probably demons infiltrated in the countries. The teleportation as well, they just need to make a marker in the coast of a lake and have them gather there. It isn't that difficult of a thing. If the demon race also has the knowledge of Shiki, it isn't something they wouldn't be able to do. Be it thought transmission, disguising, or teleportation skill, the demon race is quite ahead of the humans. Humans are used to receiving from the goddess and spirits, so they don't have the conception of developing by themselves like the demon race. Only a few of them possess that way of thinking, and that makes a big difference. From what I can guess, the difference is comparable to the Industrial Revolution of Europe and that of Asia. But the humans have the blessing of the goddess and her assistants. This is proof that the composition is, so to speak, quite different. If the humans evaluate the demon race's magic as low, or they think that they will somehow be able to get through this with only the goddess blessing, they might lose, Shiki. No way, Makoto. No, I also think there's no way they would do that. There's no way they would think that they already have victory because of the goddess awakening and the descent of the heroes. And countries in the front line like Limia and Gridonia should have stolen a few techniques of the demons, Shiki. Well, if the enemy has superior technique, that's the obvious course of action, right? Makoto. But they weren't able to handle this level of thought transmission jamming. Don't you think it is strange that the king and the princess were unable to personally deal with it? They are statesmen, not technicians nor magicians. But if they are unable to send thought transmissions from their own capital, which possesses their specialists, to this town, that means they haven't even stolen the technique to use thought transmission in the battlefield, Shiki. Certainly. Also, the Limia king and the Gridonia princess said that the attack to this town was a decoy. And they said it in a way that seemed as if they didn't know what would happen next, Shiki. Why? People of important positions gathered at Rotsgard, and the demons create an incident they can't neglect. It pissed me that they did so without caring that I am here, but this being a decoy shouldn't be a mistake, right? Makoto. Wakasama, please excuse me. This town was probably in its essence, buying time, or maybe just a simple set-off. The point is, this was only something to avert their eyes even if for an instant. Just by having royalty-level people coming to Rotsgard, the plan had already achieved the minimum success. In the worst case, where no troops from any country mobilize, it wouldn't have been a problem for the demons. At that time, the variants would overflow in all parts of the town and Rotsgard would have fallen. There's no demerits for the demon race. And in truth, if we weren't here, the Academy wouldn't have been able to find the weak point, and by this moment, the town would have over 100 variants, Shiki. By the second day, the increment stopped practically completely and didn't reach the hundreds, but well, I do understand the point. If the issue was left untouched, there would have probably been several hundreds appearing. In the current state, the humans can push back the variants with pure numbers. Yeah, this town would have probably been done for. With no chance for reinforcements to come. The reinforcements that would have come might have entered the stage where they have to stop the variants from spreading, Makoto. No matter how much the variants rampage, there's no demerits for the demon race. It is actually a grateful thing. Because that would only mean that humans will not see the danger approaching from their backs after all, Shiki. Then the town is in a better state than what Rona was planning it to be, Makoto. Yeah. In that woman's plans, it may be a success, but this might be one of the bad scenarios. She was able to somehow draw a part of the kingdom and empire's army, and the reinforcements from Ion that were planned to be used for the attack at Stella Fort are being held back in the neighboring towns. I think, at most, she is grieving at the fact that the time she put onto this plan is not giving the appropriate results. Shiki. What about Laurel? Makoto. You did say that they have demons infiltrated in their escorts, but she probably estimated that Laurel would only send supplies at most. Rona probably thought about pillaging and obstructing, but since the demons here were withdrawn, I don't know the particulars. Shiki. Sounds scary. So they were even planning to cut off supplies. Truly what I call a worthy decoy. Isn't that a splendid decoy? Makoto. If that were really the case, they would have probably made the scale a bit wider. Rona's true decoy is the Empire, Wakasama. Shiki. I was surprised by the sudden words of Shiki that sounded as if he were sure of it. There shouldn't be that much difference in the amount of information he and I have, and yet, how was he able to reach to that conclusion? So the small silence before his words were because he was amazed. I am actually trying my best here, you know. Please give me a bit more time. From the kingdom, all troops march from the same direction. At the Empire, they are divided in several places, one's at the direction of Stella and others from Ruinas, and then, there's also the nature of both countries' main forces. On top of that, there's the demon race's current state, period, and season. As long as the truth that they are attacking stands, their aim is the kingdom. Shiki. His eyes flashed. Ah, he kind of reminded me of the past. Shiki, no, of Lich. He has those unpleasant eyes he has when he is scheming something. So they are going to bring down the kingdom. Makoto. That's quite the predicament. It will corner the humans by one step more. No. Their aim is the most valuable asset of the kingdom. Shiki. Most valuable asset. Makoto. Must be the hero. They intend to bring down the hero. Shiki. Shocking words. It has only been around 1 year since we arrived to this world. And the demon race is already at the step in war where they intend to kill the hero. I have heard about the natures of the heroes, but instead of the Empire's puppet hero, the kingdom hero that creates fanaticism is more dangerous. Shiki. A puppet and a fanatic, huh? Ah, if I remember correctly, Tomo and Mio said something about this in the past. The power to attract people and the power to charm people. Mio thought of both things as the same, but Tomo said that those two are different. Charm them and turn them into prisoners. What's ahead of that path is a puppet that can't move without its master's orders. Attract people and pull them. What's ahead of that path is a madman that does desperate efforts for the sake of those people. That's how it goes if you delve deeper into both paths. At one point, charm does work the same as charisma, but the end result is different, or so she said. The influence on the people that receive this effect to the limit, I have never seen it, so I can't say much about it. Well, the people that are completely charmed won't be able to move without their master's words. The very meaning of pitiful. If I take other actions aside from the ones that person has said, that person will hate me, I will be thrown away, that kind of fear will bind the target. And if they end up unable to do anything, it will be like putting the cart before the horse. Having people that can only move when given detailed orders is no different from golems. Tomo. Wakasama is my everything, but well. I don't intend to lose to anyone in terms of being charmed. Mio. I suddenly remember the talk of Tomo and Mio. Our side is so peaceful. That's the difference of a charm brought upon by a skill, and a charm that's not brought by it. But if I remember correctly, several tens of adventurers from Tsige went to Limia, right? Something about them being led by the hero. Isn't the kingdom a more difficult opponent in terms of fighting force? Makoto. Adventurers that can fight decently in the wasteland. They possess the know-how of fighting. Even if the demons want to crush them, I think it would be pretty difficult. Wakasama. Just like how you said, the ones that possess the most power in the kingdom are those adventurers and the hero party. But those adventurers also have a big weakness. Shiki. Weakness. Makoto. They are a power that has learned to fight in the wasteland. After going to the kingdom, they probably learned a few ways to fight in groups. To a level where they can have an active role in the battlefield. Shiki. Well, that's a given, Makoto. However, they have a trait that has been ingrained in them from the very beginning. they are adventurers. Even if they are good at attacking, they are not used to defending towns, bases, and especially places of wide scale. Mercenaries and knights might be a different story, but adventurers are essentially carefree. If we take 100 as one's power, it would be like being able to only bring out 50 of that inside a forest, Shiki. Sage has also been attacked by Momonos, so they should be able to protect, right? It shouldn't be that extreme, Makoto. It would be good if that were the case. A base that has held on for 1 year in the wasteland will prosper, is what a saying goes. If I were to fight an adventurer, I would force the fight in a forest. There will be the chance that it will affect victory, and if it is a place that shows clear effects, even more. A defensive battle where they have to fight while minding the residents, even a knight would have a difficult time in that situation. If you put a surprise attack in that equation, I wonder how the morale will turn out, Shiki. Is the kingdom going to fall? Makoto. Should I go save them? But it is a hero I have never met before, and a place that has been influenced by the goddess. If I go and help Limia, the chances that my connection with them will deepen is really high. The best would be to have it go well without me going. I asked Shiki if there's such a chance. I wonder. I don't think it will reach the point of destruction. If there's enough damage to consider it fallen, the hero would have run somewhere else already. However, if the damage is only in the capital, the hero is dead. It isn't like the demon race has much leeway. This battle also holds the coercion that this is the beginning of a big march. In other words, a bluff. If they are able to at least kill the hero, I don't think they will go to the point of trampling down the kingdom. Of course, that's only if my conjecture is correct. I am not a 100% sure. There's a portion that's still opaque, and it would be difficult to predict all the thoughts of the demon lord and Rona, Shiki. A bluff, huh? But they are fully intent to kill the hero. I remember the words of Tsukuyomi-sama. Please take care of them, huh? But even if I think about going to save them, we are also in quite the stalemate. We have no means to go all the way to Limia. There's not enough power, so don't delve too deep into it yet, huh, Makoto? The north is entering winter. In that case, no matter if it's defending or attacking, the snow and ice will get in the way. Marching in the middle of intense cold is suicidal. It is a good season to win and escape, Shiki. But even if we want to go help them, teleporting there is, Makoto. Ah, right. Tomodano is, Shiki. I remember the conversation Tomo had with the important people a few moments ago. The circumstances about how using teleportation would be bad. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.